Chapter 35:14. On Dragon Island, Yang Kai had once faced the might of the two great elders of the dragon race head-on. However, at that time, he was in the Dragon Temple, blessed by the dragon souls of many ancestors, so it was not the same as the current situation. Chang Tian's strength was estimated to be at the level of the Great Elder and Second Elder of the dragon race at most, but without the blessing of the Dragon Temple, even if Yang Kai went all out, he would not be a match for Chang Tian. After all, the other party was equivalent to a demon saint, and without relying on the power of his bloodline, his cultivation alone was enough to make Yang Kai unable to make any waves. Using the dragon transformation secret technique was only to resist his dragon pressure. And this seemed to be the purpose of Chang Tian's pressure. Dragon horns protruded from both sides of his forehead, and his body was covered in golden dragon scales. His hands turned into dragon claws, the tips of which flashed with a cold light. Even the strongest defensive artifact in the world could not withstand a single blow from such a pair of dragon claws. Behind him, the dragon tail swayed, and his 300-meter-tall body stood tall. Fortunately, the construction of this hall was extremely grand, otherwise, it would not be able to accommodate Yang Kai's current size. Hot air spurted out of his nostrils, sweeping up a whistling wind in the hall. Looking down and meeting Chang Tian's eyes, Yang Kai saw the smile in his eyes and nodded gently, "Sure enough." Yang Kai snorted lightly and opened his mouth to roar, the dragon's roar shaking the sky, causing the entire hall to tremble. Outside the castle, the many exotic beasts that were resting raised their heads in unison at this moment, looking into the castle in shock. The grand and loud sound that poured into their ears left them at a loss, not knowing what had happened inside the castle. Inside the hall, the dragon's breath filled the air, but Chang Tian, who bore the brunt of it, did not change his expression, facing this roar like a breeze. The twin sisters looked up in a daze, the older sister's red lips squirming, not making any sound, but from the shape of her mouth, she seemed to be saying the words, "Divine Spirit." Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that the human she had kidnapped was actually a holy spirit. At the very least, he had the bloodline of a divine spirit, and it was the same bloodline as Master Chang Tian. The sister who had always been cold to Yang Kai, and wanted to cut off Yang Kai's tongue and gouge out his eyes, could not help but be moved at this moment. The echo of the dragon's roar gradually disappeared, and Yang Kai stared at Chang Tian standing in front of him vigilantly, and said in a deep voice, "Is this enough?" Chang Tian did not answer, but smiled faintly. "Your origin is very strong. You're even stronger than me." What? This human source energy is actually stronger than Lord Chang Tian's? The master of the 100-spirit continent was, and the two sisters were two were members, but there were ranks, and the other. Master, Tian. Master time. Masters. Master. But now, such words had actually come out of Longevity Heaven's mouth. Did this not mean that one day in the future, this human could grow to Master Chang Tian's level? Or even surpass him? This future could be 1,000 years, or 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, but it was still a hope. Compared to those holy spirits who could never reach Chang Tian's level in their entire lives, this was undoubtedly a great expectation and praise. Was this not a human who could repair the realm gate because he was proficient in the law of space? How did he suddenly rise to the level where he was qualified to be on the same level as Master Chang Tian in the future? There's a dragon race in the territory of the devil. How surprising! Seeing that Chang Tian's attitude was good, Yang Kai was embarrassed to show a sour face. After all, Chang Tian's fist was bigger. He was just unhappy that Chang Tian kidnapped him without his consent and forced him to do so. Now, it seemed that Chang Tian did not have any bad intentions. Of course, this was after he realized that he had the bloodline of the dragon race. Chang Tian chuckled, "Every big world has species born from the origin of the dragon race. The territory of the devil race is also a big world with its origin. Why can't there be a dragon race? Since you are from the star realm, then there should be a dragon race in the star realm?" "Yes, there is a place in the star realm called Dragon Island." Yang Kai replied casually, Dragon Island? Chang Tian's eyes flashed. The place where the dragon race lives. Yang Kai nodded. He seemed to be very interested in Dragon Island. Sure enough, Chang Tian quickly asked, how many dragon race are there on Dragon Island? Yang Kai replied, currently, there are only about 20 to 30 of them living on Dragon Island. These are all pureblood dragon race? Of course. So many. Chang Tian was absent-minded, but suddenly he became excited. What are their attributes of the dragon race? What are their cultivation levels? Yang Kai could not help but be speechless. If it was someone else who asked him this, he could understand. Dragon Island was also a very mysterious place in the Star Realm. If it was not for his relationship with Zhu Qing, he would not have had any contact with Dragon Island until now. However, Chang Tian was the master of the 100-spirit continent, and his cultivation level was at the level of a demon saint. How could he be so curious? He frowned and said, are there not many dragon race in the 100-spirit continent? Chang Tian said, if you only count the pureblood dragon race, then I am the only one. If you count those with the dragon race bloodline, then there are many of them. There was only one pureblood dragon race. No wonder he was so surprised when he heard Yang Kai say that there were 20 to 30 pureblood dragon race on Dragon Island. Perhaps in his opinion, the pureblood dragon race should be very rare, and this had nothing to do with their powerful cultivation level. It was the environment in the demon territory that made him think this way. After a pause, Chang Tian waved at Yang Kai and said, return to your human form, I don't like to look up and talk to others. Yang Kai was speechless. He thought to himself, you forced me to dragonize, and now you want me to return to my human form? Is it fun to torture people? The twins were also speechless. They had never seen Master Chang Tian so amiable to an outsider. This was an eye-opener. Yang Kai complained in his heart, but he still dispersed the dragonize secret technique and returned to his original form. He was a little embarrassed to have a demon saint look up to him. Sit down and talk. Chang Tian gestured with his hand, then sat down on the cold, hard floor. Although the hall was very spacious, it was actually empty inside. There were no furnishings, let alone a table, not even a chair. Since Chang Tian was sitting on the floor, how could Yang Kai be picky? He could only sit opposite him. Then, the twins witnessed a shocking scene. The master of the 100-spirit continent, the existence that gave the demon saint a headache, was actually sitting opposite a human and chatting with each other. What made them feel even more surprised was that Yang Kai did not even bat an eyelid when facing someone like Chang Tian. He answered and answered with evidence, without the slightest hint of nervousness or embarrassment. Chang Tian was very interested in the situation on Dragon Island. All he asked was about the dragon race and Dragon Island. Yang Kai did not want to talk about Dragon Island. In the plan of the great emperors, the dragon race on Dragon Island was a surprise force to fight against the demon race. If they were to take action at a critical time, it was very likely that they could change the war situation in a certain territory. They could even take down 1 or 2 demon saint. But in front of Chang Tian, he did not dare to lie. It was true that Chang Tian did not have any ill intentions, but if he angered him, who knew if he would change his attitude? Most importantly, Chang Tian did not get along with the other demon saint. Even if Yang Kai said something about Dragon Island to him, it probably would not reach the ears of the other demon saint. That was why Yang Kai did not hide anything from Chang Tian. He told Chang Tian about some of his experiences on Dragon Island. Chang Tian was fascinated after hearing that. I really want to go to Dragon Island to take a look and meet the people of my race. Yang Kai looked at him from the corner of his eyes. He thought to himself, with your demonic qi, Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi would definitely join hands to get rid of you immediately. Although the dragon race of the demon race was also a dragon race, they were already demon dragons. How could Zhu Yan and Fu Tianyi allow such a race to exist? However, he could hear a faint sense of loneliness and desolation from Chang Tian's words. Just like how the pure-blooded dragon race on Dragon Island did not treat those dragon descendants as their own race, Chang Tian also did not treat the half-dragon mutated beasts in the demon territory as their own race. That was why Chang Tian became so polite after he realized that his bloodline was pure. He was treating him as one of his own race. Yang Kai, although you were born as a human, you have obtained such a pure dragon race origin. Since you and I are of the same origin, I will not beat around the bush with you. Are you willing to join my Bai Ling continent? Yang Kai was stunned. Me? I can join the Bai Ling continent too? Chang Tian laughed. Why not? Haven't you gotten used to your Holy Spirit body yet? What kind of Holy Spirit am I? Yang Kai did not take it seriously. However, he was caught off guard by Chang Tian's olive branch. He did not know how to answer for a moment. If he refused directly, he did not know if Chang Tian would think too much. However, if he agreed, Chang Tian would definitely see that he did not mean what he said. It was better not to agree. After pondering for a moment, Yang Kai said, "It is my honor to be valued by Master. However, Master should know that I am one of Saint Dream's people. If Saint Dream does not speak..." Chang Tian raised his hand and stopped him. "I will negotiate with you Rumming. I believe that as long as I give up my face, she will not refuse to let you go. Now, it is up to you whether you are willing or not. If you are willing, I can take you as my godson. In the future, the Bai Ling continent will be yours." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard that. The twin sisters were also stunned. The three of them wondered if they had heard it wrong. If Chang Tian promised Yang Kai some other benefits in order to win him over, it would be understandable. After all, Yang Kai could be considered half of his clansmen and had great potential. As long as he had enough time to grow, there might be a second Chang Tian in the Bai Ling continent. When that time came, he would have more confidence in fighting against the other demon saint. However, taking Yang Kai as his godson was too shocking. If he really did that, Yang Kai and Chang Tian's honor would be completely tied together. Chang Tian would also train Yang Kai as the successor of the Bai Ling continent. As long as Yang Kai agreed, he would be second only to Chang Tian in the Bai Ling continent. Wealth and glory would be at his fingertips, and all the holy spirits would have to obey him. Chapter 35:15. Chang Tian's words were a little shocking, and Yang Kai did not know how to answer for a moment. From the bottom of his heart, he was naturally unwilling to agree. He had his own mission in the devil domain, and there would be a day when he would return to the star boundary. No matter how much Longevity Sky disliked those devil saints, he was still a member of the devil domain. There would be a day when the two of them would stand on opposite sides and become each other's enemy. How could he agree to such a suggestion? Therefore, his first reaction was that Chang Tian had lost his mind, or perhaps he had other motives. Otherwise, why would he say such a thing? However, after thinking about it, he felt that this was not the case. With Chang Tian's current cultivation and status, there was no need for him to use such a method to deceive him. Therefore, the only possibility was that Chang Tian was telling the truth, and Yang Kai could feel his sincerity. Did he value him so much just because he was half a clansman? Wasn't this a little too rash? They had only met for the first time, and they did not know each other well. Was it really good to be so sincere? The twin sisters on the other side obviously had the same thought, but they did not dare to casually persuade him because of Chang Tian's prestige. Just as Yang Kai was thinking, Chang Tian suddenly said, "You don't have to rush to answer. You can think about it for a while before you answer me. During this time, you can walk around and see more. The 100 Spirit Continent is the home of all holy spirits, and you're still a holy spirit. Therefore, whether you agree or not, the 100 Spirit Continent will not be your enemy. However, if your holy spirit body is exposed, who knows what the other demon saint will think?" Yang Kai was shocked. Only now did he realize that the holy spirits were a very special group in the demon territory. It was different from the astral boundary. Because of the 100 Spirit Continent and Chang Tian's existence, the holy spirits did not have a good relationship with the demon race. If his dragon race bloodline was exposed, he was afraid that it would lead to some bad things. Moreover, Yu Meng knew that he had the dragon race bloodline, and he had used the dragon form secret technique in front of her before. "Thank you, senior." In any case, Yang Kai was relieved that Chang Tian did not force him to answer immediately. Chang Tian chuckled and waved his hand. The twin sisters, who had been standing at the side, quickly came over and bowed in unison. "Master, what are your orders?" Chang Tian looked at Yang Kai and said, Sister Lien will accompany you. If you need anything, just let them know. When the two sisters heard this, they were surprised. They didn't expect that Chang Tian would ask them to take care of Yang Kai. He really valued him. Otherwise, how could he ask two half-saint level experts to do this kind of thing? It seemed that the master really wanted to cultivate this human as his future successor. They didn't dare to neglect and agreed one after another. Go ahead. Chang Tian waved his hand and closed his eyes after saying that. Yang Kai's heart was full of doubts, but it was not good for him to ask. He could only suppress his confusion, stand up and bow to Chang Tian, and then leave the cold and dark hall. Outside the corridor, he saw the huge lion again, its majestic eyes looking down at Yang Kai, and when it brushed past him, it said in a vigorous voice, "Boy, don't let the master down." It seemed that it knew what was going on inside, otherwise, it wouldn't have said such words. Yang Kai's footsteps paused for a moment, then he turned back and cupped his fists, but didn't make any statement and flew out with Sister Lien. Outside the castle was a mountain range. The mountains were undulating, jagged rocks of grotesque shapes, and waterfalls were everywhere. On a mountain peak 100 miles away, there was a palace, which was the residence of the Sister Lien. Chang Tian had left Yang Kai to the two of them to take care of and didn't make any specific arrangements, so the two sisters could only bring Yang Kai back. On the way back, Yang Kai learned the names of the two sisters. The elder sister was called Black Lotus, and the younger sister was called White Lotus. It was easy to remember. Their names must be related to their identity as holy spirits, but Yang Kai couldn't remember what kind of holy spirit it was. He had something on his mind, but he didn't ask much. After the Sister Lien arranged a place for him to stay, they soon disappeared, and he didn't know what they were doing. Walking around the room for a while, Yang Kai still didn't understand what was going on today. Although the Sister Lien's residence was not small, there seemed to be no servants here for them to order around. Instead, there were a lot of birds and beasts, either playing or crawling around the palace. He quietly opened the window to take a look outside, but there was no trace of anyone. Instead, there was a horse-like beast lying in the courtyard, with a single horn on its head, dark all over, and unusually handsome. He didn't know where it came from, at least Yang Kai didn't see it when he came over just now. As if it had heard the sound of Yang Kai opening the window, this guy actually raised its head and looked over, then stood up straight and snorted. Yang Kai quickly put a finger to his mouth and shushed it, for fear that it would make too much noise and attract the Sister Lien's attention. However, it had to be said that this guy looked even more handsome after standing up. It was 3 feet tall, with a circle of golden edges under its 4 hooves, as if it was stepping on golden flames, and a crescent moon white circle under the horn on its forehead. After getting up, a fierce aura spread out. Yang Kai suddenly felt awestruck. Only now did he realize that this dark horse-like beast actually had extremely terrifying strength. With such cultivation, even if it couldn't transform into a human form, it must have good intelligence. Seeing Yang Kai make such a gesture, it really didn't make any noise, just tilting its head and looking at him. Yang Kai looked around and saw that there was no one around, then nimbly turned over and jumped out of the window, and then quietly walked out. Although Chang Tian's mouth sounded good, and the Sister Lien didn't mean to monitor him after bringing him here, whether this was the case or not still needed to be verified, so he wanted to test it. Coming to the courtyard, under the gaze of the dark horse, Yang Kai walked forward step by step, sneaking like a thief, causing the dark horse to be puzzled. The Sister Lien didn't appear, so Yang Kai's pace quickened a lot. But soon, a pulling force suddenly came from behind him, causing him to stagger. Even his clothes were torn with a ripping sound. Yang Kai's face darkened, and he looked back, only to see the dark horse biting his clothes with its mouth, staring at him innocently with a pair of big eyes. Yang Kai looked up at it, then down at his torn clothes, and couldn't help but have the impulse to curse. The dark horse obviously knew that it had done something wrong, so it quickly let go of the clothes that was bitten, turned its head to the side, and snorted, as if it had nothing to do with it. Shoo! Yang Kai was shocked, and while making a sound, he pressed down with his hands to calm it down. He didn't expect that the beast not only ignored it, but also became more and more cheerful. He didn't know if it was pretending to be crazy or not. Damn it, I'm going to die because of you. Sure enough, after such a disturbance, Yang Kai heard a whoosh and felt two more familiar breaths behind him. Needless to say, it was definitely the sister Lien. "Hey, wind chasing, why are you here?" The elder sister Black Lotus's voice came. "What did you do to wind chasing?" The younger sister White Lotus immediately asked. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes, too lazy to talk to her, but from her tone, this beast seemed to be very important, otherwise White Lotus wouldn't be so nervous. Seeing the sister Lien appear, the dark horse called Wind Chasing no longer snorted, but quickly walked in front of them, lowering its head to rub against them. Black Lotus reached out and stroked its soft mane, smiled slightly and said, "I know, it's not your fault." Yang Kai didn't know what she knew, so he couldn't help but feel a little guilty. The next moment, Black Lotus turned her head and looked at Yang Kai with a smile, and said, "Do you want to go out?" Yang Kai coughed softly and said, "Senior asked me to go out and have a look, and I'm going to enjoy the scenery of the Bailing continent." Anyway, Chang Tian had said it first, so he could just blame it on him. "That's good." Black Lotus smiled meaningfully, as if she had seen through Yang Kai's heart, which was really annoying, and said, "I can't guarantee other things, but the scenery of the Bailing continent is not comparable to other continents. I believe you will like it here after staying here for a long time." "Who would like it here?" Yang Kai snorted in his heart and said, "Do you want to go together?" "If you don't mind." Black Lotus smiled sweetly. I mind very much." Wind-chasing wolf suddenly snorted again, and Black Lotus both looked at it in surprise. Black Lotus said with a strange expression, "Are you sure?" Wind-chasing wolf turned around and walked toward Yang Kai. It came to him in a few steps, and then nudged him with its head. It had to be said that this guy was really strong. Yang Kai felt as if he had been hit by a boulder, and he almost suffered internal injuries. He quickly avoided it, and looked at Black Lotus and said, "What does it mean?" This was a bit strange. Logically speaking, with wind-chasing wolf strength, it should have been able to transform into a human form and gain sentience. However, it seemed that it had a natural defect. Although it could understand human language, it could not speak. This kind of thing was not new in the astral world or in the territory of the devil. Many strange beasts were like this, and could only maintain their beast forms for their whole lives. Black Lotus said with a strange expression, "Wind-chasing wolf wants you to ride it, and it will show you the scenery of the 100-spirit continent." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Wind-chasing wolf, and then at Black Lotus. He wanted to ask if it was a joke, but when he saw Black Lotus' serious expression, he immediately knew that it was not a joke. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and said, "That's not necessary." In any case, he was a second-order Emperor Realm Master who could fly, so there was no need for him to ride a mount. Well, even if he did look majestic while riding this guy, Yang Kai thought. "Boy, don't be ungrateful." Bai Lian suddenly shouted at him coldly. Yang Kai shrunk his neck subconsciously, but when he remembered Chang Tian's previous instructions, he suddenly became tough again. He glared at Bai Lian and said, "What are you shouting for? Do I owe you money or what? You've been so harsh since we met." "Hey, you dare to glare at me? I'm talking about you. If you glare again, I'll dig your eyeballs out." Chapter 35:16. White Lotus was enraged by him. Her beautiful eyes were full of anger. When she was about to say something, Black Lotus suddenly pulled her. White Lotus immediately suppressed her anger. She gritted her teeth and turned her head to the side without saying a word. Changtian's words were quite effective. Yang Kai was secretly pleased. As he said, Bai Lian's attitude towards him was not good since they first met. She always wanted to do something to him, which really made him angry. Now that he was able to make her suffer, of course, he was using the tiger skin as a flag, but it was also a kind of victory. However, Yang Kai obviously did not intend to let her go so easily. Seeing her unconvinced look, he continued, "Apologize." Bai Lian suddenly turned her head and looked at him. Her eyes narrowed slightly, flashing a dangerous cold light. She pursed her lips and said, "What did you say?" Yang Kai slightly raised his head and pointed his chin at her. "I told you to apologize." "Do you want to die?" The cold light in Bai Lian's eyes became brighter. "Okay, That's what you said. Yang Kai nodded. With his hands behind his back, he stepped forward. Black Lotus blocked him and frowned. Where are you going? Yang Kai looked at her and said, Nothing. I'm going to find Master Changtian. Are you going to stop me? Black Lotus was speechless. Why do you want to find Master? Yang Kai snorted. I can't guarantee my safety in the 100-spirit continent. Some people want me to die. I can't stay here anymore. Of course, I'm going to say goodbye to Master and go back to my Cloud Shadow continent. Black Lotus naturally understood what he meant. She sighed and said, My little sister was a little careless just now. Don't be angry with her. Yang Kai curled his lips. I'm angry with her? How do you see it? I can see it with my eyes closed. However, she could not ignore the situation. She could only say softly, My little sister's temper is like this. She often offends people. If you want to apologize, I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Please don't be so calculative. Yang Kai sneered, You didn't want me to die. Why are you apologizing? I'll apologize to whoever offends me. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Lian from the corner of his eyes. He did not want to make things difficult for her. Firstly, he did want to teach her a lesson. Secondly, he wanted to see how effective Chang Tian's words were. If Bai Lian really apologized to him, then things would be interesting. Hey, enough is enough. Black Lotus was also a little angry. Yang Kai's stubbornness made her look down on him. Even though White Lotus was wrong, strength was the only thing that mattered in this world. How could you make others bow their heads when you were not as strong as them? Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Get out of the way. I can't stay here anymore. As he spoke, he bumped straight into Black Lotus. Even though she was much stronger than Yang Kai, Black Lotus still subconsciously leaned her body sideways. If she really bumped into Yang Kai, he would take advantage of her. She naturally refused to do such a thing. Sorry. Suddenly, there was a mosquito-like voice behind him. Yang Kai paused his steps and turned his head to look back, only to see Bai Lian biting her lips angrily, her fists clenched tightly as her tender body trembled slightly. She really apologized. Yang Kai was very surprised. Before he could recover from his shock, Bai Lian had already turned into a streak of white light and disappeared into the mountains. It seemed that she, a half-saint, was forced to apologize to Yang Kai, so she didn't have the face to stay. Black Lotus reached out as if she wanted to catch her, but in the end, she failed. She sighed heavily and looked up at Yang Kai. Are you satisfied now? After all, they were sisters. Her sister was forced to leave, so she was unhappy. Oh, it's okay. Yang Kai laughed. But in this way, he believed Chang Tian's words. He turned around with his hands behind his back and looked at her. Well, take me around. Black Lotus said coldly, What about Shui Feng? Why do I need him? Yang Kai did not intend to ride him. This black horse did not seem to be a good thing. He had not even asked it for compensation for tearing his clothes. As soon as he said this, Kai Yang felt his clothes being bitten again. Looking back, it really was Shui Feng. Using his mouth to bite his clothes, he continued to pull Kai Yang onto his body. Shui Feng's posture was telling Kai Yang that he had to ride him no matter what. This guy was so strong that Yang Kai's clothes were torn apart in a few seconds. That's enough. Yang Kai was furious. Believe it or not, I will beat you. Shui Feng was shocked when he saw that Shui Feng was angry. He quickly let go of the tattered clothes and bowed his head. He was a little sad and his eyes were full of grievances. Looking at him, Yang Kai could not bear it. After all, he was just an animal. Even if he had intelligence, he did not have a sound mind. Black Lotus suddenly chuckled and said, Even if you beat us sisters, you will be fine in the Bailing continent. But if you dare to beat Shui Feng, I promise you will not live to see tomorrow. Her words revealed a lot of information. Yang Kai could not help but turn to look at her. What do you mean? Does this guy have a high status in the Bailing continent? After a pause, he showed a frightened look. Could it be Senior Chongqian's? That was not right. He did not feel the bloodline of the dragon race from Shui Feng. If it was really Chongqian's something, there must be traces of the dragon race bloodline. Black Lotus came forward and stroked Shui Feng's mane. A look of reminiscence appeared on her face. It is not what you think. Zhui Feng used to be Master's mount. He met the Master when he was young. He fought with the Master from the north to the south. They lived and died together for tens of thousands of years. In the early years, when the Master was not so strong, Zhui Feng saved his life many times. It could be said that without Zhui Feng, there would not be today's Master. At that time, my sister and I were just little demon marshals. She turned to look at Yang Kai and smiled. Do you think it has a high status in the Bailing continent? Hearing this, Yang Kai looked at Zhui Feng in surprise. This guy was Changqian's mount before? He really did not notice this. But after looking at it carefully, Yang Kai found that there were countless wounds on Zhui Feng's body. Obviously, they were the wounds left by countless battles of life and death. But in this case, Zhui Feng should have a high status in the Bailing continent. He had fought with Changtian for tens of thousands of years and saved Changtian's life many times. Even if he was now idle and useless, as long as he was alive, no one in the Bailing continent would dare to provoke him. Otherwise, they would have to bear Changtian's wrath. When Black Lotus said these things, Zhui Feng, who lowered his head because of Yang Kai's unkind attitude, couldn't help but raise his head. He snorted and his hooves, which were wrapped in gold, moved restlessly. His eyes were shining with a fierce light. A kind of murderous aura spread from his strong body. It seemed that Black Lotus's words reminded him of the flowing time great emperor who accompanied Changtian to fight everywhere. This gave Yang Kai an illusion that as long as he rode on Zhui Feng, even if there were millions of soldiers in front of him, he could defeat them. For so many years, I have never seen Zhui Feng so close to anyone other than the Master. Black Lotus looked at Yang Kai incredulously. You are the first one. Yang Kai said thoughtfully, because of my bloodline? Probably. Changtian was a magic dragon, and Yang Kai had the original power of the Golden Holy Dragon. They both had the bloodline of the dragon race. If Zhui Feng was close to Yang Kai because of this, it was reasonable. Otherwise, there was no reason for him to be so entangled. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai asked, "What kind of holy spirit is Zhui Feng?" Black Lotus shook his head and said, "I don't know. In the early years, I heard from the Master that Zhui Feng's bloodline was very messy. He didn't come from the same kind of holy spirit. Because of this reason, Zhui Feng has great strength, but it is difficult for him to turn into a human figure in this life. But it doesn't matter. For the Master, Zhui Feng is like his child and his only friend. Because he couldn't turn into a human figure, he could become Changtian's friend." Yang Kai nodded. He turned over and got on the horse's back. He reached out and patted Zhui Feng's neck. "Since you recognize me, please take me there." Suddenly feeling the weight on his body, Zhui Feng suddenly raised his head. He looked extremely excited and neighed to the sky. Black Lotus stared at this scene. The figure on the back of the tall horse vaguely overlapped with the invincible figure that galloped everywhere in the past. Black Lotus' thoughts were tumbling, and the sound of war seemed to echo in his ears. With a whoosh, Zhui Feng had already rushed out like lightning. His 4 hooves were burning with golden demon flames. He left a dazzling golden light in the void and cut through the sky. Yang Kai, who was sitting on the horse's back, was almost thrown off. He hurriedly cast a spell to protect his body from the oncoming wind. His eyes were wide open with an incredible look. Fast, fast, very fast. Zhui Feng's speed was beyond his imagination. It was the fastest speed he had ever experienced. The Demon King and the Emperor realm couldn't be compared with it at all. Even a half-saint couldn't catch up with it. Turning his head and looking back, he could only see a small black dot chasing after him in the distance. It should be Black Lotus, but it was getting farther and farther away. He estimated that it would disappear in a while. Yang Kai finally understood why Zhui Feng could save Changtian's life several times in the past. With such a terrifying speed, even a half-saint couldn't do anything to it. It was the biggest guarantee for escaping. Although Yang Kai's space divine ability was good at preserving his life, if someone interfered with the void, he wouldn't be able to teleport. However, Wind Chaser was different. Speed was its instinct, so to some extent, it had its own advantages and disadvantages compared to Yang Kai's teleportation. And this was not Jue Feng's fastest speed. When he rushed out with Yang Kai, he was extremely excited. In the following time, he kept accelerating. Even though Yang Kai had the cultivation of the Emperor realm, he could hardly see the surrounding scenery. He could only feel everything retreating from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 35:17. Like a bolt of lightning, like a flash of light, the spirit mountains and rivers beneath his feet rapidly receded. The wind blowing against his face was extremely strong. Such speed was something Yang Kai had never seen or heard of before. At a certain moment, when wind-chasing wolf increased its speed to the extreme, it suddenly looked up to the sky and screamed continuously. There was obvious excitement in its voice. The entire Bailing continent was very large, at least on the map. But in front of wind-chasing wolf's extreme speed, the continent was not so big. Wind-chasing wolf circled around a certain territory. After half a day, its speed gradually decreased and it fell into a valley. After half a day of running, it did not feel tired at all. Instead, it was as if it had just done a warm-up. It was still full of energy. The valley was filled with lush greenery, exotic flowers and rare grasses, and a layer of hazy light enveloped this place, causing the valley to look like a wonderland, beautiful and magnificent. Black Lotus had been waiting here, as if she had known that wind-chasing wolf would come here. They looked at each other with a trace of helplessness. She could not catch up with wind-chasing wolf, so she could only wait here. Yang Kai turned over and patted wind-chasing wolf's back. Wind-chasing wolf tilted its head and rubbed against him. "How is it?" Black Lotus walked over and asked with a smile. Yang Kai nodded gently. "It lives up to its reputation." He thought that it would be great if he could take wind-chasing wolf away. This guy looked good as a mount, and its speed was so fast. It would be a great help in both traveling and fighting. But this idea was just in his mind. Even though wind-chasing wolf was close to him because of the blood of the dragon race, Yang Kai estimated that he could not take it away. At least, he could not pass the test of Changtian. Looking around, Yang Kai asked suspiciously, "Where is this place?" In fact, he felt strange that Black Lotus had come here to wait in advance. Black Lotus said, "This is wind-chasing wolf's territory." "I see." Just as they were talking, wind-chasing wolf suddenly neighed. The next moment, a group of demonic flame horses ran over from all directions. They all had delicate features and soft and shiny manes, but they were generally a size smaller than wind-chasing wolf. When they came close, they gathered around wind-chasing wolf and rubbed their ears. Yang Kai looked carefully and found that these devil flame horses should be wind-chasing wolf's companions. He could not help laughing. This guy was quite comfortable. After teasing wind-chasing wolf for a while, Yang Kai and Black Lotus flew out again. He had no choice. He did not see anything on wind-chasing wolf's back. He could only let Black Lotus lead him to walk around again. There were 4 gates in the entire 100-spirit continent. Yang Kai thought that Changtian sent him here to use his law of space to repair the gates. But after some investigation, he found that there was no problem with the gates. It could be said that they were very stable. This made him a little confused. Since there was no problem with the gates, why did Changtian send 3 half-saint to kidnap him here? But after some probing, he found that Black Lotus did not mean to stop him from leaving the 100-spirit continent. When he was close to the gates, he could take the opportunity to escape. But once he left the gates, he would be randomly transmitted to a neighboring continent. At that time, even if Black Lotus chased after him, he would not be able to catch him again. It could be seen that the 100-spirit continent did not mean any harm to him. Maybe at the beginning, but after Yang Kai exposed the origin of the dragon race, Changtian changed his mind. "Senior Cheng, what do you want me to do?" On the way back, Yang Kai asked. Black Lotus smiled and said, "Since the master did not tell you, I can't say more. If you really want to know, you may as well ask him directly. If the master is willing, he will tell you the whole story." Yang Kai could not help but roll his eyes. When they returned to the mountain where Sister Lotus lived, White Lotus was waiting in front of the palace. When she saw her sister and Yang Kai appear, she said, "Yu Ru Meng is here." Black Lotus turned his head and looked at Yang Kai, the corners of his mouth curling up. "He seems to value you quite a bit." It had only been a few days since they came back with Yang Kai, but Yu Meng had already rushed over. This meant that when they returned, Yu Meng had already left the Phantom Continent. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to arrive at the 100-spirit continent so quickly. This female demon saint obviously valued Yang Kai very much. Where is she? Yang Kai looked at White Lotus and asked. She is talking to the master, but the master said that if you come back, he should send a message immediately. Yang Kai nodded, indicating that he had no objection. White Lotus immediately cast a spell to send a message. Not long after, a dazzling light was seen in the distance. When it came close, who else could it be but Yu Meng? At this moment, she had a nervous look on her face. She directly landed beside Yang Kai and looked him up and down. Then she asked, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Yang Kai smiled slightly. He could not help but feel a little complicated. The words of Bei Li Mo and the great emperors of the bright moon echoed in his ears. He could ignore Bei Li Mo's words, but the words of the great emperors of the bright moon made him have to be more careful. Yu Meng's nervousness and concern were not fake. The restriction of the heart seal secret technique connected her to him. For her, he was the most important person in her life. Anyone who tried to hurt him was her enemy. Could such a woman really hide something from him? Could she really break the restriction of the heart seal secret technique at a critical moment? Yang Kai did not know. Perhaps the truth would only be revealed at that time. Now he could not help but be grateful for the strength of the soul-warming lotus. If it were not for this treasure, he would never be able to break free from the influence of the heart seal secret technique. Perhaps he would have made an irreparable mistake. "It's good that you're fine." Yu Meng snorted softly. Her cold eyes circled around the Lotus sisters, making the two sisters involuntarily nervous. If Yu Meng really wanted to attack them here, they would not be able to resist. After all, they were also involved in the kidnapping of Yang Kai. At this time, it was reasonable for Yu Meng to settle the score with them. Fortunately, Yu Meng did not seem to have any intention of attacking. Perhaps she was afraid of Chang Tian. At this moment, Chang Tian's figure appeared and landed on the side. The Lotus sisters finally breathed a sigh of relief. With Chang Tian here, even if Yu Meng was angry, she could not really attack them. They had escaped a disaster. "I told you I didn't do anything to him, but you didn't believe me." Chang Tian crossed his hands with a faint smile on his face. Yu Meng turned her head and said in a deep voice, "What the hell are you doing? If you want to repair the gate, you just need to tell me. Do you think I will stop you?" This was also what she could not understand. Yang Kai's ability was known throughout the demon territory. All the demon saint wanted to borrow his power, and she did not stop them. These days, Yang Kai had been to several demon saint territories. Who would have thought that he would be kidnapped by the people of the 100-spirit continent? Although the relationship between the 100-spirit continent and the entire demon territory was not very good, some superficial things still had to be maintained. Moreover, if there was really a problem with the gate of the 100-spirit continent, even if Chang Tian did not repair it himself, the other demon saint would ask Yang Kai to help repair it. After all, if the 100-spirit continent was lost, where would the demon territory find so many mounts with good bloodlines? Chang Tian smiled slightly. "The gate is just a small matter. I am only interested in the boy himself. I am warning you, don't you dare have any ideas about him. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you." Yu Meng stared at Chang Tian vigilantly. Chang Tian laughed and shook his head. "Don't misunderstand. I don't want to do anything to him. I just heard that he has the blood of the dragon race, so I got him here and wanted to adopt him. You can ask him, have I restricted his freedom these days?" Yang Kai's expression changed when he heard this. Although there was no big problem with Chang Tian's words, the order of cause and effect was reversed. Chang Tian clearly found out that he had the blood of the dragon race after he came, and he did not hear about it before. In this way, he must have had another purpose in the beginning, but Yang Kai could not figure out what it was. Adopted son? On the other side, Yu Meng's face darkened. She was a demon saint. Although Chang Tian was not one of the 12 demon saints, his status and cultivation were comparable to Yu Meng. In other words, the two of them were on the same level. Yang Kai was her man. If Chang Tian really adopted Yang Kai as his adopted son, wouldn't Yu Rumeng be a junior for no reason? So she said with a pale face, "In your dreams." She turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "You didn't agree to it, did you?" Yang Kai shook his head and whispered, "I didn't ask you, how could I agree?" He was secretly happy. Originally, he was still thinking about how to refuse Chang Tian's previous proposal, but now he had the best excuse. Yu Rumeng did not agree. This reason was simply impeccable. He estimated that Chang Tian would not mention the idea of an adopted son again in the future. After a pause, he said, "But Senior really has no malice towards me and did not restrict my freedom these days." Hearing him say this, Yu Rumeng's face relaxed slightly. She nodded gently and said, "That's for the best." She turned to look at Chang Tian and said, "If you want to repair the realm gate, then don't waste time. You can do it now. After you're done, I will take him away from here." She was not at ease leaving Yang Kai here. Since she had come in person, she naturally had to take Yang Kai with her. "This matter is not urgent." Chang Tian smiled slightly. "I have another thing to discuss with you." Yu Rumeng frowned and said, "What is it?" Chang Tian stared straight at her, not saying a word, but his divine sense was quietly surging. Yu Rumeng was first vigilant, then stunned, and finally showed a shocked expression. She also urged her divine sense to communicate with Chang Tian. After a while, the two stopped talking. Yu Rumeng stood there motionless, lost in thought. Yang Kai and Sister Lien were confused. They did not know what they were talking about, but Yang Kai had a faint premonition that the content of their conversation was definitely related to him. Chapter 35:18. "Well, if it's really as you say, it doesn't matter if I agree." A moment later, Yu Rumeng seemed to have made up her mind and stared at Chang Tian. "You better not play any tricks." Chang Tian chuckled. "This concerns the future of this continent. How can I be careless?" He tilted his head and looked at Yu Rumeng. "So it's settled then?" Yu Rumeng snorted and did not comment, but Chang Tian knew that she had agreed to his proposal. After all, this matter would not only not cause her any loss, but would also benefit her a lot. Walking to Yang Kai's side, Yu Rumeng held his hand and said softly, "Come with me." Yang Kai obeyed and walked side by side with her. He did not fly out but just strolled in the jungle, listening to the birds and insects around them. Behind them, the Lien sisters looked at the backs of the two in amazement. Although they knew that Yu Rumeng valued Yang Kai very much, they did not expect the relationship between the two to be so close. Putting aside status and cultivation, this man and woman were clearly each other's life partners. How could a devil saint be interested in a human? Even if this human had the bloodline of a holy spirit, the jungle was dense, and the towering trees were as thick as several people's arms. Rustling sounds came from under their feet. Without outsiders, Yu Rumeng did not have the majesty of a saint in the demon territory. She leaned her head on Yang Kai's shoulder like a little woman with a peaceful expression. She was not in a hurry to speak, and Yang Kai did not ask her either. This moment of peace brought a rare enjoyment. "So good." Interlocking their fingers, Yu Rumeng's mouth curved into a smile. Yang Kai lowered his eyes to look at her, his mouth touching her soft hair, a sweet fragrance wafting through his nose. Yu Rumeng smiled. "This is good, it would be even better if it could stay like this." Yang Kai raised his hand and pinched the tip of her delicate nose. "If you want, we can put everything aside and find a place to live in seclusion." Yu Rumeng broke into laughter and said, "We have already failed to live in seclusion once. Do you want to do it again? What happened last time didn't count." Yang Kai felt a little guilty. Just as he was about to say something, Yu Rumeng suddenly raised a finger and put it on his lips. She murmured, "If one day I did something wrong to you, would you hate me?" "Is he here?" Yang Kai's heart trembled as he recalled Bei Limo's provocation and Ming Yu's warning. With a smile on his face, he asked softly, "For example?" Yu Rumeng smiled faintly. "There is no example, but if there is such a day." Yang Kai stopped, and Yu Rumeng had no choice but to stop as well. She looked at him in confusion. Stretching out his hands and holding Yu Rumeng's shoulders, Yang Kai looked straight into those beautiful eyes that seemed capable of captivating one's soul and said slowly, No matter what you do, I will not blame you, let alone hate you. Yu Ru Meng's pupils suddenly shrank, as if something had hammered her heart. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a dense light. Pursing her red lips, she tiptoed, held Yang Kai's cheeks with both hands, and took the initiative to move closer. The soft touch made Yang Kai feel as if he had fallen into a swamp and couldn't extricate himself. After a long time, Yu Ru Meng suddenly grabbed Yang Kai's hand from her lower abdomen and pushed his chest fiercely. She glared at him and said, "You're making trouble again." Her cheeks were rosy and tender. The female succubus demon saint bloomed with an indescribable temptation at this moment. Yang Kai only felt his throat dry up, and he felt as if he was about to lose his mind. He bit the tip of his tongue fiercely to sober up a lot. Yu Ru Meng put her hand on her chest and panted violently a few times. She slowly calmed down, but the blush on her face didn't dissipate. She whispered, "Wait a little longer, I'm not ready yet." This was the disadvantage of being weaker than others. You couldn't take the initiative at all. Even if you could make the other party dizzy with sweet words, you would still fall short at the last moment. Seeing Yang Kai's listless look, Yu Ru Meng changed the topic and said, "I have something I need your help with. If there's anything between us, just say it." Yu Ru Meng pursed her lips and said with a smile, "What if I ask you to do something difficult?" Yang Kai shrugged, "You know I can't refuse you." These words undoubtedly made her very happy. She tiptoed and kissed Yang Kai on the cheek like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water. Was this a reward? Yang Kai's stomach was filled with dissatisfaction. "Chang Tian wants you to stay in the 100-spirit continent, and I agree." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Aren't you afraid that he will harm me?" Yu Ru Meng slowly shook her head. "If he really wanted to harm you, he would have done it before I came here. There's no need to delay until now. What's more, you said before that this side doesn't seem to have any malice towards you." "That's right." Yang Kai nodded and said, "When I went out to investigate with Black Lotus before, I came near a realm gate. At that time, if I wanted to leave, she couldn't stop me at all." "That's right." Yu Ru Meng changed the topic and said with divine thought, "Chang Tian doesn't have much time left." Yang Kai was shocked when he heard this and looked at Yu Ru Meng in astonishment. "How do you know?" Yu Ru Meng chuckled and said, "This is not a secret among the demon saint. Everyone knows that he doesn't have much time left. In fact, according to his birth and current cultivation, this situation shouldn't have happened. However, in his early years, he fought everywhere and suffered many injuries, which damaged his vitality. Therefore, I guess that he can only live for another 2,000 or 3,000 years at most. 2,000 to 3,000 years, to some ordinary people, was the time of dozens of lifetimes added together. Even for cultivators, it was not a short period of time. But for a great demon saint who had a long lifespan, 2,000 to 3,000 years, was simply too short. What does this have to do with me staying in the 100-spirit continent? Yang Kai frowned. Yu Ru Meng said, "Didn't you hear that he intends to adopt you? Because of Chang Tian, the 100-spirit continent does not have a good relationship with us, demon saint. Once he dies, the 100-spirit continent will be divided by the 12 demon saint. All the creatures living here will have a bleak future. Those with low cultivation may have a chance to live, but those who have reached the level of a demon king will either have their cultivation abolished or be directly executed. Otherwise, they will be branded with the divine soul brand and become slaves. Holy spirits are so proud, how can they be willing to be slaves? Therefore, the most likely situation is that if Chang Tian dies, the 100-spirit continent will definitely be bathed in blood. When that time comes, how many holy spirits will survive? Chang Tian has fought for the 100-spirit continent all his life. It was not easy for him to separate this continent from the territory ruled by us demon saint. He fought for a place for the holy spirits in the entire demon territory. How can he bear to see his life's work disappear like this? How can he bear to see the blood of the holy spirits he tried so hard to protect? So, he wants to adopt me and train me to be his successor? There is no suitable successor in the 100-spirit continent now. You have the bloodline of the dragon race, so naturally, you will be favored by Chang Tian. Maybe you can grow up in 2,000 or 3,000 years, but it is still hope. Did he tell you all this himself? Yang Kai frowned slightly. Chang Tian was one of the top masters in the demon territory. How could he confide in Yu Rumeng so easily? Yu Rumeng chuckled and said, I know what you are thinking, but he did say all this himself. Of course, there are some things that I know. Don't doubt his intentions. To him, you and I are one, and we share honor and disgrace. If he wants to work on you, he will not be able to avoid me. If he can persuade me not to interfere, it will also be good for him. All he wants is the stability of the 100-spirit continent and the safety of the holy spirits here. If you can really take over the 100-spirit continent in 2,000 or 3,000 years, you will be able to fulfill his wish. At that time, with me supporting you, the other demon saint will not make things difficult for you. Yang Kai nodded when he heard this. He understood why Yu Rumeng was so enthusiastic about this matter. Although it was Changqian's wish, it was also good for Yu Rumeng. Once Yang Kai took over the 100-spirit continent, she would basically have a share of the continent. Obtaining the control of the 100-spirit continent without bloodshed was something that the 12 demon saint had wanted to do for many years but had not been able to do it. Then, what does he want me to do? Yang Kai asked. Yu Rumeng said, he asked someone to kidnap you in the beginning. He wanted you to seal all the realm gates. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Seal the realm gates? That's right. Yu Rumeng stroked the long hair beside her ear. Since you can repair the realm gates, you should be able to seal them. Yang Kai was silent for a moment, then nodded. It shouldn't be difficult. Although he had never done such a thing before, as long as he thought about it carefully, he should be able to seal the realm gates if there was no problem. This method was the opposite of repairing the realm gates, so it was not difficult in terms of technique. Once the realm gates of the 100-spirit continent are sealed, this continent will lose contact with the demon territory. The entire continent will become a safe haven for all the holy spirits. In this way, even if Chang Tian dies, we demon saint can't do anything to the holy spirits here. That's not necessarily true. Yang Kai shook his head slowly. There's no problem with the realm gates here. Although I can seal it, if I encounter an attack that's too powerful, the seal may be broken and the realm gates will reappear. If he really did that, he would only be shooting himself in the foot. Ordinary people might not be able to break the seal, but the demon saint's attack was extremely powerful. Yang Kai was not confident that his seal could block the demon saint's attack. Is that so? Yu Rumeng tilted her head and looked at him. It's very likely. After all, I haven't tried it. Of course, it's also possible that the realm gates and the seal will be broken together. As he spoke, Yang Kai was shocked. If Changtian's initial plan was to let him seal the realm gates, then he would definitely have no way to survive after sealing them. At the very least, he would not be able to leave the 100-spirit continent. Chang Tian would definitely not let a person who was proficient in the law of space stay outside. He secretly exclaimed that it was a close call. Fortunately, he had the bloodline of the dragon race in him. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Chapter 35:19. Yu Rumeng did not stay in the 100-spirit continent for long. After confirming that Yang Kai's life was not in danger, she left in a hurry, as if she had something important to do. Yang Kai could not help but think of Mingyu, the great empress. If there was anything that could make a demon saint so worried, it was most likely related to Mingyu. Yang Kai even thought that she might have sent him to the Cloud Shadow continent because she wanted to borrow his power to repair the World Gate, as she said, and also because she did not want him by her side. Although he had betrayed the star boundary in Yu Rumeng's eyes, he was born there after all. She might still be worried that he would be reluctant to leave his homeland. It was not that Yang Kai did not think of passing the news back to the star boundary and asking the great emperors to find a way to help Mingyu, but the passage between the two worlds was guarded by countless demon race, so it was impossible for him to return to the star boundary quietly. Thinking of the one-year agreement with Mingyu, Yang Kai felt his heart sink. When the time came, he would be the only one who could help Mingyu. However, Yang Kai was not sure if he could take him out of the demon territory under the watch of the 12 demon saint. In fact, Yang Kai was not even sure if he could help him in any way. The battle between the great emperors and the demon saint was too high level. With his current second-order Emperor realm cultivation, he was unable to intervene. The day after Yu Rumeng left, Chang Tian called Yang Kai over and had an open and honest talk. Indeed, as Yu Rumeng said, his original plan was to borrow Yang Kai's power to seal all the world gates in the 100-spirit continent, creating the illusion that the entire continent was out of the demon territory. Of course, this separation was different from the previous continents that had disappeared. If the entire devil territory was a whole, then those continents felt like dead parts to Yang Kai. The disappearance of the portal caused those continents to gradually collapse and turn into pieces. Yang Kai used the power of space to seal the portal and took the initiative to hide the 100-spirit continent. The two were completely different. After hiding, the 100-spirit continent would not be in danger of collapsing, and the creatures here would not be affected by the other continents in the devil territory. However, after discovering Yang Kai's dragon race bloodline, Chang Tian changed his mind. He had wanted to do that before because he could not see any hope. Although there were many half-saint creatures in the 100-spirit continent, it was difficult for any of them to be of great use. At the very least, no one would be able to grow to the level where they could fight against the demon saint in the next 2,000 or 3,000 years. Once Long Tian passed away, no one would be able to shoulder the burden of the 100-spirit continent. However, it was different now. A little light was ignited in the darkness, allowing Chang Tian to see hope again. Even though Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng were very close, he could not care so much. If he could entrust the 100-spirit continent to her, it was undoubtedly what he wanted to see the most. It could even be said that it was because of Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng's close relationship that he was more confident in entrusting her. When the time came, even if Yang Kai's strength did not grow as expected, as long as Yu Rumeng helped him, the other demon saint would not ask for trouble. Yang Kai's words strengthened Chang Tian's determination in this regard. The portal could be sealed, but it could not guarantee that the 100-spirit continent would disappear completely. This directly dispelled his initial plan. However, even so, the portal still needed to be sealed. There were 4 portals in the 100-spirit continent. Chang Tian needed Yang Kai to seal 3 of them, leaving only 1. In this way, only 1 half-saint would be needed to guard the portal. It would not be like before, where the 100-spirit continent had to send 4 half-saint to seal the portal at all times to prevent thieves from sneaking in. Yang Kai naturally had no reason to refuse. Instead, he was looking forward to it. If it wasn't for Chang Tian's reminder, he wouldn't have thought of this. He was already familiar with repairing and maintaining realm gates, but he had never done anything like sealing realm gates before. The main reason was that his thinking was a little dark. Furthermore, he didn't dare to act recklessly in the territory of those devil saints. If he really did so, it would definitely cause some trouble. However, the 100-spirit continent had such a need. Perhaps this would give him some new inspiration on the law of space. Thinking of this, Yang Kai hurriedly left the dark and empty hall. Under the guidance of the Lotus Sisters, he set off for the nearest portal. Windchaser also found him and ran around randomly. Yang Kai fiercely scolded it before it finally stopped. The Lotus Sisters were frightened. Although Windchaser had shown a very friendly attitude towards Yang Kai before and was even willing to let him ride it, in fact, the entire 100-spirit continent knew that Windchaser was as arrogant as any half-saint. In the early years, after the 100-spirit continent was unified, a newly promoted half-saint was arrogant and provoked Windchaser. As a result, Windchaser chased that person for 3 whole years and knocked that person's cultivation level down from half-saint. That person had not recovered until now. What happened in the past was only a trivial matter, so trivial that the Lotus Sisters had already forgotten what it was. But this trivial matter had led to the desolation of a half-sage. Now, there was actually someone who dared to reprimand Windchaser and even made a move on him. However, Windchaser did not have much of a reaction. It was really unbelievable. Just because he had a similar bloodline to the master, he could be treated like this? Without Windchaser's interference, Yang Kai could finally focus on his research. Although he didn't think that sealing the realm gate would be difficult before, actually implementing it was completely different from maintaining and repairing it. It wasn't something that could be done simply by reversing the flow of the realm gate. It involved many things that he had never thought of. Sealing the realm gate really gave him a lot of new inspiration in the use of the space principles. After almost a month, Yang Kai finally had a clue. One day, the space principles suddenly fluctuated. The Lotus sisters, who had been bored and cultivating on a mountain not far away, opened their eyes and looked up. In the next moment, the two sisters revealed looks of surprise. In the void, in front of the realm gate, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and spread his fingers, covering the huge realm gate. From his palm, the invisible power of principles dissipated. Like stones falling into a calm lake, ripples visible to the naked eye spread outwards, gradually wrapping the entire realm gate. Wherever the ripples passed, the realm gate suddenly became a little ethereal, as if covered by a layer of gauze, making it difficult to see clearly. Even though the Lotus sisters were not proficient in the space principles, seeing this scene, they knew that Yang Kai should have made a breakthrough in sealing the realm gate. Perhaps they could witness this magical moment with their own eyes. Sure enough, as the ripples continued to fluctuate, the realm gate became more and more hazy, like a picture on a piece of paper that had become blurred after experiencing wind and frost. After a full 3 days, the void where the realm gate originally existed was empty. Whether it was observed with the naked eye or perceived with divine sense, there was no longer any trace of the realm gate. Yang Kai still maintained the same posture, the space principles fluctuating endlessly. The Lotus sisters couldn't see any trace, but it didn't mean that he couldn't see it. The state of the realm gate in front of him could be said to be hidden. Without his guidance, no one could pass through this realm gate, but if he used a very strong force, it was possible to make the realm gate reappear. Since he had done it, he naturally had to do his best. Another half a day later, Yang Kai suddenly exhaled a long breath, slowly lowered his raised hand, and the space principles that had been fluctuating disappeared without a trace. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Yang Kai flew down directly, found a place to sit down cross-legged, threw a few spirit pills into his mouth, and meditated to adjust his breath. A few days of continuous use of the space principles was not a small burden for him, so he could take advantage of the recovery time to consolidate his gains. Seeing this, the Lotus sisters hurriedly flew nearby, one on the left and one on the right. Although it was unlikely that there would be some blind guy coming to make trouble, they always had to be prepared. 2 hours later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, the thoughtful look in his eyes gradually disappeared, and he nodded to the Lotus sisters. Black Lotus said, "Is this considered a success?" Yang Kai raised his hand and said, "You can go and try." Black Lotus glanced at him and went to try. The result was pleasing. Just from the appearance, there was no trace of the previous existence of the realm gate. After shuttling back and forth, it also proved the fact that the realm gate was sealed. If this news was passed back, it would surely make the master a little happy. White Lotus asked, "Has this realm gate been completely destroyed by you, or is there a chance to recover?" Yang Kai looked at her with some surprise. He did not expect this woman to be quite sharp, even though she looked annoying. She actually thought of this level, at least his sister Black Lotus did not have this idea. Since it is a seal, it should be possible to recover in theory, but whether it is successful or not, I still have to try. In fact, even if she did not ask, Yang Kai was ready to restore the realm gate, not to show off, but to confirm his own idea. If it could not be restored, he would have to ask Chang Tian if he wanted to seal the other realm gates. He did not want to make the realm gate disappear and not be able to find it back. It would not be good if he made Chang Tian unhappy. After all, this realm gate was different from the other realm gates that disappeared. He took the initiative to make it disappear. Without hesitation, Yang Kai flew to the place where he was before again, and like before, he stretched out a hand and covered the void. The space law fluctuated as seen before, the ripples spread out again. The outline of the disappeared realm gate gradually appeared. In less than a quarter of an hour, the realm gate appeared in the vision of the three people again. Windchaser stared at it with a very surprised look, from time to time flying up and down around the realm gate, as if he wanted to see a flower from here. The first time, it took a few days to seal the realm gate, but the restoration only took a quarter of an hour. It was not that practice made perfect, but the restoration was much easier than the sealing, even easier than the restoration of the disappeared realm gates. I will report the news here to the master. White Lotus said, and then turned into a stream of light, flying towards the castle. Chapter 35:20. With the experience of the first seal, the rest was much simpler. In less than 10 days, Yang Kai had sealed 3 of the 4 world gates on the 100-spirit continent, leaving only 1 world gate as a passageway to enter and exit the 100-spirit continent. In this way, as long as this entrance and exit were guarded, no one could sneak into the 100-spirit continent to commit crimes. Yang Kai didn't know if a demon saint level master could break his seal with all his strength, but at least a half-saint wouldn't be able to. The Lotus Sisters had personally verified this point. Yang Kai estimated that even if his seal couldn't defend against the demon saint's attack, it should be able to hold on for a while. If he could shorten the time of the seal, he might be able to use this method to do something. So, for a long time, Yang Kai stayed in front of one of the 100-spirit continents gate and kept sealing it, restoring it, sealing it, restoring it, repeating the process over and over again. The Lotus Sisters were a little speechless as they watched from the side, not knowing what he was doing. The task assigned by Master Chang Tian had been completed, and they could have gone home a long time ago, but this guy was here looking for trouble, causing them to have to stay by his side to guard him. Naturally, they were a little unhappy. Black Lotus went to ask Yang Kai, and the answer she got was to use this method to cultivate the space principles. Anyway, she didn't know how to cultivate the space principles, so whatever Yang Kai said was the truth. However, Yang Kai's progress was obvious. In the beginning, it took him 3 days to seal a world gate, but later, the time it took became shorter and shorter. After a few months, he didn't even need 10 breaths of time to seal a world gate, and he could make the sealed world gate reappear with a raise of his hand. This made the Lotus Sisters feel a little incredulous. In the entire demon territory, only the demon saint knew a thing or two about how world gates were formed, but for so many years, no one had ever been able to play with world gates like toys. On this day, while Yang Kai was working hard to master his method of sealing world gates, his heart suddenly moved. He stopped what he was doing and immersed his mind into the small sealed world. The voice of the embodiment immediately rang in his ears, "I'm going to break through." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and then he was overjoyed. After devouring the origin of the stone fire, the avatar went into a long period of slumber. When it woke up, it was almost at the peak of the Emperor realm. After such a long period of time, it had been cultivating non-stop with the help of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor. Naturally, its strength had increased tremendously. Previously, it had been devouring the Million Demons pill to accumulate the power to break through. It could be said that Yang Kai had been waiting for it to grow into a half-saint. He had found quite a number of myriad demon pills from those missing continents, and now that he had consumed about 70 to 80% of them, it was time for him to make a breakthrough. However, Yang Kai did not expect that the breakthrough this time would come a little late. In his estimation, the Dharmakaya should have broken through long ago. "Let you out?" Yang Kai asked. The world principles in the small sealed world were now complete, so there was no problem for the Emperor realm to break through inside, but since the embodiment contacted him like this, it was certain that it could not cross the final step in the small sealed world. Yang Kai thought that it needed to complete the breakthrough in the outside world. "It's no use, I feel like I need to go back to the Cloud Shadow mainland." This answer puzzled Yang Kai a little, but when he thought about how the embodiment was now the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, he understood. There must be something he did not know about, and if the embodiment wanted to break through the shackles, it would probably need to rely on some factors in the Cloud Shadow mainland. Thinking so, Yang Kai immediately said, "Wait." Saying so, he restored the sealed world gate, turned around, and stepped on Zhui Feng's back, and said to the Lien sisters, "I have something to discuss with Senior Chang Tian, I'll take my leave first." Clamping his legs together, Zhui Feng let out a hiss and turned into a bolt of lightning. Behind him, the Lien sisters looked at each other, not knowing what he was doing, so they could only hurriedly chase after him. Since Chang Tian had entrusted Yang Kai's safety to them, they had to stay close to him. Galloping all the way, they returned to the castle in a short while. Jumping off the back of the horse, Yang Kai hurriedly walked inside. The giant beast called the lion suddenly appeared and blocked his way, looking down at Yang Kai condescendingly, and said in a booming voice, "Kid, what's the matter?" Perhaps it was because of his relationship with Chang Tian, but the lion's attitude towards Yang Kai was quite good. He didn't show the contempt he had when they first met. Yang Kai gave a fist salute and said, "I want to see Senior." The lion tilted its head and listened for a moment, then nodded gently and said, "Go in, the master is inside." As it spoke, it moved aside. It was still that dark, cold, and empty hall. Chang Tian sat cross-legged in the center of the hall. Dark demonic aura filled it like flowing clouds. When Yang Kai entered, the demonic aura returned to Chang Tian like a whale sucking in water, not leaving a single drop behind. Two bright rays of light lit up in the darkness, like two small suns. Without further ado, Yang Kai gave a fist salute and said, "Senior, I need to go back to the Cloud Shadow Continent, and I'm here to say goodbye to you." Chang Tian nodded and said, "Go, be careful." "Why don't you ask me what I'm going to do?" Yang Kai was slightly startled by Chang Tian's straightforwardness, but this was exactly what he wanted to see. If Chang Tian did not let him go, he really did not know what to do. "Thank you, Senior." Yang Kai turned and left. After all, he was in the 100 Spirit Continent, and if he wanted to go back to the Cloud Shadow Continent, he would have to say goodbye to Chang Tian. Otherwise, he would not have wasted time to come back. "Let Wind-Chasing Wolf accompany you." Chang Tian's voice came from behind. It's not convenient for Sister Lian to show her face outside, but Wind-Chasing Wolf is different. With him accompanying you, I don't think anyone will dare to do anything to you. Yang Kai paused, turned around and nodded slightly to Chang Tian, and sped up to leave the hall. When he went out, he met the lion again, and it looked surprised. "You're done." How long had he been in there? It seemed to have only been a few breaths. Yang Kai smiled slightly. "Master is very easy to talk to." "Only you are easy to talk to." The lion stared at his back thoughtfully. Sister Lian chased him all the way back, and just happened to see Yang Kai turn around and ride on Wind-Chasing Wolf, and disappear in the blink of an eye. They were speechless. But very soon, Chang Tian's divine sense transmission entered their ears. After learning the whole story, the two sisters heaved a sigh of relief. They had been accompanying Yang Kai for the past few months and had nothing to do, so they were really bored. Above the void, Wind-Chasing Wolf was excited, especially after passing through the realm gate of the 100 Spirit Continent and entering another continent. This change was particularly obvious, and it felt like a fish in the vast sea and a bird in the sky. Although the 100 Spirit Continent was large, it was still a cage for Wind-Chasing Wolf. Only the entire demon territory was suitable for him to gallop. The earth flew under his feet, and the wind blowing in his face forced Yang Kai to use his Emperor Qi to resist, but Wind-Chasing Wolf was happy to endure it, and his speed was getting faster and faster. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, they passed through one realm gate after another, crossing one continent after another. In less than half a day, the man and his mount had returned from the 100 Spirit Continent to Cloud Shadow Continent. It was a terrifyingly short time. As soon as they returned to Cloud Shadow Continent, Yang Kai got off his mount, patted Wind-Chasing Wolf's neck, and then stretched out his hand to open a gap in the sealed world bead. In the next moment, the huge figure of the embodiment appeared from the void, startling Wind-Chasing Wolf. He jumped away immediately and stared at the embodiment with great vigilance. Yang Kai did not have time to comfort him, because the embodiment's aura was fluctuating at the moment, and it was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, but because it was in the small sealed world bead, it could not resonate with the Cloud Shadow Continent, so it had not been able to cross that barrier. After it appeared from the small sealed world bead, the fluctuating aura became more and more obvious. High in the sky, the embodiment fell quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it became a small black. However, the moment it landed on the ground, it silently melted into the ground and disappeared without a trace. Wind-Chasing Wolf was surprised when he saw this, and he immediately chased after it. At the place where the embodiment disappeared, he dug a big hole in the ground with his 4 hooves. Yang Kai stood in midair with a solemn expression, staring at a certain place on the ground. Although he could not see the embodiment, he could perceive its location. In this world, no matter if it was a human, a monster, or a demon, Any breakthrough to a great realm was a test of life and death. Yang Kai did not know whether the breakthrough of a half-saint counted as a breakthrough to a great realm, nor did he know whether the embodiment would encounter any danger, but right now, there was nothing he could do to help. The embodiment could only rely on itself. Fortunately, although the embodiment cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques, it was able to avoid the aftereffects of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques to a great extent because it was born as a stone mongoose. Otherwise, just devouring so much energy would be enough to make it suffer unimaginable hardships during the breakthrough. From this point alone, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, who cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques to the level of the strongest Great Emperors in history, was indeed a hero among men. Yang Kai could not figure out how the embodiment resolved the various discomforts caused by cultivating the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle techniques. Yang Kai thought that the breakthrough of the embodiment this time would definitely cause a natural phenomenon, and it might even cause a great deal of destruction. After all, it was closely related to the Cloud Shadow mainland. But what he did not expect was that after the embodiment sank into the ground, it did not move anymore. Not to mention any natural phenomenon, there was not even the slightest sound. It was as if the embodiment had sunk into the ground and fallen into a deep sleep. He tried to perceive with his heart, but he could not find much information. The inseparable connection between him and the embodiment had also become blurred, as if it had entered a different world. A hissing sound was heard, waking Yang Kai from his worry. He turned his head and saw Wind-Chasing Wolf, who was covered in mud, screaming beside him. This guy had been looking for the embodiment for a long time, but he still could not find it. Instead, he made a big hole in the ground. It seemed that he was here to complain to Yang Kai. Yang Kai did not have time to pay attention to him, so he directly pushed his head aside. Chapter 35:21. Time passed, and the embodiment had already sunk into the ground for several hours, but there was still no movement. This made Yang Kai frown, secretly worried. The state of the embodiment was clearly a sign that it was about to break through, but why was there no sound until now? The vagueness of his perception did not allow him to accurately detect the current situation of the embodiment, which made him a little anxious. Suddenly, heaven and earth trembled, and a layer of faintly discernible vibration waves appeared in the void, bursting out in all directions. Yang Kai's expression turned serious, and he looked around, keenly aware that there seemed to be a subtle change in the energy between heaven and earth. If the whole world was in a state of stillness just now, then this stillness slowly began to flow, as if there was an invisible hand slowly stirring up the wind and clouds. Thump! A dull and heavy sound came from the depths of the earth, like the sound of a strong heartbeat, and also like someone beating the war drum of a charge from tens of thousands of feet below. As the sound came out, the flow of energy suddenly accelerated, and the world suddenly changed. The whistling sound of the wind filled the ears, and the tide of energy gathering from all directions to a certain place below the ground. Thump, thump, thump. One after another, dull sounds came out. This strange sound, like the sound of a heartbeat, gave the illusion that the whole world was about to come to life. Even the long dragon-like mountain range in the distance was undulating, as if the earth was breathing. The energy of heaven and earth gathered more and more, and it became denser and denser, and it all poured into the ground and disappeared. Underground, there seemed to be a black hole that could devour everything. No matter how much energy poured in, it would be devoured cleanly. In the fierce wind, the chasing wind hissed, irritable and restless. Yang Kai was as still as a mountain, his gaze piercing through the void and penetrating the earth. In the depths of the earth, a vigorous aura was slowly growing stronger, like a dragon that had awakened from a deep slumber. Such an astonishing phenomenon of heaven and earth naturally alarmed the nearby demon race, who rushed over to investigate the situation, but they were all blocked by an invisible force, unable to come within 1,000 miles. The embodiment was the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, and it was not difficult for him to do this with this identity. The embodiment's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Even if Yang Kai didn't pay special attention to it, he could still clearly sense it. At a certain point, the embodiment's aura suddenly stopped growing. It seemed to have reached a certain limit. Not only did it not grow stronger, but it even decreased. When Yang Kai, who had been paying attention to the embodiment's movements, saw this, his face darkened. He knew that the embodiment must have run into trouble. Breaking through to the half-saint realm wasn't a simple matter. The demon territory had the myriad demon pill, but there weren't many half-saint realm experts. This wasn't because the accumulation of power was disadvantageous, but because of the shackles of one's own comprehension. If one couldn't break through this level, he would never be able to reach a higher level. Fortunately, it didn't take long for the falling aura to strengthen once again and climb to its peak. However, the situation this time was almost exactly the same as before. When the aura reached its peak, it couldn't go any further and quickly fell back down. Yang Kai's face darkened. As the saying goes, the first drum builds up the spirit, the second weakens it, and the third exhausts it. The accumulation of power could penetrate a stone with dripping water, and sand could build a tower. However, if the breakthrough was delayed for too long, the chances of success would become smaller. Moreover, the embodiment's breakthrough this time was a little strange. He didn't see the familiar world energy baptism. He didn't know if this was because he was in the demon territory and the star boundaries world principles were different, or if there were other reasons. However, what was certain was that the embodiment was indeed in a state of breakthrough. This inevitably made Yang Kai a little worried. He had been in the second-order Emperor realm for a long time now. Who knew when he would break through to the third-order Emperor realm? What if the world principles of the two worlds were different, causing problems during the breakthrough? What if there was no world energy baptism at that time? It was indeed too early to worry about this. Perhaps the embodiment's breakthrough would give him some inspiration. Over the next few days, the embodiment remained in the same state as before. The aura coming from the ground continued to cycle between getting stronger and weaker. Yang Kai really couldn't figure out what was going on. Logically speaking, if the embodiment hadn't completed the breakthrough for such a long time, it should have failed. The price of failure was either a drop in cultivation or death. There was no other possibility. However, in Yang Kai's perception, not only was there no problem with the embodiment, it even gave him a feeling that it had merged with the entire Cloud Shadow mainland and was in a deep sleep. The strength of the aura was the same as the rhythm of its breathing. Such a long period of abnormality naturally alarmed many demon kings in Cloud Shadow. In, Lao Kakusen, and the others came to investigate the situation, but they were all blocked 1,000 miles away. Fortunately, Yang Kai noticed their arrival and took the initiative to contact them, which made them feel a lot more at ease. After all, they were very worried about the sudden abnormality in Cloud Shadow and didn't know what was going on. Now that they confirmed that it was Yang Kai's doing, they immediately felt relieved. Compared to this, they were more surprised that Yang Kai suddenly returned safely. Previously, when the Holy Spirit of the 100-Spirit Continent appeared and kidnapped him, no one knew what would happen to Yang Kai in the end. Then, several months had passed without any news. They could only confirm that Yang Kai was not dead by seeing that Tukaro and the others were safe and sound. The 3 demon kings of the 100-Spirit Continent had been planted with the Divine Soul brand by Yang Kai. If something happened to Yang Kai, the 3 of them would definitely be buried with him. There was no possibility of survival. Since there was nothing to do, Yang Kai simply went to meet them 1,000 miles away. After asking around, he learned that nothing special happened in Cloud Shadow recently. However, because he was kidnapped, many people were a little worried, especially Li Shiqing. She kept persuading Yin and the others to gather the power of Cloud Shadow and go to the 100-Spirit Continent to rescue him. Naturally, Yin and the others couldn't agree. As members of the demon race, they knew the terrifying power of the 100-Spirit Continent. It was not something that Cloud Shadow Continent could contend with. They could easily send a half-saint to destroy Cloud Shadow. This was not a matter of loyalty, but an instinctive choice. After persuading Yin and the others, Li Shiqing even planned to go to the Phantom Continent to find Yu Rumeng. Fortunately, she was stopped by Boya. Yang Kai was a little surprised. After all, he didn't treat her well. When they first met, he even slapped her. However, when he thought about how he and she were the only 2 humans in the entire demon territory, he felt that they were in the same boat. It wasn't hard to understand why Li Shiqing would do this. If something happened to him, she would be isolated and helpless in the demon territory. No matter how bad his attitude was to her, they were still of the same race. While Yin and the others were talking, wind-chasing wolf flew up and down, causing many members of the demon race to look at it. However, the group of demon race members didn't recognize wind-chasing wolf. They only thought that this mount looked extraordinary. Their king actually kidnapped a mount from the 100-spirit continent? This made Yin and the others a little surprised. It seemed that their king didn't encounter any harsh treatment in the 100-spirit continent. The sun rose and the moon disappeared. Time passed. 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. Although he had never seen how other half-saint broke through, he was sure that no one would spend so much time to break through. Yang Kai reckoned that Dharmakaya was the first to break through. There was no change every day. Every day was the same as before. It gave people the illusion that the world was repeating itself. One day after 2 months, when the Dharmakaya's aura reached its peak, it didn't fall back down like before. Instead, it continued to rise. Yang Kai didn't notice it at first. After all, he had been paying attention to it for 2 months without any change. Who would have thought that there would be a change at this time? It wasn't until the Dharmakaya's aura broke through its previous limit and reached a new peak that he suddenly woke up with a look of excitement. Yin and the others obviously noticed this change. They all looked at him. The Dharmakaya's aura didn't fall back down. Instead, it continued to rise. It kept rising, rising, and rising. Finally, at a certain moment, there seemed to be a sound of something breaking. The rising aura reached its peak. The energy of heaven and earth gathered underground like a tsunami and was immediately swallowed up. Half-step sage! Lao Ku exclaimed in excitement. After waiting and observing for nearly 2 months, even if Yang Kai didn't explain, they knew that someone was breaking through a big realm. Moreover, the person breaking through was definitely related to Yang Kai. Now, this brand new aura undoubtedly meant that the person had succeeded in breaking through. In other words, Cloud Shadow Mainland had its own half-saint from now on. They no longer had to act according to others' wishes. If Cloud Shadow didn't have its own half-saint, how could it have been oppressed and enslaved by Yusang? But who was this person? When did he refine Cloud Shadow's origin? Noticing the curious gazes around him, Yang Kai didn't intend to explain. Currently, only Yu Rumeng knew about the existence of Dharmakaya in the territory of demons. Now that he had broken through to half-saint, he could use it as a trump card. Naturally, it was better to hide it for as long as possible. He still remembered that Yusang was eyeing him covetously. Although he was now sent to the two-realm battlefield, who knew if he would come back? But now that he had Dharmakaya, he didn't need to fear him anymore. The aura of the newly advanced half-saint gradually disappeared. Clark and the others showed a trace of disappointment. Originally, they wanted to pay him a visit, but looking at the situation, he didn't plan to show himself. So, they could only leave it at that. Fortunately, they could confirm that this newly advanced half-saint had a good relationship with their king. They might have a chance to meet him in the future. After instructing Clark and the others to wait, Yang Kai flew 1,000 miles away and found Dharmakaya that had drilled out of the ground. They looked at each other. Yang Kai showed a surprised expression because Dharmakaya seemed to have become smaller. Although Dharmakaya could freely change its size, it usually maintained a comfortable state. Previously, because it had refined stone fire's origin, its size had increased by 3 feet. But now, it was only as tall as a person. Chapter 35-22. Although his body had become smaller, it did not mean that his power had weakened. Instead, it was a symbol of condensing. The originally obvious features of the Holy Spirit had also changed. The stone spikes that grew on the surface of his body had also disappeared. The lumps of stone were like towering muscles, full of explosive power. The evil fire was faintly discernible in the cracks of the stone body, and the demonic aura that wrapped around his body was so dense that it soared into the sky. Perhaps because it had just been promoted, the embodiment was still unable to freely control its own power. Yang Kai could clearly feel the aura of a half-saint from his body, which was a kind of power that surpassed that of the Demon King and the Emperor realm. Without making a comparison, he did not know whether there was any gap between the embodiment and those veteran half-saint masters. With a surge of divine sense, Yang Kai took the embodiment back into the sealed world bead and let it consolidate its cultivation. After that, he returned to join Yin and the others. Not in a hurry, Yang Kai rode on Wind Chaser and led a group of demon race members towards Cloud Shadow City. It was almost a year away from the agreed date with Mingyu. Now that the dust had settled on the embodiment, it was time to go to the Phantom Continent and look for Yu Rumeng. If something happened to Mingyu, Yu Rumeng would definitely be the first to know. If he stayed by her side, he would be able to know the movements of the Eternal Heaven Continent at any time and make plans in advance. Just as he was thinking this, he suddenly saw a group of demon race members rushing over from the distance. They had hurried expressions, but when they saw Yang Kai at the front, they were slightly startled. They immediately cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, great king, master." Yang Kai nodded slightly and looked at them condescendingly. "What's the matter?" The demon race was just a demon commander. It seemed like he had flown over from Cloud Shadow City. He cupped his hands and replied, "Reporting to your majesty, according to the report of our spies, all the continents in the demon territory are urgently mobilizing their troops. Even the half-saint master has been mobilized. It seems like a storm is brewing, but we don't know what it is for." Previously, in order to search for Mingyu's whereabouts, Yang Kai had dispatched a lot of people from Cloud Shadow and Basket Plains to various continents within the demon territory to scout for information. Although they had found Mingyu, these spies had never returned. Instead, they had been constantly sending information from various places within the demon territory back to Cloud Shadow City. Recently, they had discovered some abnormalities in the other continents, as if something big was about to happen. Naturally, they would report it immediately. Lao Ku frowned and asked, "Did something happen in the two-realm battlefield?" All the continents were mobilizing their troops. Many half-saint realm experts were mobilized. This was obviously a big deal. Apart from the changes in the two-realm battlefield, there shouldn't be any other reason for the demon territory to make such a big move. The demon commander shook his head and said, "I don't know, but what?" But everyone, the target of the half-saint master seems to be the Eternal Heaven Continent and not the two-realm battlefield. The Eternal Heaven Continent. Yang Kai's expression changed. He lowered his body slightly and stared at the demon commander in front of him. "Are you sure it's the Eternal Heaven Continent?" The demon commander felt a little weak under Yang Kai's stare. He swallowed his saliva and said, "That's what the spies reported. It said that there are already millions of troops stationed outside the Eternal Heaven Continent. That meant that something had happened in the Eternal Heaven Continent." The first person Yang Kai thought of was Mingyu. Just now, he had planned to go to the Phantom Continent to look for Yu Rumeng. Mingyu was heavily injured and trapped in the Eternal Heaven Continent. Not only was there a magnificent great formation, there was also a demon saint personally guarding it. The demon race didn't hesitate to sacrifice all the living beings in the Eternal Heaven Continent to activate the power of the Great Formation. They wanted to keep Mingyu in the demon territory forever. However, no one expected that he would secretly sneak in and leave 3 leaves of the Immortal Tree for Mingyu. With the help of the leaves of the Immortal Tree, Mingyu could recover within a year. Although he was still alone, at least Mingyu was no longer a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. A great emperor's in peak condition and a heavily injured great emperor's were 2 completely different existences. The demon saint had miscalculated on this point. He would probably have to pay a great price for this. The mobilization of troops from the various continents and the mobilization of the half-saint was the best sign. This sign indicated that a battle had already broken out in the Eternal Heaven Continent. The demon saint had probably discovered that the situation was different from what they had expected. Otherwise, why would they need to mobilize reinforcements? If Mingyu was in his previous state, he would only become weaker and weaker. Just the power of Shueli and the Great Formation would be enough to consign him to eternal damnation. Pay attention to the news in a year's time. If there are any changes, remember to come here. I still have some things to tell you. With Mingyu's words echoing in his ears, Yang Kai's legs clamped on Windchaser and he turned around and rushed toward the nearest realm gate. "My king, where are you going?" Lao Ku exclaimed. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and disappeared with Windchase. Yin, Lao Ku, and the others were left looking at each other in dismay. They didn't know what was wrong with Yang Kai. However, before they could figure it out, Yang Kai, who had already gone far away, actually returned. His expression was so serious that it was a little scary. He then gave an order, quickly gather all of Cloud Shadow and Basket Plane's combat power. Follow me to the Eternal Heaven Continent. It was a little too conspicuous for him to go to the Eternal Heaven Continent alone. If he brought some people with him, even if he was asked, he would have an excuse to explain himself. In any case, everyone was gathering at the Eternal Heaven Continent. Cloud Shadow was just following the crowd. We're also going to the Eternal Heaven Continent? Lao Ku looked surprised. Yin looked up at Yang Kai and said, My king, what happened at the Eternal Heaven Continent? Why did she become so impatient after hearing this inexplicable news? Yang Kai impatiently waved his hand and said, Why are you asking so many questions? Hurry up and gather people. Carson hesitated and said, But my king, I didn't receive any orders to. Are you saying that this king's words are not orders? Yang Kai looked at him coldly, causing Carson to immediately swallow the rest of his words. After a while, the members of the demon race scattered and passed down the order. Although Yang Kai was impatient and couldn't wait to fly to the Eternal Heaven Continent to see Ming Yu's situation, he could only wait patiently. The battle between the great emperors and the demon saint couldn't be decided in a short time. Even if he went there early, it would be useless. With his current strength, he couldn't intervene in a battle of this level. If Ming Yu wanted to escape, she had to rely on herself. Moreover, he didn't know how Ming Yu would contact him. Under the watchful eyes of so many demon saints, nothing could escape their observation. In a short time, the two continents of Cloud Shadow and the Blue Plain were in turmoil. Many members of the demon race were mobilized and gathered at the designated realm gates. 3 days later, the 1,000,000 troops of Cloud Shadow gathered. This was because there wasn't enough time. If there was more time, it would be more than enough to gather several times more people. After all, the population of a continent was still very large. The 1,000,000 troops majestically passed through the realm gates, forming a long line that stretched as far as the eye could see. When they stepped into the territory of the Blue Plain continent and arrived at another realm gate, Tokuro, Baza, and the others had already gathered their 1,000,000 troops and were quietly waiting. When the two sides met, Yang Kai's army was more than 2,000,000 troops. When he was defending Roaring Tiger City, Yang Kai only had a few 100,000 troops. The difference was several times greater. When the number of troops increased, the troops became somewhat messy. Fortunately, many Demon King were obedient, so it wasn't too troublesome to unify them. The speed of an army naturally couldn't compare to that of a single person. Yang Kai estimated that it would take at least half a month for him to arrive at the Eternal Heaven Continent with these 2,000,000 troops. I hope nothing bad happened to Ming Yu. After passing through one realm gate after another, the army continued to approach the Eternal Heaven Continent. Yang Kai's mood became calmer and calmer day by day. He no longer had the initial impatience and uneasiness. He had already made up his mind that if the time came, he would use Zhue Feng's speed to escape with Ming Yu. As for whether or not they could escape, he could only leave it to fate. Furthermore, he was not sure if Zhue Feng would cooperate with him. Although this fellow was very close to him, it still had its own intellect, so it might not be willing to leave the dark domain with him. On the Eternal Heaven Continent, the Blood Sea was surging. 12 blood-colored pillars were like nails nailed to the ground by the gods, turning the vast territory into an impenetrable prison. Outside the Blood Sea prison, many blood demons were rolling with their devil energy, urging the power of the Blood Sea. In addition, countless demon race were stationed outside the prison, ready to guard against any accidents. Among them, there were more than a dozen half-saint realm experts. However, the situation here was a little different from the last time Yang Kai had come here. The biggest difference was that the demon race that had continuously thrown themselves into the Blood Sea had all disappeared. All the living beings on the Eternal Heaven Continent had been sacrificed, and the Blood Sea's power had been pushed to the extreme. The entire Blood Sea seemed to be boiling, rolling and churning, and constantly emitting huge bubbles. Inside the Blood Sea, countless ghosts were shuttling back and forth, emitting waves of ghostly wails and howls that shook one's soul. Suddenly, a surge of power rushed out from the Blood Sea, and an invisible shockwave spread in all directions. At the same time, the blood demons that had gathered around the Blood Sea exploded into a bloody mist without a sound. Not even their bones were left behind. Seeing this, the demon race that had sealed off the surrounding area all revealed expressions of fear. The empty spots were quickly filled by other blood demons, continuing to maintain the Blood Sea's power without decreasing. However, this method definitely couldn't be maintained for long. The blood demons that were able to participate in this matter were existences that were at least at the level of demon commanders. Although the blood demon race was a large race in the entire demon territory and had a large population, they still couldn't withstand this kind of consumption. If this continued, the death of the mid and high-level blood demons might cause the entire race to weaken. 10 breaths later, another surge of power surged out from the depths of the Blood Sea. However, this time, it wasn't an invisible shockwave, but a bright and dazzling white light. Wherever the white light passed, several vacuum passages were created in the Blood Sea. Wherever it passed, the blood water evaporated, and the demon race members that were grazed by the white light died on the spot without a sound. On the blood-colored pillar, Xue Li's expression was cold. His blood-colored long hair fluttered, and his scarlet eyes were almost filled with the light of anger. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "Mingyue, you're courting death." Chapter 35-23. He had clearly severely injured him and sacrificed all the living beings of the Eternal Heaven continent to exhaust his remaining strength. After such a long time, he should have become weaker and weaker until he died without any power to fight back. Then, he should have been digested by the laws of heaven and earth in the demon territory. So why was he still able to resist? Furthermore, judging from the traces of Ming Yu's attack, this guy's aura was even more stable and powerful than when he was first trapped here. It felt like he had recovered to his peak state. What was going on? Where did he go wrong? Xue Li's expression was cold. He couldn't understand. The injuries on Ming Yu's body were obvious to all. Before he was trapped here, he was injured by several demons sent working together. The wound on his abdomen was caused by Xue Li himself. For this reason, he didn't hesitate to use a secret technique that hurt himself as well as the enemy. Xue Li believed that no one in the world could heal such an injury other than himself. As one of the great emperors of the Star Realm, Ming Yu definitely didn't lack healing pills. But how could his secret technique be blocked by mere pills? Xue Li wanted nothing more than to dive into the depths of the Blood Sea and see Ming Yu's current state with his own eyes. However, the Blood Sea that was originally under his control had a circle of pure land filled with gentle light that blocked the power of the Great Formation. Xue Li couldn't see the situation inside at all. Since he couldn't see, then he could only test it out. He had personally guarded this place, but had still allowed the Blood Demon clan to be slaughtered like vegetables. If news of this were to spread, it would be a joke. With a low shout, Xue Li raised his hands. His tall body shook, and a vast amount of devil energy wildly surged out. The boiling Blood Sea had a trace of strange silence at this moment, as if an invisible hand had pressed down all of its movements. In the next instant, the Blood Sea suddenly started to spin clockwise, rolling up a tremendous force. In the blink of an eye, a giant blood ball appeared in the middle of the 12 blood-colored pillars. The blood ball was completely red. Even from thousands of kilometers away, it could be seen clearly. It was as if the full moon in the sky had been dyed red and had fallen to the ground. It brought an indescribable horror, as if the world was about to meet its end. At the center of the blood ball, a faint white light was refracted. This was the only pure land that Bright Moon had formed by pushing aside the sea of blood with her supreme cultivation. However, this pure land was almost imperceptible compared to the entire blood ball. Within the sea of blood, blood shadows the size of a palm took shape. If one looked closely, they would discover that these blood shadows were blood-colored bats. Under Xue Li's control, they covered the sky and covered the earth as they charged towards the pure white land. However, the moment they came into contact with the gentle light, they all turned into dust and disappeared. The number of blood-colored bats was enormous, and they were constantly being born and disappearing. However, no matter how many blood-colored bats there were, they were unable to weaken the light of the Pure Land. He originally thought that with the 12 great devilish formation and the sea of blood gathered by all living beings in the eternal heaven continent, it would be enough to eliminate Mingyu. Who would have thought that Mingyu still had the strength to struggle? Since his original plan was no longer feasible, he could only make some adjustments. Once he thought of this, a hint of determination flashed through Xue Li's scarlet eyes. He formed a seal with both hands, and as the demonic energy on his body surged, the blood ball spun even faster. The indescribable speed created a tornado. Looking down from the sky, the world below seemed to have turned into a spinning top that was about to spin the entire eternal heaven continent. The blood devils around the great formation all retreated, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Under Xue Li's control, all kinds of blood creatures were born in the Blood Sea. They rushed toward the Pure Land and then disappeared when they came into contact with the pure white light. The Blood Sea had an extremely strong corrosive power, while the gentle light had an unparalleled purifying power. This was a battle between corrosion and purification. Mingyu and Xue Li were like natural enemies as they clashed with their great Daos, causing the entire world to lose its color. As time passed, the blood ball gradually shrank in size. However, the Pure Land didn't move at all. It didn't shrink in the slightest. Many half-saint and demon race watched from afar and felt their hearts ache. That ball of blood had been obtained through the blood sacrifice of all the living beings in the eternal heaven continent. In other words, Xue Li was currently using the power of all the living beings in the eternal heaven continent to fight against Mingyu. Every time it shrank, it represented the sacrifice of hundreds of thousands, or even millions, of devils. Moreover, it was unknown whether this sacrifice was meaningful. On the other hand, Xue Li's expression didn't change after he made his move. The shrinking of the blood ball didn't affect him in the slightest. To him, if he could weaken Mingyu again, it would be worth it even if he sacrificed 2 or 3 more living beings in the continents, let alone making the blood ball disappear completely. There were hundreds of continents in the demon territory, but there were only 12 demon saint. If he could exchange 2 or 3 continents worth of living beings for 1 demon saint spot, it would be a very good deal. Moreover, the blood sacrifices were only the living beings in those continents, not the continents themselves. This kind of low-level demon race was nothing to the demon saint. The demon territory didn't have much, but it had a large population. When the time came, they just had to migrate some demon race members from other continents, and they would naturally be able to restore the vitality of the continents that had been sacrificed. The sizzling sound didn't stop, and it even covered the movement caused by the blood ball's rotation. That was the sound of Mingyu's light purifying the blood water. Inside the dark red blood ball, the originally weak light grew stronger and stronger. It seemed that as the blood ball's volume decreased, the Pure Land's range gradually expanded as well. A trace of surprise finally flashed through Xue Li's scarlet eyes. If he was certain that Mingyu's injuries had healed at the beginning, then he was certain now that Mingyu had definitely recovered to her peak condition, or she had used some kind of secret technique to forcefully stabilize her injuries. Otherwise, it was impossible for her to be so powerful. He couldn't delay any longer. From the looks of it, the situation would only worsen if he delayed any longer. If Mingyu really managed to escape, then as the person in charge of guarding this place, he would definitely lose all face. Xue Li suddenly lifted his foot and stomped on the blood-colored pillar beneath his feet. An invisible force spread along the blood-colored pillar and instantly spread to the other 11 blood-colored pillars. The long pillars that had been acting as the foundation of the formation all this time suddenly flashed with a strange light. The complicated patterns on the pillars gradually flowed. 11 streams of blood separated from the blood ball and were absorbed by the blood-colored pillars. The blood flowed along the pillars all the way to the top, condensing into blood-colored figures. 11 blood-colored pillars, 11 blood-colored figures. Coincidentally, there was a blood-colored figure standing on each blood-colored pillar. They resonated with Xue Li from afar and formed the strongest formation in the entire demon territory, the 12 Great Devilish Formation. There were tall and short figures, male and female, and their bodies were constructed from blood. Their facial features were clear, and their eyes were bright and spirited. Different auras were exuded from their bodies, but each and every one of them was the aura of a demon saint. These 12 figures represented the 12 strongest existences within the demon territory. However, other than Xue Li's true body, the other 11 were all avatars that had descended. As the foundation of the 12 great devilish formation, a wisp of each demon saint's soul was sealed. At a critical moment, the person in charge of the formation could naturally use a secret technique to awaken these avatars and increase the power of the formation. For example, at this moment. Among them, Yuru Meng and Bailey Mo were among them. However, other than the two of them, 90% of the other 10 demons saint were male. Xue Li, what's the situation now? One of the tall figures glanced around, then turned to look at Xue Li and asked, "Can't you see what's going on? Ming Yu clearly tricked all of us. Damn it." Another hoarse voice rang out, mixed with anger. Even though it was only avatars that had descended, the demon saint weren't idiots. The situation was clear at a glance. Ming Yu had the ability to resist the blood ball. Clearly, she wasn't in a dying state like they had expected. She was looking for a chance to escape. "Xue Li, you were too careless. You can't even keep an eye on a half-dead guy. You're practically trash." A short figure cackled strangely. This person was extremely conspicuous among the 12 demon saint because he was extremely short. He was only about the size of a 5 or 6-year-old child. However, his body was rolling and looked rather comical. However, his aura was the most dangerous out of all the demon saint. He was like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Once this was said, many of the demons saint frowned. It was undeniable that Xue Li was responsible for this situation. If he had noticed Ming Yu's condition earlier, he might have been able to avoid the current situation. However, if they thought about it carefully, this probably had nothing to do with Xue Li. If the great emperors of the Star Realm were so easy to deal with, they wouldn't have spent so much effort to set up this trap. If it were anyone else guarding this place, they might not have done as well as Xue Li. After all, Xue Li was a blood demon. The power of the blood sacrifice of the living beings of the continent could only be maximized in his hands. However, with something like this happening, someone had to be the scapegoat. As soon as the short man finished speaking, Xue Li turned his head and looked at him. He grinned and said, "Huobo, who gave you the guts to speak to me like this? Could it be that you've forgotten the pain of being beaten 20,000 years ago? Do you want to try again? If you want, I don't mind teaching you a lesson." The demon saint called Huobo jumped up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His rolling body actually swelled up, and his already dangerous aura became much more dangerous. "You still dare to mention something from 20,000 years ago? If you hadn't cheated back then, how could I have been humiliated by you?" Xue Li sneered, "It was you who was childish and stupid. How can you blame it on me? Although a brain is a good thing, not everyone has it." Chapter 35-24. Although they were all demon saint, there were still differences in strength between them. This was not only the case in the demon territory, but also the great emperors in the astral plane. For example, the Heavens Revelation's Great Emperor and the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor were definitely no match for other great emperors if they were to fight. The two of them were never known for their battle strength, and among the 10 great emperors in the astral plane, the one who was the best at fighting was probably the Iron Blood Great Emperor. This could be seen from the honorific title of Iron Blood. The enmity between Xue Li and this Huobo could be traced back to 20,000 years ago. Although the details were unclear, it could be inferred from their conversation that this demon saint named Huobo had suffered a great loss at Xue Li's hands 20,000 years ago. Otherwise, the two of them would not have remembered it so clearly even after such a long time had passed. What? After a few words, Huobo was immediately enraged. He stomped his feet on the blood-red pillar and shouted angrily, "Xue Li, I'll make you die a horrible death." Xue Li coldly snorted, "You think I won't dare to destroy a mere fragment of your soul?" Huobo was immediately silenced. Everyone knew that he had a grudge with Xue Li. He originally wanted to use this matter to mock the other, but if he really angered the other and destroyed a fragment of his soul, the other demon saint would not stand up for him. Once the fragment of his soul was destroyed, he would definitely be injured as well. However, he was not willing to just be threatened by Xueli and not do anything. Fortunately, someone jumped out at this time to smooth things over. Enough, let's not talk too much. You can settle your grudges privately. The most important thing right now is Mingyue. The demon saint who spoke had a pair of wings on his back. It looked like he was from the same clan as Boya. He should be a demon saint who was born as a feather demon. He looked around and coldly spat out, "To kill or not to kill?" It was not that the demon saint did not have the ability to kill Mingyue in the demon territory. When he was heavily injured, there was an excellent opportunity. However, at that time, their plan was to let the demon territory digest Mingyue and add a demon saint position to the demon territory while permanently reducing the number of great emperors in the astral plane. This was why they set up a great formation and sacrificed billions of lives. However, things did not go as they wished. Now that Mingyu had the means to escape, their previous plan was about to fail. They could only think of other ways. No one could give an answer to the question raised by the feather demon saint. If they killed him, then all of their previous plans would have been in vain. The billions of lives on the Eternal Heaven continent would have died in vain. However, if they did not kill him, who knew how much damage a trapped great emperors could cause? Even for the demon saint, this was a dilemma. Silence. Only the incessant sizzling sound of pure white light purifying the blood could be heard. Countless pairs of eyes were cast towards a tall figure. It was as though this devil saint had the highest prestige among all of them, and his words would be able to convince everyone. Under the gazes of the crowd, this devil saint opened his mouth and said, "Let's try again. If it really doesn't work, we will use the second plan." The shadow demon saint said, "Although the second plan has a chance of success, we discussed it before. The clansmen of the demon race may not be able to obtain the recognition of that world. Once they fail to obtain the recognition of that world, they will undoubtedly die. Moreover, the most important thing is that if we really do this, I'm afraid that many of the half-saint subordinates will die. It's impossible for them to kill great emperors without paying a price." The demon saint Sand Demon said, "Since it's an opportunity, then we have to fight for it. Whether or not we can obtain the recognition of that world will depend on whether the people below us are blessed. As for life and death, I believe that they are more willing to disregard life and death for their own future. If it were us, we would also make the same choice." Many demon saint nodded in agreement. This time, even Xueli and Huobu, who disliked each other, agreed. Seeing this, the tall demon saint who spoke before said, "Since no one has any objections, then let's do it this way." After the discussion, the 12 demon saint formed hand seals in unison. In an instant, the 12 blood-red pillars bloomed with blood-red light, filling the world. The shrinking blood sphere also released a terrifying aura. Under the support of the 12 great demon array, the power of the blood sphere was increased to the extreme. The pure white light was constantly being compressed and weakened. In the end, not even the slightest bit of light could be seen. In less than an hour, even Mingyu's aura was almost undetectable. Seeing this, many demon saint could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Previously, they really thought that Mingyu had completely recovered. Now, it seemed that it was just a false alarm. Mingyu had probably used some secret technique to suppress his injuries as a last-ditch effort. Unfortunately, he had underestimated the power of the 12 great demon array. If Xueli was really the only one here, then he might have succeeded. However, Mingyu did not know that this array could summon the soul fragments of other demons saint to increase its power at any time. It could only be said that he had failed on the verge of success and was destined to fall in the demon territory. In this way, the original plan could work again. Let Mingyu slowly weaken and let the demon territory digest him. Just as the demon saint relaxed, Xueli's expression suddenly changed. He exclaimed, "Careful!" Unlike the other demon saint's soul fragments that had descended, his main body was here. Naturally, his senses were much sharper than others. Add to that his identity as the blood demon, he could see the changes within the blood sphere to the greatest extent. Therefore, he could sense even the slightest movement within the blood sphere. In that instant, Mingyu's aura, which had already been extinguished, suddenly rose from the ashes. Furthermore, it was expanding at a speed that made even him tremble in fear. The previous weakness was actually just a disguise, a show of weakness to the enemy. At this moment, Xue Li's mind was unprecedentedly clear. A look of understanding flashed through his eyes. So this was your plan. No wonder you didn't use the ability to escape even though you clearly had the ability to escape. You were purposely giving me pressure so that I would summon the other 11 soul fragments. Then, you planned to destroy all of them in one fell swoop. Even someone as strong as a demon saint wouldn't feel good about having a soul fragment destroyed. At the very least, they would need to recover for a while before they could recover. This period of recovery was the best opportunity for Mingyu to escape. At that time, the only one who could stop him with all their might would be Xue Li. The other demon saints' hands and feet would definitely be tied due to the damage to their souls. Although they stood on opposing sides, Xue Li couldn't help but praise Mingyu at this moment. The other demon saints' true bodies were already on the way. They would probably gather at the Eternal Heaven continent in a few days. If he didn't do this, Mingyu wouldn't be able to leave the territory of the demon saint even if he had the ability to reach the heavens. But now that he had done this, even if the other demon saints rushed over, they might not necessarily be able to stop him. Within the dark red ball of blood, a dot of light suddenly lit up like a lantern in the night. In a short period of time, the light crazily increased, as if there was a sun sealed within the ball of blood. It flickered with an unusual white heat. As the light increased, a terrifying power bloomed from within the ball of blood. Other than Xue Li, the faces of the other 11 demon saints' soul fragments were filled with astonishment and anger. The dazzling white heat broke through the seal of the ball of blood and spread outwards with a bang. Wherever the white light passed, the blood vaporized without a trace. The enormous ball of blood actually only lasted for a short 3 breaths before disappearing. Contained within the pure white light was a world-destroying killing intent that swept towards the demon saint's location without slowing down in the slightest. The speed of the light was so fast that even the demon saint's soul fragments couldn't detect it before it was already right in front of them. The first soul fragment that was enveloped by the pure white light only had time to let out a scream before it collapsed with a bang and disappeared without a trace. At the same time, on a certain continent, a figure that was speeding through the Eternal Heaven continent let out a muffled groan and fell straight down. Fortunately, a half-saint who was traveling with him had quick reflexes and used his devil essence to wrap him up. Otherwise, he would have definitely become a joke. Immediately after, a second scream, a third scream, wishful thinking. Xue Li roared. In this short period of time, he had already come up with a countermeasure. As he spoke, he bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood mist to the left. The blood mist was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the nearest blood-colored pillar and enveloped the soul fragment on the blood-colored pillar. Immediately after, the white light attacked, but it was offset by the blood mist that enveloped the soul fragment, leaving the soul fragment unharmed. The white light gradually faded, and the terrifying power slowly subsided. The figure of a young man slowly appeared where the huge blood ball had originally been. His face was like jade, and he was extraordinarily handsome. His pure white clothes were spotless as he walked out of the void and quietly looked at Xue Li with an indifferent smile on his face. Xue Li's gaze paused on Mingyu's abdomen for a moment before abruptly shrinking. The wound was no longer there. Mingyu had indeed recovered. Then Xue Li turned his head to the side and saw Hua Bu, who had a look of relief on his face. His face couldn't help but twitch. When Mingyu attacked just now, he was the only one present who could resist a bit. The other demon saint's soul fragments couldn't resist at all. At the critical moment, he could only think of a way to save one soul fragment. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to stop Mingyu from escaping by himself. At that time, he didn't think of anything, but now he realized that the one he saved was actually Hua Bu. Looking at this guy's dumbfounded expression, Xue Li had the urge to vomit blood. But now was clearly not the time to care about this. The blood sacrifice technique had been broken, and the 12 Citadel Great Demonic Formation had become a joke due to a moment of carelessness. Now, The only ones who could stop Mingyu were him and Huobu. "Come quickly!" Xueli roared at Huobu and turned his head, placing all of his attention on Mingyu, who was walking over step by step. Although he wasn't afraid of the great emperors at their peak, he wouldn't be able to stop them for long if they wanted to escape. Back then, in the demon territory, they had to rely on the combined efforts of several half-saint to injure Mingyu and trap her here. If Huobu came too late, then everything would be over. Huobu obviously understood this as well. He turned his head and glared hatefully at Mingyu. Then, with a sway of his body, he turned into a puddle of blood and disappeared into the blood-colored pillar. His main body, on the other hand, was rushing towards the eternal heaven continent with all his might. Chapter 35-25. The mountains and rivers trembled, the void shattered, and the continent was smashed into pieces. Enormous cracks stretched across the void, as if they were scars that could never be healed. The bloody light and the moonlight clashed in the void. The half-saint and the demon race below were dazed as they watched. They couldn't see the situation of the battle clearly. The aura of the great Tao from the intense collision covered all traces. There were only flashes of light in their field of vision. Rumbling sounds continuously rang in their ears. The yuan qi of heaven and earth shook unceasingly. The aftermath of the collision was like a ripple that crazily spread across the entire continent. Even someone as strong as a half-saint still felt insignificant in front of such aftermath. This was the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint. The eternal sky continent was already somewhat fragmented due to the previous battle. After experiencing this, it could be said that the continent was basically destroyed. Even with the laws of heaven and earth of the great world within the demon territory, it wasn't very possible for it to repair itself. It could be imagined that in the next 10,000 years, it would be like the other continents that had disappeared. It would slowly break away from the demon territory and completely disappear into the endless void. Although they couldn't see the exact situation of the battle with the eyesight and knowledge of the half-saint, they could still see that the great emperors from the star realm were trying to escape. However, with the demon saint obstructing him, he couldn't escape for a while. This was a very normal phenomenon. Two people with the same strength would always be entangled while escaping. However, the former would undoubtedly have the upper hand, and the one obstructing him would inevitably have to pay a higher price to achieve his goal. Above the void, behind Mingyu, a full moon bloomed with bright light. The gentle halo illuminated the world. The aura of the great Tao fluctuated around him, and he had the power to destroy the world with just a raise of his hand. Sometimes, Xueli condensed into a human form and displayed the power of various secret techniques. Sometimes, he turned into a bloody mist, and his whereabouts were uncertain. He didn't need to fight to the death with Mingyu. He only needed to delay his opponent and wait for Huobu to arrive. When the time came, they would naturally have the advantage in a 2-versus-1 battle. Mingyu clearly understood this point. His attacks became fiercer and fiercer, as if he wanted to fight with his life on the line. What he truly cared about was not Xueli, who was pestering him, but the throbbing in his heart. It was as if there was a pair of eyes quietly watching him from the dark, ready to deal a fatal blow to him at any time. If it weren't for this, Mingyu would have fought Xueli to the death long ago. He had tried many times to lure out the enemy hiding in the dark, but he had never succeeded. He did not know whether it was his own illusion or the enemy was too good at hiding. The longer she delayed, the more disadvantageous it would be for her. Mingyu could not delay any longer. She had to escape as soon as possible to have a chance of survival. Once he thought of this, a trace of determination flashed through his eyes. His hands formed a seal, and the full moon behind him abruptly shone with a dazzling light. His body turned into a ray of white light and charged towards Xueli with an aura of survival even in the face of death. The bloody mist in front of him condensed, revealing Xueli's figure. A hint of hesitation and struggle flashed through his eyes. In the end, he gritted his teeth, and the blood in his body surged. A dark red light illuminated the sky as he charged towards the bright moon without hesitation. "Since you want to fight with your life, then I'll do as you wish." Xueli instinctively felt that this was just Mingyu's trick, trying to use this method to force him to retreat. After all, This was demon territory. If he was injured again, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, he could not retreat at a time like this. If he retreated, then Ming Yu's scheme would succeed. If he could not retreat, then he could only fight. However, Xue Li's expression quickly became astonished. This was because as the two drew closer, he realized that Ming Yu had no intention of stopping. Instead, his aura became even stronger, and his momentum became even more determined. This bastard really wanted to fight to the death with him. Instead of being shocked, Xue Li was overjoyed. He could not help but laugh loudly. "Ming Yu, you are seeking your own death." When he finished speaking, he also increased his own aura. In the sky, the two rays of white and red light quickly approached each other and collided in the blink of an eye. There was no rumbling sound. In this instant, the entire world fell into a strange silence, as if it was the chaos of the beginning of the world. However, all of the demon race who were watching this scene could clearly hear their hearts thumping in their chests. It was as if an invisible hand had grabbed them, causing them to feel stifled and suffocated. The two rays of light, red and white, were in a stalemate in the sky for an instant. Then, they suddenly exploded and swallowed the entire world. All of the demon race could not help but narrow their eyes at this moment. Shockwaves visible to the naked eye spread out in all directions from the point of collision. Wild winds howled as they swept past, flattening shattered mountains and rivers. The two figures were blasted away at a speed faster than their momentum. Xue Li's angry roar resounded throughout the entire continent. "Ming Yu, you can't escape." At an unknown distance, a figure floated up shakily. It was the great emperor's Ming Yu, who had fought with Xue Li until both sides were injured. At this moment, his face was pale, his hair was disheveled, and his pure white robes were stained with blood. No one knew whether it was his or Xue Li's. He ignored Xue Li's words and activated his emperor's vitality to fly towards the nearest realm gate. At the same time, he reached out and pinched a green leaf, put it in his mouth, and held it under his tongue. If it were not for the leaf of the immortal tree, he would not have dared to use such a method to escape from Xue Li's entanglement. It was because of this that he was so decisive. Back then, Yang Kai had given him 3 leaves from the immortal tree. He had used 2 of them to heal his injuries. He was not willing to use the last one just in case. Now, it seemed that this decision was wise. With this leaf of the immortal tree, he could stabilize his injuries and take advantage of the fact that the other demon saint had not yet arrived. There was a great chance that he could escape from the demon territory. There were 2 realm gates left in the Eternal Heaven continent, and each of them was heavily guarded. But as long as there was no demon saint present, the demon race was nothing in his eyes. As long as he could charge out of the realm gates, he would have won half the battle. However, the feeling of being watched was still there. This was definitely not an illusion. There really was an extremely powerful enemy hiding in the shadows, like a hunter observing the movements of his prey. He was the prey being observed. What surprised Ming Yu was that the enemy hiding in the shadows did not plan to stop him even when he saw the realm gates. He did not let down his guard because the more outstanding a hunter was, the more likely they were to deal a fatal blow to their prey at the last moment. He was still several hundred kilometers away from the realm gates. With his cultivation, he only needed a breath to cover such a distance. But at this time, a powerful aura suddenly appeared from the side and approached him at an unimaginable speed. That was the aura of a demon saint. And it was an extremely unfamiliar aura. Ming Yu's expression sank. He turned his head and saw a short and round figure that looked like a winter melon. His entire body was red as if it was on fire, and he was shouting loudly. He even danced as he flew over, looking extremely comical. This was a red devil? He had been in the demon territory for a long time. Although he had always been imprisoned, it did not mean that he knew nothing about the demon territory. At that time, Yang Kai had also explained the various customs of the demon territory to the people of the Star Realm. He had emphasized the characteristics and abilities of the 100 races in the demon territory. His memory of the red devils and green devils that could explode was still fresh in his mind. Their active figures could be seen everywhere in the 2-realm battlefield. Many people of the Star Realm had died at the hands of these 2 races. These two demon race had a very low status in the entire demon territory. It could be said that they were existences at the lowest level. In every war, they were used as cannon fodder because they could self-destruct, and the power of their self-destruction was quite strong. Correspondingly, these cannon fodder-like demon race had extremely low intelligence. It seemed that there had never been a high-level demon race. But at this moment, he actually saw a demon saint-level red devil. That's right, the crimson guy who was shouting while dancing and dashing towards him was indeed emitting the aura of a demon saint. A red devil could cultivate to the demon saint level? Even with Ming Yu's extraordinary temperament, he was still shocked. The red devil demon saint charging over didn't seem to have any intention of guarding against him. Instead, he looked like he wanted to die together with him. What was he doing? Ming Yu frowned. He couldn't be like those low-level red devils and green devils and self-destruct, right? In any case, he was still a demon saint, so his means shouldn't be so low. But soon he found that he was wrong. This guy really did intend to self-destruct, because as he approached, the aura coming from his body became more and more dangerous, like a volcano that could erupt at any time. Ming Yu's expression changed as he turned his head to look at the realm gate in front of him, grit his teeth, and quickly retreated. Even the most ordinary red devil's self-destruction could cause great damage, so Ming Yu couldn't imagine what would happen if a demon saint-level red devil self-destructed. The entire world might be destroyed because of this. But unexpectedly, as he retreated, the red devil in front of him twisted and rushed to within 1,000 meters of him in the blink of an eye. At such a close distance, Ming Yu could clearly see the other party's ugly face and bloated body. The other party's eyes were almost popping out of their sockets, as if there was a great pressure on his body that he couldn't bear. The originally dangerous aura became even more shocking. Without the slightest hesitation, Ming Yu waved his hands and arranged layers of defenses in front of him, not even hesitating to use a defensive emperor artifact that he had never used before. A red light suddenly appeared, followed by a loud noise that caused the entire world to hum. The place where the red devil holy was located was instantly shrouded in a dazzling red light. The red light frantically spread outwards, and wherever it shrouded, everything turned into dust. The layers of defenses in front of Ming Yu were torn apart like paper. The defensive emperor artifact flashed wildly, but it only lasted a breath of time before it shattered. Chapter 35-26. Bright Moon's eyes narrowed. While he continued to retreat, he kept setting up defenses in front of him. A moment later, the red light disappeared and the world calmed down. Bright Moon stood in the air in a sorry state. His face was as white as paper, and blood was seeping out of his ears, nose, and mouth. The power of the red devil demon saint's self-destruction was smaller than he expected. At least it did not destroy this continent, but it did add to his injuries. The powerful vitality from the immortal tree's leaves circulated throughout his body, quickly healing his internal injuries. However, this was clearly not something that could be done in a short period of time. Back when he was injured by Shueli, he had spent 2 leaves and almost a year to completely recover. Haha. Shueli's loud laughter quickly came from afar. He was clearly rushing over at top speed. Huobo, this is the first time I found you so pleasing to the eye. He did not expect that the wisp of Huobo's soul that he had saved by chance would have such an unexpected effect. Although the other demon saint were not weak, and most of them were even stronger than Huobo, if it was not Huobo this time, but someone else, perhaps they would not have been able to stop Bright Moon. After all, that guy was only 1 step away from the realm gate. Only Huobo's self-destruction technique could stop Bright Moon from breaking out. Specks of red light condensed in the air, and in the blink of an eye, they reconstructed the short and fat figure. The demon saint's self-destruction did not cost him his life. This should be the innate divine technique of the Red Devil clan. However, Huobo's current state was not good. His originally red body had clearly dimmed a bit, and his aura was somewhat weak. Clearly, the self-destruction just now had cost him quite a bit. A divine technique like that could not be continuously used in such a short period of time, unless he really did not want to live anymore. Turning his head to look in the direction Shueli was coming from, the corner of Huobo's mouth twitched. He muttered a few words, but no one knew what he was saying. It seemed like he was cursing someone. Bright Moon's expression was as calm as water. He sighed slightly and did not sigh because he had failed at the last step. In his plan, it would be best if he could break out of the encirclement and leave, but there were 12 demon saint in the demon territory. If he really did break out, then they would not be worthy of being called demon saint. The situation in front of him was already foreseen, so there was nothing to feel regretful about. The path ahead was filled with thistles and thorns. The only way was to kill his way out. Of course. Yang. Looking at this situation, even if he waited for more than 10 days, it would not be his turn. Seeing this, Yang Kai turned his head and shouted to the people behind him, "Follow me." His legs clamped on Windchaser and he rushed toward the realm gate in a threatening manner. Since it was not his turn, then he would not line up. Yang Kai barged his way through the densely packed demon race army by relying on Windchaser's power. 2 million soldiers followed closely behind him. His actions naturally attracted the attention of many demon race. They all turned their heads and glared at him. But in the demon territory, the fist was the law. Although there was no half-saint on Yang Kai's side, Windchaser's aura was not the slightest bit inferior to a half-saint's. Therefore, the ordinary demon race did not dare to act rashly. When they were 10 li away from the realm gate, a figure suddenly floated over and blocked in front of Yang Kai. He slightly raised his hand and shouted, "Halt! Scram, those who block me will die." Yang Kai did not have the time to talk nonsense with him. The battle in the Eternal Sky continent had already begun. Mingyue's life and death were unknown. He was anxious to personally investigate. At this time, even if there was a demon saint in front of him, he would still charge through, not to mention a half-saint. In other words, he was looking forward to someone blocking his way. He could use this person as an example to others. His embodiment had already advanced to half-saint. Windchaser had once hunted down a half-saint. It could be said that he had changed his gun for a cannon. It was unknown which race that half-saint belonged to. His complexion was incomparably yellow. The demon race that was passing through the realm gate was the army of the continent under his command. It was also because of this reason that he stepped forward to stop Yang Kai. Otherwise, who would be willing to meddle in other people's business? Originally, when he saw Yang Kai riding a demonic beast with a strong aura, he felt that this guy's origin was not ordinary. Therefore, he tried to persuade him. Who would have thought that the other party would not give him any face? This immediately made him burn with anger. Yang Kai's aura was not very strong. Even if this kind of person had some origin, it was still very limited. In any case, he was still a half-saint. Why would he need to be afraid of others? In his anger, he raised his hand and slapped towards Yang Kai. Rolling demonic energy surged out and an explosion sounded in the air. He angrily shouted, "I think you are courting death." The might of a half-saint was naturally not weak. Yang Kai immediately felt his body tighten as the aura of death enveloped him. Just as he was hesitating whether to release his embodiment or not, Windchaser neighed and its 4 hooves ignited with golden flames. It left a golden mark in the void. In a flash, it arrived in front of the half-saint. Soon after, it raised its body and stomped down with its front hooves. It was an ordinary attack, but it made the half-saint's complexion change greatly. He immediately raised his palm and demonic energy surged out of his body. The moment the 2 palms and the 2 hooves collided, a terrifying power surged out. The half-saint was only able to resist for less than a breath of time. His whole body was like an arrow that was shot from a bow. He crashed to the ground below and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Windchaser seemed to want to chase after him, but Yang Kai grabbed his mane. He turned around and coldly looked around. Who else wants to stop me? The surrounding devil experts under the semi-sage realm retreated one after another. The remaining few semi-sage experts frowned as they looked at Windchaser. Soon, a look of surprise appeared in their eyes. Clearly, they had recognized Windchaser's origin. Although Yang Kai had been running around during this time to help the demon saint repair the realm gate in their territories, and because of this, he had met many half-saint. But in terms of fame, he was far inferior to Windchaser. This was the mount of the Master of the 100-Spirit Continent, and it was famous. However, after a long period of silence, this legendary mount gradually disappeared from the world's sight. No one would have thought that it would appear again. Moreover, it was being ridden by a demon king. What was the origin of this guy? Although the relationship between the 100-Spirit Continent and the demon territory wasn't very good, Windchaser's identity was too unusual. If anyone dared to hurt this beast, the master of the 100-Spirit Continent would definitely kill his way out and turn the world upside down. So when Yang Kai asked that question, the half-saint remained silent. It wasn't that they were afraid of Yang Kai, but they were afraid that if they fought, they wouldn't be able to hold back and hurt Windchaser. Moreover, from the strength this beast had just displayed, even among the half-saint, it was an extremely strong existence. It was only limited by its low intelligence that it couldn't transform into a human form. The yellow-faced half-saint that had been stepped on by Windchaser flew up again. His face was terrifyingly gloomy. Just now, he had fallen into a disadvantage due to a moment of carelessness. It was really shameful, but he didn't have any intention of attacking again. Yang Kai glanced at him and didn't provoke him again. At this time, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. It was better to enter the Eternal Sky Continent as soon as possible. He called out to his army, "Let's go!" After saying that, he took the lead and rushed towards the realm gate. Behind him, Lao Ku and the others were drenched in cold sweat. They felt very guilty. Their king had Windchaser's protection, so even if they fought, it wouldn't be a problem. But it was hard to say how many of the 2 million soldiers would be left. Fortunately, those half-saints still restrained themselves. The 2 million soldiers only took half a day to pass through the realm gate. The main reason was that the realm gate was big enough to accommodate many people at once. Although they didn't appear in the same place, they were still within a radius of 1,000 miles. Yang Kai spent some time to regroup his army before setting off in a grandiose manner. From time to time, subtle vibrations would be transmitted from the heaven and earth. Some sounds could be heard coming from extremely far away, mixed with the aftermath of the battle. On the horizon, a faintly discernible light could be seen, showing that the battle was reaching its climax. Yang Kai raised his eyes to look, but couldn't see anything. After all, the real battlefield was too far away from here. Galloping all the way, they encountered many demon race armies that were rushing over. Yang Kai's mood became heavier and heavier. Looking at this situation, it seemed that the demon territory had already mobilized all of its forces. All the half-saint territory and even the demon race that could fight had been pulled to the Eternal Sky Continent. Such a big move just to kill Mingyu. Yang Kai suddenly had a strange thought. If he could destroy the entire Eternal Sky Continent, then the demon race would definitely be unable to recover from this setback. The crisis of the demon territory invading the Star World would also be resolved in one fell swoop. But this thought only flashed through his mind for a moment before he gave up. He really didn't have the ability to do so. Passing through a mountain range, there were many people below. At the peak of the mountain, there was a large flag that reached the sky. The complicated patterns on the flag fluttered in the wind. Yang Kai frowned and looked around for a moment. Then, he asked the army behind him to wait for a moment and flew down alone on Windchaser. Before he even got close, a person looked over. For eyes met, and that person smiled at Yang Kai. He cupped his hands and said, "Brother Yang, we meet again." "So it's Brother Baiya. No wonder you looked familiar." Yang Kai flew over and looked at him condescendingly. The person guarding this mountain peak was actually the half-saint Baiya under Bei Limo's command. Previously, when Yang Kai was repairing the realm gate in Bei Limo's territory, they had a lot of dealings with each other, so they could be considered acquaintances. Baiya looked Windchaser up and down, and a trace of surprise flashed through his eyes. He smiled and said, "Brother Yang, this mount of yours is really extraordinary. Where did you get it?" Yang Kai laughed and said, "I picked it up on the road." The other party obviously recognized Windchaser and asked this question just to confirm. It was the same whether he answered or not. Chapter 35-27. Baiya's mouth twitched when she heard this. She looked back at the direction of the battlefield and said slowly, "Brother Yang, did you also come here to try your luck under the order of the Lord?" What luck could there be here? Yang Kai was confused. He did not receive any order at all. He just trespassed into this place without permission. It was not good for him to ask more, so he said, "That's right. Isn't Brother Baya the same?" Baya smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Of course, but I would rather not come. But the Lord has ordered me to come." Yang Kai nodded and said, "This place is extremely dangerous and not everyone wants to come here, but since we're already here, why should we sigh and lament? Every dog has its day, and this year, when it comes to my family, perhaps Brother Boya will have a stroke of good luck." Baya laughed and said, "Although I would like to thank you for your kind words, I know my own situation. If a fight breaks out, I'm afraid I don't have much of a chance." She suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Her eyes lit up and she said, "But Brother Yang, you have a better chance than anyone else." "What do you mean by better? What are you talking about?" Yang Kai wanted to ask clearly, but he had already pretended to know before. He could not bring himself to ask again, so he pretended to be confused and said, "Brother Baya, I don't understand what you mean. You don't have much of a chance, so why would I have a chance?" "Because you are from the astral world. You have the same origin as it." Baya replied matter-of-factly. "What does this have to do with being from the astral world? What does it have to do with the same origin?" He felt like his heart was being scratched by a cat. He wanted to pry open Baya's mouth and ask her clearly. However, he put on a look of realization and said, "I see. Thank you for your kind words, Brother Baya." Boya's expression turned solemn as he said, "Even if that's the case, this king won't be courteous when the time comes. If I accidentally injure Brother Yang, I hope Brother Yang won't blame me." Yang Kai laughed and said, "Life and death are decreed by fate, riches and honor are determined by the heavens. Since this king has already come here, he is naturally mentally prepared." Baya nodded slightly and said, "Brother Yang is free and easy. Brother Yang, please go ahead. We may have to wait for a few more days. Then I'll take my leave." Yang Kai turned chasing wind, walked a few steps, then turned back and asked, "Excuse me, where should I go?" Baya pointed and said, "The half-saint under Holy Senior Rumming is in charge of guarding that direction. You can go and meet up with the others." "So that's how it is." Yang Kai glanced at the large flag that was fluttering in the wind, and his eyes flashed with understanding. It seemed that the half-saint from the demon territory had already surrounded the battlefield. Each demon saint's half-saint was in charge of a region of the territory. After bidding farewell to Baya, Yang Kai turned back and called for his 2 million troops and rushed in the direction Baya had indicated. Half a day later, he saw another big flag on another mountain. The pattern on the flag was exactly the same as the pattern on the token that Yu Rumeng had given him before. Needless to say, this should be the place where Yu Rumeng's subordinates gathered. Yang Kai rode wind-chasing wind and flew down. He glanced around and didn't see any acquaintances. Speaking of which, he didn't know many of the half-saint subordinates under Yu Rumeng. The ones he was most familiar with were Bai Zhua and Yu Sang. The former was close to Yu Sang, while the latter was hostile. Although he had met a few other half-saint before, he didn't have a deep relationship with them. He had only exchanged a few words when he was repairing the realm gate on their continent. Furthermore, the half-saint sitting on the mountain peak was quite unfamiliar to Tang Wulin. He was extremely burly and muscular, and generally speaking, devilish beings of his stature were either power devils or stone devils. Without fighting him, Yang Kai couldn't tell which race he was from. However, what surprised Yang Kai was that as soon as he flew down, the half-saint coldly glanced at him. Then, his eyes revealed a look of disgust and hatred, as if he didn't like him. Yang Kai was puzzled. He didn't know how he had offended this guy. However, since this half-saint was in charge of the matters here, Yang Kai could only go forward and ask. When he approached, Yang Kai cupped his hands and said, "Cloud Shadow Yang Kai, may I ask how to address this friend?" The burly half-saint's eyes were cold and the corners of his mouth curved into a playful smile. He didn't seem to have any intention of responding to Yang Kai. Instead, he looked at wind-chasing wind. Yang Kai said it again, but the other party didn't respond. This time, Yang Kai was sure that this guy really didn't like him. This made him a little confused. He was sure that this was the first time he had met this guy. There was no conflict between them, so he didn't know why the other party was showing such a sour face. What's more, he had a relationship with Yu Ruming. The half-saint under Yu Ruming's command were not polite to him, but they should at least maintain some semblance of courtesy. The other party clearly didn't give him any face, so Yang Kai didn't know what he was trying to do. Since he didn't respond after asking twice, Yang Kai was too lazy to say anything more. He looked around, nodded slightly, turned around, and called out to the army behind him. They crossed the mountain and continued forward. After Yang Kai left, the burly demon saint summoned a demon king and whispered in his ear, "Send a message, say that the human has appeared. If you want to make a move, do it before the saint arrives." The demon king accepted the order and left, disappearing quickly. "My king," that was Di Li's master. After walking for some distance, Yin said softly. She also saw that Yang Kai was defeated over there, so she naturally had to explain the reason to Yang Kai. Yang Kai secretly remembered this name and frowned. "When did we provoke that guy?" Yin shook her head and said, "No, but..." She glanced at Yang Kai and hesitated. Yang Kai said, "Just say it." Yin said, "Master Di Li and Master Yuesang have a good relationship." Tukuro also nodded and said, "Yes, when Master Yuesang was still in La Yuan, Master Di Li often came over to drink and have fun with Master. Drinking and meet friends." Yang Kai suddenly realized. He looked back and sneered softly, "He is standing up for Yuesang." Yuesang was sent to the two-realm battlefield because of him, and it was unknown whether she was alive or dead. This was something that everyone knew. Yu Ruming also intended to use this action to show all the half-saint subordinates that she valued Yang Kai, but she didn't expect that she would inadvertently bring hatred to Yang Kai. Since Di Li and Yuesang had a good relationship, it was natural that he didn't like him. It would be strange if he gave him a good face. Yang Kai didn't take it to heart, mainly because he wasn't in the mood to bother about it. Now that he had arrived at the Eternal Heaven continent, he naturally had to pay attention to Mingyue's movements. Not long after, he found a valley 50 kilometers away from the mountain where the flag was and ordered the army to set up camp. Yang Kai rode on Windchaser and stood high in the sky, looking into the distance with a worried expression. Since entering the Eternal Heaven continent, he could clearly feel the intensity of the battle in the distance. It didn't stop for a moment. Inferring from the aura fluctuating in the distance, Mingyue had more than one enemy at the moment. Outnumbered, Yang Kai didn't know how long Mingyue could hold on, but if she only focused on escaping, there might be a chance. At this time, he couldn't intervene at all. Maybe he would be torn to pieces by the aftermath of the battle before he could even get close to the battlefield. Now he could only wait and see if the situation would take a turn for the better. But what made him feel a little strange was that not all 12 demon saint were present. There shouldn't be more than 3 people fighting with Mingyue, so the question was, where were the other demon saint? A great battle had already broken out here, so those demon saints should have arrived long ago. Where was Yu Ruming? He didn't see any trace of Bei Limo at Bai Ya's place before, so this discovery puzzled him. After thinking for a while, Yang Kai called Lao Ku and asked him to send people to scout the situation. This area of the territory was the responsibility of the half-saint under Yu Ruming's command, so he should be able to find 1 or 2 half-saint they were familiar with to ask. A dozen or so demon race squads quickly set off, going in different directions. After waiting for half a day, news came back. Yang Kai immediately picked a squad to follow him in a certain direction. 2 hours later, Yang Kai saw Bai Zhua on a mountain peak. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yang Kai asked curiously, "Didn't you go to the two-realm battlefield? How come you have time to come back?" If he remembered correctly, Bai Zhua did say that he was going to return to the two-realm battlefield. Yang Kai didn't expect to see him here. Bai Zhua smiled bitterly and said, "Such a big thing happened here, so of course I had to come back. Basically all the half-saint from the two-realm battlefield have returned, except for a few who stayed behind to keep watch." "They're all back?" Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but look around with a vigilant look on his face. Bai Zhua couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. "Don't worry, Yu Sang didn't receive the transfer order. He's still there." Yang Kai rubbed his nose and said embarrassedly, "I'm not looking for him." Actually, he was looking for him. He couldn't withstand a sneak attack from a half-saint, even if he had Jue Feng to protect him. However, even Baizhuo was transferred back, but Yu Sang was abandoned there. This showed Yu Ruming's attitude. Where is the holy senior now? Yang Kai changed the topic and asked. Baizhuo looked at him strangely. Didn't you receive the holy senior's message? Yes, Yang Kai lied through his teeth. But the holy senior only asked me to come here, and she didn't say anything else. Baizhuo was skeptical, but when he thought about how much Yu Ruming valued Yang Kai, he didn't think too much about it. He stopped talking and quietly sent a voice transmission. The holy senior is injured, and she's healing now. Yang Kai's face froze. How did the holy senior get injured? Is it serious? Baizhuo shook his head and said, it shouldn't be serious. The holy senior said that she would definitely come here. As for how she got injured, he looked into the distance and whispered, it should be related to the matter here. Yang Kai was excited when he heard this. Before, he was worried that Mingyu couldn't handle the situation alone, but he didn't expect Mingyu to hurt Yu Ruming. Mingyu was the great emperor so powerful? Chapter 35-28. Not only is Saint Sovereign Dreamlike injured, but most of the other Saint Sovereigns are also injured. Without waiting for Yang Kai to digest the previous piece of information, Baizhuo threw out an even more shocking piece of information. Yang Kai stared at him, dumbfounded. His face was filled with disbelief, and he instinctively felt that it was impossible. If Mingyu had injured a demon saint in such a situation, it would have made some sense, but to injure 2, 3, or even, this was simply unrealistic. It was not that Yang Kai was looking down on Mingyu, but the demon saint was not made of mud. How could they be so weak? However, Baizhuo's words were so vivid that he had no choice but to believe it. He hurriedly asked, what exactly happened? Baizhuo slowly shook his head and said, I don't know the exact situation. The Saint Sovereign did not explain it clearly. She only told us to seal off the battlefield and assist the 2 Saint Sovereigns, Xueli and Huobo, in order to prevent the great emperors from acting out of desperation. Xueli and Huobo. Yang Kai secretly committed these 2 names to memory. If he wasn't mistaken, then these 2 should be the ones fighting with Mingyu at the moment. This was also consistent with the information he sensed before. However, what had happened in the half a month before his arrival that allowed Mingyu to heavily injure most of the demon saint in the demon territory? To be able to have such divine might in prison, should it be said that they were indeed the great emperors? Brother Baizhuo, do you know the situation over there? Yang Kai suppressed the shock in his heart and asked. Baizhuo smiled bitterly and said, I don't know either. However, with the 2 Saint Sovereigns, Xueli and Huobo, working together, that great emperors definitely won't have an easy time. This was what Yang Kai could not understand the most. So many demon saint had been injured by Mingyu, so how could the 2 of them hold him back? Could it be that Mingyu had used some extremely powerful secret technique that caused him to be heavily injured? That was why he was unable to do it. However, this did not make sense. Suddenly, Yang Kai thought of another question. Saint Exalt Dreamlike hasn't arrived here yet? Baizhuo shook his head, indicating that it was true. Since the original body was injured even before reaching this place, there could only be one reason. Yang Kai suddenly realized that it was related to the soul-splitting technique. Perhaps the split souls of the demon saint were destroyed by Bright Moon, which was why so many of them were injured. Since he couldn't get any more information from Baizhuo, Yang Kai could only hurry back. His mind was in a mess. Logically speaking, this was undoubtedly the best time for him to rescue Mingyu. Most of the demon saint were still recuperating, and only Xueli and Huobo were dealing with Mingyu in the entire Eternal Heaven continent. However, with his thin arms and legs, even if he ran over, he would only cause trouble for Mingyu. However, if he continued to wait and waited for those demon saint to arrive, there would be even less of a chance. When he returned to the encampment in a daze, he saw a noisy scene. It seemed that something had happened. Moreover, other than the 2 million troops he brought, there was another group of people gathered here. Their numbers were no less than his own, and he didn't know where they had come from. At this moment, both sides were confronting each other. Lao Qian and the other demon king, who had stayed behind to guard this place, all had nervous and uneasy expressions. The former even had a smile on his face as he continuously cupped his hands towards the other side. However, the group of demon kings on the other side clearly didn't appreciate it. A demon king shouted, "I'll give you a stick of incense's time to scram. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite." What was going on? There were still people who came to fight over territory? What was there to fight over in this territory? Yang Kai's eyes widened. Although he didn't know what was going on, he was currently feeling vexed. His stomach full of anxiety and depression instantly turned into anger. He clamped his legs on chasing wind and directly charged into the crowd. He even shouted in a low voice, "Scram! Scram!" The large army in front of him blocked the path, and the heads were densely packed. However, chasing wind was very fierce. He didn't care about anything as he charged forward, opening up a path like a hot knife through butter. Some of the demon race wanted to resist, but they were all knocked to the side by him. Immediately, their bones and tendons were broken, and they screamed in pain. This unforeseen event happened too suddenly, and the other side actually didn't have time to react. When Yang Kai led his team back to the front of the army, he saw a group of demon kings glaring at him. Yang Kai coldly swept his gaze across, ignoring the demon kings as if they were nothing. His gaze fixed on a female demon race with an enchanting figure and a charming face. It just so happened that this female demon race was also looking at him. Their eyes met, and Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. The other party raised the corner of her mouth, revealing a meaningful smile. Half-saint. When he saw so many people suddenly arrive, Yang Kai guessed that there was a half-saint leading the team. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed the case. Moreover, this half-saint should be from the same race as Yu Rumeng, and they were both succubus demon. Although she didn't say anything, nor did she show any signs of using any secret techniques, she was constantly emitting a seductive aura. This caused many of the male demon race subordinates to reveal expressions of being captivated by her. Although he knew that he couldn't blame them, and that the charm of a succubus demon half-saint wasn't something that could be easily resisted, Yang Kai still felt somewhat displeased. With a wave of his hand, Lao Ku immediately walked over. "What's the situation?" Yang Kai stared at the female succubus demon as he asked this question. His eyes didn't even blink, revealing a dense gloominess. Lao Ku bitterly said, "My king, this master said that this is the territory that they are responsible for guarding, and he wants us to move our position." When Yang Kai heard this, he couldn't help but sneer. "There's such a thing?" A demon king on the opposite side immediately stepped out and shouted, "Under the command of Master Di Li, we have sealed off 1,000 miles of defensive line here. Unrelated people, quickly retreat." Now he had become unrelated people? Yang Kai was somewhat speechless. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the female succubus demon. "Miss, what's your name?" "Impudent." The demon king that spoke before immediately shouted angrily. At the same time, he stepped forward and stared at Yang Kai. "In front of the master, get down and speak." After saying this, he raised his hand to grab Yang Kai. It looked like he really wanted to grab him. Zhue Feng hissed and was about to counterattack. Yang Kai was faster than him. He raised his palm and pressed it down. The laws in his palm fluctuated, and time seemed to stop at this moment. Flowing time, great emperor, withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream. The demon king that made a move didn't have time to react to what had happened. When he came back to his senses, he felt a huge force imprint on his chest. With a stuffy groan, he was sent flying. His body was in the air, and his vitality was quickly draining away. With a whoosh, an arrow pierced through the air and accurately nailed the hand that made a move, directly exploding that hand into a bloody mist. When the demon king landed, his hair had already turned white. He held his broken arm and looked up in horror. Not far away, Yang Kai slowly withdrew his palm. The bow in the hands of a female feather demon beside him trembled, and her beautiful eyes were cold. With a strange sound, demon essence soared into the sky. Affected by the unforeseen event just now, the two armies were like fire and water. They were ready to fight. Yang Kai slightly raised his hand, stopping the restlessness of the people below. At the same time, he grinned at the female succubus demon. Manage your people well. Next time, he won't be so lucky. The female succubus demon turned her head to look at the injured demon king. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of coldness as she shouted, "Trash!" While speaking, she flicked her finger and a faint light hit the demon king's head. The demon king's eyes immediately widened and he fell down, his vitality quickly dissipating. A high-rank demon king had been killed by her without hesitation. After doing this, the female succubus demon turned her head to size up Yang Kai. The corner of her mouth curled up into a smile again, and a charming expression appeared. "You're that human that the saint values so much?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said, "You know very well." The female succubus demon covered her mouth and giggled. "Everyone was talking about you, so naturally I heard some things. I was a little interested in you, but now it seems that you're just SOSO. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "That's because you don't have a deep understanding of this king. If you did, I believe you'd be more interested in this king." On the side, Li Shiqing turned her head to look at Yang Kai. Her face was slightly red, clearly not used to these words. However, the female succubus demon giggled, "I'm a little interested in you now." Yang Kai's face turned cold. "Unfortunately, I'm not interested in you at all. Stop talking nonsense. What do you want? Just say it." The smile on the female succubus demon's face gradually disappeared, and she said with a little disinterest, "As long as you're not deaf, you should have heard what I said just now. This is the place that I'm responsible for guarding. Although I don't know why you're here, it's obviously against the rules. Please move to another place." Yang Kai snorted coldly, "What rules? Who set the rules?" "Of course, it's the rules set by Li." The female succubus demon looked at him. "He's responsible for dispatching and arranging the various troops under the saint. You should be in your own place and not here." "It's Li again." Yang Kai's eyes turned cold. Was she looking for trouble? Yang Kai laughed and said, "I don't know who Li is. I only know that when I brought people here, there was no one here. Now this is my territory. You brought people here to show off your power, and now you want to drive me away. Do you think I won't agree with you?" The female succubus demon frowned. "But this is indeed the place that Li arranged for me to guard. You should ask Li where you want to go." "I said that I don't know that guy. I'm only under the jurisdiction of the saint, and I don't need to listen to his orders." Yang Kai waved his hand impatiently. "Take your people and get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The female succubus demon was so angry that her face turned gloomy. "How dare a mere human talk to me like this?" Yang Kai was about to retort, but unexpectedly, the demon didn't give him a chance to speak. She flicked her wrist, and a soft whip was pulled out in the air and rolled towards him with the power of wind and thunder. At the critical moment, Yang Kai lowered his body to avoid the attack, and the soft whip directly hit the Cloud Shadow Army. Screams were heard, and the Cloud Shadow Army immediately suffered many casualties. Yang Kai looked back and was furious. "How dare you attack me? You're courting death." As soon as these words fell, Yang Kai and his mount rushed forward. Wind Chaser's 4 hooves ignited with golden flames as it carried Yang Kai into the enemy army like a bolt of lightning, sweeping through everything in its path. Numerous demon race cultivators were swept aside like weeds. Chapter 35-29. Yang Kai could clearly feel Jue Feng's excitement. This guy seemed to be extremely familiar with charging and fighting. Thinking about how he was once Chang Tian's mount, it was not surprising that he had accompanied Chang Tian on countless expeditions for countless years. Jue Feng estimated that his fighting instincts had already become a brand in the depths of his soul, and after many years of living a peaceful life, he had long been unable to restrain his wild and restless heart. Now that he had the opportunity, how could he not properly vent it? Wherever the crowd was densely packed, Jue Feng would charge forward, one man and one mount directly plowing through the opposing army. As flesh and blood flew, screams rang out endlessly. Even the Demon King was unable to block Jue Feng's charge, dying on the spot if he was too slow to dodge. In order to cooperate with Jue Feng, Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out a long spear from his space ring. He did not know when he had obtained this spear, but Yang Kai had never refined it before, so now he could only use it as an ordinary weapon, unable to display its original power. Even so, with Yang Kai's tyrannical physique, he was able to display great lethality with this spear in his hand. As he stabbed forward, blood splattered everywhere, and howls of anguish rang out. A sharp and ear-piercing sound suddenly rang out, turning into an invisible force that broke through Yang Kai's spiritual energy defenses and directly entered his mind. It turned out that the female succubus demon had seen that Yang Kai and his mount were unstoppable and had taken the initiative to attack. She was a half-saint and a succubus demon, so this howl contained an extremely powerful spiritual energy. Zhui Feng's pace paused slightly, apparently affected by this howl, and Yang Kai's body swayed, almost falling off Zhui Feng's back. Fortunately, the soul-warming lotus emitted a cool aura at the critical moment, allowing him to regain his senses. The sound of something breaking through the air resounded in his ears. It seemed that there was a fierce attack coming from behind. Yang Kai instinctively raised his spear to block, but his arm was shocked by a strong force, and his spear flew out of his hand. Turning his head to look, he saw that the succubus demon had a mocking smile on her face. The soft whip in her hand coiled around his spear and drew a circle in the air before ruthlessly smashing down on him. In an instant, the sound of wind and thunder resounded, and the aura of death enveloped him. Yang Kai suddenly clamped down on Zhui Feng. In a flash, Zhui Feng's body suddenly turned, narrowly avoiding this attack. With a loud boom, a huge crater appeared in the ground. The surrounding demon race, both allies and enemies alike, were sent flying. Without waiting for Yang Kai to recover, the whip struck again. Fortunately, Windchaser's ability to adapt was not bad. The moment he turned around, he had already charged at the female succubus demon. Although it seemed clumsy, it dodged the attack of the soft whip in an exquisite manner. In the blink of an eye, it was within 10 meters of its opponent. Riding on Zhui Feng's back, Yang Kai could clearly see the panic in the female succubus demon's eyes. Although she was also a half-saint, from her race and the demonic treasure she used, it could be seen that she was not good at close combat. She could only display her full strength from a distance. When Zhui Feng rushed in front of her, she naturally panicked. However, she was still a half-saint, so she had the ability to remain calm. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of ruthlessness, and she actually ignored Zhui Feng. She looked up at Yang Kai's eyes and shook her whip, turning it into several circles that enveloped Yang Kai. Yang Kai flicked his wrist and summoned the myriad sword. When he activated his Emperor's Qi, the sword light flew upwards like a waterfall. However, how could a half-saint's attack be so easily broken? When the sword light disappeared, it only delayed the speed of the whip. Seeing that he was about to be bound by the other party's whip, Yang Kai could only use his space principles to teleport away. Otherwise, if he was really bound by her whip, he would be at a complete disadvantage. Now that he was counting on Windchaser, he could at least put up a fight against the other party and perhaps even cause her some suffering. Moreover, if he left Zhui Feng, it would be more convenient for him to display his full strength. Although the fight was short, Yang Kai could feel that because Zhui Feng had to protect him, Zhui Feng was somewhat restrained. On the other hand, there was only one half-saint in the enemy's camp that could threaten his safety. Besides this succubus, he really didn't take the others seriously. After reappearing, Yang Kai stood in the void and looked over. He saw that Zhui Feng was already fighting with the female succubus demon. Zhui Feng's attacks could be said to be very simple. It was nothing more than charging, biting, shaking its head and tail, and using its 4 hooves. On the other hand, the female succubus demon had a lot of tricks up her sleeves. She used all kinds of secret techniques, but the two were still evenly matched. From this, it could be seen that Zhui Feng's strength was quite good among the half-saint. At the very least, he was a bit stronger than the female succubus demon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to stabilize the situation. If the fight went on for a long time, with his endurance, he would definitely be able to gain the upper hand. In the past, he had chased after a half-saint for a long time. He had only stopped when his opponent's cultivation had dropped. How could he not have some endurance? Below, millions of demon race soldiers were also fighting. There were constantly demon race soldiers falling down. Both sides had casualties. This made Yang Kai feel a bit confused. How did the situation turn out like this? He didn't bring these 2 million soldiers to fight with the other half-saint soldiers. He wanted to see if he could use this army to do something at a crucial moment. Now that the situation had turned out like this, it was true that he hadn't dealt with it properly, but the main reason was that the other side was too overbearing. They had killed many of his people without saying anything, so he couldn't easily give up. It was just a piece of territory. The defensive line outside the battlefield was so long, so why did the other side have to fight over this territory? Just as he was thinking this, Yang Kai suddenly felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. This feeling of uneasiness came out of nowhere and came without any warning. It was as if a great danger was approaching him. Looking up, Zhue Feng had already disappeared. He didn't know where he had gone with the female succubus demon. That feeling of uneasiness became even more intense. All the pores on his body shrank and his skin turned cold. Without even thinking, Yang Kai's figure blurred and turned into nothingness. He had exiled himself into the void. At this moment, a figure strangely appeared beside him. A powerful punch slammed into the place where he had been standing. A berserk power erupted and the aftermath of the attack spread out, penetrating through the void. Even though he had used the Nihility secret technique, Yang Kai still felt his blood boil. His vision darkened and he almost fainted. He hurriedly teleported away from that dangerous place and appeared 3,000 meters away. He looked up and his pupils shrank. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "You Sang!" The person who had launched a sneak attack and almost killed him on the spot was actually Yu Sang, who should still be in the two-realm battlefield. Yang Kai hadn't seen this guy since the last time they parted in the holy city of the Phantom Continent. Yu Meng had also said that he had been sent to the two-realm battlefield. Baizhua had confirmed this. Even just now, Baizhua had said that Yu Sang was still guarding the two-realm battlefield. So Yang Kai never expected that Yu Sang had actually returned to the demon territory and was even ambushing him here. Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at the several million demon race troops entangled below, then turned his head to look at where Di Li was. Thinking about the female succubus demon's attitude and actions, Yang Kai's face became gloomy. This was a trap set up by 3 half-saint realm experts. First, Di Li didn't assign him a territory to defend. Then, the female succubus demon deliberately came over to fight with him for territory, then lured Zhue Feng away. Finally, it was Yu Sang who attacked. Thinking about the crisis just now, Yang Kai's forehead couldn't help but drip with cold sweat. At the same time, his anger was surging. These 3 half-saint realm experts didn't hesitate to join hands to kill him. They really gave him face. Yu Sang looked surprised. It seemed that he didn't expect that his sneak attack actually didn't take Yang Kai's life. Although it seemed that he had injured Yang Kai, it was somewhat unreasonable for a half-saint like him to let Yang Kai escape. The Space Divine technique really lived up to its reputation. But that was it. He didn't hesitate to violate Yu Meng's order and rushed back from the two-realm battlefield. Firstly, he wanted to take Yang Kai's life. Secondly, he wanted to fight for the opportunity that belonged to him in the upcoming unforeseen events. The second reason was the most important. As for taking Yang Kai's life, it was only a side benefit. He secretly hated Yu Meng for not informing him of such a good opportunity. If he didn't have some connections, he really wouldn't have known that there was such a huge opportunity in the Eternal Heaven continent. It wasn't that he didn't know that Yu Meng valued Yang Kai. After mingling in the two-realm battlefield for so long, he had already investigated the matters between Yang Kai and Yu Meng. He was even more clear about the consequences if he killed Yang Kai. However, this wasn't enough to make him shrink back. As long as he could seize the opportunity in the next many demon saint schemes, even Yu Meng wouldn't be able to easily kill him. At that time, the other demon saint wouldn't agree to it. Therefore, Yang Kai had to die today. Moreover, he had to kill him with his own hands. Only in this way could he vent the hatred in his heart. Their eyes met. Yu Sang's gaze was disdainful, and his voice was cold. "Do you think you'll be safe and sound with the saint protecting you? If I want to kill you, it'll be as easy as flicking my finger." Yang Kai turned his head and spat out the blood in his mouth. He sneered, "You returned from the two-realm battlefield without permission. Let's see how you explain this to the saint." Yu Sang's eyes drooped. "Explain? If I want to return, I'll return. Why do I need to explain anything to the saint? If you have time to worry about me, why don't you worry about yourself?" Yang Kai said with a calm face, "Do you really dare to kill me?" Yu Sang looked at him playfully. "What do you think?" Yang Kai looked left and right for a moment. Instead of answering, he asked, "It looks like you're determined to kill me. I'm actually very curious. How did you persuade Di Li and that female succubus demon to help you? Don't tell me they don't know the consequences of doing so? If Yu Rumeng found out that they had colluded with Yu Sang to kill him, would she let it go?" Chapter 35:30. Even if those two were half-saint, they would probably follow in Yu Sang's footsteps and be sent to the two-realm battlefield to fight against those fake emperors. If they were lucky, they could make up for their mistakes. If they were unlucky, they could only die there. As the war of the two realms intensified, more than one or two half-saint and fake emperors had fallen. Yu Sang said indifferently, "No one helped me. I just happened to be there at the right time." Yang Kai's eyes widened in anger. Although he knew that Yu Sang was spouting nonsense to get rid of those two, there was no big problem with this excuse. Not to mention that he had only met Di Li once and there was no conflict between them. Even the female succubus demon had a good reason to fight with him. Therefore, even if the matter reached Yu Rumeng, those two could say that it was a misunderstanding. Of course, in the end, it still depended on which side Yu Rumeng was on. If she was on his side, it would be useless even if they tried to defend themselves. "I hope the Lord will believe you." Yang Kai snorted coldly. Yu Sang raised his hand and said indifferently, "Between me and a dead person, who do you think the Lord will believe?" The moment he said the last word, he had already slapped Yang Kai with his palm. There was an explosive sound in the air. As the hand slapped down, it was as if an invisible mountain was pressing down on him. Yang Kai only hesitated for a moment before he heard the bones in his body cracking. His whole body was like a meteorite falling from the sky, crashing into the ground with a loud bang and creating a big hole in the ground. Yu Sang's body did not move. He floated over strangely and quickly approached. There was a whooshing sound as a sharp arrow emitting an incandescent light attacked from the side. It arrived in the blink of an eye and shot straight at Yu Sang's chest. Yu Sang did not even look at it. He just waved his hand and the light that shot out returned to where it came from at an even faster speed. There was a scream as Boya, who was hiding in the dark to launch a sneak attack, brushed past the light. She was flipped a few times by the powerful force and fell to the ground. No one knew whether she was dead or alive. The ground was quickly dyed red with blood. At the same time, Yang Kai struggled to get up. His mouth and nose were full of blood, his hair was messy, and he looked very sorry. However, just as he bent his body, Yu Sang had already floated in front of him and raised his hand. Yang Kai's direction. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air as colorful petals floated over from some unknown place. In the blink of an eye, they had surrounded Yang Kai's body, forming an impenetrable barrier around him. The fragrance of the flowers seemed to have the magical effect of seducing one's mind. Not far from Boya, Li Shiqing bit her red lips and formed a series of hand seals, her body releasing a five-colored light as her emperor chi surged. Although her beautiful eyes were filled with fear and timidity, her expression was resolute. Yu Sang turned his head and looked at her coldly, snorting coldly. A surge of spiritual energy burst out from Li Shiqing's chest as a flash of light appeared and disappeared. Her tender body trembled slightly as her emperor chi collapsed, and she fell limply to the ground. As she fainted, the flower petals that surrounded Yang Kai also collapsed. After dealing with the two little mice that had interfered with him, Yu Sang looked at Yang Kai calmly. The corners of his mouth curled into a cruel smile, as if he had obtained great pleasure. He pointed his finger at Yang Kai's forehead and said, "Do you regret offending me? Do you think this king can't do anything to you just because you're proficient in space principles? Now that we're so close and this king's divine sense has locked onto you, don't even think about escaping." Regret. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and growled. The space principles around him fluctuated and a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. A cold voice came from behind this figure. "Fuck you." Yu Sang's expression was one of astonishment as he stared at the ice stone man that had suddenly appeared in front of him. No matter how much he thought about it, he couldn't figure out where this guy had jumped out from. Just a moment ago, there was no trace of it at all, but it had inexplicably appeared in front of him. He didn't have time to think too much because the stone man had unhurriedly thrown a punch at him as soon as he appeared. Judging from the power of the punch, the stone man who had suddenly appeared was actually a half-step saint. Under the stimulation of his demonic chi, the power of his finger became even stronger. Since his opponent was a half-saint, Yu Sang didn't dare to lower his guard. Damn it, why is there a half-saint beside that human? Yu Sang had thought that it would be foolproof if Zhui Feng was lured away, but he hadn't expected such an unforeseen event to occur. Yu Sang's heart sank as he faintly felt that the situation was not good. With a half-saint interfering with his energy, it would be very difficult to kill Yang Kai. As his thoughts fluctuated, their attacks had already collided. Yu Sang's eyes suddenly shrank as he revealed a look of horror. His body instinctively swayed as he retreated. In the blink of an eye, he had floated 1,000 feet away. When he looked down, his face suddenly became gloomy. This was because one of his fingers had been twisted beyond recognition. The bones were almost completely shattered and a heart-wrenching pain was transmitted from his finger, stimulating every nerve in his body. With just one attack, his finger had been crippled. If he hadn't reacted quickly and retreated in time, he was afraid that even his arm would have been lost to that stone man. What great strength! That attack just now didn't show any trace of demonic chi. It was just a burst of pure strength, but it still broke through his defense and injured him. In the entire demon territory, perhaps only a half-saint with a power demon background could possess such terrifying strength. That's not right. Even a demisage from the power demon clan would be somewhat inferior in comparison. What race was this stone man from? A stone demon? A power demon? It didn't look like one. Roar? The embodiment opened his mouth and roared. His voice was mixed with uncontrollable excitement. His intelligence was a wisp of Yang Kai's soul, so he had the same origin as Yang Kai. He wasn't a person who liked killing and fighting, but after experiencing full strength, he naturally couldn't suppress his excitement. Amidst the roar, demonic chi soared into the sky and his body ignited with black flames. His entire body seemed to have turned into a black hole that could devour everything. Sharp bone spurs drilled out of the surface of his body. He stretched out his hand and grasped the void, holding a warhammer in his hand. Demonic chi flowed and the warhammer trembled slightly. In an instant, an extremely dangerous aura fluctuated. Yu Sang had not recovered from the shock of being injured by a single blow. After feeling this aura, she could not help but widen her eyes and stare at the demonic warhammer. She cried out involuntarily, "Divine weapon!" In the demon territory, only the demonic treasures that Demon Saint had painstakingly refined could be called sacred tools. In the entire demon territory, the number of sacred tools didn't exceed 20. It could be said that each sacred tool was an extremely rare existence. Similarly, each sacred tool could display great power. Most of these sacred tools were controlled by the 12 Demon Saint. Only a few of them were wandering outside and their whereabouts were unknown. The demonic warhammer in the embodiment's hand was obtained by Yang Kai outside Maplewood City. It was the weapon of the ancient one-eyed giant demon. However, because Yang Kai and the embodiment didn't have demonic chi, no one had been able to activate its true power all these years. Occasionally, the embodiment would use it, but it was just like an ordinary weapon. But now, it was different. The embodiment had devoured the origin of the Cloud Shadow mainland in the nest of myriad demons. All of his power had been transformed into demonic chi, and he had completely become a half-saint in the demon territory. He was qualified to activate the power of this demonic warhammer. With the warhammer in hand, the embodiment's originally strong powers suddenly increased by several levels. The embodiment clearly felt this. The demonic chi in his body almost uncontrollably rushed toward the warhammer. The originally deathly still warhammer seemed to have been reborn at this moment. A kind of jubilant mood was transmitted from the Warhammer, thirsting for more demonic chi. Looking down, the embodiment sneered. When he activated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle technique, he immediately cut off the Warhammer's devouring. No matter what kind of secret treasure it was based on the person. How could the embodiment tolerate the Warhammer's crazy devouring, as if it wanted to take the initiative? It had always been the embodiment devouring others. If the Warhammer wanted to devour his demonic chi, it would have to ask for his permission. With the Warhammer in hand, the embodiment leaped up and smashed the Warhammer at Wuxia from a distance of several thousand feet. Immediately, a huge Warhammer shadow appeared in the void, almost covering the entire sky. As the Warhammer shadow smashed down, it seemed as if the sky had collapsed. Wuxia's complexion changed greatly. His whole body shook. With him as the center, a large blood fog filled the surrounding dozens of miles. When he looked up, a large space was covered by the blood fog. Wuxia was nowhere to be seen. The Warhammer shadow smashed into the blood fog, smashing a huge hole in it. But soon, the surrounding blood fog filled the hole again. Streaks of blood-red light were shot out from the blood mist, shooting toward the embodiment like arrows. The embodiment nimbly dodged a few of them, but he was still hit. Suddenly, a sizzling sound was heard from the surface of his body. The burning blood of the black flame was on par with the attack. After a moment of hesitation, the embodiment plunged into the blood fog. In an instant, there were bursts of roaring and bursting sounds coming from inside. Obviously, he was fighting with Wuxia like fire and water. At the same time, Yang Kai had flashed to Boya and Li Shiqing's side. When he was in danger just now, only these two women stepped forward. Although they didn't do much, at least they did want to help him. Now that these two women had fainted on the ground, if he didn't care about them on the battlefield of millions of soldiers, they might not even know how they died. After a brief examination, he found that Boya's injuries were more serious. The arrow she shot had been deflected by Wuxia. Not only did it not hurt the enemy, but it also hurt herself. Half of her shoulder was almost broken, and blood kept flowing. On the contrary, Li Shiqing's situation was a little surprising. Yang Kai thought that Li Shiqing's injuries were more serious. After all, she was injured by Wuxia's spiritual power. Even if she didn't die, she would be seriously injured. But after a careful examination, Yang Kai found that she was safe and sound. The reason she fainted was probably because her spiritual sense was shaken. Chapter 35-31. In this kind of situation, as long as she woke up naturally, everything would be fine. Yang Kai couldn't help but be startled. Recalling the scene just now, he vaguely felt that the reason Li Shiqing was safe and sound was related to the light emitted from her chest. As the disciple of the Flower Shadow Great Emperors, she must have carried a lot of life-saving treasures with her. Although everything had been taken away when she came to the demon territory, the things she refined in her body couldn't be taken away by others. But as a result, Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happened to Li Shiqing because of this, he really wouldn't be able to explain it to the great emperors of the Flower Shadow. Looking around, Yang Kai saw Xiao Wu looking at him with a panicked expression. He immediately called out, "Take care of them." Xiao Wu came back to her senses and nodded heavily. She quickly rushed over and picked up Boya and Li Shiqing, one in each hand, before quickly retreating to the back of their camp. Taking advantage of this gap, Yang Kai also stuffed a handful of spirit pills into Boya's mouth. Her injuries looked serious, but in fact, they didn't threaten her foundation. She only needed to rest for a few days to recover. Straightening up again, Yang Kai gloomily looked towards the blood mist. Space principles fluctuated, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above the blood mist that covered thousands of kilometers. Raising his hand, a cyan gourd appeared in his palm. It was the wind gourd he obtained from the depths of Orthodoxy Temple's forbidden area. Opening the gourd, Yang Kai madly poured his emperor chi into it and aimed it at the blood mist. In the next moment, the astral wind that swept across the world turned into wind blades that cut towards the blood mist. With a flash of black light, the embodiment that was connected to Yang Kai's mind had already escaped from the blood mist. The wind blades that blotted out the sky and covered the earth continuously slashed into the blood mist, shattering a large area of the blood mist into pieces. Muffled groans could be heard from time to time. Clearly, Yu Sang had been hit. In less than 10 breaths of time, the blood mist started to roll and suddenly condense towards the center, revealing Yu Sang's figure once again. Without stopping, he had already transformed into a bloody light and pounced in front of Yang Kai. When he raised his hand, his entire arm turned into a blood-red giant python with horns on its forehead. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on Yang Kai, intending to swallow Yang Kai whole. The Dharmakaya had the cultivation of a half-saint, so Yu Sang couldn't do anything to it in a short period of time. That was why they were evenly matched. However, Yang Kai's strength was only that of a middle-ranked demon king. If Yu Sang couldn't even deal with such a guy, he wouldn't deserve to be a half-saint. The blood python arrived in the blink of an eye. Its huge mouth bit through space, and it didn't give Yang Kai any time to react before it swallowed the space he was in. When the huge mouth closed, Yang Kai had already disappeared. Yu Sang sneered, "Ignorant." If Yang Kai had hidden, he really wouldn't have been able to do anything. After all, he was proficient in space secret techniques and wouldn't be so easy to kill. However, he had jumped out himself. This was simply courting death, which was exactly what Yu Sang wanted. The blood-red giant python twisted, as if it was about to transform back. However, at this moment, Yu Sang's expression suddenly changed, and he looked towards the python's head. Inside, there seemed to be an unimaginable aura awakening, causing people to involuntarily feel a sense of fear. At the same time, a low shout that sounded like a whisper entered their ears, "Dragon form!" The python's head suddenly swelled up, and a huge monster suddenly appeared in the python's mouth. It forcibly opened the python's already closed mouth, and pure dragon's breath filled the surroundings. Yu Sang couldn't see what method Yang Kai had used, but he was definitely not unfamiliar with the aura that belonged to the head of the holy spirits. In the two-realm battlefield, he had once fought with a dragon girl. Her bloodline wasn't too high, but she was still able to compete with him. Dragon race. That human actually had the bloodline of the dragon race. And at this moment, this kind of dragon's breath seemed to be purer and more vigorous than that of the dragon girl. The mouth of the blood-red python had been stretched to its limit, and two sharp dragon claws that flickered with cold light suddenly appeared in his vision. They grabbed the top and bottom of the python's mouth, and then fiercely tore it apart. With a ripping sound, the huge blood-red python was directly torn in two from the head. As blood splashed, the figure of an indomitable monster was imprinted in Yu Sang's eyes. It was also imprinted in the eyes of the millions of soldiers below. A moment of strange silence appeared on the noisy battlefield. Almost everyone raised their heads to look at the huge figure, and their faces were absent-minded. The figure was more than 300 feet tall, and was covered in golden dragon scales. There was a dragon horn on its forehead, and its hands had turned into dragon claws. Behind its butt, a dragon tail swayed, stirring the wind and clouds. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and the earth. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and grabbed the blood-red python's body that had been torn in two, and fiercely pulled it towards him. An enormous and irresistible force came, and Yu Sang's body was involuntarily pulled over. The blood-red python was formed from his arm, so it couldn't be separated. Naturally, it couldn't resist such a force. In terms of cultivation, he was indeed far superior to Yang Kai, but in terms of pure strength, he was no match for him at all. In a hurry, the blood-red python exploded, turned into a cloud of blood mist, and shrank back into an arm again. However, because of the move just now, there was now a foot-long wound on his arm, and blood was flowing out. The pain made him angry. It was a shame that he had accidentally capsized in the gutter. With the help of Yang Kai's pulling force, he didn't retreat, but rushed straight towards Yang Kai. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Yang Kai. His small figure formed a sharp contrast with Yang Kai's tall figure, but his eyes didn't shrink back. Instead, he looked down at Yang Kai condescendingly, as if he was the taller one. In the face of Yang Kai's heavy punch, he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Instead, he opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of blood towards Yang Kai. The cloud of blood suddenly turned into a blood ball in midair. The fist hit the blood ball, but not only did it not break, but it was also wrapped up by the blood ball. The blood ball quickly grew bigger and moved forward, completely enveloping Yang Kai's half-dragon body. Yu Sang looked down and stretched out his hand to point at Yang Kai. He shouted in a low voice, "Die!" The loose blood ball suddenly shrank at this moment, and the thin blood ball walls sent out an amazing binding force. Immediately, a cracking sound came from Yang Kai's body. At this critical moment, the practicing body flew over and waved his warhammer, smashing towards Yu Sang's head. A trace of unwillingness flashed in Yu Sang's eyes, but he didn't want to face it head-on. After all, it was a divine weapon. Who knew what would happen if he was hit by it? He could only retreat. In the blood ball, Yang Kai struggled a few times, but he found that he couldn't break the layer of defense no matter how hard he tried. This thing seemed to be extremely tough, and it couldn't be solved by pure strength. Seeing that he was being tightened and was about to be out of breath, Yang Kai could only open his mouth. Accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar, a raging flame came out of his mouth. Fire Dragon's breath. Under the raging flame, the blood ball quickly evaporated, freeing him at once. The practicing body had already chased after Yu Sang. Yang Kai didn't stop and followed closely behind. The two of them joined forces to fight against Yu Sang. In the fierce battle, Yang Kai could clearly feel the growth of himself and the practicing body. Last time in the Eastern Territory, he also used his full strength and joined forces with the practicing body to fight against Song Imo. Song Imo was a fake emperor, about the same level as Yu Sang. But at that time, the two of them used all their strength and could only barely protect themselves from Song Imo. In the end, Cheongchi appeared and forced Song Imo to retreat. But now, he could gain the upper hand in the battle against Yu Sang. Of course, the growth of the practicing body was the most important. Yang Kai wasn't much stronger than he was at that time. This made him feel resentful in his heart. Strength was indeed his biggest shortcoming. Although he was now a second-order Emperor Realm Master and was already ahead of most people in both the Demon Domain and the Star Boundary, as his strength increased, the higher the level he came into contact with, the more powerless he felt. For example, although he could gain the upper hand by joining forces with the practicing body, it was impossible for him to kill Yu Sang unless he made a huge mistake. But instead of pinning his hopes on others' mistakes, it was better to focus on improving his own strength. He didn't need to improve too much. As long as he reached the third-order Emperor realm, the situation would be much better when he faced a half-saint in the future. High up in the sky, terrifying dragon race secret techniques bloomed in Yang Kai's hands, giving the practicing body as much space to fight as possible. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's territory had quietly spread out, devouring Yu Sang's strength little by little without his knowledge. As long as there was enough time, the advantage on his side would become more and more obvious. When the time came, Yu Sang would die. This guy had deliberately schemed to deal with him, so how could Yang Kai let him off so easily? Now that he had found an opportunity, he naturally had to make him pay the price. Otherwise, he would always be watched by a half-saint in the future, and his life would be uncomfortable. However, things didn't go as he wished. While the battle was in full swing, Yu Sang suddenly retreated, turning into a blood-red light and quickly escaping without stopping. Although the practicing body tried to stop him, it couldn't do anything when a half-saint wanted to escape. It swung its warhammer, but only hit empty air. Needless to say, Yang Kai's speed wasn't much slower than Yu Sang's teleportation. He could only watch as Yu Sang escaped and disappeared from his field of vision. Yang Kai looked in the direction where Yu Sang disappeared with a ferocious expression. He had nowhere to vent his anger, so he felt very uncomfortable. "Someone is coming," the practicing body suddenly said in a deep voice, and put away the demonic warhammer. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a streamer not far away. When the streamer came closer, he discovered that it was Baizhua. Baizhua looked at Yang Kai's huge figure in amazement. After carefully examining it for a long time, he vaguely recognized Yang Kai's appearance. He frowned and looked at the chaotic battlefield below, and said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Chapter 35-32. He had also heard from his subordinates that there seemed to be some trouble here, so he hurried over to investigate. When Yang Kai left his place, he was heading back here, so he suspected that something had happened here. Now that he looked at it, it was indeed so. Moreover, judging from the remnant auras here, there should have been a great battle between half-saints. Baizhua couldn't help but take a few more glances at the embodiment. Yu Sang is here. Yang Kai looked at him with a sullen face. How is that possible? Baizhua was shocked. Did you see wrongly? Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, I'm not so bad as to mistake the person who wants to kill me. But shouldn't he be in the two realms? Baizhua frowned as he spoke, as if he had thought of something. He nodded slightly and said, if that's the case, it's not strange that he would come back. Yang Kai snorted coldly as he withdrew his dragon form and returned to his original appearance. This made Baizhua feel a little embarrassed. After all, more than 2 hours ago, he had told Yang Kai that Yu Sang stayed behind to guard the two realms battlefield. Who knew that Yang Kai would be attacked by Yu Sang as soon as he returned from his place? Fortunately, nothing happened. If something had happened, he would have to bear some responsibility. He couldn't help but laugh and ask, you're not hurt, right? Yang Kai also knew that he couldn't be blamed for this. The reason why his expression was a little ugly wasn't because Baijua's information was wrong and put him in a passive position, but because this guy came too quickly. The reason why Yu Sang decisively retreated was probably because he sensed Baijua's aura. He probably also knew that once Baizhua came, he definitely wouldn't stand on his side. The two of them already had a grudge, and now he had sneaked back into the demon territory. If Baizhua caught him, he wouldn't let him off so easily. When Baizhua and Yang Kai's embodiment joined forces, he wouldn't be able to escape easily. Yang Kai said in a muffled voice, it's nothing serious. Baizhua nodded gently. The Lord will arrive in half a day. Let's clean up here first. Although Yu Sang had already retreated, millions of people were still fighting in the demon race below. If no one intervened, it wouldn't be resolved in a short time. If Yu Rumeng really came and saw this, it wouldn't look good for anyone. This was already considered an internal conflict, and it would only make the other demon saint laugh at Yu Rumeng for being incompetent. Yang Kai wanted to kill all of the succubus demon's subordinates, but he knew that since Baizhua had shown up, that idea was somewhat unrealistic. Moreover, he had suffered many casualties on his side. In just a short while, nearly 1/10 of the 2 million troops had died. Anyway, the monk could run away, but the temple couldn't run away. Whether it was Yu Sang, Di Li, or the succubus demon, Yang Kai had already nailed them on his list of enemies. As long as they were still working under Yu Rumeng, sooner or later he would get back at them. Without saying a word, he rushed down with his Dharmakaya, killing in and out of the enemy's army several times. He directly disintegrated the enemy's fighting spirit and made the enemy's army collapse. Only then did he stop. After that, Lao Ku and the others counted the battlefield, so there was no need for Yang Kai to worry about anything. Baizhua followed closely beside Yang Kai, probably because he was afraid that Yu Sang would come back and attack. Not long after the battle here, Wind-Chasing Wolf ran back proudly and shamelessly came to Yang Kai's side, looking like he was asking for credit. Yang Kai gave it a beating, scolding it as he hit it. Did I ask you to chase after them? Who asked you to chase after them? You should change your name to Chasing People, not Wind-Chasing Wolf. If Wind-Chasing Wolf hadn't been distracted by the female succubus demon, maybe Yu Sang would have been killed today. Wind-Chasing Wolf looked wronged and didn't know what was going on at all. Baizhua looked at it with fear. He had heard of Wind-Chasing Wolf's name. As the mount of the master of the 100 Spirit Continent, this guy had always been known for his bad temper, and his strength was very terrifying. Seeing Yang Kai scolding him, he was really afraid that Wind-Chasing Wolf would beat Yang Kai to death in anger. What surprised him even more was that Wind-Chasing Wolf didn't fight back, nor did it talk back. It just whimpered from time to time to express its grievance. After being beaten, it lowered its head and ran to the side to climb down, looking very hurt. Baizhua clicked his tongue in wonder. Boya and Li Shiqing had both woken up. The latter didn't have any serious injuries. Seeing Yang Kai safe and sound and smiling at him, Yang Kai felt warm in his heart. They were both from the astral world, so there was a natural closeness. If it wasn't for the disguise, Yang Kai's attitude towards her wouldn't have been so bad. However, they were in the demon territory, so they had to be careful. Li Shiqing's face was pale, but after taking the pill, her injuries improved and there wouldn't be any sequelae. Yang Kai gave them a few words of encouragement and asked Xiao Wu to take good care of them. Then he looked into the distance with Bai Zhuo. Compared to the battle between the great emperors and the demon saint, the previous conflict here could only be said to be a small fight. The buzzing sound in the sky didn't stop for a moment, and in a very distant location, a burst of light would burst out from time to time, making the world lose its color and the void tremble. No matter who it was, as long as one's strength reached a certain level, they would be able to feel that the laws of this world were beginning to shatter. This was the power of the great emperors and the demon saint. Their every move could really affect the survival of a continent. Most of the half-saint have returned to the demon territory, so what about the two-realm battlefield? Yang Kai suddenly asked. Bai Zhuo shrugged and said, "They're like turtles. What else can they do?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at him and said with a chuckle, "Are the Saint Venerables planning to exhaust one of the great emperors to death with numbers?" Since most of the half-saint had been summoned back and gathered in the Eternal Heaven continent, it could only mean that these half-saint would have to face Mingyu in the end. One or two half-saint might not be of much use in front of Mingyu, but as long as there were enough people, they would be able to kill an elephant with numbers. Bai Zhuo frowned and muttered to himself for a moment before saying, "Although you can say that, the matter isn't as simple as you think. The Saint Venerables have a more far-reaching plan. Moreover, the matter here is not only a life and death gamble for all the half-saint, but also a great opportunity." "Oh!" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. "I'd like to hear the details." Bai Zhuo smiled bitterly and shook his head. "You should ask the Saint Venerables about this matter. If she's willing to tell you, then she'll explain it to you clearly. If she's unwilling, then it's not good for me to exceed my authority." Yang Kai's eyes flashed, but he didn't ask any more questions. Since Bai Zhuo had already expressed his attitude, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. He could understand the life and death gamble. A half-saint facing off against the great emperors was naturally a huge gamble. Maybe they would be killed in a single exchange. But what was this great opportunity? Could it be that killing Mingyu would give them some benefits? The information Bai Zhuo revealed made him unable to ignore it even if he didn't want to. The battlefield hadn't been cleaned up yet, but a terrifying aura had already rushed over from the distance. Zhu Feng, who had been crawling on the ground, immediately got up and looked in that direction with vigilance. He obviously felt the pressure, but he quickly crawled back down. Yang Kai and Bai Zhuo also looked up at the same time. The latter's expression shook. "The Saint Venerables have arrived." Without needing him to say anything, Yang Kai also felt Yu Rumeng's aura. Sure enough, a moment later, there was a flash of light, and Yu Rumeng's figure appeared in front of them. "Greetings, Saint Venerables." Bai Zhuo quickly cupped his hands, and the army behind him fell to their knees. Yu Rumeng nodded slightly and glanced around. She couldn't help but frown. What's going on? The smell of blood in this valley was overwhelming. Broken limbs and wreckage could be seen everywhere. It was obvious that there had been a great battle. Even Yang Kai's face was a little pale, as if he had been injured. This scene startled Yu Rumeng. She thought that the aftermath of the battle between Mingyu had blown over here. Bai Zhuo turned his head and glanced at Yang Kai. Seeing that he didn't intend to speak, he sighed in his heart. He could only step forward and tell him the information he had just received from Yang Kai. Hearing that Yu Sang had actually returned from the two-realm battlefield and even attacked Yang Kai here, Yu Rumeng's face turned white with anger. She gritted her teeth and shouted, "Impudent!" She turned to Bai Zhuo and said, "Summon Yu Sang to see this saint." Not only did he return from the two-realm battlefield without orders, but he actually dared to attack Yang Kai here. How could Yu Rumeng tolerate him? Not to mention that she and Yang Kai were restricted by the Heart Seal secret technique, Yang Kai himself was now the key to the stability of the entire demon territory. Without him, who would protect those unstable realm gates? Who would repair those disappeared realm gates? Whether it was for public or private reasons, Yu Rumeng had to give Yang Kai a reasonable explanation. Baizhuo immediately walked to the side and took out an item. He was probably thinking of a way to contact Yu Sang. Yu Meng turned to look at Yang Kai again, and her expression became gentle. Are you okay? Is what Baizhuo said true? Yang Kai shook his head. I'm fine. It's just that Brother Baizhuo only knows a part of it. Yu Meng said, what else doesn't he know? Yang Kai lightly sneered, I have Zhui Feng to protect me, so Yu Sang alone can't do anything to me. However, he obviously knows this, so someone helped him draw Zhui Feng away. Who? Yu Meng's pretty face sank. Someone who could draw Zhui Feng away was undoubtedly a half-saint. She really didn't expect that the half-saint subordinates under her would be so ignorant and cause trouble for her at this critical moment. I don't know, it's a female succubus demon, Yang Kai replied. Although he didn't know her, there were only a few half-saint subordinates under Yu Meng. Coupled with her background as a succubus demon, it should be easy to find out her identity. Apart from that, Dilly should have played a part in this as well. There's also Dilly? Yu Meng couldn't help but frown. However, when she thought about how the relationship between Dilly and Yu Sang seemed to be very good, she felt relieved. Previously, when she appointed Yang Kai as her king to guard the Cloud Shadow Continent, many of the half-saints under her had disagreed. After all, in the demon domain, only half-saints were qualified to rule over a continent. How could a brat from the human race, who had just arrived, be on equal footing with them? Chapter 35-33. Among these half-saint, Di Li's opposition was the loudest, but at that time, she had forcibly suppressed it, so Yang Kai didn't know about it. She didn't expect that Di Li's shadow would also be involved in this matter. This time, 3 of her half-saint subordinates were involved. Yu Meng couldn't help but feel a little headache. If it was only Yu Sang, it would be easy to deal with. She could just punish him as an example to others. However, 3 half-saint subordinates were a little too much. If she really punished those 3, it might cause dissatisfaction among the other half-saint subordinates. Although a demon saint was a top existence in the territory of demons, the number of half-saint subordinates under their control was also the foundation of their strength. Otherwise, if a demon saint only had cultivation and no one to do things for him, it would be meaningless. While they were talking, Baizhuo came back with a gloomy face. He cupped his hands and said, Holy Sage, there is no reply from Yu Sang. Is there no reply or no response? Yu Meng turned her head and looked at him. Baizhuo said, It should be no response. He's rebelling. Yu Meng was furious. Today's matter was completely caused by Yu Sang. Di Li and the female succubus demon should only be helping Yu Sang, but now they couldn't get in touch with him. Continue to send messages. Tell him that if he doesn't appear in front of this holy sage within 2 hours, he will never appear again. Baizhuo was startled when he heard this. It seemed that he didn't expect Yu Meng's punishment to be so serious. However, he quickly cupped his hands and left, giving an ultimatum to Yu Sang. Yu Meng was angry for a while, but then she comforted Yang Kai and said, Don't worry, I will give you an explanation for this matter. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. No need, I will deal with my own matters. Yu Meng frowned, glanced at the embodiment standing on the side, and gently nodded, Up to you, but wait until the matter here is over. The matter here is more important. She was also relieved. Although she was willing to give Yang Kai an explanation, if she personally came forward, not to mention Yu Sang, Di Li and the female succubus demon would definitely not be able to resist. If the news spread, it was very likely that they would side with the other half-saint. But if Yang Kai did it himself, the embodiment, she could see that the embodiment was a half-saint's cultivation, but Di Li and the female succubus demon were not to be trifled. So even if Yang Kai, the female succubus demon and the female succubus demon were not easy to provoke. It wasn't that the half-saint under her didn't have any conflicts. For example, Yu Sang and Baizhuo had always had grievances with each other. This was also a well-known fact, but as long as it didn't affect the overall interests of her side, she wouldn't easily intervene. In the past, she didn't intervene in the conflicts of her subordinates. Naturally, it was best not to intervene now. Otherwise, if she made a mistake, she wouldn't be able to treat them equally in the future. I heard that you were injured? Yang Kai turned his head and looked at her. Yu Rumeng didn't want to say more about this matter, so she casually replied, "It's just a small injury, nothing serious." "But you, why are you here? Shouldn't you be in the 100-Spirit continent?" "I heard that something happened here, so I came to join in the fun," Yang Kai grinned, "but I didn't expect that the great emperors of the Bright Moon Empire would actually be here. He has been here all along. Since you have trapped him here, why haven't you killed him?" Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head and said, "It's not as simple as you think. If you only wanted to kill him, he would have died. Of course, there are other reasons for keeping him alive, but what?" Yu Rumeng sighed. "It's just that no one expected that he could actually recover to his peak state in this situation, so the situation has changed." Yang Kai frowned and said, "Just now, Brother Baizhua said that this matter is not only a life and death gamble for all the half-saint, but also a great opportunity. What's going on?" Hearing this, Yu Rumeng turned her head and glanced at Baizhua, as if blaming him for talking too much. Yang Kai shrugged and said, "If it's not convenient to say, then don't say it. Anyway, I just came to join in the fun. It's not bad to be able to witness the fall of a great emperors. By the way, does the Bright Moon Empire still have a chance to survive this time?" Yu Rumeng chuckled, "Your resentment towards the star boundary is still so deep." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "If it weren't for them being so aggressive, how could I have fallen into such a situation?" Yu Rumeng squinted at him. "What's wrong with being in the territory of the demon realm? I see that you've been living quite well recently." "There's nothing bad about it, it's just that I'm a human after all, so I feel a little out of place here." Yang Kai chuckled and changed the topic. "You haven't answered me yet. How much chance does the Bright Moon Empire have this time?" Yu Rumeng looked at him with a smile. "The 12 demon saint in the demon territory have all appeared, so how much chance do you think he has?" Yang Kai couldn't help but whistle when he heard this. "It seems that he's dead for sure." At this moment, Li Shiqing suddenly rushed over from not far away, grabbed Yang Kai's arm with a pale face, and looked at him anxiously. "Save Master Bright Moon." She had been meditating not far away to recover, so obviously, she had also heard the conversation between Yang Kai and Yu Rumeng, so she acted like this. Yu Rumeng looked at her and then looked at Yang Kai, a playful smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Looking at this face all day long, how do you feel?" Back in the star boundary, she had transformed into Li Shiqing and stayed by Yang Kai's side, and many things had happened between her and Yang Kai. Later, when they returned to the demon territory, she removed her disguise and restored her original appearance. "How can I feel?" Yang Kai coldly snorted. "You are you, and she is she, how can you confuse the two of you?" While speaking, he flung Li Shiqing away and coldly said, "Get back." Li Shiqing was unwilling to let him go and pounced on him again, grabbing his arm, her beautiful eyes full of begging. "Bright Moon Master is the great emperors of the star boundary, nothing can happen to him. Can you think of a way to save him? Don't you have the space divine technique? You can take Bright Moon Master away from here." "I'll say it one more time, get back." Yang Kai's face was cold. He was already upset because of Yu Rumeng's words, and now Li Shiqing came to find trouble, so how could he be in the mood to serve her? If the space divine technique was really so powerful, he wouldn't be here staring helplessly. When dealing with those half-saint, the space divine technique might have some unexpected effects, but when facing the 12 demon saint in the demon territory, how much use could the space divine technique have? Not to mention anything else. Once Yang Kai made a move, the demon saint only needed to seal off the eternal heaven continent, and they would be able to catch a turtle in a jar. He wanted to save Bright Moon, but it wasn't like this. Seeing that Li Shiqing was still chattering, Kai Yang reached out and slapped her on the head, knocking her unconscious. He then signaled Yin with his eyes, and Yin immediately stepped forward to help Li Shiqing down. "How could you do that?" Yu Rumeng glanced at Yang Kai. "You didn't do it on purpose for me to see, did you?" Yang Kai chuckled. "What's there to do about it?" As he spoke, he reached out and lifted Yu Rumeng's chin. Yu Rumeng's expression changed and she said while gnashing her teeth, "There are so many people here, leave me some face." Yang Kai chuckled and stroked her hair. Yu Rumeng was helpless. She glanced around and saw Baizhua looking up at the sky. She couldn't help but feel angry and amused, so she changed the topic. What's the situation with Yueseng? Baizhua quickly cupped his hands. There's still no reaction. Well, it seems that he's really going to rebel. Yu Rumeng was so angry that she laughed. I'd like to see how he wants to die. Baizhua said, Holy Senior, do you need me to go and capture him? Baizhua didn't want to miss this opportunity to beat the dog when it was down, so he was eager to try. Yu Rumeng waved her hand and said, No need, deal with the matter here first. We'll talk about it after we understand the matter here. You should go back too. Things may change at any time. Pass down the order and let everyone be prepared. Baizhua took the order and left, disappearing soon. After he left, Yang Kai asked with a suspicious look, What do I need to prepare? Do I need to prepare anything here? Yu Rumeng looked up at him, hesitation flashing in her eyes. After a long time, she sighed, You shouldn't have come here. The reason why I didn't tell you to come here is because this place is too dangerous. Yang Kai shrugged, But I'm already here. Yu Rumeng smiled bitterly, I'm afraid it's impossible for you to leave now, right? Yang Kai grinned and said, If you knock me out and let someone take me away, there's nothing I can do. He was really afraid that Yu Rumeng would do that. Although he didn't know why Yu Rumeng wanted him to leave, it was best to say it first and block her. Can't you just do it for me? I brought you here from the star boundary, so I don't want you to die here. Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, I'll be careful. I knew it. Yu Rumeng brushed her hair behind her ear and looked at the battlefield in the distance. After a while, she said, Baizhua is right. The matter here is not only a life and death gamble for all the half-saint, but also a great opportunity because the final kill will be carried out by them. Yang Kai's mind shook violently and his expression changed. Although Yu Rumeng only said that it would happen and didn't say that it would happen, since a demon saint said this, it was very likely that it would happen. Forcibly suppressing the shock in his heart, Yang Kai tried to calm his tone. It's not difficult to understand the life and death gamble. Half-saint killing a great emperor does indeed need to disregard life and death, but what about the opportunity? Could it be that there are benefits for them to kill Bright Moon? This was also what he didn't understand the most. What benefits could killing a great emperor bring? Perhaps it was because his current realm wasn't high enough that he couldn't figure this out. Yu Rumeng said softly, At that time, we didn't kill Bright Moon, but used a large array and blood sacrifice to trap him here. Originally, we planned to let Bright Moon slowly weaken and fall here. Bright Moon is one of the great emperors of the star boundary. His existence represents a part of the will of the star boundary. If he falls here, that part of the will of the star boundary will be accepted and assimilated by the demon territory, which will bring unimaginable benefits to the demon territory. Chapter 35-34. This was in line with what Mingyu had said before. Mingyu had also said that the reason why the demon saint didn't kill him was because he was afraid that he would fight like a cornered beast and risk his life to drag others down with him. The second reason was to let the demon territory digest him. At that time, the capacity of the worldly bottle in the demon territory would definitely increase, and there would be an extra demon saint, while the astral boundary would permanently lose one. This would have a great impact on the situation between the two worlds. What's more, the high-end fighting strength of the astral boundary was weaker than that of the demon territory. Whether it was the great emperors or the false emperors, they were inferior in number to the demon saint and half-saint here. The biggest advantage the astral boundary had now was the home field advantage. Yu Rumeng continued, Now that Mingyu has used some unknown method to recover and has broken the blood sacrifice technique and the 12 great demon arrays, it is impossible to trap him to death, so the original plan has to be changed. The 12 of us will attack together to cripple him, and then the half-saint will kill him. And whoever can kill Mingyu will have the opportunity to snatch a part of the will of the great world that belongs to him. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he heard this. There is such a thing? Yu Rumeng said indifferently, You are not strong enough now, so it is normal that you don't understand these things, but it is also because of this that the person who kills him in the end must be a half-saint. In this way, the one who accepts a part of the will of the great world will have a high chance of growing into a new demon saint. Although it was more convenient for the demon saint to kill Mingyu, even if he accepted the will of the great world, it would not be of much use to the demon saint. It was far better to create the birth of the 13th demon saint. It turned out that the so-called great opportunity was such a situation. Yang Kai's mind was in a trance. According to Yu Rumeng, Mingyu was definitely doomed this time. How could he help Mingyu? In fact, it is best for you to kill Mingyu. Yu Rumeng suddenly looked at him with a complicated expression. What do you mean? Yang Kai forced himself to calm down so that Yu Rumeng wouldn't notice anything amiss. Yu Rumeng smiled and said, "The great world is different from the great world. It is extremely difficult for the astral world's will to be accepted by the demon race. Even if a half-saint were to kill Bright Moon and steal her will, they would still explode and die from the backlash. But you are different. You were born in the astral world, so compared to the demon race, it is easier for you to accept that will and obtain its acknowledgement." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. I can try. If he could openly approach Mingyu, he might have a chance to leave with her. You can't. Yu Rumeng's expression changed as she shouted, "You can't have that kind of thought." But Yang Kai frowned. It's too dangerous. I'll be careful. Yu Rumeng stared at him. Don't force me to knock you out. I definitely won't let you take such a risk. Helpless, Kai Yang could only nod his head and say, all right, since you've said so, then I'll stand here and watch the fun. After pausing for a moment, he smiled bitterly, but then again, there's nothing fun to watch here. The battlefield was too far away. Although he could feel the earth-shaking movements there, Yang Kai couldn't see what was going on with his current eyesight, making him feel very helpless. Yu Rumeng thought about it and said softly, it's not impossible if you want to watch, but you can only watch from here and don't think about anything else. I know. Yang Kai looked at her with some excitement. Although he didn't know what she was going to do, since she said so, he would definitely be able to understand. Yu Rumeng shook her head helplessly. With a flip of her hand, she took out a mirror-like demonic artifact. As her demonic chi surged, the mirror expanded and turned into the size of a table in front of Yang Kai. As the pitch-black demonic chi surged, the surface of the mirror rippled like a calm lake. As the ripples spread, some scenes gradually appeared on the surface of the mirror. They weren't very clear, but they weren't very blurry either. Kai Yang stuck his head out to take a look, then turned his head to look at his surroundings. Surprised, he asked, "Is this mirror reflecting your vision?" The scene that appeared in the mirror at this moment was clearly the valley, and it didn't stay the same. As Yu Rumeng's line of sight shifted, the scene on the mirror was constantly changing. Yu Rumeng nodded gently, yes. Good thing. Yang Kai couldn't help but praise. The function of this demonic mirror didn't seem to be very useful, but it was exactly what he needed at this moment. Yu Rumeng couldn't stand here and accompany him all the time. When the time came, she would definitely go to the battlefield herself. At that time, he would be able to see the situation at a glance. Remember what you promised me. Yu Rumeng didn't go to the battlefield immediately. Instead, she found a place to meditate. On the surface, there was no trace of injury on her, but Yang Kai reckoned that she was still injured. Otherwise, she wouldn't be in such a hurry to recuperate. Furthermore, it was definitely not easy for a devil saint to recover from his injuries. Since she didn't go to the battlefield, Yang Kai naturally couldn't see the situation over there. Even though he was anxious, he could only wait patiently. During this time, he also racked his brains to see if he could find a way to get Mingyu out of this predicament, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find a clue unless he could persuade Yu Rumeng to help. But even with Yu Rumeng's help, the chances weren't very high. As time passed, the situation over there became more and more intense. It seemed that other demon saints had rushed over. Mingyu was already fighting 1 against 2, and now that the number of enemies had increased, the situation was likely to become even worse. At the same time, the laws of heaven and earth of the entire eternal heaven continent became more and more broken. The aftermath of the attacks spread over, causing many members of the demon race to be on tenterhooks. They were afraid that this continent would be shattered and everyone would be swallowed into the void. At a certain moment, Yu Rumeng suddenly opened her eyes. Her deep gaze looked into the distance, and then she stood up. Yang Kai turned his head to look at her. He saw Yu Rumeng's figure flicker and disappear from where she was, leaving behind a wisp of fragrance. Seeing this, Yang Kai hurriedly rushed to the front of the demonic mirror. He clasped his hands on the edge of the demonic crystal and looked down nervously. The scene in the demonic mirror changed rapidly. Obviously, Yu Rumeng was hurrying over. After about 30 breaths of time, a dazzling light bloomed in the demonic mirror, followed by a loud rumbling sound. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't expect that this demonic mirror could transmit not only images, but also sound. However, this was a good thing for Yang Kai. It would be easier for him to understand the situation over there. The scene paused. It should be Yu Rumeng who stopped. When the dazzling light faded, 7 or 8 figures stood proudly in the void. One person stood in the middle, while the others surrounded him. The person in the middle was bathed in blood. His white clothes were dyed red, and it was unknown whether it was his blood or the enemy's. Although he looked a little tired, he was still as calm as the wind. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed. Ming Yu's current situation wasn't optimistic. Although he had recovered with the help of the leaf of the immortal tree he had given him, he was injured again after such a big battle. Although the Blood Sea and the Great Formation were no longer binding them, the 12 demon saints were still gathered in the eternal heaven realm. Ming Yu wanted to escape from this place as difficult as ascending to the heavens. There were tall and short devil saints, male and female, and all of them represented the pinnacle of the devil domain. Some had gloomy eyes, some had smiles on their faces, and some had calm expressions on their faces. There were many different expressions on their faces. Yang Kai didn't know many of them. He had dealt with Bai Li Mo before, so they weren't strangers. He had also seen Xue Li from afar. He was from the Blood Demon clan, and he was the one who presided over the blood sacrifice art. No one could compare to him. However, Xue Li's current situation wasn't much better than Ming Yu's. He was also covered in wounds. It seemed that he had suffered a lot at Ming Yu's hands. Besides him, there was also a fat, short, and completely red demon saint that Yang Kai was extremely concerned about. If he wasn't wrong, this guy should be a red demon. Red demons could give birth to a demon saint? Weren't they the lowest level race in the devil territory? Besides self-destructing, what other methods did they have? However, this red devil saint was the same as Xue Li. Both of them were heavily injured, especially since there was a ball of gentle light constantly emitting from his chest and abdomen, causing him some degree of interference and damage at every moment. This was clearly Ming Yu's method. Boa's weak voice suddenly came from beside him. This should be the Red Demon Clan's Master Huobu. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Yin, Lao Ku and the others had also gathered around. They were obviously very concerned about the battle, but they didn't dare to get too close without Yang Kai's permission. Boa was the only one who didn't treat herself as an outsider. She stood beside Yang Kai and watched with him. So he was Huobu. Previously, when Yang Kai went to Baijua's side, he heard from Baijua that Ming Yu was fighting with Xue Li and Huobu. He secretly remembered these two names. Now, it seemed that none of the three who started the battle had gained an advantage. The other demon saint who came later were fine, at least on the surface. However, the other demon saint's soul fragments had been destroyed, so they would definitely be injured to a certain extent. Didn't I tell you to rest? Yang Kai frowned and glanced at the injury on Boa's shoulder. Boa shook her head. It's not a big deal. Moreover, I really don't want to miss such a rare battle. No one wanted to miss it. From the expressions of Lao Ku, Carson, and the others, it was clear that they thought the same. Yang Kai let them be. Red demons can give birth to a demon saint? He's a red demon, right? Yang Kai frowned and asked his question. Boa chuckled. This is a miracle in the entire demon territory. Let alone you, no one in the entire demon territory would dare to believe it. Even now, the Red Demon Clan hasn't given birth to a single high-level demon race. However, Master Huobu is one of the 12 demon saint. No one knows what kind of opportunity he obtained in his early years. Chapter 35:35. There were all kinds of strange things in the boundless universe, and there were always some unimaginable things in this world that people couldn't understand. Yang Kai's eyes turned slightly as he pointed at another demon saint and asked, What about this one? Although he was only observing the situation through a mirror, this demon saint was still the most eye-catching existence. It wasn't because his appearance was special, but because he gave off a feeling that he couldn't be ignored. Yang Kai felt that this guy wasn't someone to be trifled with. Boya's expression was also extremely solemn. She carefully identified him and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this should be the first demon saint, Master Wilderness." The first demon saint? Yang Kai was surprised. The 12 demon saint are actually ranked differently? He had been in the demon territory for quite some time, but he had never heard of such a thing. He wondered what Yu Rumeng's ranking was, and what Bei Li Mo's ranking was. Boya laughed and shook her head. The other demon saint aren't ranked differently, but Master Wilderness is publicly recognized as the first demon saint. He's the strongest? Yang Kai asked seriously. He's also the oldest demon saint. Boya nodded slightly. Yang Kai carefully observed this guy, memorizing his appearance, and asked, "Which demon race is he from?" "Power demon." Yang Kai secretly gritted his teeth. The demon race of power demons was known for their strength, and this guy was both the strongest and the oldest. His strength had probably reached an unimaginable level, and no one in the astral boundary could contend against him. Under Boya's guidance, Yang Kai recognized the demon saint one by one. Speaking of which, Boya had never seen these demon saints before. However, the characteristics of their races were too obvious. Many of the famous demon saint names were widely spread in the demon territory. Boya only needed to identify them based on their characteristics. Flame demon Qi Yen, feather demon Fu Yu, stone demon Imoken, shadow demon Wu Hua, corpse demon Zhu Qi, bone demon Gamen, sand demon Yu Qiu, in addition to the succubus demon Yu Rumeng, snow demon Bei Li Mo, red demon Huobu and blood demon Xueli, as well as the power demon Huang Wuji. These were the 12 demon saint that stood at the peak of the demon territory. All of them were here, and the races behind these 12 demon saint, other than the fire demon clan, were also the strongest races in the demon territory. Staring at the scene in the mirror, Yang Kai held his breath. It was like the calm before the storm. On the battlefield far away, Bright Moon was facing off against the 12 demon saint, both in the light and in the dark. His expression was indifferent, and the other demon saint did not seem to have any intention of making the first move. Although they had the absolute advantage in terms of numbers and were confident in keeping Bright Moon here forever, if Bright Moon fought with all his might, he might have a chance to heavily injure one or two of them. If they were not careful, they might even die together with him. Therefore, even though the demon saint had the advantage, none of them made the first move. Moreover, they did not plan to kill Bright Moon here. Instead, they wanted to exhaust his strength as much as possible and create an opportunity for the half-saint behind to kill him. The world was silent, and even the sound of breathing could not be detected. This kind of confrontation lasted for several days and nights. The figures of the great emperors and the demon saint were like an eternal picture scroll between heaven and earth. They did not move at all, which made Yang Kai feel anxious. Although he was not on the battlefield, Yang Kai knew that the longer this battle dragged on, the smaller Ming Yu's chances of escaping would become. Although they had been confronting each other for several days, Ming Yu had not been able to recover at all. The auras of the 12 demon saints were definitely locked onto him, and as long as he showed the slightest flaw, he would immediately be greeted with a storm of attacks. He had to maintain a high level of concentration at all times to cope with such a predicament, and under such circumstances, his essence, qi, and soul were constantly being consumed, so how could he possibly recover? Even Yang Kai, a bystander, understood this obvious truth, so how could Bright Moon, who was in the center of the vortex, not know? In order to break out of this situation, Bright Moon had to take a risk. Only then would he have a chance at survival. If this confrontation continued, his situation would only become worse and worse. At a certain moment, Bright Moon suddenly moved. He slowly raised a hand and placed it in front of his chest. He formed a hand seal, and his body was immediately covered in a layer of gentle light. The moment he moved, the expressions of the demon saint all changed, and the demonic qi in their bodies soared into the sky. On the surface of the demon mirror, Xueli's figure blurred and turned into a bloody light that shot towards Bright Moon. The bloody light arrived in the blink of an eye, suddenly turning into a bloody net that seemed to be able to corrode all things, and enveloped Bright Moon. Bright Moon's other hand clenched in the air, and a long sword that seemed to be condensed from moonlight appeared in his hand. He did not even look as he slashed with the sword. The bloody net split into two and swept past Bright Moon, reforming into Xue Li's figure. He opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of bloody mist at Bright Moon. Bright Moon had no time to care about anything else. A full moon suddenly appeared behind him, hanging above his head. The moonlight shone, and the bloody mist quickly evaporated. At the same time, he drew his sword like a dragon, and the moonlight longsword turned into a rain of swords that covered the area in front of him. Small dark red balls flew in front of him. Huobo had taken advantage of Xue Li's entanglement to launch a sneak attack. Yang Kai could clearly see that the small dark red balls were shot out by Huobo from afar at an extremely fast speed. The net of swords collided with the small dark red balls, and a loud rumbling sound immediately rang out. The small balls exploded, as if the red demons had self-destructed. The light that soared into the sky enveloped Bright Moon's figure. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, 3 rays of light formed the shape of the Chinese character, and shot over from afar. It was the feathered demon hibiscus using its supreme archery. Another incomparably tall skeletal demon with withered bones approached from below. As it approached, its teeth opened and closed, emitting a bone-chilling sound that caused one's hair to stand on end. A sandstorm rose up, and the shadow demon had already concealed itself. The stone demon's body glowed with a stony luster, and it took the lead to charge at the very front. It used its powerful defense as a meat shield to block Bright Moon's boundless moonlight. The cold wind whistled, and snowflakes danced in the air. Each snowflake was like a sharp blade, and under the ravaging wind, a wave of snowflakes and sharp blades were swept up. On the other side, flames soared into the sky and illuminated the world. The Balrog Qi Yan's body burned with raging flames, as if it wanted to incinerate the world. Murmurs that sounded like sleep talk rang out, shaking one's mind. The scene on the demonic treasure mirror rapidly changed. Pull one hair and the whole body would be affected. With Bright Moon's move, the 12 devil saints attacked together. In an instant, a fierce battle broke out on the distant battlefield. The scene on the demonic treasure mirror swayed violently, and all kinds of light filled it. Deafening bursts rang out one after another, one after another. Yang Kai could no longer see the situation on the other side. His hands were tightly clasped on the edge of the demonic treasure mirror, and his expression was somewhat frighteningly grave. Boya curiously turned her head to look at him. After thinking for a while, she comforted him, "The 12 Master are all over there. The Sacred Senior will definitely be fine. Your Majesty doesn't need to be too worried." Yang Kai remained silent. He wasn't worried about Yu Rumeng, but Bright Moon. The demon saint was able to seriously injure Bright Moon and trap her in the Eternal Heaven continent. Naturally, they could do the same now. Moreover, compared to that day, the demon saint's lineup was even stronger today. Bright Moon's situation was really worrying. The battle showed no signs of stopping from the beginning. Whether it was Bright Moon or the many demon saint, they all seemed to want to determine who was the superior one here. Occasionally, when the scene on the demonic treasure mirror stabilized, Yang Kai could vaguely see the situation. Without exception, it was Bright Moon being besieged. Her situation was getting more and more serious each time. It was already very rare for her to be able to fight against so many alone. However, even if she fought with her life on the line, how much chance of survival would she have? Yang Kai didn't know what Bright Moon was planning, but since things had already gotten to this point, his chances of escaping from the demon territory were very slim. Yang Kai estimated his own strength over and over again, thinking about what he could do to help if he rushed forward. However, what made him feel disheartened was that even if he used all his trump cards, he still wouldn't be able to get close to the other side of the battlefield. His nails had already dug into his flesh, and golden blood had dyed the edge of the demonic treasure mirror red. His face was so ferocious that it looked like he wanted to eat someone. Boya and the others also felt Yang Kai's bad mood. Silence was golden, and no one dared to disturb him. Time slowly passed. Using the occasional break in Yu Rumeng's attacks, Yang Kai could see a little bit of the situation on the other side of the battlefield through the demonic treasure mirror. Bright Moon was already covered in blood and wounds. Her face was also as pale as paper. Even if Yang Kai didn't personally witness the power of the divine technique she used, he could feel that it was much weaker than before. On the other hand, the demon saint was dealing with it more and more easily. The 12 demon saints' innate divine technique were all different, and they complemented each other well. At every moment, there would be 2 or 3 demon saints surrounding Bright Moon to interfere with her. Then, the demon saints who were proficient in long-range attacks would attack and heavily injure her, causing her blood to spray across the sky. There was also the shadow demon Saint Wu Hua who appeared and disappeared like a ghost. Every time Bright Moon was caught off guard, he would appear and leave wounds on her body. The full moon hanging behind Bright Moon's head was already turbid and yellow, and could no longer release its previous brilliance. The heavens and earth collapsed, and huge cracks appeared in the void, as if the heavens and earth were tearing open a big mouth, mocking the incompetence of ants. After an unknown period of time, amidst the chaotic battlefield, Mingyu suddenly chuckled softly. Her soft voice spread out in all directions. Mingyu is honored to receive such high regard from all the Saint Venerables. Even if I die here, I will have no regrets. However, my life is not something that you can take as you wish. As soon as she finished speaking, a mass of light suddenly filled the heavens and earth, causing the demonic treasure mirror's surface to become blazing white. Then, a sensational aura spread from a very distant place and swept in all directions. Yang Kai suddenly raised his head and looked in that direction, his face pale and his figure on the verge of collapse. Was Bright Moon forced into a corner and decided to self-destruct? Great emperors, unless they were really forced, would never choose such a decisive way to end their lives. At this moment, Yang Kai felt as if someone had grabbed his heart, making it so stifling that he almost couldn't breathe. Chapter 35-36. He had never thought that he would one day witness the fall of one of the great emperors with his own eyes. He did not know what the war of emperors from tens of thousands of years ago was like, but he was afraid that it was nothing more than this. At that time, the heaven-devouring great emperor had dominated the battlefield, and although the other great emperors had joined forces, he still managed to kill several great emperors. Wukong, who had cultivated the heaven-devouring great emperor's battle technique, had terrifying resilience and endurance. Even Wukong had died in the Shattered Star Sea, let alone Mingyu. He should have expected this scene, but when he saw it for himself, he still found it hard to bear. His body flickered as he instinctively urged his space principles to rush over. No matter how much strength he could exert, he was the only one who could save Mingyu at this time. If he did not take action, then who in this world could help him? As for the consequences, Yang Kai had no time to consider them. The reason he came to the demon territory was mainly for Mingyu. Now that Mingyu was in danger, he naturally could not watch him fall without doing anything. Many demon saints' cries of alarm came from the demon mirror, and the scene on the mirror rapidly receded. Obviously, Yu Rumeng had sensed that something was wrong and was fleeing the battlefield to avoid being affected by Mingyu's self-destruction. But in the next moment, Yu Rumeng's shout came from the demon mirror, "Damn, I was fooled." Yang Kai's body froze, and his space principles immediately collapsed as he turned his head to look at the mirror. The incandescent light that originally filled the mirror had disappeared at some point, and in Yu Rumeng's field of vision, Mingyu had turned into a streak of white light. Taking advantage of the fact that many demon saints were retreating, he rushed out of the encirclement and rushed straight in a certain direction. Asterisk whoosh whoosh whoosh, asterisk the sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Above the clouds, the feather demon Saint Fu drew her bow and knocked an arrow. When she twirled her fingers, several rays of light shot out like stars chasing after the moon. Those arrows ignored the obstruction of space and attacked Mingyu from behind as soon as they were shot out. Yang Kai's heart, which had just calmed down, rose again. Although he did not directly face the arrows, he could still imagine how terrifying the feather demon saint's archery was. Boya was only a mid-rank demon king, but she had killed more than one high-rank demon king. Feather demons were the best long-range attacks, and Mingyu might not be able to avoid them even at his peak of his peak, let alone now. Of course. While Kai Yang was on tenterhooks, it was as if Mingyu had eyes on her back. Her body suddenly dived downwards, narrowly avoiding the barrage of arrows. But before Kai Yang could rejoice, those streaks of light also turned and chased after him. Fuyu's arrows seemed to have completely locked onto Mingyu with her divine sense. No matter where he fled to, he would not be able to escape. Mingyu twisted and turned a few more times, but was still unable to shake off the pursuit of the flowing light arrows. Taking advantage of this time, the great demon saints who had been deceived by him earlier also regained their senses. Their figures flickered, and they surrounded him from all directions. It would not take more than 3 breaths of time for them to surround him again. At that time, the good situation that Mingyu had painstakingly created would be completely lost. He was extremely decisive. He turned around in midair, and with a hand seal, he sent beams of moonlight in the opposite direction. A series of explosions rang out. The moonlight disappeared, and the pursuing arrows were all struck down. Under the shock, blood flowed out from the corner of Mingyu's mouth. Although he had paid a huge price, as long as he dispelled Fuyu's attack, Mingyu still had a high chance of escaping. The demon saint's encirclement had yet to close, and the blood demon closest to him was still 100 miles away. As long as he could rush to the nearest realm gate, he might be able to escape. A black shadow suddenly appeared behind Mingyu like a ghost, and a ray of dim light lightly slashed past. Yang Kai's eyes suddenly widened, and the blood in his body instantly turned bone-chillingly cold. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. On the surface of the magic mirror, Mingyu still maintained the posture of facing the great demon saints. Behind him, a black shadow stuck close to his side. No one knew when he appeared, as if he had always been there. Before the moonlight completely disappeared, blood had already sputtered from Mingyu's waist. The scene flowed again. Blood splattered, and Mingyu's entire body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning. Without thinking, he slapped his palm behind him. The ghost-like figure quickly retreated, avoiding this attack. He stood 100 feet away from Mingyu and looked forward with an indifferent gaze. He held a pitch-black dagger in his hand, and the blade of the dagger was already dyed red with blood. It was dazzling to the eye. The demon saint all stopped in their tracks, and they no longer had any intention of pursuing. They all looked at Mingyu with complicated gazes. There was no excitement from a successful attack, no enmity from an enemy, and even Xueli and Huobu, who had been tangling with Mingyu all this time, were silent. After receiving this attack, Mingyu was almost cut in half. The demon saint no longer needed to attack, because even if they did not attack, Mingyu would not be able to escape. Not only did that attack almost cut Mingyu in half, it also cut off his hope of escaping. The next stage was prepared for the half-saint who wanted to fight for the opportunity. The demon saint had already agreed that unless they had no other choice, no one would interfere. In the end, whoever obtained the opportunity would depend on the methods of their respective half-saint subordinates. No flower. In front of the mirror, Yang Kai clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and growled. But soon he discovered that the person who attacked Mingyu was not No Flower, because in Yu Rumeng's vision, the shadow demon Saint No Flower was clearly on the other side. If it was not No Flower, then who was it? The person who attacked was clearly also a shadow demon, and someone who dared to attack one of the great emperors at this time was definitely a demon saint. Otherwise, they would not have had the opportunity to succeed. Recalling the appearance of this strange figure, Yang Kai's mind flashed back to the moment when he was ambushed outside the Orthodoxy Palace. That scene was very similar to the one just now. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a name jumped out. Night Shadow Great Emperors, Qin. He was actually here, and from the looks of it, he had been lying in ambush in the Eternal Sky continent for a long time, just waiting for this crucial moment to deal a fatal blow to Mingyu. Yang Kai did not expect this, and Mingyu clearly did not expect this either. Or it could be said that even if he had been on guard, he was powerless. While vomiting blood, the great emperor's aura rapidly fell. A faintly discernible ray of light appeared at the huge wound, barely stopping the injury from worsening, but this was nothing more than a dying struggle. Kenye's strike had not only left a visible wound, but also the invisible foundation of the great emperors. Mingyu staggered, turned around to face Kenye, and wiped the blood at the corner of her mouth. Although she was in a desperate situation, her expression did not change. Even in the face of life and death, she was still unmoved. Her dry lips parted as she said, "Is the demon territory really that good? If it were not for Kenye, the passage between the two realms would not have been opened. If it were not for Kenye, there would not have been a war between the Star Realm and the demon territory." It could be said that Kenye was mostly responsible for the current situation in the Star Realm. Kenye did not answer. His body that was wrapped in black gradually faded, slowly disappearing from this world. Just like how he had come without a trace, he had also left without a sound. Mingyu slowly shook her head, turned around, and faced the 12 demon saint. Her gaze swept past the faces of each demon saint, and finally settled on Huang Wuji. She said softly, "Mingyu can die without regrets after receiving everyone's guidance. Although this one is going to die here today, the light of my Mingyu will not be extinguished." Huang Wuji had one hand behind his back, and the other hand was slightly raised, making a "please" gesture. Mingyu smiled faintly. She stretched out her hand, and the moonlight sword appeared in her hand once again. When he glanced around, he saw that countless half-saints had already gathered around him. They were either looking at him openly or covertly, and the eyes of every single half-saint were filled with obvious greed and covetousness. Mingyu staggered, turned around, and gently waved the sword in her hand. Many half-saint retreated simultaneously. Although Mingyu's aura had greatly decreased, and she no longer had the might of the great emperors, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Who knew how many half-saints she could kill before she died? Thus, although the many half-saint from different continents wanted nothing more than to rush over and kill Mingyu, none of them dared to act rashly. After all, it was not easy to be the first one to stand out. The demon saint's expressions were somewhat unsightly, but no one criticized her. After all, they also knew the fear of the half-saint. Tens of thousands of kilometers away, Yang Kai's spatial laws fluctuated, and he constantly teleported towards the battlefield. His heart was filled with extreme regret. If he had known this would happen, he would have taken Mingyu away a year ago. Although Xue Li and the 12 great devil formations existed at that time, it was still much better than the current situation where the 12 demon saint were gathered. However, he also knew that Mingyu had not recovered from her injuries that day. She was simply not Xue Li's match, and he definitely would not have been able to take Mingyu away. Now, he completely did not understand why the great emperors of heaven's revelations wanted him to come to the demon territory to rescue Mingyu. Mingyu was in a completely hopeless situation, so what was the point of him coming here? Could it be that he was only here to witness the fall of one of the great emperors? On the battlefield, the 12 demons saint quietly watched. Mingyu's sword was in his hand as he strode through the void, spilling blood along the way. His aura was declining at a speed visible to the naked eye. However, as he moved forward, the half-saint in front of him continuously retreated. The oppressive atmosphere in the hearts of every half-saint was oppressive, as if a storm was about to arrive. Mingyu's concealed killing intent also made them feel as if there was a thorn in their backs. Suddenly, a half-saint was unable to endure this sort of torturous pressure any longer. He roared furiously as he pounced towards Mingyu, and then he smashed his fist down forcefully. Everywhere his fist came into contact with, space collapsed into pieces. Mingyu did not even raise her eyes as she casually slashed forward with her sword. With a rumbling sound, the half-saint and Mingyu were actually in a deadlock for a moment before being split in two. Sword rain poured down like a waterfall and turned into a pile of fine powder. However, Mingyu also spat out a mouthful of blood and her body slightly trembled. If it was at any other ordinary time, a half-saint being killed with a single strike was absolutely shocking news, and it was sufficient to deter all sorts of villains from acting rashly. But at this moment, not only were those half-saints not horrified, many of them revealed pleasantly surprised expressions instead. Chapter 35-37. This was because even though that half-saint had been killed, Mingyu's injuries had worsened. This was a situation that wouldn't normally occur. How powerful were the great emperors? They could easily kill a half-saint with a wave of their hand. However, Mingyu was vomiting blood at this moment. In other words, the half-saint present had the qualifications to threaten the life and death of the great emperors of the star boundary. This was enough. 1 or 2 half-saint weren't his match, but what about 10 or 20? There were more than this number of half-saint present. Even if they used numbers, they would be able to crush him to death. Every sage-to-be was prepared to disregard life and death before they came here. So, how could they shrink back because of the death of a comrade at this time? However, the death of that half-saint wasn't without effect. At the very least, the remaining half-saint no longer dared to act blindly without thinking. Everyone could see that even though Mingyu wasn't at his peak, killing a few more half-saint was still a piece of cake for him. No one was willing to sacrifice themselves for the sake of others in this extremely rare opportunity. So, after that half-saint perished, the others only surrounded Bright Moon tightly and ceaselessly retreated along with his movements, yet not a single one of them dared to make a move against him. Messages were sent out one after another. The demon race's army arranged in all directions of the Eternal Heaven continent also set out in unison, rushing towards Mingyu's location. The half-saint didn't want to die in vain. Therefore, they could only place their hopes on the demon race's army under their command. They could let the army continue to consume Mingyu's strength. There would be a moment when this great emperors from the star boundary would be exhausted. At that time, it would be the time for the half-saint to fight for the opportunity. At a certain moment, when the first several million demon race's army rushed to the battlefield, a half-saint among them gave the Demon King's leader an order to attack without the slightest hesitation. Even though those Demon Kings were unwilling, they didn't dare to disobey the order. They could only brace themselves and accept the order. Angry roars resounded through the sky. The several million army swept through the sky like a swarm of locusts, densely packed. Mingyu sighed. The moonlight sword in his hand blossomed with dazzling light. With a few slashes, he cut the several million army into pieces. The second army had already arrived, followed by the third. More demon race's army was unceasingly arriving. The world was dyed red. Under the flickering moonlight, thousands of demon race soldiers were falling from the sky every moment. Looking from afar, it seemed as if it was raining on the battlefield. Although the great emperor's majesty's hand, Majesty's hand, Majesty, Great Emperor's Majesty, Majesty's, Majesty, 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 Majesties of the Majesties, Majesty's Majesty, Majesty, SSSS hers, Maj, SSS use her Majesty of course. With a light snort, Yu Rumeng said, "If you were forced into a desperate situation, I'm afraid you wouldn't be any worse than him." Bei Liemo glanced at her and chuckled. "Is little sister cursing me? How did I fall into such a situation?" Yu Rumeng coldly said, "That's hard to say. What if one day you fall into a trap?" Bei Liemo's face sank as she angrily said, "A dog's mouth really can't spit out ivory. I wanted to remind you, but it seems I can't." Yu Rumeng frowned. "Remind me of what?" Bei Liemo sneered and was too lazy to pay attention to her. Yu Rumeng looked at her suspiciously for a long time. Seeing that she still didn't respond, she impatiently said, "If you have something to say, just say it. Don't try to be mysterious here." Bei Liemo pondered for a moment and sighed, "AI, forget it. Who told me to be so kind?" These words almost made Yu Rumeng laugh, thinking that if Bei Liemo was so kind, then there would be no evil people in this world. However, she felt that Bei Liemo really had something to say to her, so she didn't want to go against her. "Where is your little man? Is he safe?" Bei Liemo blinked her eyes at her. Yu Rumeng's expression changed. She quickly turned her head and looked in the direction of Yang Kai. The next moment, her divine sense spread out like a tide. After 10 breaths, she gritted her teeth and shouted, "Yu Seng, you are courting death." When she finished speaking, her delicate body flashed and she was about to rush over, but unexpectedly, a figure suddenly blocked her way. The person who came was tall and had a head of fluttering red hair. His blood-red eyes emitted an evil light. Although his face was slightly pale, there was a smile at the corner of his mouth. Yu Rumeng slightly narrowed her eyes. Shueli, what do you mean? Shueli smiled indifferently. He didn't answer, but asked, where are you going? What does where I go have to do with you? Get out of my way. Yu Rumeng shouted. Shueli slowly shook his head. Mingyue's matter isn't over yet. You can't leave. You can only leave when Mingyue dies. Yu Rumeng said angrily, Mingyue is already an arrow at the end of its flight. Why do you need to be so cautious? Also, I'm not leaving the Eternal Heaven continent. I can return very quickly. Shueli shook his head and said, this is eldest Huang's intention. If you want to leave, you can ask him if he agrees. Hearing this, Yu Rumeng couldn't help but turn her head to look at Huang Wuji. However, she saw Huang Wuji's indifferent expression. Immediately, a feeling of unease grew in her heart. Huang Wuji was the #1 demon saint. He must have seen and heard what happened here, but he still didn't say anything. It was obvious that he tacitly agreed with Shueli's actions. But what was the point of all this? What good would it do them to make things difficult for her? In a flash, Yu Rumeng's beautiful face darkened. She said in a serious voice, Yu Sang has joined you? If that wasn't the case, why would Yu Sang return from the two-world battlefield without informing her? Why would she dare to kill Yang Kai in the first place? Moreover, he was lying in ambush on Yang Kai's path. He had already found a way out, so he had no scruples. Shueli grinned. Don't make it sound so bad. That's not joining. Yu Sang is just returning to the clan. Don't forget, Yu Sang is a clansman of my blood demon clan. What do you want? Yu Rumeng's face was so dark that it almost condensed water. Bei Liemo chuckled and said, we don't want to do anything. It's just that brat can repair and maintain the realm gate. He's very useful in our demon territory. Unfortunately, he seems to have been close to the 100 Spirit continent recently. We need to teach him a lesson. Although he's from the star realm, he needs to know who's in charge in our demon territory. Hearing this, Yu Rumeng's heart sank. It seemed that Jue Feng's appearance was very important to these guys. Before, they didn't care about him because of Mingyu. Now that Mingyu was an arrow at the end of its flight, they immediately attacked. As expected, they were ruthless. Biting her red lips, Yu Rumeng said coldly, if anything happens to him, you'll definitely pay the price. Io. Bei Liemo patted her full chest exaggeratedly. She smiled sweetly and said happily, little sister's angry look is really scary. Shueli smiled and said, don't worry, he won't die. I've already told Yu Sang that he can only be injured but not killed. After all, there are still many realm gates in the demon territory that need his help. If he really is killed, it'll be a loss for us. With Shueli and Bei Liemo blocking the way, Yu Rumeng knew that she couldn't leave this place no matter what. Once Yang Kai fell into Yu Sang's hands, his life wouldn't be in danger, but he would be tortured. Yu Sang hated him to the bone. It could even be said that Yang Kai would be put under house arrest by the other demon saint in the future. When that time came, she would also be in a passive position. She cursed this stinking man in her heart for causing trouble for her. She had already told him to stay there and not act rashly. She didn't know why he had rushed over. Was the opportunity of a great emperor so easy to snatch? Now, he hadn't even seen the shadow of the opportunity and had fallen into someone else's trap. In the boundless sea of blood, Yang Kai's face was extremely gloomy. He turned his head and looked around. The entire world was blood red. The tumbling blood below was like the waves of the sea. Blood clouds gathered in the sky, blocking the extension of his vision. He was in a hurry to rush to Mingyu's great emperors, but he didn't expect to plunge into this sea of blood halfway and then lose his sense of direction. With such an obvious method, Yang Kai naturally understood who was targeting him. Sweeping his cold eyes around, Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, Yu Sang, get out here. Previously, because of Baiju's arrival, Yu Sang was scared away. Yang Kai didn't expect him to not give up and attack him while the other half-saint were snatching the opportunity. Compared to the hatred between them, Yang Kai felt that the opportunity on the other side was more attractive. He didn't know what was wrong with Yu Sang. There were blood clouds above and a sea of blood below. The middle was filled with blood qi. The blood qi was full of evil. When Yang Kai rushed in just now, he accidentally inhaled a mouthful of it. In an instant, he felt dizzy and almost fell into the sea of blood. Fortunately, he sealed all the pores on his body in time and held his breath. Only then did he feel a little better. He had already tried the space divine technique, but this strange place seemed to be a world of its own. If he couldn't break that barrier, he couldn't easily leave. The surroundings were quiet and there was no movement at all. It was as if he was the only one in this world of blood, but Yang Kai knew that Yu Sang was definitely secretly observing him. He sneered and said, "You are a dignified half-saint. Do you need to hide like this? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" As soon as this was said, Yu Sang finally reacted. His erratic voice came from all directions. "This king couldn't do anything to you before because you had external forces to rely on. Now that you are alone, let's see what you have to stop this king." Yang Kai said indifferently, "In that case, just show yourself. Why are you being so long-winded?" Bubbles appeared in the sea of blood and Yu Sang's figure gradually emerged from the sea of blood. There was a sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. He was about to say something, but Yang Kai's figure had already flashed and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Yu Sang. Even though Yu Sang's strength was far superior to Yang Kai's, he couldn't help but be surprised. He suddenly raised his head and looked. When their eyes met, the golden light in Yang Kai's left eye dissipated and a majestic vertical hole appeared. Chapter 35-38. Using the demon eye of annihilation and the blossoming lotus secret technique at the same time, a pure white lotus flower flashed and rushed into Yu Sang's mind. In an instant, Yu Sang's field of vision was filled with the pure white flower, and her divine sense uncontrollably rushed towards the flower, causing it to bloom layer by layer. Immediately after the flower bloomed, a blade light slashed across the sky, containing a terrifying killing intent. Demon eye of annihilation, blossoming lotus secret technique, soul-splitting blade, and void-piercing strike. In an instant, Yang Kai had used 4 killing moves in order to catch his opponent off guard. There was no other way. His opponent was a half-saint, and apart from making the first move, Yang Kai didn't have the ability to fight back. He even felt that even if he used all these methods, he wouldn't necessarily be able to do anything to his opponent. A scream rang out as Yu Sang raised her hand and struck Yang Kai's chest with her palm. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and a look of pain appeared on Yang Kai's face as he was sent flying like an arrow from a bow. While in midair, Yang Kai took a deep breath and summoned the mountains and rivers bell, which covered Yu Sang's head. With a crash, Yang Kai fell into the sea of blood, his clothes quickly corroded, and even his flesh couldn't resist the terrifying corrosive power. When he rushed out of the sea of blood, his body was covered in wounds, and there was not a single place that was intact. Fortunately, the recovery ability of a dragon bloodline body was incomparably strong, so these injuries weren't serious. On the other hand, Yu Sang had been caught off guard and lost the initiative, and was now trapped in the mountains and rivers bell. A world-suppressing aura spread out, and a violent sound came from the bell. Obviously, Yu Sang was trying to find a way to escape. At the same time, she gnashed her teeth and roared, "Yang Kai, I will tear you to pieces." Although she was flustered and exasperated, she was full of energy. Yang Kai was secretly speechless. Using all 4 of his killer moves at the same time, even a high-ranked demon king would be severely injured in an instant. But against a half-saint, that was all he could do. The gap in strength was really an irreparable gap. "Let's talk about it after you come out." Yang Kai coldly snorted. Suppressing the splitting headache, he formed a series of hand seals, causing the runes on the mountains and rivers bell to flicker and spin. The suppressive aura it exuded grew even stronger. Although continuously activating the power of the mountains and rivers bell consumed a great deal of Yang Kai's energy, if he did not do so, Yu Sang would soon be able to escape. Once he was free, Yang Kai would definitely not be his opponent. The Wind Chaser wasn't here, and neither was the embodiment. He was alone in this place. However, Yang Kai also knew that the Wind Chaser and the embodiment weren't far away. This was because they had hurriedly followed him when he had set off a moment ago. It was just that they weren't as fast as him. Perhaps they had already discovered the Blood Sea and were trying to find a way to break through it. Both of them were half-Saint Realm cultivators, and were on par with Yu Sang. The Blood Sea probably wouldn't be able to stop them. In other words, as long as he could hold on for a while, he would have a chance to meet up with them. However, he couldn't pin all his hopes on them. Who knew what kind of tricks this Blood Sea had? Perhaps there was some unknown power that could delay the embodiment and the Wind Chaser. Therefore, while activating the power of the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai also spread out his divine sense to search for the flaws in the Blood Sea. However, after searching for a long time, he couldn't find any useful clues. This Blood Sea seemed to be a large array. Unless he found the array core, he couldn't break it. However, his divine sense seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction. In the surrounding sea of blood, huge bubbles kept rolling and bursting, causing the blood chi in the surroundings to become even denser. Do you think that by trapping this king can't do anything to you? Yu Sang's voice came from the mountains and rivers bell, mixed with endless ridicule and mockery. It was unknown when he stopped bombarding the mountains and rivers bell. He probably also noticed that this rare treasure was difficult to deal with. I'll let you see the power of this king's bloodlight array. As soon as he finished speaking, accompanied by a crashing sound, a figure covered in blood suddenly jumped out of the Blood Sea. As soon as the figure appeared, it rushed toward Yang Kai at an extremely fast speed, arriving in front of him in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai took a closer look and couldn't help but be taken aback. This figure didn't have any vitality, and it was impossible to tell how long it had been dead. This figure was tall and had red eyes, and when it punched out, the sound of it breaking through the air could be heard. Yang Kai was caught off guard and could only wave his fist to meet the attack. With a boom, when the two fists collided, Yang Kai's eyes widened. Feeling the tremendous force rushing toward him, he couldn't help but retreat more than 100 feet. On the other hand, the figure was also sent flying by his punch. Although the opponent's strength was not small, Yang Kai's strength was obviously greater. Walala, a series of crashing sounds rang out as more than a dozen figures jumped out of the Blood Sea around him. Just like the figure from before, all of them were lifeless and had red eyes, but their appearances were different. After these figures appeared, they attacked Yang Kai without saying a word. Several of them circled around him, their bodies filled with blood-red light. One of them was covered in blood-red flames, which was very similar to the flame demon's natal divine technique. The other figures pulled away from Yang Kai, each of them reaching out to grab a bow. As they pulled the strings and knocked the arrows, countless blood-red streaks shot through the air like blood snakes, aiming for Yang Kai's vital points. Yang Kai was taken aback. He never expected that there would be such an ambush in this Blood Sea. Moreover, these people had clearly died long ago, but they were still able to display the abilities they had when they were alive. Not daring to be negligent, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his wind gourd. As his emperor chi surged, the wind gourd slashed out with astonishing gusts of wind. In an instant, with Yang Kai as the center, the area in front of him in a fan-shaped area became a land of death. Thud thud thud. Muffled sounds rang out. The wind was incomparably sharp, and it sliced through the figures one by one, cutting them into pieces. Even the blood arrows that shot over were completely blocked by the wind. Before Yang Kai could rejoice, he suddenly felt a chill behind him. At this critical moment, Yang Kai hurriedly used his Nihility secret technique to banish himself and his companions into the void. At the same time, he rushed forward, running 1,000 meters. When he looked back, he saw a ghostly figure suddenly appear behind him, holding a dagger and slashing at the place where he had been standing. Shadow Demon. Thinking of the figures that resembled the Flame Demon and Feather Demon just now, Yang Kai suddenly understood. These guys must have been refined by Yu Sang, so even if they were dead, they could still display the abilities they had before they were born. Yu Sang's voice came from the mountains and rivers bell. This king has 8,000 blood corpses in the bloodlight array. How many can you kill? Surrender obediently and this king can spare your life. Yang Kai sneered, if your blood corpses are all like this, I'm afraid you can't do anything to this king. Although these so-called blood corpses were extremely powerful, They were only at the level of a mid-rank demon king or a low-rank demon king. Yang Kai had the wind gourd in his hand, so as long as he had enough Emperor Qi, he was not afraid of them. The only thing he needed to guard against was the sneak attacks of the shadow demon blood corpses. Perhaps it was because of the Night Shadow Great Emperors, but in the entire demon territory, Yang Kai hated the Shadow Demon clan the most. Stubborn, are you expecting someone to come and save you? Yu Sang sneered. That beast and that strange divine spirit have indeed come and are now outside, but so what if this king lets them in? While Yu Sang was speaking, outside the boundless blood sea, the embodiment and Windchaser were using all kinds of methods to bombard the blood sea, causing the blood sea to churn and evaporate. When Yang Kai had set off in a hurry before, although they had hurriedly followed, how could they be faster than Yang Kai's teleportation? They could only watch as he plunged headlong into the blood sea. Although they did not know what this blood sea was, when they tried to enter, they were blocked by the churning water. But at this moment, after a round of attacks, the blood sea actually took the initiative to part to two sides, revealing a spacious passage that led straight to the unknown place. The Dharmakaya and wind-chasing wolf looked at each other. Both of them were bold and daring. They rushed into the blood sea without hesitation. The sea that separated to two sides closed again and swallowed them in the blink of an eye. But the moment they stepped into the blood sea, they lost each other. Windchaser looked around, but he could not find the trace of Yang Kai and the embodiment. He could not help but neighed and galloped, but the blood sea seemed to be boundless. No matter how he galloped, he could not see the end, let alone find Yang Kai and the embodiment. The embodiment was in the same situation at this moment, but different from Windchaser, the embodiment soon realized that this blood sea formation had a cyclical effect. Otherwise, it could not create the illusion of infinity in a limited space. Therefore, it quickly stopped and didn't do anything useless. Instead, it flipped its hand and took out a bead. It activated its power, and the bead flashed with light. Then the avatar disappeared from where it was. In the center of the blood sea, Yu Sang, who was trapped by the mountains and river's bell, was still mocking and ridiculing. Your two helpers have been put into the formation by me, but they are just walking into a trap. If I don't mean to, they will never find. At this point, Yu Sang's words stopped abruptly, and then he exclaimed, "How is it possible?" There was obvious disbelief in his words. Yang Kai could almost imagine the shocked expression on Yu Sang's face. It was because the embodiment had appeared beside him without warning. He reached out and grabbed a blood corpse that was pouncing on him. He squeezed hard and crushed the blood corpse. Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice, "Yu Sang, your time of death has come." This bloodlight array was indeed impressive. Not to mention the so-called 8,000 blood corpses lying in ambush in the blood sea, which could jump out and attack him at any time. Just the fact that it had formed a world of its own greatly restricted the use of his spatial divine arts. He could not teleport out without breaking this formation. However, inside this spirit array, his space spirit ability wasn't restricted much, and the same was true for the empty spirit bead. As one of his most powerful helpers, how could the embodiment not have the space spirit bead refined by Yang Kai? Chapter 35-39. It was definitely Yu Sang's biggest mistake to put the embodiment into this bloodlight array. He probably didn't expect that the embodiment could ignore all kinds of mysteries of the array and directly reach Yang Kai. This already belongs to the category of the space divine technique. How is it that not only is this human proficient in the space divine technique, but also this strange Holy Spirit is proficient in it? Is it really so strange? Yu Sang was puzzled. His mind was shaken, and the blood sea also rolled. Countless blood corpses were still appearing from the blood sea in all directions, but the strongest of these blood corpses was only at the level of a high-grade demon king, and there were only a few of them. The rest were at the level of a middle-grade or low-grade demon king. The true power of the blood corpses lay in their numbers. Anyone trapped in this bloodlight array would definitely be flustered as long as they were besieged by countless blood corpses. However, the embodiment was now a genuine half-saint, and these blood corpses at the level of a low-grade or mid-grade demon king couldn't do anything to him. After punching and kicking for a while, the blood corpses surrounded the blood fog and cleared the surroundings in the blink of an eye. the blood corpses didn't appear again. Yu Sang probably also realized that the current situation was not right, so he didn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Although he claimed that there were 8,000 blood corpses in this bloodlight array, according to the embodiment's killing speed, he probably couldn't do anything to others even if all 8,000 blood corpses were killed. On the contrary, a violent sound came from the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai didn't pay attention for a moment and almost let him escape. Frightened, Yang Kai hurriedly urged the power of this ancient treasure to continue suppressing him. The embodiment looked at Yang Kai and immediately understood his current situation. He nodded slightly, and without any communication, Yang Kai understood his plan. The next moment, the embodiment stretched out his hand, and the demonic warhammer appeared in his hand. His figure flashed and rushed towards the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai changed his hand seal, and a gap appeared in the suppressing aura. Yu Sang, who was trapped in the mountains and rivers bell, keenly felt the change in the mountains and rivers bell and immediately turned into a bloody light, trying to get out. However, to his surprise, what greeted him was the Avatar's hammer. The Avatar's imposing aura that seemed capable of destroying the heavens and the earth pressed down upon him, and it caused Yu Sang to be shocked. He was like a frightened rabbit, and he hurriedly shrunk back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the embodiment also plunged into the mountains and rivers bell from below, and Yang Kai sealed the gap again. Soon, fierce and terrifying sounds of fighting could be heard from the mountains and rivers bell. Obviously, the embodiment and Yu Sang were fighting inside. Yang Kai made a series of hand seals, trying his best to maintain the mountains and rivers bell's power, but his face was faintly bitter. There was no doubt about the power of the mountains and rivers bell. After all, it was an ancient treasure used by the great emperors in the past. It could even suppress the existence of the Phoenix real fire for tens of thousands of years, so suppressing a half-saint was naturally not a problem. However, the premise was that Yang Kai could display its full power. Yang Kai had obtained the mountains and rivers bell for many years, but he was limited by his own cultivation, so he couldn't display the true power of the mountains and rivers bell. He was able to trap Yu Sang just now because he caught him off guard. If the embodiment hadn't arrived in time, then it wouldn't have taken long for him to escape. At present, the two half-saint were fighting with the mountains and rivers bell as the battlefield. The aftermath of the fierce battle was shaking the surroundings. It wasn't any smaller than the commotion caused by Yu Sang inside. Yang Kai didn't know how long he could maintain this situation even if he tried his best. Once he couldn't hold on, Yu Sang would be the first to escape. At that time, he could use the bloodlight spell array to turn the tables and regain the initiative. Yang Kai doubted that he and the embodiment wouldn't be a match for Yu Sang. Yu Sang was a veteran half-saint, so it wasn't so easy to deal with him. Now, his only hope was that the embodiment could kill Yu Sang in the shortest time possible, or severely injure him. Only in this way could he have a hope of victory. What made Yang Kai even more anxious was Ming Yu's current situation. When he rushed over from the valley, Ming Yu was already severely injured. She was surrounded by countless half-saint, so he didn't know what kind of situation she was in now. This made him hate Yu Sang even more. If Yu Sang hadn't ambushed him halfway, how could he have been delayed? But now, he couldn't ignore Yu Sang. If he didn't kill or severely injure Yu Sang, he wouldn't be able to break this bloodlight spell array, let alone rescue Ming Yu. Rumbling sounds constantly came from the mountains and rivers bell. Yang Kai's emperor's chi burst out, and his mind was closely connected with the mountains and rivers bell. As the sounds came out, the patterns on the mountains and rivers bell also constantly flickered. The bell's body also became bigger and smaller from time to time, showing the intensity of the battle inside. In the beginning, a few blood corpses would occasionally jump out from the blood sea and interfere with Yang Kai, but they were all killed by him. As time passed, the blood corpses in the blood sea no longer appeared. It wasn't that the blood corpses were all dead, but that Yu Sang didn't have the time to control them. Although he was a veteran half-saint and had great strength, the mountains and rivers bell limited the scope of the battlefield, which made it very convenient for the embodiment to use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor battle method. Now that the embodiment even had a saint artifact in hand, how could Yu Sang block it? Just blocking the embodiment's terrifying attack had already exhausted all of his concentration, so how could he have any spare energy to control the blood corpses to cause trouble for Yang Kai? While the battle here was in full swing, the real main battlefield was also flowing with blood. Under the command of the half-saint, the demon race's phalanxes of 1 or 2 million rushed over from all directions and pounced on Mingyu. The moonlight was constantly blooming, and one army after another was wounded or disabled. The demon race suffered countless casualties. This scene looked like a group of ants besieging an elephant. The scene was comical, but the world was filled with an indescribable tragedy. It was said that many ants could kill an elephant, but that was under the premise that the elephant couldn't move. Even though Mingyu was seriously injured at this moment, it wasn't something that could be shaken by the demon race. The half-saint didn't expect the ordinary demon race to cause any new injuries to Mingyu. In a situation where the demon saint didn't interfere, they just wanted to use the power of their subordinates to exhaust Mingyu's energy. Every move Mingyu made would weaken a bit, and once it reached a certain limit, it would be time for the half-saint to make their move. 11 of the 12 demon saints' gazes were fixed on Mingyu. Only Yu Ru Meng was looking into the distance with a frosty expression. Although her divine sense was powerful and could sense the situation on the other side, she didn't know the situation inside the blood sea. She only knew that Yang Kai plunged into the blood sea and fell into Yu Sang's trap. It wasn't until the embodiment and Jue Feng also entered the blood sea that her worry eased a little. Others didn't know Yang Kai's details, but Yu Ru Meng, who had been with Yang Kai in the star boundary for a long time, knew a lot about him. Yu Sang was in trouble. Yu Ru Meng snorted coldly in her heart. This was really a case of being too smart for her own good. The betrayal of her subordinates was undoubtedly a blow to her prestige, but as long as Yang Kai could help her regain her face, her shaken prestige would be stabilized again. It's time to end it. After an unknown amount of time, Bei Limo's voice suddenly sounded in Yu Ru Meng's ears. Her tone wasn't very excited, but rather a little bleak. The fall of a great emperor is really spectacular. Yu Ru Meng was startled. When she turned her head to look, she saw Mingyu standing alone in the void. Her figure was bleak, and the surrounding sky was clear. The ground beneath her feet was covered in corpses and blood flowed like a river. Countless demon race members were buried here. The moonlight longsword in her hand was now dim, as if it could collapse at any time. The aura of the great emperors had long since disappeared. She was so weak that she looked like an old man on the verge of death. Even Mingyu's originally pitch-black hair was now white. Her original image of a handsome young man was gone. It was indeed time to end it. The demon territory had paid the price of hundreds of millions of lives to force a great emperor to this extent. It was time for the half-saint to truly step on the stage and compete. I wonder who will win this time. Xue Li chuckled from the side. The half-step sages who had been watching Bright Moon nervously surrounded her again. Every one of them was extremely excited. In an instant, they surrounded Bright Moon so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Everyone looked at desolate infinity. The tall first demon saint slightly nodded with a dignified expression. In the next instant, hundreds of half-saints' figures flickered and rushed towards Mingyu like a pack of hungry wolves. In the center of the storm, Mingyu's expression was indifferent. She was still calm in the face of death, but there was a trace of indescribable exhaustion on her face. She slightly closed her eyes. The moonlight longsword in her hand trembled a few times before the light collapsed. Within the bloodlight array, Yang Kai's whole body trembled. His face was as pale as paper, and golden blood continuously flowed out of his 7 orifices. Excessively using the power of the mountains and rivers Bell had overdrawn all of his strength. This affected his previous injuries, which weren't very serious, and made his situation even worse. There was nothing he could do. The Avatar and the 2 half-Saint Yu Sang were fighting to the death in the mountains and rivers Bell. The aftermath of the bombardment made the mountains and rivers Bell tremble, and even its owner was affected. However, he could only clench his teeth and forcibly hold on. Otherwise, once Yu Sang escaped, all of his efforts would be for naught. The feedback from the Avatar allowed Yang Kai to understand the situation in the mountains and rivers Bell immediately. Compared to himself, Yu Sang was also suffering. The narrow space forced him to face the Avatar's ferocious attacks head-on. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique caused his momentum to drop continuously. On the contrary, the Avatar became more and more courageous as the battle went on. It seemed that the Avatar wanted to beat him to death here. Yu Sang was also a little flustered. He didn't expect that things would develop into such a situation. Compared to the suppression of the mountains and rivers Bell, he was more afraid of the Avatar. He didn't know what kind of evil technique this strange holy spirit practiced. It had the effect of plundering and devouring. It was simply the nemesis of his blood demon clan. Chapter 3540. As a half-saint of the blood demon clan, Yu Sang was naturally most proficient in the various secret techniques of the blood race, but he didn't dare to use them lightly now, because no matter what kind of secret technique he used, the embodiment could use the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's secret technique to dissolve and devour it, making his situation more and more unfavorable. Damn it, it was obviously a foolproof ambush. How did it develop into such a situation? He wanted to escape all the time, but the bell-shaped secret treasure that trapped him had an unimaginable suppressive power, and the embodiment was hindering him, making it impossible for him to do as he wished. It was a shame that he was trapped by a mere middle-rank demon king for such a long time. At this moment, Yu Sang suddenly felt a flaw in the aura that had been suppressing the surroundings. This discovery made him overjoyed. Although he didn't know why Yang Kai would make such a fatal mistake at this time, Yu Sang estimated that he had reached his limit. After all, with the opponent's cultivation, it was rare for him to be able to hold on for such a long time. Without the slightest hesitation, Yu Sang spat out a mouthful of blood mist, and didn't hesitate to consume his own blood essence to stop the embodiment for a moment. Immediately, his figure turned into a bloody light and rushed towards the flaw. The embodiment couldn't stop him, and could only watch as he rushed out of the suppression range of the mountains and rivers Bell. At the same time, Yang Kai turned his head and looked in a certain direction. Just now, he suddenly had an inexplicable feeling of palpitations, as if something extremely terrible had happened. It was because of this palpitations that he had a slight pause when controlling the mountains and rivers Bell, revealing the flaw that allowed Yu Sang to escape. Instinctively, Yang Kai felt that something should have happened to Mingyu. Because in this world, he could no longer feel the aura of Mingyu. Although he had been competing with Yu Sang in this bloodlight array, he could still feel a little bit of the aura of the Great Emperors, but just now, the aura of Mingyu had completely disappeared, completely annihilated from this world. Yu Sang's escape made him quickly come back to his senses, but it was too late. In an instant, Yang Kai was extremely angry. The expected counterattack did not come, and Yu Sang, who had escaped, was nowhere to be seen. He had completely disappeared into the sea of blood. It was unknown whether he had fled or was hiding nearby. The sea of blood began to churn and shrink in one direction. At the same time, Yu Sang was fleeing into the distance under the cover of the blood sea, gritting his teeth and cursing. He was a dignified blood demon half-step saint who had ambushed Yang Kai, but in the end he had fallen into such a predicament. The resentment in his heart was simply indescribable. Fearing the strength of the embodiment, he didn't dare to do anything to Yang Kai. He just wanted to escape as far as possible, lest he be trapped by Yang Kai's mountains and rivers Bell again. If that happened again, he would lose his life. With the cover of the bloodlight array, he believed that he could escape with his life. As for the enmity between him and Yang Kai, he could only think about it later. A bright ray of light suddenly tore through the boundless sea of blood, and a moonlight sword silently chopped towards his head. The expression on Yu Sang's face completely froze at this moment. Above the sea of blood, Yang Kai took back the mountains and rivers Bell. Before he could take a breath, he suddenly heard the embodiment's cry of alarm, "Be careful!" At the same time, a feeling of horror spread throughout his body. Yang Kai's eyes widened. When he turned his head, he saw Yu Sang rushing towards him with a gloomy face, full of murderous intention. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai took a deep breath and threw a punch forward. Wherever the punch passed, the void collapsed. To Yang Kai's surprise, when Yang Kai threw this punch, Yu Sang, who had rushed in front of him, did not make any move to resist. Instead, he opened his arms and took the initiative to welcome the punch. There was a relieved smile on his face, and the murderous intention that had almost condensed into a substance also disappeared at this moment. Yang Kai's heart suddenly contracted. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, but it was too late to stop. With a cracking sound, the fist directly penetrated Yu Sang's chest, piercing through him. As the fist force exploded, it even blasted a hole in his chest. The fist force corroded his body, completely shattering his flesh and meridians. Kai Yang's expression was sluggish. He didn't feel the slightest bit of excitement from killing a powerful enemy. Instead, he felt an indescribable pain, as if an invisible hand was gripping his heart, as if it was his own body that was being crushed. He seemed to have done something wrong. Their eyes met. Yu Sang's expression was gentle as he said softly, "I'll leave everything to you." As his words fell, Yu Sang's appearance distorted and changed into the appearance of Mingyu, who was covered in wounds and bathed in blood. "Master!" Yang Kai gritted his teeth and shouted in a low voice, How did you? He could not accept the scene in front of him. The life of the great emperors of Mingyu had been ended by his own hands. His mind was in a mess and he could barely think. That punch had shattered all of Mingyu's vitality. There was no possibility of him surviving. The one he wanted to kill was Yu Sang, but he had ended Mingyu's life. It should not be difficult for a great emperor to deceive his perception and make him mistakenly think that he had seen Yu Sang. The killing intent that could almost pass off as real was also the key to forcing Yang Kai to act decisively. "This is what I wanted to see. The entire star boundary will thank you." Mingyu clearly understood Yang Kai's mood at the moment. He raised his hand and grabbed Yang Kai's wrist. He looked straight at him and said earnestly, "So, don't feel guilty." At this moment, Yang Kai could not hear what Mingyu was saying. When he saw Mingyu's appearance, his mind was in chaos. An inexplicable power overflowed from Mingyu's body and flowed along his arm into Yang Kai's body, attacking his mind and internal organs. Finally, Yang Kai came back to his senses. The muscles on his face twitched uncontrollably. He wanted to pull his hand out of Mingyu's chest, but Mingyu held on tightly, making him unable to move. The Star Boundaries world cannot be snatched away by the demon race. Mingyu gritted his teeth and shouted. Dark red blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, wetting the clothes on his chest. The warm blood flowed to Yang Kai's arm, burning like a soldering iron. "Only you can bring this world back. This is why Heaven's Revelations asked you to come to the demon territory." Yang Kai was startled. He once again recalled what Heaven's Revelations said to the great emperors. In the demon territory, you will have an opportunity and a calamity. He had never known where this opportunity and calamity should be, but now he finally understood. What could be greater than the world will of a great emperors? Did Heaven's Revelations already expect this? If so, he didn't ask him to come to the demon territory to rescue the great emperors Mingyu, but to receive the world will of Mingyu. However, if this opportunity came at the cost of the great emperor's life, then Yang Kai would rather do not want. In the blink of an eye, that mysterious power had already filled Kai Yang's entire body. This power didn't immediately make him stronger, but it gave him an indescribable feeling, causing his perception to become countless times sharper than before. Yang Kai knew that this should be the world will of the Star Boundaries world will. "This seat is sorry." Mingyu squeezed out a smile at Yang Kai, "but this seat has no other choice. Please don't hate me in the future." Although this opportunity was fought over by hundreds of half-saint of demon race, it was a huge burden for a human. After all, he had killed a great emperors with his own hands. This was an indelible fact. This was also the first great emperors to die in the hands of the emperor realm since ancient times. Rather than being killed by Yang Kai, it was better to say that Mingyu had fallen in the hands of Yang Kai. "You should go." Mingyu's expression suddenly froze. Yu Sang was killed by him, and the blood light array also collapsed by itself. At this moment, when the blood sea collapsed, the figures of the half-saint who had chased after him appeared in all directions. Looking at the current situation of Yang Kai and Mingyu, many half-saint were dumbstruck. Soon after, they flew into a rage out of humiliation. They had paid such a huge price. Even 10 half-saint had died in Mingyu's hands. They had finally forced the great emperors of the star boundary into a desperate situation with great difficulty. They were just waiting to reap the fruits of their labor. Who would have thought that in the end, a human brat would take advantage of them? How could they tolerate this? The demon saint had said that no matter who killed Mingyu, they could snatch the world will from him. As long as they could withstand it, they would have a great chance of becoming the 13th demon saint of the demon territory in the future. This was the lifelong pursuit of all half-saint. The capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth was limited. The opportunity to reach the peak was close at hand. Even if they had to gamble with their lives, they wouldn't hesitate. But after getting angry, the half-saint sneered. A trifling mid-rank demon king had obtained this opportunity. Was it really an opportunity? Without the protection of powerful strength, this opportunity would turn into a disaster. Compared to killing a great emperor who was on the brink of death, they were more willing to face a mid-rank demon king. Their divine senses locked onto Yang Kai in an instant. The nearly 100 half-saint were unexpectedly quiet at this moment. No one took the initiative to attack. Instead, they vigilantly scanned their surroundings. Yang Kai wasn't in their eyes. The other half-saint were the real obstacles for them to reach the peak. At the center of the field, Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn. After looking around, he found that Mingyu had already closed his eyes. His vitality had completely dissipated. Yang Kai stared blankly at her, his heart filled with pain. Before he could say goodbye to Mingyu, before he could say sorry, this great emperor had already fallen. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai forcibly restrained his chaotic state of mind. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly withdrew his hand from Mingyu's chest. Then, he carefully put Mingyu's corpse into the sealed world bead and placed it next to the medicine garden. Yang Kai couldn't help but let out a long howl towards the sky. His howl gradually became louder and louder. It turned into a rolling dragon's roar that resounded through the world. With a neigh, as if it had been summoned, Yifeng's vigorous figure galloped over from the distance. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Kai Yang. Raising its front hooves, it almost stood up. When it came down again, Kai Yang had already flipped onto its back. Gently patting the mane on its neck, he whispered, "Run." Chapter 35-41. The night was cool and the moon was bright. At the top of the mountain above the palace, Star Soul Palace's Princess Lan Sun put her hands together and prayed piously to the bright moon in the sky, praying that her father could return safely. Almost every night, she would stand here for 2 to 3 hours, hoping that her sincerity would move the will of the heavens and earth and give her father enough protection. Heaven and earth seemed to hear her prayer, and the bright moon hanging in the sky suddenly became brighter. Soft moonlight sprinkled on the earth and spread over Lan Sun's body. It was like her father's big hand stroking her head when she was young, giving her a warm feeling. Lan Sun was stunned for a moment, thinking that she was hallucinating, but after careful observation, the bright moon in the sky was indeed much brighter than before. And this brightness continued to increase with the passage of time, making the whole world as bright as day. At the same time, all the creatures in the star boundary looked up at the bright moon in the sky that seemed to have turned into a sun. Against the full moon, the sparse stars in the sky were dim and lightless. Lan Sun's face suddenly became a little pale as inexplicable palpitations surged into her heart, making her feel confused. All of a sudden, a dazzling light blossomed from the sun. This kind of light lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea before it suddenly exploded and was annihilated. It was as if it had burned out the last of its brilliance and became incomparably dim. The entire moon seemed to be covered by a layer of black gauze. In the sky, meteors streaked across, and soon, the scattered meteors turned into a meteor shower that ran through the sky, followed by a sadness that pervaded the entire star boundary. The heavens and earth seemed to be crying, the bright moon was its eyes, and the falling meteors were its flowing tears. Ding, king, king. The heavy and melodious sound of a bell rang through the entire Star Soul Palace 9 times in a row. When the last bell rang, Lan Sun fell softly to the ground. "Your Highness!" the maid exclaimed and rushed over in a hurry. In the heaven's secret valley, the great emperors Chu Tianji and the martial beast Mo Huang sat opposite each other, each holding a black and white chess piece. Mo Huang casually put down a chess piece and asked without lifting his eyes, "Why are you feeling uneasy?" During the game, Mo Huang clearly felt that his old friend was absent-minded. Although his opponent concealed it very well, as one of the great emperors, how could Mo Huang not notice it? Chu Tianji's hand did not move for a long time, but he also did not make a sound. Suddenly, Mo Huang's heart trembled. He raised his eyes to look at him and saw that Chu Tianji was also looking at him. Sigh. Chu Tianji let out a sigh. The white piece in his hand quietly fell onto the chessboard and rolled a few times. He raised his head and looked at the sky. There was a trace of unconcealable sadness on his face. In the end, we still came to this step. Mo Huang said with a solemn expression, "Did I sense wrongly just now?" Chu Tianji bitterly smiled. "You didn't sense wrongly, neither did I. Me left." Mo Huang said, "Didn't you say that he still had a chance to live?" Chu Tianji slowly shook his head. "Man proposes, God disposes. Who can clearly explain what happened in the territory of the demon race? Maybe only Yang Boy knows what happened over there." Is Yang Boy in danger? Being in the territory of the demon race, how can there be no danger? Seeing that Mo Huang's expression was not good, Chu Tianji said again, "Misfortune is a blessing in disguise. We can only wait and see. It's useless for you to worry." Simply, bastard. Mo Huang held back for a long time, but finally cursed out. He said with a sullen face, "Didn't you claim to be able to see the past and the future? Why didn't you expect this to happen?" Chu Tianji bitterly smiled and said, "If I was really so powerful, the passage between the two worlds would not have opened. But the silver lining is that although Mingyue left, he seems to have connected with Yang Boy." Mo Huang was stunned for a moment, but soon understood what Chu Tianji meant. The great emperors had fallen, and there were strange phenomena in the heavens, but the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth had not decreased, and the will of the heavens and earth did not show any signs of being plundered. This meant that Mingyue passed the most important thing to Yang Kai before she left. Otherwise, it would not just be strange phenomena in the heavens and earth, but various natural and man-made disasters. It could even lead to the collapse of one side of the world. After a long silence, Mo Huang sighed, "We can wait and see. I'm afraid that someone is going to start a massacre." Chu Tianji slightly nodded and said, "What's wrong with collecting some interest first?" In the two-realm battlefield, after several years of tug-of-war, the demon race relied on their advantage in numbers to capture almost the entire Western territory. The allied forces of the Star World retreated again and had already retreated to the edge of the Western territory. A few hundred li further back would be the territory of the Southern Territory. Once they crossed that line, it would mean that nearly a quarter of the Star World's territory had fallen. This was something that none of the humans could accept, nor could they accept. In the wilderness, tens of millions of lives of both the human and demon race were fighting to the death. Every moment, the light of life would be extinguished. Although the humans resisted with all their might, the demon race had an absolute advantage in terms of numbers. There was an endless stream of reinforcements coming from the rear, so from the very beginning, the humans had been retreating bit by bit. Although Li Wui, who was in charge of this battle, had outstanding individual strength, he was powerless to reverse the situation. He fought against 3 half-saint of demon race alone, and although his life was not in danger because of the space divine technique, it was difficult for him to do anything. Seeing the demon race's army rumbling over, Li Wui's expression was miserable. After today's battle, the Western Territory had completely fallen. Everyone knew that this result was not his fault, but since he was the supreme commander of the human side, he could not help but blame himself. Just as the human army was about to retreat to the border between the Southern Territory and the Western Territory, a shocking aura suddenly rushed over from the rear. This aura was so fast that Li Wui had only just noticed it when he caught a flash of a figure from the corner of his eye. This figure was wrapped in an icy chill. Immediately afterward, one of the 3 half-saint of the demon race who had been fighting with him suddenly froze. Li Wui looked over and saw that this guy had been grabbed by the neck by a figure who had suddenly appeared. The dignified half-saint of demon race was being held in the hand like a little chick, unable to resist at all. Looking at the heroic figure, Li Wui called out in a low voice, "Iron Blood Master." He was puzzled. Why did this person come over? The demon saint of the territory and the great emperors of the star boundary had long since reached an agreement that neither side would interfere in this battle, so as to avoid the flames of war escalating too quickly. For so long, both the demon saint and the great emperors had strictly abided by this agreement and had never appeared on the battlefield. So when the Iron Blood Great Emperor, Jianghu Hen, appeared on the battlefield and attacked a half-saint of demon race, Li Wui was very surprised. Could it be that the war had reached a point where the strongest combatants of both sides had to participate? If this was really the case, it would not be a good thing for the star boundary, but a bad thing. After all, the battlefield was in the star boundary. The confrontation between the great emperors and the demon saint was very likely to shatter the entire western territory. Great emperors! The face of the half-saint who was lifted up by the neck by Jianghu Hen turned red as he stared at the resolute face in front of him in disbelief. A thick murderous intent surged out from the man in front of him, causing him to tremble in fear. The big hand around his neck was like a clamp, squeezing his bones until they made cracking sounds. The aura of death enveloped him as the half-saint said in panic, "You can't kill me. The demon saint master has an agreement with you." The Iron Blood Great Emperor's face was gloomy as he lifted the half-saint closer to him, stared into his eyes at a close distance, and said coldly, "So what if I kill you?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his emperor chi and clenched his fist. The half-saint of demon race was like a smashed watermelon, directly exploding into a bloody mist, not even leaving behind a corpse. Li Wui couldn't help but widen his eyes. The other two half-saint of demon race were also stunned. He really killed him. No one had expected that the great emperors would suddenly appear on the battlefield at this time and kill a half-saint of demon race just because of a disagreement. Were they trying to break the agreement between them? Were the great emperors and the demon saint really going to step down from the stands and onto the battlefield? Without the slightest hesitation, Li Wui stretched out his hand and grabbed the other two half-saint of demon race. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, the void around the two half-saints suddenly became extremely heavy. These two reacted quickly. Seeing that their companion was killed, they immediately tried to escape, but Li Wui was even faster. This delay allowed the Iron Blood Great Emperor to rush in front of the other half-saint, and under the latter's terrified gaze, the Iron Blood Great Emperor smashed his body to pieces with a punch. Without stopping, the Iron Blood Great Emperor arrived in front of the third half-saint. With a slap, the half-saint's head and upper body disappeared, leaving only two legs standing in the air. In the blink of an eye, three half-saint of demon race had fallen. The Iron Blood Great Emperor didn't stop. His figure flickered, and he charged into the battlefield. Wherever he passed, the demon race was wiped out. Whether it was the low-level demon race cannon fodder or the high-level demon king half-saint, they were all as fragile as paper in front of the Iron Blood Great Emperor. Li Wui stared at the Iron Blood Great Emperor's back in a daze. He had an extremely bad premonition in his heart. As one of the great emperors, the Iron Blood Great Emperor wouldn't go crazy for no reason. It was very likely that something big had happened that provoked him, causing him to act like this. Thinking about the heavenly anomaly from before, Li Wui felt a wave of sadness in his heart. However, as the commander of this battle, he quickly composed himself and ordered the human race army to pursue the demon race with the Iron Blood Great Emperor. One of the great emperors suddenly intervened in the battle, and the result was that the entire demon race army was wiped out. The battlefield was covered in the corpses of the demon race. The human race army pushed forward without encountering any decent resistance. All the demon race soldiers were scared out of their wits and didn't dare to stay. They only wanted to escape towards the passage between the two worlds. It wasn't until 10 days after the battle ended that the Iron Blood Great Emperor returned from the passage between the two worlds bathed in blood. Li Wui didn't know what he had done in these 10 days, but after that, the demon race had been peaceful for a long time. Counting the territory in the south that bordered the territory in the west, Not a single demon race member could be seen within 200,000 kilometers. The areas that had previously been captured had also been recovered. Chapter 35-42. In the Valley of the Eternal Heaven continent, the unconscious Li Shiqing slowly woke up. She looked left and right, but couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai. Instead, many members of the demon race gathered around the magic mirror left behind by Yu Rumeng. They were all nervously looking at the mirror. Rubbing her neck, Li Shiqing thought about what happened before she fainted. She vaguely remembered that she was knocked unconscious by Yang Kai. Oh right, the great emperors are in danger. With this thought, Li Shiqing completely woke up. But at this time, the members of the demon race gathered around the mirror suddenly exclaimed, as if they had seen an extremely incredible scene. Suspicious, Li Shiqing walked forward and looked into the magic mirror. With just a glance, her beautiful eyes instantly widened and her delicate body trembled. In the mirror, there were two figures standing tall. Moreover, they were two figures that could be seen from a long distance. Even though they weren't very close, Li Shiqing could still recognize who the two figures were. One was Yang Kai, and the other was the great emperors of the bright moon. At this time, Yang Kai's fist had actually punched into the great emperors of the bright moon's chest, creating a huge hole in the great emperor's chest. Blood flowed out from the corners of the great emperor's mouth, and their originally white clothes were completely dyed red with blood. What happened while I was unconscious? Why did the final result turn out like this? Yang Kai actually killed one of the great emperors. This horrifying thought and the shocking scene in front of her turned into an endless buzzing sound. Li Shiqing simply couldn't bear it. Her vision turned black and she fainted again. In the void, Yang Kai flipped onto Zhui Feng's back. When the neighing sound rang out, Zhui Feng carried Yang Kai and rushed toward the nearest realm gate. Golden flames ignited on its four hooves, leaving a mark in the void. Countless divine senses locked onto him as wisps of murderous intent spread out. Even though Yang Kai knew that Yu Rumeng was on the Eternal Heaven continent, he still didn't feel the slightest sense of security. In this situation, Yu Rumeng was afraid that she wouldn't be able to protect herself. If she wanted to live, she would have to quickly escape. The further the better. It would be best if she could pass through the passage between the two worlds and escape back to the star boundary. The 12 demon saint of the Devil Territory and even the great emperors of the Night Shadow Realm, Qin Yi, were currently gathered on the Eternal Heaven continent. Therefore, the defenses on the passageway between the two realms were currently at their most lax. This was also the best opportunity for him to escape. He faintly regretted not bringing Li Shiqing into the sealed world bead ahead of time. If he escaped, Li Shiqing would definitely suffer, but at this time, he could no longer care about Li Shiqing. Comparatively speaking, the will of the great world was of the utmost importance. The will passed down to him by the great emperors Ming Yu could not be lost. Before the hundreds of half-saint in the surroundings could react, Wind-Chasing Wolf had already rushed out of the encirclement with Yang Kai on his back. This caused the half-saint to burn with anger as they chased after him with various means. However, Wind-Chasing Wolf's forte was his speed, so how could these half-saint catch up to him? From the beginning, the distance between them was rapidly increasing. Many demon saints' faces were gloomy, but Yu Rumeng's expression was both pleasantly surprised and worried. Although she had always known that Yang Kai could accept the will of the star boundary more easily than the half-saint of the Devil Territory, because Yang Kai's strength was not enough, she had never thought of letting Yang Kai participate in this fight for the opportunity. However, what she did not expect was that Yang Kai would actually become the final winner. Moreover, it seemed that the great emperors Ming Yu had taken the initiative to deliver this opportunity to him. In comparison, Yu Sang, who was killed by Ming Yu, was no longer a big deal. In any case, Yu Sang had already defected to Xue Li and could not be considered her subordinate, so it did not matter if he died. However, Yang Kai obtaining this opportunity was equivalent to taking a step forward on his future path. How could she not be happy? However, she was worried that this opportunity would not be so easy to protect. Sure enough, just as this thought surged in her mind, Xue Li's angry roar rang in her ears, "Bastard!" After saying this guy actually turned into a bloody light and chased after Yang Kai. It seemed that he wanted to personally stop Yang Kai. He was not the only one. The other demon saint also moved and chased after Yang Kai. The half-saint could not catch up to Yang Kai, but that did not mean that the demon saint could not. Once these demon saint blocked Yang Kai's path, he would definitely be besieged by hundreds of half-saint. The final outcome was obvious. You dare! Yu Meng was furious. She had just moved when a burly figure raised his hand and blocked her path. Yu Meng looked ahead with a solemn expression and said in a deep voice, "Boss Huang, what is the meaning of this?" The person blocking her path was the #1 demon saint in the demon territory, Huang Wuji. He raised his hand slightly and placed it in front of him. His movements were casual, but it was as if he had erected an iron wall in front of Yu Meng. Even a demon saint like her would not be able to break through it easily. Huang Wuji looked in the direction that the figures had left and said indifferently, "Don't interfere in this matter." Yu Meng gritted her teeth and said, "Yang Kai is one of my people, how can I not interfere? Moreover, we agreed before that we would not interfere in this opportunity and that they would compete for it with their own abilities. No matter what the result is, no one can complain. What is the meaning of them chasing after him? Do they think that I, Yu Meng, am easy to bully?" Huang Wuji said indifferently, "We did have an agreement before, but the target of the agreement was the half-saint under each of us. That boy is a human." After saying this, Huang Wuji turned his head and looked at Yu Meng. "Those who are not of our race are bound to have different intentions. How can such an opportunity be handed over to him?" Yu Meng said, "So what if he is a human? He has already betrayed the star boundary and has a demon in his heart. He has also made many contributions to the demon territory before, so why can't he get that opportunity?" Huang Wuji shook his head and said, "You know what we are worried about. Moreover, his strength is too low now, so what if he gets that opportunity? How long will it take for him to fully mature? Our demon territory has 12 demon saint and 1 great emperor of the star boundary. Currently, there are only 8 great emperors in the star boundary, and one of the great emperors of the secular world is still missing. Yang Kai won't make a difference. All you want is to expand the capacity of the bottle of heaven and earth, so why wait for him to fully mature?" Huang Wuji slowly shook his head. "Unless he can truly become the demon race and become a part of our demon race, he won't be able to keep that opportunity." Hearing this, Yu Meng's face turned pale and she anxiously looked in the direction Yang Kai had fled. She clenched her fists and her fingertips pricked her skin. Although back in the star boundary, Yang Kai had indeed become the demon race once and was covered in demonic chi. Ever since he came to the demon territory, Yang Kai seemed to have returned to normal. How difficult would it be for him to become a true demon race member? Must he die? Yu Meng looked at Huang Wuji with a pained expression. If he dies, who will repair and maintain those world gates? Huang Wuji's eyes drooped. The opportunity is with him now. Only when he dies will it shift to someone else. As for those world gates, let nature take its course. Yu Meng painfully closed her eyes. After a long time, she suddenly opened them and the demonic chi in her body rolled. She slammed her palm towards Huang Wuji and shouted, "I really can't sit by and do nothing. Boss Huang, please forgive me." Huang Wuji put one hand behind his back and didn't move his feet, but his body retreated 1,000 feet, easily dodging Yu Meng's attack. He said indifferently, "Stop, I don't want to hurt you." Yu Meng was so angry that she laughed. "Unless I die, don't even think about harming a single hair on his head." As she spoke, she had already closed in on Huang Wuji. Her beautiful eyes suddenly bloomed with a strange light, as if they had turned into a black hole that was about to suck Huang Wuji in. Huang Wuji lowered his eyes, not wanting to meet her gaze, and smashed his fist down. A huge hole suddenly appeared in the turbulent void, as if a mirror had been broken in half. Yu Meng cried out as her whole body was swallowed by the void. Huang Wuji, however, didn't feel the joy of his success. Instead, he frowned and focused on perceiving his surroundings. A faintly discernible chuckle sounded in his ears, and a beautiful fairy-like world suddenly appeared in the shattered world. It was so beautiful and real that Huang Wuji couldn't help but linger in it. He couldn't bear to destroy the grass and trees in this world. He sighed slightly, knowing that he had been careless. As a demon saint, Yu Meng wasn't so easy to deal with. Although he was known as the first demon saint, that was only in terms of fighting strength. In a life and death battle, he would definitely be the last person to survive. However, the 12 demon saints each had their own divine technique, so how could he underestimate them? 30 breaths later, when desolate Wuji finally managed to escape from this bizarre world, Yu Meng was nowhere to be seen. Obviously, she had gone after the other great devil saints. However, with such a delay, even if Yu Meng rushed over, it would be useless. As long as the great devil saints caught up with that human brat and obstructed him slightly, the semi-saints would be able to tear that human brat into pieces. Zhui Feng was as fast as lightning, almost turning into a bolt of lightning as he swept through the void. The half-saint chasing after him were thrown further and further away, but an even more powerful divine sense locked onto him. The demon saint had made their move. Yang Kai was incomparably sad and indignant. He knew that his guess was right. In this situation, Yu Meng really couldn't protect him. Fortunately, he saw the opportunity early and immediately rode Zhui Feng to escape. Otherwise, he would have already become a corpse. The impact of Ming Yu's death hadn't disappeared. After all, he had killed her with his own hands. Although that scene was deliberately created by Ming Yu, the self-blame in his heart still made Yang Kai feel so depressed that he couldn't breathe. Zhui Feng's howl once again woke him up. Turning his head, Kai Yang saw a blood-red light on the horizon rushing towards him at a terrifying speed. In less than 10 breaths of time, it would be able to catch up. Xueli. Closely following behind Xueli was the feather demon Hibiscus. With the fluttering of the pure white wings on her back, her speed was only slightly slower than Xueli's. At this moment of life and death, Yang Kai clenched his teeth and forced his mind to activate the law of space. He pressed one hand on Zhui Feng's back and broke through the void with him, instantly traveling 1,000 miles. When his figure reappeared, Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 35-43. When he used the mountains and rivers bell to trap Shu Yusang, Yang Kai did not directly clash with him, but he still suffered a huge backlash. After all, he was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master, while Shu Yusang was a half-saint. Even with the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai still had to pay a heavy price to trap him. Because of Ming Yu's death, his mind was shaken, so he did not feel anything. Now that he used the space principles while escaping, Yang Kai immediately felt that his situation was not good. His qi was weak, his whole body was in pain, and he felt like countless bones were broken. In his current state, let alone fighting, if those half-saint caught up to him, he would definitely die. Fortunately, Zhui Feng came to his rescue at the critical moment. Just as he slightly opened up the distance between him and the demon saint behind him with a teleport, the other party closed the gap in the blink of an eye and closed in on him at an even faster speed. Yang Kai looked back and was so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. It was also the first time he was being chased by such a powerful figure. The feeling of his life hanging by a thread at all times was extremely uncomfortable. In a panic, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth, chewing them up and swallowing them before leaning over to Zhui Feng's back and grabbing his mane with both hands. Zhui Feng obviously also felt the severity of the situation. His muscles squirmed as he ran, sparing no effort to carry Yang Kai on his back. A layer of dark red blood mist gradually appeared on his back, and hot white steam came out of his nostrils. His speed suddenly increased by a notch. Even so, after 10 breaths, Xueli and Fu Yu, who were the first to catch up, were only 1,000 kilometers away from him. A fierce killing intent locked onto him from behind. Yang Kai's expression changed drastically. When he looked back, he saw Fu Yu drawing her bow as she chased after him. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai urged the space principles again and teleported away with Zhui Feng. With a whoosh, a streak of light shot through the air, piercing through Yang Kai and Zhui Feng's afterimages and scattering them. Thousands of miles away, Yang Kai had already changed the direction of chasing wind and fled in another direction. There was no hope of escaping in a straight line. Windchaser was fast, but he was not as fast as the demon saint. If he continued to run like this, he would be caught before he reached the realm gate. If he wanted to escape from the eternal heaven continent, he would have to think of another way. Fortunately, there was always a way out, and his embodiment had already set off in advance. When Yang Kai changed directions, Xue Li and Fu Yu, who were chasing after him, were surprised. However, the two demon saints didn't think too much of it. They only thought that Yang Kai had panicked and didn't know where to go. This was actually what they wanted to see. This human was as slippery as a loach. He relied on his mastery of the laws of space to flee here and there. It was truly difficult to chase after him. Once Yang Kai passed through the realm gate, it would be even more troublesome. At this time, he was running away from the realm gate, which was a delightful sight. Xue Li's cold laughter resounded through the world. Boy, stop obediently, and this noble one can grant you a quick death. Otherwise, I will let you taste all the torture in this world. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to him and only urged Zhui Feng to go faster, faster. The bloody mist on Zhui Feng's body continued to dissipate. It was obvious that he was also going all out. However, this kind of escape didn't make him feel tired. Instead, he was in high spirits. From time to time, he would cry out in excitement. After so many years of peaceful life, he had almost forgotten the times when he carried Long Tian on a campaign. However, Yang Kai's appearance caused him to once again experience this kind of uncontrollable hot-bloodedness. During this chase, an hour passed by in the blink of an eye. Xue Li gradually became flustered and exasperated. To think that he, a demon saint, had chased a middle-rank demon king for such a long time and still hadn't succeeded. It was truly embarrassing. But then again, half of the credit for Yang Kai being able to run so well was due to that bastard Zhui Feng. One ran like lightning, the other teleported. When these two worked together, it was really difficult to catch them. The half-saint had long since been left behind, leaving only the demon saint behind Yang Kai. However, as time passed, Yang Kai's situation became worse and worse. After all, although the Eternal Heaven continent wasn't small, there were more than a dozen demon saints chasing after him. As long as they cooperated with each other, it would be enough to surround Yang Kai. Yang Kai obviously also noticed this, but there was nothing he could do. An hour later, Zhui Feng finally stopped floating in the air, a bloody mist rising from its body as it snorted incessantly. Its skin had turned a deep red, as if it was burning hot iron. Yang Kai, who was riding on its back, also had a pale face and was gasping for breath. As he gasped for breath, blood constantly flowed from the corners of his mouth. It wasn't that Zhui Feng had run out of energy, but that the demon saint had already finished surrounding Yang Kai, blocking all of his escape routes. Numerous figures appeared in the surrounding space, and they were either gazing at him with interest or indifference. Xue Li gritted his teeth and glared at Yang Kai resentfully. Run, run again. Why aren't you running anymore? Yang Kai turned his head and spat out a mouthful of blood with a rebellious expression. His cold gaze swept around, seriously looking at the faces of every demon saint, as if he wanted to imprint their appearances into his bones. Xue Li pointed at him with a finger and said, "Boy, I'll make you beg for death." Yang Kai snorted coldly and turned to stare at him. "That will depend on whether you have the ability or not." Xue Li laughed in anger. "You're still so stubborn even when you're about to die. Let's see how you cry later." Huobo laughed strangely at the side. "Why are you arguing with a child? Xue Li, are you stupid? Even if you don't find it embarrassing, this noble one does. Can you shut up?" Xue Li suddenly turned his head and glared at him. Huobo didn't back down and glared back. But at this time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, this young master will repay you 100-fold for what you've done today." When he said this, many demon saints looked at him suspiciously. In the next moment, the expressions of all the demon saints changed and they all reached out to grab Yang Kai. Fu Yu even locked onto Yang Kai with her divine thought. When she twisted her hand, a stream of light shot out. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed and the world hummed. Yang Kai's body turned into nothingness and strangely disappeared from where he was. All the demon saints grabbed empty air. Only Fu Yu's arrow, which was locked onto Yang Kai with her divine thought, missed. She also shattered the void and disappeared without a trace. The demon saint were all dumbfounded. They never thought that Yang Kai would be able to escape from under their noses in such a situation. Their expressions were extremely ugly. The feeling of being made a fool of was not good, especially when the one who made a fool of them was only a seriously injured mid-rank demon king. Many demon saints' divine thoughts spread out like a tide, but they couldn't find any trace of Yang Kai in the first place. This made them feel incredulous. After all, Yang Kai had used the space divine technique to teleport before, but each time he teleported he could only move 1,000 miles at most. How could he disappear in an instant? It wasn't until a dozen breaths later that Balrog Chi Yan's expression changed and he said in surprise, "This kid is actually at the realm gate." At the same time, Yu Ru Meng rushed over in a hurry. When she saw the situation and didn't see Yang Kai, she couldn't help but turn pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "What did you do to him?" Bei Liemo chuckled, "Don't worry, your little man has already run away." Ran away? Yu Ru Meng was stunned for a moment before she quickly said with a sullen face, "Nonsense, so many of you are chasing him, how could he have run away? Hurry up and hand him over to me." Bei Liemo snorted, "Can't you check whether he ran away or not yourself? He's right at the realm gate." Seeing that she didn't seem to be lying, Yu Ru Meng quickly urged her divine sense to investigate the distance. Among all the demon saint, her divine sense was the most powerful, so it only took 5 or 6 breaths for her to detect Yang Kai's aura. Her mouth opened slightly in surprise. She couldn't figure out how Yang Kai escaped in that direction while being chased by so many demon saint. That place was quite far from here. But soon, she detected the aura of the embodiment body and immediately understood what was going on. Observing her expression, Bei Liemo chuckled, "Little sister, this little man of yours is really something, playing us like a fool. Now I'm afraid he won't be able to die easily even if he wants to." With such a great humiliation, how could the demon saint let it go? As long as they caught him, they would definitely torture him ruthlessly. Yu Ru Meng looked at everyone coldly and said, "I'll kill whoever dares to touch him. Can't you chase after him if he runs away? What are you doing here?" Huang Wuji's figure flew over from afar, arriving in front of them in the blink of an eye. He turned his head towards a certain spot in the void and said, "Return to the passage between the 2 realms, we can't let him escape back to Star Boundary." There seemed to be a weak aura flashing through the void. Yu Ru Meng's face was as gloomy as water. She knew that the Star Boundary's great emperor Kenyi had taken action. As long as the passage between the 2 worlds was blocked, Yang Kai would be like a turtle in a jar no matter how powerful he was. Sooner or later, he would be caught. Bei Liemo chuckled, "Little sister, Big Brother Huang is going to attack him, you should kill him first." Yu Ru Meng's teeth creaked as she glared at Bei Liemo, cursing inwardly, "Bitch, I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." Emokan said, "Big Brother Huang, the situation has changed. I'm afraid that boy is going to escape from the Eternal Heaven continent. If we want to capture him, we have to do it ourselves." Huang Wuji said, "Then let's find him as soon as possible." Shueli rolled his eyes and said with a chuckle, "But this doesn't match the previous agreement. Can't we say that the boy belongs to whoever catches him?" The demon saint wasn't interested in Yang Kai himself. What they were interested in was the will that belonged to Star Boundary in his body. As long as they could capture him and transfer that will to their half-saint subordinates, then they would very likely have another demon saint as an ally in the future. This was what attracted many demon saint the most. But Huang Wuji nodded. Shueli laughed strangely and turned into a bloody light to escape. His voice came from afar, "That boy is mine." Following closely behind him, the other demon saint also used escape techniques to leave. Before Bei Liemo left, she even looked at Yu Ru Meng provocatively, "Don't worry, little sister. If I find that boy, I'll definitely give him a quick death, so you just have to pray that I succeed." After she finished speaking, she covered her mouth and laughed. Chapter 35-44. Yu Ru Meng also wanted to leave, but she was stopped by Huang Wuji again, but this time, Huang Wuji's attitude was even more aggressive than before, and his expression had become extremely solemn. Seeing his expression, Yu Ru Meng knew that he was serious. She was able to get rid of him just now because she made the first move, and because Huang Wuji didn't want to delay her for too long. However, a serious Huang Wuji was definitely not someone she could casually resist. 3 days after 3 days, I will let you go. Huang Wuji looked at Yu Ru Meng indifferently. Before that, don't challenge my bottom line. Yu Ru Meng coldly said, do you think he can last for 3 days? With so many demon saint chasing after him, let alone 3 days, even 1 day would be enough. Yang Kai's current state was not very good. Huang Wuji lowered his eyes. That's not something I need to consider, and it's not something you can stop. I've already made myself very clear. If you insist on attacking, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Just as Yu Ru Meng was about to make a move, her expression suddenly changed, and she turned to look at the realm gate, immediately revealing a look of surprise. Seeing her expression change, Huang Wuji couldn't help but frown and spread out his divine sense to investigate the realm gate. However, before he could figure it out, Yu Ru Meng started to chuckle. All right, big boss Huang, I'll give you face. 3 days it is. After 3 days, if you still want to stop me, then don't blame little sister for turning hostile. While she was speaking, Huang Wuji had already investigated the situation at the realm gate and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, clicking his tongue. If he hadn't obtained an opportunity he shouldn't have, this senior would really be reluctant to let him die. His existence is really of great use to my demon territory. Yu Ru Meng coldly snorted. Is there any point in saying this now? Weren't you the one who asked them to capture him? Huang Wuji's expression was as calm as an ancient well, remaining silent. When Yang Kai began to flee on Jue Feng, no one paid any attention to his embodiment. When Yang Kai lured all the half-saint away, his embodiment quietly sneaked into the ground and quickly fled towards the nearest realm gate. Although Yang Kai managed to shake off the half-saint, he was chased by the demon saint until he had nowhere to run and was eventually surrounded. It was a pity that the demon saint didn't know that he had the space spirit bead. With the help of the space spirit bead, Yang Kai instantly brought Windchaser to the side of the Dharmakaya. They were only 100,000 miles away from the World Gate. The arrow that Fu Yu shot out at the last moment did not do anything to him. Instead, it disappeared into a crack in the void. As soon as Yang Kai reunited with his embodiment, he put it back into the sealed world bead and rode Jue Feng towards the World Gate. The demon race's army was still stationed at the World Gate, but there was no sign of the half-saint. All the half-saint had gone to fight for the opportunity. Who would be in the mood to stay at the World Gate? As such, Yang Kai easily broke through the blockade and escaped from the World Gate. He arrived at a continent adjacent to the Eternal Heaven continent. He did not immediately flee. Instead, he turned around and searched for the World Gate that connected to the Eternal Heaven continent. Under the fluctuations of the space principles, he directly sealed this World Gate. He did not expect that his deliberate training on the 100-spirit continent would come in handy at this time. In this way, although he had delayed his escape a little, he could still cause a great disturbance to the devil saints who were chasing after him. Otherwise, if they really rushed out without any hindrance, Yang Kai could not guarantee that he could escape. The only thing he needed to worry about now was how long his method of sealing the World Gate could delay the demon saint. It would be a joke if they broke the seal in an instant. However, he did not have the time to pay attention to this. He secretly prayed that his seal could delay them for a few hours. The reason why Yu Ru Meng suddenly agreed to Huang Wuji's request was because she noticed the abnormality of the seal on the World Gate. She did not need to think to know that this was Yang Kai's method. After all, in the entire demon territory, only Yang Kai had such ability. At this moment, she could not help but feel a little stifled. She did not know when Yang Kai had such ability. Not only could he repair and maintain the World Gate, but he could also seal it. However, when she thought about the conversation she had with Chang Tian in the 100-spirit continent, Yu Ru Meng faintly guessed that Yang Kai had cultivated this ability in the 100-spirit continent. Just as Yang Kai passed through the World Gate, the demon saint arrived at the World Gate one after another. When they looked over, they were all shocked. Yu Qiu said in shock, "Where's the World Gate? Did we go in the wrong direction?" They had clearly followed Yang Kai's tracks, so they should not have gone in the wrong direction. Moreover, there was a demon race army stationed nearby. They were clearly guarding the world gate. Xueli frowned. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He reached out and grabbed a trembling mid-rank demon king. Xueli lifted this guy by the collar and asked, "Where's the world gate?" The mid-rank demon king had never seen such a large army before. Normally, it was rare to even see one demon saint, let alone so many of them. The strongest existence he knew was only the half-saint on his own continent. Suddenly, so many demon saint had arrived, and one of them had even caught him. This demon king almost fainted from fright. His face was pale as he said in a trembling voice, It was just here. I don't know why. It suddenly disappeared." "Bastard!" Xueli roared angrily. He reached out and pushed, throwing the demon king back. "That brat actually has such ability?" Bone Devil Gamin rubbed his white bone chin. The wisps in his eyes danced. He was slightly dazed. The world gate could not have disappeared for no reason. That human brat had obviously used some method to hide it. Moreover, this method was flawless. At such a close distance, these demon saints could not detect any trace of it. "What do we do now?" Rock Devil Emoken looked around. This was truly a joke. A group of devil saints were being toyed around by a single human. Just now, they had already let him escape once. Now, they were actually being blocked by someone else. If he really managed to escape, then this group of devil saints would really lose all their face. Flame Devil Chi Yen coldly snorted, "Since it's a seal, then it can be broken. Let me try." As he spoke, he strode forward and arrived at the original location of the world gate. Flames burned on his fist as he punched the void. The flames exploded and the void trembled. A huge crack immediately appeared in the void that was originally empty. Seeing this scene, Crimson Flame sneered, and his other fist also blasted out with the force of thunder. After a few punches, the void in front of him shattered like a mirror. It completely collapsed, revealing a black hole the size of the world gate. However, what made Qi Yen speechless was that an extremely dangerous aura was transmitted from the black hole. The inside of the black hole was a chaotic void. When his divine sense probed inside, it was directly devoured. Qi Yen could not help but be speechless. Although he was a demon saint, he did not dare to rashly enter to investigate the situation. If he accidentally got lost inside, he might not be able to find a way out. His eyes turned and he reached out to grab a few demon kings from below. He said, "Carefully investigate the situation inside and see if you can find an exit. I'll report back." After speaking, he did not wait for the reactions of the demon kings. He directly threw them into the black hole. In the blink of an eye, the demon kings disappeared. Standing in place and waiting for about the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, Qi Yen said with a cold face, "It looks like the world gate here is destroyed." If it hadn't been destroyed, one of the demon kings would have been able to find the exit, and it wouldn't have taken them too long to return and report. Until now, the demon kings were still nowhere to be seen, so they were probably dead. He also did not expect that after the world gate sealed by Yang Kai was forcefully broken, it would become like this. Yang Kai also could not have predicted this. He previously judged that if the world gate he sealed was forcefully broken, there would be two possibilities. The first was that the world gate would be revealed and returned to normal. The second was that the world gate would be destroyed as well. The current situation was undoubtedly the second situation. Xueli laughed strangely. There are only two realm entrances left in the Eternal Heaven continent. This one can be considered to be destroyed. If he also seals the other one, doesn't that mean that we will all be trapped here by him? What a joke. As soon as she finished speaking, Fu Yu had already turned around without saying a word. She quickly rushed towards the other remaining realm gate. Although Xueli's words were creepy, everyone knew that Yang Kai did not have the time to seal the last world gate. After all, the two world gates were connected to different continents. Since Yang Kai had already escaped, it was naturally more important for him to escape. How would he have the time to seal the second world gate on that continent? After Fu Yu, the other demon saint also hurriedly moved. Half a day later, at the last world gate, many demon saint rushed out from the Eternal Heaven continent, all of them with heavy expressions. Everyone knew that after such a delay, it would be extremely difficult for them to find Yang Kai's tracks again. However, Qin Yi had already returned to guard the passage between the two world gates. That human brat would definitely not leave the demon territory. Rashly passing through the passage between the two world gates was just walking right into a trap. As long as that human brat did not leave the demon territory, there would be a day when he would reveal himself. However, in the current situation, there were not many places that the brat could hide. As long as they set up an ambush in a few places in advance, they might be able to catch a turtle in a jar. After exchanging glances for a while, the many demon saints scattered and ran in different directions, all of them heading towards the places they felt that Yang Kai was most likely to go. Halfway there, Bei Li Mo's figure suddenly paused. Her beautiful eyes flashed a few times, and she lightly pursed her lips into a smile. She changed direction and rushed towards a certain direction. At the same time, Yang Kai was speeding at a high altitude of a certain continent. He held a map of the demon territory in his hand and checked his position. His original intention was to immediately think of a way to return to the Star Realm once he escaped and complete the last wishes of the great emperors by bringing back the will of the Star Realm. However, when this thought popped up, an inexplicable chill appeared in his heart. It was as if he really did that, he would be walking right into a trap. After hesitating for a long time, he gritted his teeth and gave up on this idea. Chapter 35-45. The demon saint must have expected that he wanted to return to the Star Realm, and there was only one passageway between the two realms. They only needed to set up defenses on that side to completely block his path. Yang Kai reckoned that a demon saint must have already gone to the passageway between the two realms. Although Windchaser was fast, he was not as fast as a demon saint. Since he could not go to the passageway between the two realms, there were only two places he could go. One was the 100-Spirit Continent. Rushing to the 100-Spirit Continent to seek protection from Chang Tian might be a way to survive, but Yang Kai did not know if Chang Tian could withstand the pressure from so many demon saints. Chang Tian did indeed value him very much. Because he did not have much time left in his life, he also wanted to nurture Yang Kai as his successor. However, if more than 10 demon saints joined forces to pressure him, Chang Tian might not completely fall out with them for him, leading to the destruction of the 100-Spirit Continent. For so many years, the reason why the 100-Spirit Continent was peaceful was because Chang Tian was not to be trifled with. He was powerful enough to make the great demon saints pay attention to him. Secondly, none of the great demon saints were willing to push Chang Tian into the arms of others. That was why the 100-Spirit Continent was able to survive in the cracks. But now, the qualification of the 13th demon saint was related to the interests of the entire demon territory. Many demon saints should be able to reach a consensus on this issue. What's more, it was not wise to entrust one's safety to others. He had not been in contact with Chang Tian for a long time, so he did not know this person very well. Therefore, this idea only appeared in Yang Kai's mind for a while before he immediately rejected it. The second place was Yu Ru Meng's territory. Although the conversation between Bei Li Mo and Ming Yu had caused him to be a little wary of Yu Ru Meng, it was obvious that Yu Ru Meng had been very protective of him back in the Eternal Heaven continent. Therefore, it shouldn't be a big problem if he went to her place. The question was whether Yu Ru Meng could protect herself. After thinking about it, Yang Kai decided not to go to the 100-Spirit Continent or Yu Ru Meng's territory, but to find a continent that had disappeared. There were many continents that had disappeared in the demon territory, so he only needed to find one to hide from everyone. Now that the situation was tense, he only needed to hide there for 3 to 5 years. When the situation died down, he would be able to show himself again. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to find a way to return to the star boundary. After making up his mind, Yang Kai quickly checked the map in his hand. At the same time, he recalled all the information he had read about the various continents in the demon territory. After a while, Yang Kai confirmed his location and found the nearest continent that had disappeared. It was not too far away and he only needed to pass through 2 realm gates to reach it. Just as he put away the map, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He reined in Windchaser, who was running at high speed. With a whoosh, Windchaser stopped in midair and snorted. His blood was boiling. Yang Kai's expression was extremely solemn. He turned his head and looked around, then said in a deep voice, "Which holy senior is here? Since you are here, just show yourself. Why are you sneaking around?" After speaking, he waited for a moment, but there was no response. Yang Kai sneered, "The opportunity of the great emperors is with me. If Holy Senior wants to take it, just do it. Are you afraid of me?" There was still no response. This made Yang Kai frown. He wondered if he had sensed wrongly. It didn't make sense. Just now, he clearly felt that he was being watched in the dark, and that feeling was very obvious. With his current cultivation and perception, it was absolutely impossible for him to be wrong. And the guy who could hide from his detection was definitely not an ordinary person. It was very likely that he was a demon saint. Since he was a demon saint, why didn't he show up? He wasn't a match for a demon saint right now. Hearing Yang Kai talk to himself, Windchaser couldn't help looking back at him. His eyes were filled with suspicion, as if he was asking if Yang Kai was an idiot. There was no one nearby, so who would he ask? At the same time, Kai Yang suddenly discovered that the feeling of being spied on had disappeared without a trace. This caused him to be at a loss. In his heart, he was wondering what had happened. Could it be that he had sensed wrongly? However, regardless of whether it was a demon saint secretly watching him or not, since the other party didn't show up, it meant that they didn't plan on making a move. This was a bit unreasonable. Without thinking too much, Yang Kai once again controlled Windchaser to fly towards the continent that had disappeared. At the same time, he stuffed a handful of spirit pills into his mouth and swallowed them. After passing through 2 world gates, just as he was about to reach his destination, Yang Kai's face couldn't help but darken. This was not a bad thing, but a good thing. He felt the aura in his body fluctuate. The bottleneck he had been stuck at for many years was finally loosening. He was actually showing signs of breaking through at this time. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. For so long, Yang Kai had been worrying about his second-order Emperor realm cultivation, especially after the War of the Two Realms broke out and he entered the territory of the Become the Demon race. He always felt that his strength wasn't enough. Every time he faced a half-saint, he had the will, but he was powerless. He had always wondered when he would be able to make another breakthrough, but his cultivation hadn't shown any signs of improvement. It just had to be at this time. This was really an eventful time. Now, when he should be keeping a low profile and hiding his strength, who would have thought that he would show signs of breaking through at this time? Thinking about it, it wasn't strange. After accepting the opportunity of the great emperors and the world will of the star boundary, although it didn't significantly increase his strength, the hidden benefits were slowly erupting. The loosening of his cultivation bottleneck should be related to this. If he had a choice, Yang Kai would never choose to break through at this time. But when he tried to suppress it, who knew that the floating aura was like a spring? The more he tried to suppress it, the more it rebounded. It was as if it was determined to break through the barrier and soar into the sky, leaving Yang Kai speechless. He couldn't go to his original destination. Those disappeared continents were safe, but the world principles there were broken, so it wasn't suitable for him to break through. The small sealed world was an excellent place to go. Now that the small sealed world's principles were complete, coupled with the rich world energy, it was enough for Yang Kai to break through. Moreover, if he broke through there, no matter how big of a commotion he caused, no one would notice. But when this idea popped up, Yang Kai faintly felt that something was wrong. If he really broke through in the small sealed world, he would definitely miss something important, something that he would regret for the rest of his life. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai immediately controlled Wind Chasing Beast to change direction and fly towards the Cloud Shadow mainland. He didn't choose to break through in the small sealed world, firstly because of the hesitation in his heart, and secondly because it wasn't safe. If he entered the small sealed world, the sealed world bead would definitely be exposed. No matter how well he hid it, with so many demon saints searching in the demon territory, it was difficult to guarantee that the sealed world bead wouldn't be discovered. The divine senses of a demon saint were incredibly powerful, so if they searched carefully, they might find an obviously unusual bead. Once a demon saint found the sealed world bead, he would really become a turtle in a jar. The embodiment was the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, so if he chose to break through there, it would bring him great convenience. At the very least, it could conceal the movement of his breakthrough to the greatest extent. Moreover, the Cloud Shadow mainland was Yu Meng's territory, so if something went wrong, Yu Meng would definitely be able to rush over immediately. Since he had already made his decision, Yang Kai didn't think too much about it. Riding on wind-chasing beast's back, he closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. The breakthrough was imminent, so he must maintain his best condition. Otherwise, once the breakthrough failed, his cultivation path would be cut off. This kind of thing couldn't be sloppy. The injuries on his body were not caused by others, but by the recoil of the mountains and rivers Bell when he joined forces with the embodiment to deal with Yu Sang. They weren't serious, but they weren't light either. Under the effect of the spirit pill, his injuries were rapidly recovering. Coupled with his strong physique, Yang Kai faintly felt that he should be able to recover by the time he arrived at the Cloud Shadow mainland. After passing through one realm gate after another, half a day later, when Yang Kai was about to arrive at a realm gate, trouble came. Looking from afar, there were actually many demon race blockades in front of the realm gate, and people passing by were strictly interrogated. Yang Kai saw with his own eyes that a passing demon race even had their space rings taken away for investigation. This made Yang Kai's face darken. He knew that this should be his fault. The reason why he hadn't encountered them before was probably because the news hadn't spread yet. Now, the entire demon territory was probably under strict guard. After sensing a little, Yang Kai felt fortunate that there weren't any half-saint level powerhouses guarding there. Although there were a few demon kings, if he really wanted to kill them, those demon kings wouldn't be his match. Yang Kai didn't want to expose his whereabouts, but it didn't make sense to change his route. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai put Windchaser into the sealed world bead and flew out alone. After wandering around for a while, he soon found a demon race that was alone. The strength of this demon race wasn't low, at least at the level of a low-rank demon king. Seeing Yang Kai blocking its way, it opened its mouth and sneered. Yang Kai's response was a series of attacks, and with just a few punches and kicks, the low-rank demon king was beaten to the ground. Yang Kai didn't waste time and directly reached out to grab the demon king's head, his divine sense pouring out like a tide, tearing apart the low-rank demon king's spiritual energy defenses and planting a soul brand in its mind. When Yang Kai released his hand, the low-rank demon king still hadn't reacted. However, as soon as Yang Kai's divine sense moved, the demon king's complexion changed greatly, and he looked at Yang Kai with a humiliated expression. "Who are you? What do you want?" For no reason at all, someone had planted a soul brand in their knowledge sea, and their life and death were under someone else's control. This was somewhat unacceptable for anyone, but the Demon King wasn't a fool and understood that Yang Kai definitely had a purpose for doing this. Yang Kai flipped his hand and took out the sealed world bead, saying indifferently, "Swallow this bead later, then go through the realm gate over there." Hearing this, the Demon King frowned. "What do you mean?" "Don't ask what you shouldn't ask, or else your life will be in danger." Yang Kai coldly snorted and threw the sealed world bead over. Chapter 3546. When the Demon King took the sealed world bead and looked up, he found that there was no one in front of him. He couldn't help but feel suspicious. If it weren't for the brand in his knowledge sea and the bead in his hand, he might have thought that he was hallucinating. He looked around, trying to find the trace of that guy from before. Immediately, an unbearable pain came from his mind, as if his soul was about to be torn apart. His heart trembled. He knew that even if that guy was hiding in the dark, he must have been observing him and had the ability to kill him at any time. This must be a warning. What did he call him just now? Oh, swallow the bead and pass through the realm gate. Looking at the sealed world bead in his hand, the Demon King was distressed. This thing didn't look special, and he didn't know whether it was poisonous or not. He was filled with grief and indignation. He hadn't offended anyone, but disaster suddenly fell from the sky. Where could he go to reason? Even his knowledge sea had been implanted with the soul brand. Even if this bead was poisonous, he had to swallow it. Therefore, he only muttered to himself for a moment before swallowing the sealed world bead into his stomach. With a dark face, he rushed towards the realm gate. He had no choice but to go. There was clearly an aura in his knowledge sea that had locked onto his soul and could destroy it at any time. Not long after, he arrived near the realm gate. Looking up, he saw that it was heavily guarded. The realm gate was surrounded by an army of demon race. Among them, the aura of many demon king overflowed. They were strictly interrogating all passing demon race members. Only then did he understand why that brat had asked him to pass through the realm gate. It turned out that he had committed a crime. But what crime had he committed to actually mobilize so many master race beings to hunt him down? If it weren't for the trace of danger in his knowledge sea that could destroy his soul at any time, he would be very happy to report it. However, the aura that had locked onto his soul made him not dare to act rashly. He thought that as long as he passed through the realm gate, he would be able to see the world. At that time, no matter how powerful that brat was, he wouldn't be able to find him. After all, with so many soldiers guarding him, that brat couldn't possibly pass through the realm gate quietly. If he really had the ability, he wouldn't have forced him to do such a thing. He flew to the realm gate in fear and trepidation. Immediately, a demon general reached out and stopped him, saying coldly, "Stop. Where did you come from? Where are you going?" The demon king squeezed out a smile and cupped his fists. He did not lie and carefully answered these questions. The demon general put away the painting and said indifferently, "If you see this person, report it immediately. If the news is confirmed to be correct, you will be rewarded with 100 myriad demon pills. If you can capture him, you'll be rewarded with 500 pills." Although he was a demon king, he was only a low-rank demon king. He didn't live well on his own continent. He had only heard of myriad demon pills and had never seen them before. If he was really given 100 myriad demon pills, it would be enough for him to cultivate to the level of a high-rank demon king. But if he could capture that brat, he would be rewarded with 500 pills. What kind of concept was this? If he really had that many myriad demon pills, he wouldn't have to worry about the rest of his life. Only a demon saint could take out so many myriad demon pills at once. Even a half-saint wouldn't have the ability to do so. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He almost blurted out that he knew, but when he thought about his own life, he swallowed his words. Myriad demon pills were good, but he had to be alive to refine them. If he didn't even have his life, what was the point of having myriad demon pills? He carefully asked, "What did this brat do?" The demon general said, "He ruined the plans of the various Saint Venerables. Now, the various Saint Venerables are working together to capture him." It was actually related to Saint Venerables, and it was related to many Saint Venerables. Hearing this, the demon king couldn't help but sweat. He vaguely felt that he had been involved in a serious matter. Going forward, he went through a series of checks. Even his space ring was searched before he was allowed to pass. He secretly made up his mind. As soon as he passed through the realm gate and confirmed his safety, he would immediately find someone to send a message. He couldn't get the reward of 500 myriad demon pills, but he could at least get a reward of 100 pills, right? After a short while, he passed through the realm gate and arrived on another continent. He looked around furtively, then gritted his teeth and said, "I've finished what you asked me to do. Is there anything else?" The surroundings were completely silent. No one answered. Haha, I knew that brat wouldn't be able to pass through the realm gate with me. The demon king was overjoyed. After identifying the direction, he hurriedly rushed in a certain direction. His eyes were bloodshot, as if he could see 100 myriad demon pills waving at him. But at this moment, he felt a slight pain in his knowledge sea. He staggered and almost fell from the sky. After stabilizing his body, he looked left and right with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Impossible, this is already another continent. How could that brat's method still affect me? Could he be nearby? But that doesn't make sense. If he could really pass through the realm gate without anyone noticing, why would he need me to do all this? Just as he was feeling suspicious, the pain in his knowledge sea increased by a bit, scaring him so much that he hurriedly shouted, "I didn't expose your existence. Let's talk things over." As soon as his voice fell, the pain disappeared. But before he could catch his breath, the pain attacked him again. This cycle repeated many times. The demon king was tormented until he was weak. He said with a sad face, "What do you want?" Tell me, don't torture me like this anymore. No one would feel good walking on the edge of life and death. That kind of crisis where one's soul could be destroyed at any time was simply a kind of great suffering. But no matter how much he said, that brat didn't respond at all. After a long time, the Demon King's expression suddenly changed. He opened his mouth and spat out the bead he had swallowed before. There was a trace of surprise on his face. When the bead was spat out, a figure flashed in front of him. The person who had tortured him so much suddenly appeared in front of him. At this moment, Yang Kai also had a cold face. He snorted and said, "I thought you didn't understand." If this guy didn't spit out the sealed world bead, Yang Kai would have no choice but to break out of his body. At that time, the Demon King would die without a doubt. Saying so, he took back the sealed world bead. The Demon King stared at Yang Kai with wide eyes, then looked at the sealed world bead. He stammered, "You?" Yang Kai said with a straight face, "You don't have to worry about my business. I need to go to the Cloud Shadow continent. Seeing that your performance just now was still SOSO, you can take me there." Hearing this, the Demon King wailed in his heart. But under the eaves he had no choice but to lower his head. The grievance in his heart was simply indescribable. Yang Kai ignored him and directly threw out his tiger-headed chariot. He beckoned to the Demon King and took the lead to get on. After the Demon King got on, Yang Kai had already set the route. Activating his Emperor Qi, the chariot turned into a stream of light and sped off into the distance. With the experience of cooperating once, the following matters were much easier to handle. Every time they were near the realm gate, Yang Kai would hide in the sealed world bead and let the Demon King swallow the sealed world bead. Then he would pass through the layers of barriers and enter another continent. When they arrived at a safe place, Yang Kai would come out and control the tiger-headed chariot to hurry on. In this way, although it wasted a lot of time, it was better in terms of safety. No one would have thought that Yang Kai would hide in a bead. Through the strict security of the demon race, Yuru Meng might be able to see through this, but it was impossible for her to communicate with other demon saint. After 4 or 5 days, they finally arrived at Yuru Meng's territory. Unlike the territories of other demon saint, the realm gates on the continents in Yuru Meng's territory were not guarded. This was probably the only place in the entire demon race's territory that was not guarded. This made Yang Kai feel a little relieved. To him, Yuru Meng was different from other demon saint. After a few more turns, they finally returned to the Cloud Shadow continent. "This is the Cloud Shadow continent. Lord Yang, I have fulfilled your request. Can you let me go?" After arriving at the Cloud Shadow continent, Huolun looked at Yang Kai with a face full of hope. Although he knew that there was not much hope, he still had to fight for it. After a few days of interaction, although they did not have a deep understanding of each other, they at least knew each other's names. Yang Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Do you think it's possible?" Huolun's face turned pale. He took a few steps back and said with grief and indignation, "Master, do you really want to kill me?" This was really an unexpected calamity. He was just on his way and did not offend anyone, but he actually had to face a life and death crisis. He was really unlucky. He secretly made up his mind that if Yang Kai really wanted him to die, he would first bite off a piece of Yang Kai's flesh. "That's not necessary. No matter what, you have helped me a lot. If I really kill you, it would seem that I am heartless. But I can't let you go." Yang Kai chuckled and raised the sealed world bead in his hand. "I think you have already guessed the use of this thing." Huolun looked at the sealed world bead and nodded helplessly. In the past few days, Yang Kai had been coming in and out of the sealed world bead under his nose. Only a fool would not be able to guess the mysteries of the sealed world bead. This was definitely a treasure that could contain living things. "I'll give you a choice. Die, or be taken in by me." Yang Kai stared at him. Huolun's expression only hesitated for a moment before he smiled bitterly. "Do I have any other choice?" As he spoke, his whole body relaxed and he looked like he had accepted his fate. "Wise." Yang Kai reached out and grabbed him. Under the fluctuation of the space principles, he directly took him into the sealed world bead. Chapter 3547. He didn't kill Huolun because of what Yang Kai had said. On the other hand, Yang Kai wanted to test whether the expanded space of the sealed world bead was suitable for the demon race to survive. The world inside the sealed world bead was now composed of 3 parts. The first part was the space of the sealed world bead itself. The second part was the 3 cultivation stars that the sealed world bead had swallowed in the territory of the Great Wilderness Star, and the third part was the missing continents that it had swallowed in the territory of the demon race. The first 2 parts had merged into one, while the last part was an independent existence. Although the missing continents had been reduced to fragments and the laws of heaven and earth were broken, after being swallowed by the sealed world bead, they showed signs of recombining. The broken laws of heaven and earth seemed to be gradually perfected. If the demon race could survive and even cultivate in it, it would be of great help to his next plan. Huoluan went to the newly expanded space. After doing this, Yang Kai hurriedly released the embodiment. He wanted to break through the shackles and advance to the next realm in Cloud Shadow, so he needed the help of the embodiment to cover up his movements. Otherwise, he would definitely be discovered. This was the main reason why he took the risk to return to Cloud Shadow. After so many days of delay, Yang Kai's injuries had healed, but his fluctuating qi was getting more and more out of control. It seemed that he had reached a limit. If Yang Kai hadn't tried his best to suppress it, he would have broken through halfway. Time waits for no man, and the breakthrough was now. But at this moment, Yang Kai's face suddenly turned cold. He turned his head and shouted angrily, "Who's there?" The embodiment, who was about to take him to a safe place, was startled. He quickly used his divine sense to check the surroundings. After a while, the embodiment turned his head to look at Yang Kai suspiciously. However, he saw that Yang Kai's face was extremely solemn, as if he was facing a great enemy. This made the embodiment a little confused. He asked in a low voice, "What's wrong?" Yang Kai's face was tense. He kept looking around and asked, "Didn't you find anything?" "Nothing." The embodiment shook his head. Yang Kai looked at it in astonishment and whispered, "How is this possible?" Just now, the feeling of being spied on appeared again. It was as if there was a pair of invisible eyes staring at him, which made his hair stand on end. When this feeling appeared a few days ago, Yang Kai thought that he had been targeted by a demon saint. But after a few days, there was no trace of a demon saint. Yang Kai was also somewhat confused about the situation. Until today, that feeling came again. It was definitely not an illusion. He was really being targeted. However, as the master of the Cloud Shadow continent, the Dharmakaya did not notice it at all. Yang Kai could not help but feel a little incredulous. Could it be that he had been too nervous recently, so his perception was wrong? After all, this was the Dharmakaya's territory. Even if there was a demon saint hiding nearby, it was impossible for him to not notice. If the embodiment was not his divided soul, Yang Kai was afraid that he would think that it was lying to him. Moreover, no matter which demon saint it was, there was no need to be so mysterious. Powerful strength was the capital to crush everything. It only needed to capture Yang Kai. There was no need to be so hesitant. While talking, that feeling suddenly and strangely disappeared. The embodiment said, "Did you really notice something?" Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then slowly shook his head, "I can't tell. I don't know if it was an illusion or not." The embodiment was silent. In this situation, he did not know what to say. The breakthrough was imminent, so Yang Kai did not have the heart to care about other things. Even if there was a demon saint hiding nearby, if it really wanted to harm him, he would not be able to resist. At that time, he could only react to every move. And a higher level of cultivation would undoubtedly give him more hope of survival. "Let's start." Yang Kai swept away the messy thoughts in his mind and said in a deep voice. The embodiment nodded. Under the urging of the devil aura, it wrapped Yang Kai and took him down to the ground. Shuttling through the underground, there was no light at all, not even a sound. The whole world was silent. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai felt the pressure around him relax, and the devil aura that wrapped him withdrew. The embodiment's voice rang in his ears, "This is a karst cave 30,000 feet underground. With me protecting you, you should be able to suppress the movement of your breakthrough." Yang Kai used his full eyesight to look. Although the surroundings were dark, He could still vaguely see that this was indeed a huge karst cave. It was humid and dark, and he could faintly hear some sounds of flowing water. It was estimated that an underground river was flowing nearby. Although the conditions were not good, Yang Kai did not ask for too much. Taking a deep breath, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged. With a wave of his hand, batches of high-rank source crystals were thrown out of his space ring. The moment they were thrown out, they were crushed into powder. Rich world energy escaped from these source crystals and quickly filled the entire karst cave. The fog turned into dew, turning this damp and dark karst cave into a cultivation holy land in a very short time. In order to break through to the third layer Emperor realm, Yang Kai spared no effort. At this time, he was very glad that he had prepared enough cultivation resources before coming to the demon territory. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find abundant resources in this damned territory. But this was not the end. He reached out and took out a handful of spirit pills from his space ring and gulped them down to ensure that he had enough energy for his breakthrough. On the path of martial Dao, from the first order to the second order to the third order, and then to the false emperors and great emperors, every realm was a heavenly moat that blocked out batch after batch of talented cultivators. How many people had become the demon race while breaking through? How many had died while breaking through? Moreover, Yang Kai had chosen to break through in the demon territory, so he could not afford to be careless. With everything ready, Yang Kai immersed himself in his soul and silently circulated his secret art. He released the suppression he had been suppressing on his body, and his fluctuating aura immediately erupted. As his physique wriggled, his emperor chi surged, impacting the invisible barrier. Yang Kai could not help but let out a muffled groan as a tearing pain spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble like a sieve. Under the severe pain, sweat poured out all over his body, and in just an instant his clothes were soaked in sweat. The aura that had expanded to its limit slowly fell. The failure of this breakthrough did not discourage Yang Kai. Although his previous breakthroughs were all natural, and there were few similar situations, who could always have a smooth journey on the path of martial Dao? Who could advance triumphantly all the way? The great emperors and demons probably also had many setbacks when they were young. Today's setbacks would only strengthen the foundation for tomorrow. The pores all over his body relaxed as he swallowed the rich world energy around him. The medicinal efficacies also melted in his lower abdomen. His emperor chi flowed, and his momentum rose as he tried to break through the bottleneck again. Muffled groans continued to ring out in this dark and damp cave. The place where Yang Kai was sitting had become a wetland soaked in sweat. Yang Kai tried again and again, but failed again and again. Every time, the pain was heart-wrenching. His physique was ruptured, his meridians were severed, and golden blood flowed out of his pores. The embodiment, who had been paying attention to Yang Kai's movements, could not help but worry. It had accompanied Yang Kai throughout his growth. Ever since Yang Kai went to Shadowed Star, the embodiment had been born, but there had never been a time when Yang Kai's breakthrough was so difficult. However, at this time, it could not help much. As the master of clouding, all it could provide was a safe place to break through and suppress the disturbance caused by Yang Kai's breakthrough. This kind of thing had to rely on Yang Kai himself. Compared to other people, Yang Kai's growth was too fast, and this rapid growth was bound to leave behind some hidden dangers. These hidden dangers were usually not obvious, but they would erupt at critical moments, such as now. Do you really not feel the slightest bit of guilt for killing this king? A familiar voice suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai's expression became cold as he opened his eyes and found that he was no longer in the dark cave but in the void, surrounded by a sea of blood. In front of him was a blood-soaked young man with a sarcastic smile on his face. Yang Kai's fist had smashed into this young man's chest, shattering his flesh and vitality. Mingyu, the great emperors. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he immediately tried to pull his fist out of his chest, just like he did that day. But he didn't expect that Mingyu would grab his arm and hold on tightly. Her body leaned forward slightly, and her face became incomparably ferocious at this moment. I am the great emperor, and I represent the will of Star Boundary. How dare you kill me? Yang Kai's eyes bulged as he stared blankly ahead for a while before his face sank and he gritted his teeth. Heart demon. The great emperors of Mingyu were already dead and their corpses were placed in the medicine garden in the mysterious small world by him, so there was no reason for them to suddenly appear and recreate the scene from that day. The only explanation was that a heart demon had been born. These days, Yang Kai had been on the run, suppressing the guilt of personally killing one of the great emperors in his heart, deliberately forgetting it, deliberately not thinking about it, and the result of suppressing it was that a heart demon was born. On that day, in order to become the demon race's territory, in front of Ru Meng, Yang Kai and the Iron Blood Great Emperor teamed up to act out a misfire and become the demon race, but he never expected that one day he would really face such a crisis. If he didn't overcome his heart demon, everything would be for naught. At that time, forget about breaking through, it would be a miracle if his cultivation didn't fall. If things went wrong, he might really become the demon race and become the demon race, not recognizing anyone. A huge sense of crisis enveloped Yang Kai, but he became calmer and calmer. Lowering his eyes, the black hair in front of his forehead casting a thick shadow, Yang Kai took a deep breath, raised his eyes, and looked straight into Mingyu's eyes, saying, "Yes. You are one of the great emperors, but you died at my hands, of course I feel guilty for killing you." Opposite him, Mingyu smiled evilly, "Since you feel guilty, why force yourself? Why don't you accompany this queen? You won't be lonely on the road to the Yellow Springs." Yang Kai also grinned, "Master, do you really think so?" Mingyu's face turned cold. "You are a sinner of the star boundary. Do you still want to live in this world?" Chapter 35-48. Yang Kai slowly shook his head and slowly pulled his arm out of Bright Moon's chest, but because of Bright Moon's obstruction, his movements were extremely slow. "I don't think I'm a sinner of star boundary. Master's words are wrong." Bright Moon sneered, "If you're not a sinner, are you a hero?" "I'm not a hero, after all, I did kill you. However, at the very least, I managed to protect the will of the star boundary from being taken away by the demon race. Sir, you perished in my hands. So, to be honest, even though I feel guilty, there was nothing I could do at that time." "Bullshit." Bright Moon shouted with a ferocious expression, "You have the space divine technique, so you have the ability to take this king away, but you were unwilling to take the risk because of your own safety, causing this king to fall into the demon race's territory. You are a sinner of star boundary." "Master, you're joking." Yang Kai looked indifferent. "Although I have the space divine technique, my strength is low. With the demon saint in charge, how could I take you away? Giving up without even trying, you just want to be alone." Bright Moon's criticism became sharper and harsher, directly targeting the weakest part of Yang Kai's heart. Yang Kai couldn't help but be shocked, and his stable state of mind was almost disturbed. When he saw Bright Moon fall that day, he also asked himself why he didn't save Bright Moon earlier. If he had done it earlier, he might have had a chance, and he wouldn't have that regret that would be engraved in his life. Seeing Yang Kai painfully close his eyes, Bright Moon sneered, "What else do you have to say?" Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes, "I have nothing to say." Bright Moon smiled slightly and her figure fluttered. "Since that's the case, why struggle in pain? Why not follow your heart and let yourself be unrestrained? If Master's unrestrained freedom is to become the demon race, then I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Master." Yang Kai looked at him indifferently and sighed. "Master, Junior's pain is because Star Boundary lost a great emperors, not because I couldn't save you. Junior's strength is low, and I really don't have the ability to save you." While speaking, he finally pulled his hand out of Bright Moon's chest and punched forward. "Sorry, Master." Bright Moon collapsed where his fist came from. After apologizing to Mingyu before she fell, Yang Kai's mood relaxed and the regret in his heart was made up for. These days, he had also carefully considered whether there was a chance to rescue Mingyu when he first met her. But no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't find the slightest chance. The reason he could safely enter and exit the Sea of Blood was all because of Bright Moon. Without Bright Moon's interference, Xueli, who was overseeing the other side, would definitely discover his tracks at the first moment. Therefore, if he really did put Bright Moon into the sealed world bead, what awaited him would be the fury of a demon saint. At that time, not only would Bright Moon's situation become worse, even Yang Kai would be unlucky. The Space Spirit Bead was a trick. He could leave a Space Spirit Bead at the Realm Gate in advance. But what use was that? Whether it was the 12 Great Demon Formation or the boundless sea of blood formed by the blood sacrifice of the entire Eternal Heaven continent, they all had the power to seal the world. He couldn't use the Space Spirit Bead to teleport in the sea of blood. One had to know that the embodiment was only able to use the Space Spirit Bead to teleport to his side after Yu Sang placed it in his sea of blood. If Yu Sang hadn't been so careless and let the embodiment and Jue Feng in, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. Therefore, even though Yang Kai felt guilty about Bright Moon's death, it wasn't to the extent that he would let his heart demon corrupt him. Bright Moon's body turned into light and scattered, but soon another figure condensed. Her figure was curvaceous, and her charming face carried a trace of holiness. It was Yu Rumeng. Yang Kai looked at her in a daze, his expression complicated. He wondered how Rumeng had become his heart demon. Could it be that he had been on guard against her these days, intentionally or unintentionally? Yang Kai, the will of the Star Realm is extremely important to the territory of demons. Hand it over. Before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai had already punched out. Even the illusion of Bright Moon couldn't shake Yang Kai's state of mind, let alone Yu Rumeng. If the effect of the Heart Seal secret technique hadn't been transferred, Yang Kai might have been distressed and heartbroken, but now Yang Kai didn't feel anything at all. Not to mention a mere heart demon, even in the real world, if Yu Rumeng really dared to say such words to him, he would still punch her. Yu Rumeng's illusion was shattered, and just like before, it crumbled. Yang Kai felt extremely relaxed, thinking that he had succeeded, but he didn't expect that the shattered illusion would condense again. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, his eyes widening with curiosity. Whose illusion would it condense this time? Did he have so many heart demons? Along the way, he didn't have too many regrets or dissatisfaction. Bright Moon and Yu Rumeng appearing was reasonable, but who was this third guy? But soon, Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he stared in front of him in astonishment. The condensed illusion wasn't a person in his imagination. It could even be said that it wasn't a person at all. Instead, it was a black shadow with a distorted human shape. At first glance, it looked like a shadow demon. Could it be the great emperors of Night Shadow? Yang Kai's face darkened. This didn't make sense. Although the great emperors of Night Shadow betrayed the Star Realm and dealt a fatal blow to Bright Moon before, he didn't have much interaction with him. How could he transform into a heart demon at this time to interfere with his promotion? Just as Yang Kai was puzzled, the shadow in front of him suddenly let out a sharp cry. When the cry entered Yang Kai's ears, his soul shook. The shadow in front of him turned into a black light and rushed straight towards him. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was hit head-on. Immediately afterwards, his knowledge sea seemed to be torn apart and he felt a sharp pain. Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something extra in his knowledge sea. Not daring to neglect, he immediately immersed himself in his knowledge sea and summoned his soul avatar. Looking up, he saw that above the tumbling sea, the shadow from before was suspended in midair, staring fixedly at the seven-colored island in the middle of the sea. Lotus. A vague and hoarse voice came out of the shadow's mouth, like the sound of rusty iron rubbing against each other, like a person who hadn't spoken for a long time suddenly speaking. Although these three words were uttered with great difficulty, it was obvious that they were filled with excitement. Yang Kai's face changed greatly as he narrowed his eyes at the shadow. This wasn't his heart demon. The so-called heart demon was just an illusory thing. It was a flaw in one's soul and an obstacle to a cultivator's promotion. It was impossible for it to have its own thoughts, let alone speak. The shadow in front of him was obviously a strange creature. Yang Kai didn't even know how it got close to him, and the heart demon just now was probably its doing. At this moment, Yang Kai remembered the 2 times he felt like he was being spied on while he was escaping from the cloud shadow. Could it be that the one spying on him in the dark was this guy? Why didn't the embodiment notice it? Isn't it guarding me nearby? How could it let someone invade his knowledge sea and not have the slightest reaction? Who are you? Yang Kai asked with a sullen face. So, Lotus. The shadow ignored him and continued to pay attention to the soul-warming lotus, the treasure of heaven and earth, as it repeated what it had just said. To be honest, young Kai was a little surprised that this guy could see the true form of the Rainbow Island at a glance. This wasn't the first time his knowledge sea had been invaded, and because of his previous experience, young Kai had the soul-warming lotus transform into the appearance of a small island to prevent others from seeing through it. Who would have thought that this shadow would be able to see through the mystery of it as soon as it came in? Its eyesight was quite sharp. "I'll ask you one more time, who are you?" Young Kai shouted with a sullen face. He had already made up his mind to not let this guy leave. If the secret of the soul-warming lotus were to be exposed, those demon saints would spare no effort to hunt him down. Young Kai's mood fluctuated, causing the seawater below to churn violently. The shadow still didn't respond, but instead turned into a streak of black light and rushed directly towards the soul-warming lotus, as if the soul-warming lotus was extremely attractive to it and it was determined to obtain it. Slash! Young Kai pointed his finger and sent out a wave of saber light. The soul-splitting saber was an Emperor-grade soul-type artifact that had been nurtured in Yang Kai's knowledge sea for a long time, and in this strange place, the soul-splitting saber's power was undoubtedly maximized. The saber light was incredibly fast and directly cut through the shadow's body, splitting it in two. But before Yang Kai could celebrate, the shadow actually returned to its original state and in the blink of an eye, appeared above the Rainbow Island. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed when he saw this. Taking a direct hit from the soul-splitting saber in his knowledge sea was actually unscathed. What the hell was this thing? Seeing that the shadow was about to succeed, Yang Kai didn't dare to be negligent and urged the power of the soul-warming lotus to its limits with his divine sense. In an instant, the rainbow brilliance of the Rainbow Island blossomed and turned into an invisible barrier, blocking the shadow outside. The shadow attacked several times in a row but still failed to break through the soul-warming lotus's defenses, so it continued to charge forward. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and charged forward with the soul-splitting saber. With a single slash, he cut it in half again. However, the shadow didn't care about him at all, as if it only had eyes for the soul-warming lotus, causing Yang Kai to laugh in anger. Eyeing his treasures in his own territory, was this guy a robber? After struggling for a while, Yang Kai was a little speechless. He could tell that this damn thing didn't seem to have high sentience. Once it set its sights on something, it was determined to get it. Unfortunately, the soul-warming lotus's defenses weren't so easy to break through. The current situation was that this damned thing was persistent about the soul-warming lotus but couldn't enter it. Yang Kai slashed it left and right with the soul-splitting saber, but although it was cut in half again and again, it would quickly recover, as if it had an immortal body. Yang Kai couldn't do anything to it. Things had fallen into an endless loop. However, Yang Kai was also somewhat relieved that this damned thing didn't have much sentience, otherwise, with its strength, it would have been difficult for him to deal with it. Chapter 35-49. After staring at the black shadow for a while, Yang Kai felt a headache coming on. He was still in the process of breaking through, so it was impossible for him to ignore such a thing in his knowledge sea. Otherwise, if he was disturbed at a critical moment, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, even the soul-severing saber could not destroy this thing, so Yang Kai did not know what it was. Logically speaking, since it could enter his knowledge sea, it should be condensed from his soul. There was no reason why the soul-severing saber could not destroy it. Turning his gaze, Yang Kai looked at the center of the seven-colored treasure island. The soul-severing saber was useless, and he did not know if the soul-devouring insects could restrain it. If even the soul-devouring insects could not deal with it, Yang Kai really did not know how to expel or kill it. However, he could only try everything he could. With a thought, a black cloud of insects immediately flew out from the treasure island. Under Yang Kai's control, they instantly wrapped around the black shadow. The black shadow was still attacking the soul-warming lotus, but it completely ignored the soul-devouring insects. Soon, the soul-devouring insects wrapped around it, and a series of crunching sounds could be heard, causing one's hair to stand on end. Yang Kai coldly observed the black shadow situation, and after a while, his expression changed. The soul-devouring insects did not disappoint and had some effect on the black shadow, but the effect did not seem to be great. If it were an ordinary person's soul being gnawed by the soul-devouring insects like this, it would likely collapse, but the black shadow was still full of vitality, jumping up and down. However, as long as it was effective, it was fine. Yang Kai was afraid that even the soul-devouring insects would not be able to do anything. Although the current situation was not satisfactory, as long as there was enough time, he could destroy this black shadow. After the situation in his knowledge sea stabilized for the time being, Yang Kai went to check the state of his body. Yang Kai didn't know if it was because the problem with the black shadow hadn't been solved yet, but he still hadn't been able to break through that invisible barrier and enter the next realm. His Emperor Realm aura was constantly rising and falling. The concentration of heaven and earth spiritual chi in the cave had obviously decreased by a lot, and the effect of the elixir in his stomach was almost depleted. Yang Kai could only replenish it again. Golden blood began to leak from his pores and his entire body felt like it was being torn apart. Yang Kai felt quite depressed as he had never experienced a breakthrough as difficult as this one. He could be considered to have properly experienced the thorns and bumps on the path of cultivation of others, and he couldn't help but have a trace of understanding in his heart. Everyone's strength didn't come easily. On the path to the peak, every additional step taken required 10 or 100 times more effort and risk than others. When he looked back at his smooth sailing path, he was indeed lacking something compared to others. However, this ordeal had finally made up for this flaw. As he thought of this, the pain in his body seemed to have lessened a lot, and he gradually fell into a strange state. At a certain moment, Yang Kai's body shook as he clearly felt that something had changed in his knowledge sea. He quickly immersed himself in it to investigate. Above his knowledge sea, the black shadow wrapped in soul-devouring insects was howling towards the heavens as an invisible spiritual energy spread out, causing waves to rise. Yang Kai's expression became solemn as he hurriedly suppressed the abnormality in his knowledge sea. Calming his mind and focusing his gaze, he saw the black shadow rapidly expand and an extremely dangerous aura burst forth from it. Yang Kai's expression changed as he quickly ordered the soul-devouring insects to retreat. At the same time, he stimulated the power of the soul-warming lotus, causing a 7-colored light to bloom and cover his entire knowledge sea. With a loud bang, the black shadow burst open, and as the black light spread out, many of the soul-devouring insects that couldn't retreat in time were turned to ash and dissipated. Yang Kai was also shaken to the core, his entire soul avatar on the verge of collapsing. At this moment, he was unable to think at all. After stabilizing his soul avatar with great difficulty and regaining his composure, Yang Kai was dumbfounded when he raised his head. He saw that in his sea of consciousness, there were a few more pitch-black marks, as if someone had sprinkled drops of pitch-black ink here, and the ink not only exuded an extremely strong demonic aura, but was also spreading in all directions at an extremely fast speed. This scene really scared Yang Kai out of his wits. Although he didn't know what the consequences would be if he allowed these black ink to spread, he could infer from the demonic chi that was escaping that he wouldn't have a good end. In a panic, Yang Kai hurriedly used his divine sense to try and stop it. But what made him despair was that as soon as his divine sense touched the ink, it was instantly assimilated, causing the demonic chi in his heart to rise. Above the 7-colored island, the light of purification bloomed, but even it was unable to stop the assimilation of the ink. After a moment of panic, Yang Kai watched as his knowledge sea was completely dyed black. Inside his knowledge sea, demonic chi was monstrous, and only the central area protected by the 7-colored soul-warming lotus was left as pure land. Yang Kai obviously felt some subtle and inexplicable changes in his mental state, but it hadn't reached the point where he would become the demon race, because he could still think normally and hadn't lost his mind. It could even be said that this current state not only didn't make him feel uncomfortable, but instead gave him a kind of indescribable pleasure. Have I really become the demon race? At the same time this thought appeared, another voice sounded in his mind. So what if I become the demon race? Yang Kai's knowledge sea tumbled again, but this time it wasn't because there was a problem with his knowledge sea, but because his physical body had changed. With a single thought, Yang Kai's soul avatar collapsed and his consciousness returned to his body, immediately feeling that his momentum had reached a new height. The surging power in his body was unprecedentedly strong, and all the obstacles and bottlenecks were not worth mentioning in front of this strength. Without any deliberate movements, Yang Kai allowed this momentum to rise, and when all the pain in his body suddenly disappeared at a certain moment, replaced by a comfortable feeling, an invisible wave of qi spread out with Yang Kai as the center, shaking the stone inside the cave until it fell. The door to a new realm slowly opened in front of Yang Kai. The Third Order Emperor Realm. Upon seeing this, the Dharma body that had been guarding at the side hurriedly cast a spell to suppress the commotion caused by the breakthrough. Although this place was 30,000 meters underground, and even a demon saint might not be able to find it without a careful search, it was always better to be safe than sorry. With the embodiment suppression, it could ensure that the movement here would not spread too far. However, when the embodiment looked at Yang Kai with a happy expression and was about to congratulate him on his successful breakthrough, it was surprised to find that the rising momentum in Yang Kai's body had not yet reached its limit. It seemed to be just the beginning, and it was still rising. The embodiment was stunned, not knowing what was going on. But what made it feel that something was wrong was that as Yang Kai's momentum rose, an incomparably powerful suction force came out of his body, crazily swallowing the surrounding world energy. The world energy in the cave was swallowed up in the blink of an eye, followed by the ubiquitous demonic qi in the world, drilling into Yang Kai's pores. In a very short time, Yang Kai's body was covered by a faint layer of black qi. The embodiment was shocked and hurriedly rushed forward. Yang Kai's state seemed to have become the demon race. Because the embodiment had cultivated the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique and its body was the stone mongoose, it could devour the demonic qi without any worries. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai did not have the embodiment's various conveniences, so how could it end well for him to devour the surrounding demonic qi like this? Just as the embodiment was about to step forward to stop him, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and glanced at it indifferently. The embodiment immediately stopped in its tracks. It actually saw a touch of indifference in Yang Kai's eyes, which made it a little flustered. It didn't know what had gone wrong with Yang Kai's breakthrough this time to cause such a change to occur. However, the meaning of Yang Kai's words was also very obvious. Therefore, the embodiment only hesitated for a moment, then stood in place and quietly observed the changes. It was just a wisp of spirit, so how could it interfere with the behavior of the main soul? The wind whistled in the cave, which was the movement of the demonic qi in the world being swallowed. As time passed, the faint layer of black qi on Yang Kai's body became thicker and thicker, more and more demonic. Unlike the embodiment's worries, Yang Kai was enjoying his own state at the moment. He could clearly feel that his strength was becoming stronger little by little. Moreover, with the soul-warming lotus protecting the last pure land in his sea of consciousness, he did not completely fall into the risk of becoming the demon race. I'm afraid it's a blessing in disguise. Just as he was thinking this, a sound came from the depths of his soul. Yang Kai frowned and carefully sensed it. Only then did he realize that there was a crack in the seal on his dantian. Ever since he cooperated with the Iron Blood to break the seal on dantian and release the ancient demonic qi, Yang Kai used the power of the Tsangshu to seal it. However, the consequence of unsealing it so many times was that the ancient devil's demonic qi that had been sealed had become increasingly large. If it were to happen again, the power of the ancient devil would not be able to seal it completely. Not to mention, the sealing power of the ancient devil had not been fully formed yet. At this time, a crack had appeared in the seal, giving Yang Kai a fright. Yang Kai did not feel that it was a big deal if he simply swallowed the demonic qi because of the changes caused by the promotion. However, the ancient demonic qi in dantian was a big trouble. He did not know if it was because he had triggered something when he swallowed the demonic qi, but at this moment, the ancient demonic qi in dantian was crazily attacking the seal, directly tearing a crack in the seal. This was something that had never happened before. Before Yang Kai could figure out how to deal with it, the crack had already expanded. Then, the violent ancient demonic qi in Dantian surged out crazily and directly swallowed it. Looking around, the place where Yang Kai was had almost become a black hole. The thick and solid demonic qi entangled in a ball there, emitting a wave of power that made the embodiment tremble with fear. The power of swallowing that was even more violent than before suddenly formed a huge suction force, drawing the demonic qi between heaven and earth to this side. On the ground 30,000 feet above, a huge tornado suddenly appeared, connecting heaven and earth. The pitch-black demonic qi poured into the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 3550. Sensing this anomaly, the embodiment hurriedly took action to conceal the direction of the heavenly manifestation and demonic qi in order to prevent others from noticing. In the karst cave 30,000 meters underground, Yang Kai's muffled roar resounded from the tumbling demon qi, like a wounded beast licking its wounds alone. When the roar entered the ears of the embodiment, it made his heart palpitate uneasily. At this point, it could no longer provide any help to Yang Kai. Yang Kai's current situation made it clear that he was on the verge of becoming the demon race. If he wanted to survive this disaster, he could only rely on himself. If he failed, everything would be for naught. This made the embodiment secretly anxious. The roar continued intermittently for an unknown amount of time, and Yang Kai's voice gradually became hoarse, as if his vocal cords were being torn apart. During this period of time, Yang Kai absorbed an unknown amount of demonic qi from the surrounding heaven and earth into his body. The massive amount of ancient demon qi sealed in his dantian was also released to its fullest extent, fusing with his physique and meridians. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. The world darkened. In this cave 100,000 meters underground, there was obviously no light and it was pitch black, but the embodiment still felt like it was completely shrouded in darkness at that moment. It seemed that not only was his vision blocked, but even his divine sense could no longer detect anything. In the darkness, a ray of golden light was extremely conspicuous. The embodiment looked up and saw that this ray of golden light was actually a vertical golden line. As Yang Kai's embodiment, it naturally knew what this vertical golden line was. Demon Eye of Annihilation. This was the divine technique that Yang Kai had obtained from Tong Xian realm. Yang Kai had relied on his Demon Eye of Annihilation many times to defeat powerful enemies and turn the tables on him. But this was not the main point. The main point was Yang Kai's other eye. Although it could not see anything, the embodiment could still feel that Yang Kai's other eye was also open, but it was completely dark at the moment. Ancient devil black eyes. The magical clone's eyes widened, and he felt as if his head had been hit by a sledgehammer. His mind was in a mess. The ancient demon's black pupil had always been a divine ability that Yang Kai could only use when he unlocked the seal on his dantian. As for the eternal darkness, once it was used, the world would turn dark. So how could it appear now? Could it be that the main body had completely become the demon race? At this moment, Yang Kai's roar turned into a long howl of pain. The embodiment's feeling was right. Both of his eyes were not in their normal state at this moment. The Demon Eye of Annihilation and Ancient Devil Black Pupil had been activated at the same time. The Demon Eye of Annihilation in his left eye was fine, but the Ancient Devil Black Pupil in his right eye was burning with pain. Not only was the pain piercing his heart, but it was also constantly throbbing, as if it was going to jump out of his eye sockets. That kind of torment was simply unbearable. Under the throbbing, Yang Kai felt as if his 3 souls and 7 spirits were about to be shaken apart. He felt as if he would rather die than live. He clenched his teeth and persevered. The soul-warming lotus protected the last piece of pure land in his knowledge sea, preventing him from sinking into depravity and truly become the demon race. In this tenacious struggle against his own fate, Yang Kai's originally unstable aura gradually calmed down. As time passed, the throbbing of his right eye became smaller and smaller, and the tormenting pain also gradually lessened. Finally, all the pain disappeared, and the throbbing of his right eye stabilized. An indescribable feeling of comfort spread throughout his body, causing Yang Kai to let out a long sigh of relief. The pitch-black demonic qi in the karst cave rolled up and poured into his body like a receding tide, returning peace to this world that was 30,000 feet underground. Yang Kai sat cross-legged, breathing deeply. The aura of the third-grade Emperor realm was obvious. The embodiment stood not far away, watching in a daze. Looking at the current situation, it also couldn't figure out whether Yang Kai had successfully passed the tribulation or completely become the demon race. But no matter what, the main body was still the main body, and it could never be separated from Yang Kai. As long as there was no danger to his life, the embodiment could accept any changes that Yang Kai made. After the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Yang Kai opened his eyes again. At this moment, the dark karst cave seemed to be overflowing with light. The embodiment hurriedly asked, "How is it?" Yang Kai stood up, moved his hands and feet, and felt the condition of his body. He scratched his chin and said, "It's hard to say." "What's hard to say?" The embodiment stared at him. Yang Kai said, "It's a long story. The breakthrough was a success, but I don't know what's going on with me now." The third-grade Emperor realm was set in stone, but Yang Kai didn't know whether he had become the demon race or not. If he said that he had become the demon race, he didn't lose his mind, and his mind was clear. But if he said that he hadn't become the demon race, the nature of the Emperor's chi in his body had undergone a tremendous change, and it had completely turned into demonic chi. After all, he had absorbed so much demonic chi during the breakthrough, and even the ancient demon demonic chi in the Dantian had been digested. The Emperor's chi that he had painstakingly cultivated for many years had long been assimilated with it. After telling the embodiment what had happened in his current state, Yang Kai grinned and said, "Anyway, no matter what, I feel unprecedentedly happy now." The embodiment was a little speechless. Even the main body couldn't figure it out, so it was even more confused. After thinking about it, it said, "Then all of this is probably related to the black shadow that invaded your knowledge sea. Perhaps it was it that gave you the ability to merge with the demonic chi." Yang Kai nodded with a dignified expression. "I think so too, but we still need to investigate what the hell that black shadow was." If the black shadow hadn't contaminated his knowledge sea after it exploded, he probably wouldn't have been able to absorb the demonic chi into his body unharmed, let alone digest the huge ancient demon demonic chi sealed in the Dantian. Overall, although there were many unforeseen events during this breakthrough, the result was still quite satisfactory. Although the transformation of Emperor's chi into demonic chi made Yang Kai a little unhappy, it was still a good thing that the hidden danger of the Dantian seal was completely resolved. Previously, when he used the power of the Tsang tree to seal it, Yang Kai was secretly worried that if he was forced to break the seal again one day, there would be no turning back. Now that the ancient demon demonic chi had been completely assimilated by him, he would never have to worry about it again. Yang Kai even felt that he could use the divine technique of eternal darkness anytime, anywhere. This was an unexpected surprise. "Huh, so you were really hiding here. This is really a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it without any effort." A chuckle suddenly sounded in Yang Kai's ears. Yang Kai's expression changed greatly, and he immediately recognized whose voice it was. "Bei Liamo. Oh no, she must have been attracted by the abnormality of your breakthrough," the embodiment exclaimed softly. Previously, when Yang Kai's sudden change caused a natural anomaly, although the embodiment immediately covered it up, it was still too late. However, at that time, Yang Kai was at a critical juncture, and the embodiment could not bring him away, so it could only pray that the anomaly did not attract anyone's attention. Who knew that it would actually attract Bei Liamo? Yang Kai took a long time to break through this time, as long as half a month. In other words, Bei Liamo must have been hiding in the Cloud Shadow mainland for a long time, otherwise, it would not make sense for her to spy on that momentary change in the anomaly. Although the embodiment was the master of the Cloud Shadow mainland, if a demon saint wanted to hide, the embodiment would not be able to detect it. Kacha! A strange sound was heard. The temperature in the karst cave suddenly dropped, and soon after, a layer of frost covered the walls of the cave. Sharp icicles rapidly grew, and a soul-piercing cold spread out. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted. Even though his strength was now on another level, in front of a demon saint, he did not have the slightest intention to fight. If he was really blocked by Bei Liemo, he was afraid that he would not be able to escape. As soon as he finished speaking, the embodiment had already wrapped him up with Demon Yuan, and then quickly shuttled through the 30,000 feet underground. Since this lord is here, do you think you can run away? Bei Liemo sneered, and then the ground in front of them was covered with ice, and was incomparably hard. The embodiment was caught off guard and crashed into it, and in an instant, it was dizzy and had no choice but to turn around and continue to escape. After twisting and turning for a while, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly lit up, and the pressure on his body suddenly disappeared. When he came back to his senses, he found that the embodiment had already brought him to the surface. A gentle breeze brushed past his face, and it was pleasant. 10 feet in front of him, Bei Liemo's figure was enchanting, and her red lips were tender and beautiful. She was looking at him with a smile, and her snow-white silver hair was gently swaying. Yang Kai turned his head to look at the embodiment, and saw that the embodiment's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He did not know how he had fallen into her trap, and now he was in front of her. "Bitch, die!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted, and a huge moon blade slashed towards Bei Liemo. At the same time, he did not stop, and urged the space law to wrap around the embodiment to escape. On the other side, Bei Liemo just raised her hand slightly, and shattered the moon blade that was slashing towards her. Then she raised her hand and grabbed towards the void where Yang Kai was, and the world was instantly locked down. Yang Kai and the embodiment, who had just become blurry, once again solidified, and could no longer teleport. They turned their heads to look at each other, and at the same time, their bodies surged with demon chi, and with a turn of their bodies, they used the divine technique to attack Bei Liemo. This time, they were going all out, not hoping to injure Bei Liemo, but just to buy some time so that they could escape. But after all, a demon saint was a demon saint. Facing the joint attack of Yang Kai and the embodiment, Bei Liemo's eyes were filled with contempt, and the corners of her mouth curved into a sarcastic smile. She stood in place without moving, and only slightly raised her hand and pressed the void. Yang Kai and the embodiment's figures, which were pouncing forward, seemed to have hit an invisible wall in an instant, and suddenly froze in place. Then, a terrifying force attacked from the front, and almost at the same time, the two were sent flying backwards. In mid-air, the embodiment hurriedly tried to stabilize his body, but was unable to do so. Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Chapter 35:51. Falling heavily to the ground, he was battered and exhausted. Before Yang Kai could get up, Bei Liemo had already landed lightly in front of him and stepped on his chest. Her foot was as heavy as a mountain at this moment, causing Yang Kai to feel pain in his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. Her enchanting body leaned forward slightly, revealing her white cleavage. Bei Liemo's expression was as cold as ice as she stared at Yang Kai. "What did you call me just now?" Yang Kai struggled a few times, but was unable to move. Opening his mouth, he spat out a mouthful of golden blood towards Bei Liemo. Bei Liemo tilted her head to avoid it, but in a fit of anger, she raised her foot and stomped down again. With a bang, Yang Kai's entire body sank into the ground, several of his ribs breaking as blood spurted from his mouth. "This is what happens when you have a dirty mouth," Bei Liemo said with a cold expression. "If you have the ability, then kill me." Yang Kai stared at her, his face filled with arrogance. Bei Liemo sneered, "Kill you? How could I bear to kill you? I still want to bring you back." Yang Kai had a part of the will of the star boundary. Whoever killed him would be able to obtain this opportunity. Even if Bei Liemo was angry, she couldn't really kill Yang Kai here. She could only bring Yang Kai back and let one of her half-saint subordinates do the deed. Any other demon saint would do the same. After saying that, she frowned. "Have you become the demon race?" When Yang Kai attacked just now, an extremely powerful and pure demonic chi burst out from his body. Although it was only for a short moment, how could it escape Bei Liemo's observation? She couldn't help feeling suspicious. Yang Kai didn't look like he had become the demon race, so why would he have demonic chi in his body? "It's none of your business." Yang Kai gritted his teeth and glared at her. "You better kill me now, or I'll kill you later." Bei Liemo giggled. "Your strength isn't high, but your ambition isn't small. I want to see how you'll kill this senior. However, I do have one thing I want to ask you. If you have something to say, then say it. Yang Kai's face was so cold that it could almost form ice. As he spoke, his mind was frantically trying to think of a way to get out of this predicament. His heart was filled with grief and indignation. He had finally broken through to the third stage Emperor realm and solved the hidden danger in his Dantian, but he hadn't expected to fall into Bai Li Mo's hands before he could properly feel the increase in his strength. This was really an unlucky year. Bai Li Mo seemed to have slowly gotten used to his vile attitude. She didn't take it to heart and said, "Boss Huang said before that unless you truly become a part of my demon race, no one will be able to protect you. Tell me honestly, have you turned into a demon?" "So what if I have?" Yang Kai raised his brow. Bai Li Mo looked at him seriously, her brow wrinkling slightly as she exerted some force with her feet. "Urge your strength again." Yang Kai was silent for a moment before obediently urging his demonic qi. In an instant, pitch-black demonic qi surged out from his body and wrapped around him, but he didn't take this opportunity to attack Bai Li Mo because he knew he wasn't her opponent. Attacking her would only bring shame to himself. "You really have become the demon race?" Bai Li Mo's mouth was slightly agape, a look of surprise on her face. She couldn't understand how Yang Kai had become like this after not seeing him for only 10 or 20 days. In the current situation, Yang Kai could barely be considered a member of the demon race. Although he was born in the star boundary, since he had become the demon race, it was indisputable that he was a member of the demon race. "I'm really a little reluctant to kill you." Bai Li Mo's brow wrinkled, as if she had encountered a huge problem. Not to mention Endless Wild's words, if she really brought Yang Kai back and let her half-saint subordinates kill him, it would be tantamount to slapping Endless Wild's face. There was no benefit in angering that guy. Yang Kai's strength was unique in the entire demon territory. It would be a pity to kill him. However, if she didn't kill Yang Kai, she wouldn't be able to use him. With Yu Rumeng's heart seal secret technique, Yang Kai would only ever be loyal to Yu Rumeng. This gave her a headache. Hearing her say this, Yang Kai also seemed to see a glimmer of light in the darkness. Rolling his eyes, he said, "Then perhaps we can sit down calmly and have a good talk." Bai Li Mo sneered, "Boy, what kind of tricks are you playing now? This sage is not Yu Rumeng. I won't be deceived by your flowery words. I advise you to put away your little tricks, otherwise you'll suffer." Yang Kai grinned. "In front of the holy sage, I wouldn't dare to have any tricks." Bai Li Mo snorted, "Now you're calling me holy sage? Why didn't you speak properly just now?" "That was then and this is now. Besides, I've worked with the holy sage before, we're not strangers. I have a little understanding of the holy sage's character." "Are you trying to say that you know me very well?" Bai Li Mo sneered. "I wouldn't dare, but compared to the other demon saint, the holy sage is much easier to get along with. If the holy sage is willing, I'm willing to listen to your orders. What about you, Rumeng?" Bai Li Mo's lips curled up. Yang Kai sighed, "I'll explain to you, Rumeng." Bai Li Mo snorted, obviously not believing Yang Kai's words. But so what if this boy was full of lies? If he really fell into her hands, wouldn't she slowly train him? With her ability, it was enough to make Yang Kai listen to her in a very short period of time. In the past, she didn't want to offend Yu Rumeng, but now this boy was worth it. Bai Li Mo's thoughts ran wild. At this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the ground next to her, a pitch-black warhammer slamming towards her. It was the embodiment that had quietly sneaked up from the ground and launched a sneak attack. It was ignored when it was sent flying by Bai Li Mo, so it naturally wouldn't abandon Yang Kai and run away. It quietly approached, and when it finally found an opportunity, it naturally went all out. When the warhammer slammed down, the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's battle technique was already activated. "Get lost." Bai Li Mo didn't even look at it as if she had already expected it, and the silver hair behind her suddenly turned into a silver light that swept towards the embodiment. Wherever the silver hair passed, there was a bright silver light, and the territory of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor was shattered. The embodiment was hit hard, and after a slight pause in midair, It quickly turned into a small black and was sent flying like a meteor. The demon chi that was gushing out of its body was almost scattered at this moment. In front of Bailey Mo, the Dharma body with the strength of a half-step saint couldn't even withstand a single move. It was just like how Mingyu had killed a half-step saint devil with a single sword strike. If Bailey Mo wanted to, the Dharma body would have been reduced to fragments by now. But in the next moment, Bailey Mo suddenly felt a great sense of crisis enveloping her. When she looked up, she saw a cold light blooming in Yang Kai's hand and shooting towards her. Almost without hesitation, Bailey Mo pulled back, her beautiful eyes staring at the cold light, and her beautiful face turned pale as she screamed, "Xianming needle! How do you have the Xianming needle?" Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and rushed towards her. Under the dragon transformation secret technique, his hands turned into sharp dragon claws, and without the slightest bit of mercy, he directly grabbed at Bailey Mo's full breasts. He didn't know why Bailey Mo was so afraid of the Xianming needle, but he could only think of this method to threaten her. Originally, Yang Kai was invited by Bailey Mo to go to Proud Snow Ice Palace to help her repair the World Gate, but was imprisoned by her in the ice prison. In the ice prison, Yang Kai met a young girl. That girl's memory was in a mess, and she couldn't even remember her name, so Yang Kai casually called her Miss Bing. Lady Bing vaguely remembered that she and Bailey Mo had a master and disciple relationship. Because she had made a big mistake, she had been locked up in the 18-layer ice prison by Bailey Mo. In the end, she had given Yang Kai a profound dark needle, which contained a forbidden technique she had created herself. Not too long ago, Yang Kai naturally remembered Miss Bing's words. She told him that the forbidden technique of the Xianming needle couldn't kill Bailey Mo, but it could delay her for at least 3 breaths, and at most 10 breaths. This was the only thing Yang Kai had that could help him fight against Bailey Mo. The other divine technique was not worth mentioning in front of a saint master. However, the effect was somewhat beyond Yang Kai's expectations. When the Xianming needle appeared, Yang Kai also saw Bailey Mo's reaction, and he could clearly see a trace of fear and hatred in her eyes. At this moment, Yang Kai faintly felt that things weren't as simple as he thought. Perhaps Miss Bing still had some secrets that she hadn't told him. But now that the arrow was on the bow, he didn't have the heart to care about anything else. He only hoped that he could borrow the power of the Xianming needle's forbidden technique to do as Miss Bing had said. If he could really do that, he and the embodiment body might have a chance to escape. Bailey Mo's speed was extremely fast, and her figure was erratic, twisting and turning. She was indescribably agile and beautiful, but the Xianming needle was like a maggot that refused to let go. Even a dignified demon saint couldn't shake it off. 3 breaths. In just 3 breaths, the Xianming needle had already shot towards Bailey Mo. A trace of panic flashed across Bailey Mo's face, and immediately after, her devil chi shook, and a layer of protection appeared on the surface of her body. But it was meaningless. The Xianming needle easily broke through the demon saint's protection and directly pierced into Bailey Mo's body. Bailey Mo's delicate body shook, as if someone had cast a spell on her, and she was frozen in place, unable to move. Her charming face was filled with disbelief. In the next moment, Yang Kai's dragon claw tore through her defense, and his hand pierced into her chest, grabbing her beating heart. He had succeeded. Yang Kai's eyes widened, as if he was in a dream. He really didn't expect that he would succeed so easily. Bailey Mo was a demon saint, one of the 12 strongest powerhouses in the entire demon territory, but she was actually restrained by the Xianming needle. Didn't Miss Bing say that this thing could only delay her for a few breaths? Why was it so powerful? What was it that he didn't understand? Chapter 35:52. With no time to think, Yang Kai exerted force in his hand and prepared to destroy Bailey Mo's demon heart. As a demon saint, she must have more than one demon heart. Even if he crushed it, it might not be enough to kill Bailey Mo, but at the very least, it would severely injure her Yuan Qi, making it easier for him and his embodiment to escape. Yang Kai had also thought it through. After crushing this demon heart, he would immediately escape with his embodiment, regardless of the torrential flood behind him. But at this moment, the spot where the Xianming needle pierced into Bailey Mo's body suddenly released an invisible force. The force spread out in a circle, visible to the naked eye, and swept across 1,000 miles of land at an extremely fast speed. Yang Kai's movements suddenly froze, and he couldn't muster any strength in his body. His soul was in turmoil and showed signs of flying out of his body. At this moment, he was scared out of his wits, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't stabilize his soul. His vision blurred, and the whole world changed drastically. As far as the eye could see, the entire world was covered in white snow, and the cold wind was howling. All around him were large and small ice mountains, all of them crystal clear. Snowflakes the size of goose feathers were constantly falling from the sky, and when they landed on his body, Yang Kai couldn't help but shiver. Bai Li Mo, who should have been in front of him and had her chest pierced by his dragon claws, was nowhere to be seen. Instead, she appeared on top of an ice pillar 100 feet away. She stood there beautifully, her silver hair fluttering behind her, like a small flower blooming in this icy world. But at this moment, Bai Li Mo's expression was full of resentment, and she was staring in his direction, gnashing her teeth. Yang Kai frowned, obviously feeling that something was wrong with his situation. He carefully checked his body and was surprised to find that he was in the state of a soul avatar. In other words, he was in this world, not a physical body, but a soul avatar. It was the same for Bai Li Mo. Both of their physical bodies should still be somewhere in the Cloud Shadow mainland, maintaining the same posture as before. What was going on? Yang Kai couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. Suddenly, a strange sound came from behind him. Yang Kai turned around and looked. His eyes slightly shrank as he said in a deep voice, "Miss Bing." Miss Bing, whom he had met in the ice prison of the proud Snow Ice Palace, was approaching from behind with a sweet smile on her face, as if she was ignorant of the ways of the world. But as she approached, Yang Kai felt a great sense of danger. He turned half of his body to face Bai Li Mo and this mysterious girl at the same time. Speaking of which, although Miss Bing had helped him in the ice prison that day, Yang Kai did not fully believe her words. The reason why he had accepted the profound nether needle was mainly because Miss Bing had said that it was quite powerful and could delay Bai Li Mo for 3 to 10 breaths of time. At that time, Yang Kai was repairing the world gate in Bai Li Mo's territory, so he had to guard against Bai Li Mo. If not for today's incident, Yang Kai would not have used the profound nether needle and would have kept it hidden. Now, it seemed that he had fallen into the other party's trap and had been used by them. But even if he could do it again, Yang Kai would still have to use the profound nether needle. In front of Bai Li Mo, he really did not have the ability to resist. "Boy, you did well." Bing Nu's figure came to a halt and she stood 1,000 meters away from Yang Kai and Bai Li Mo, forming a triangle as she looked at him with a smile. "You've succeeded so quickly, choosing you was the right choice." Yang Kai said lightly, "I don't know what you are talking about." Being used by others naturally made him unhappy. Although he had not seen the true face of Miss Bing until now, he knew that she was definitely using him to scheme something. This was enough to make Yang Kai vigilant. "What did you call her?" Bai Li Mo glared at Yang Kai hatefully and sneered, "Do you know how old she is? You actually called her Miss Bing. You're not young either." Yang Kai glanced at her. These two women are not good at all. The most important thing right now is to figure out where this damn place is and then find a way to escape. Since this Lady Bing dared to make use of him to scheme against Bai Li Mo, it was likely that her strength was not low. Now that the city gates were on fire, it was best for him to escape as soon as possible. If he was caught in the crossfire, he was afraid that he would not be able to protect himself. "Traitor." Miss Bing gritted her teeth. "I haven't seen you for tens of thousands of years and your courage has grown. You actually dare to talk to this senior like this." Bai Li Mo sneered, "Master, why are you still not dead yet? This disciple thought that you had already died in the ice prison. I didn't expect to see you again." Yang Kai, who was looking left and right to find a way out, heard this and couldn't help but laugh. "You two are really master and disciple." That day when Miss Bing said that she and Bai Li Mo were master and disciple, Yang Kai did not believe it. Now it seems that Miss Bing was not lying about this, but the truth was not like what she said. She was Bai Li Mo's disciple, the truth was the other way around. she is actually Bei Li Mo's master. A demon saint's master. This was simply an existence at the level of an antique. What did you tell him? Bei Li Mo looked at Lady Bing and asked. When she saw the Shenming needle, Bei Li Mo had already understood everything. It was definitely the day when Yang Kai was locked up in the ice prison that gave him the opportunity to come in contact with her master. However, for the past tens of thousands of years, Lady Bing had not made any movements in the ice prison. She had really thought that Lady Bing was dead. After all, she had personally investigated her many times, but she had not discovered any mysteries. Now, it seemed that Lady Bing had used some kind of secret technique to deceive her senses. Miss Bing pursed her lips and smiled sweetly. I didn't say anything, I just told him your story and asked him to do me a small favor. Shameless. Bei Li Mo snorted coldly. Did you think that you would win by dragging me here? Master, you must have forgotten that I am no longer the obedient me of the past. I, Bei Li Mo, am a demon saint. Miss Bing nodded repeatedly. I know, otherwise why would I be imprisoned in the ice prison for tens of thousands of years? Bei Li Mo said, if you had hidden in the ice prison, perhaps you could have died of old age, but since you dared to come out and scheme against me, don't blame me for not being polite. Miss Bing smiled sweetly. Your ability was taught by me. What do you think your chances of winning are? More than enough to kill you. Bei Li Mo retorted. Wait a moment, you two. Yang Kai heard them bickering and felt a little bored, so he raised his hand to stop them. Looking around, he asked, May I ask, what is this place? Miss Bing smiled and replied, This is this queen's soul battlefield. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Is this the secret technique sealed in the dark profound needle? Miss Bing nodded. Once the soul battlefield is activated, it can pull the other's soul avatar into this place and fight with their souls, until death. Yang Kai couldn't help but nod. What an amazing secret technique. Miss Bing's physical body was still trapped in the 18 layers of ice prison and had been imprisoned there for tens of thousands of years. Even if her physical body was still intact, it probably wouldn't be of much use. In other words, even if she was given a physical body, she wouldn't be able to use much of its strength. However, this soul battlefield was different. Both sides were free from the shackles of their physical bodies and fought with their soul avatars. Lady Bing was able to suppress Bei Li Mo's advantage to the greatest extent. Since she had been preparing for this for tens of thousands of years, her attainments in soul strength should not be underestimated. I have a proposal, but I don't know if Miss Bing is willing to listen. You just want to kill that slut Bei Li Mo, so if you can promise me, I will take her life within 10 breaths. Hearing Yang Kai call her a slut without hesitation, Bei Li Mo's face turned black and she secretly gritted her teeth. If she had the chance, she would definitely teach Yang Kai a lesson. The corners of Miss Bing's mouth curled up. Take her life within 10 breaths? Boy, aren't you afraid that the wind will cut your tongue? What kind of cultivation do you have? Even this queen doesn't have this ability, let alone you. Yang Kai chuckled lightly. Naturally, I will need Miss Bing's cooperation. Miss Bing asked, How? Let me out and I promise to chop her body into mincemeat. As Yang Kai spoke, his hands turned into knives and quickly chopped the air as if he was chopping meat. As soon as this was said, Bei Li Mo's face changed greatly and she gritted her teeth. Boy, you dare. If her body was really destroyed, then she would be finished, so when she heard Yang Kai say this, she was very nervous, afraid that Miss Bing would agree to his proposal. Miss Bing suddenly laughed out loud. Yang Kai also laughed. What does Miss Bing think of my proposal? Speaking of which, I am very innocent, I accidentally got involved in your battle. I have nothing to do with this and I can't help much here, so why don't you let me go out and help? Your proposal is very good. Miss Bing nodded, but the smile on her face disappeared. But I can't promise you. Yang Kai curled his lips. Why? Miss Bing narrowed her eyes and looked at Bei Li Mo. If you chop her body into mincemeat, then this queen won't be able to take over her body. Yang Kai blinked and laughed involuntarily. So this is your plan? You actually want to take over my body? Bei Li Mo sneered, but since the other party had such a plan, she was a little relieved. Otherwise, she was really afraid that Yang Kai would be released. Why not? Miss Bing raised her brow slightly. You and I cultivate the same secret art. As long as I can defeat you, it shouldn't be too difficult to take over your body, and this queen is just taking back what belongs to her. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Bei Liemo sneered. Whether I have the ability or not, we'll know after we try. Miss Bing smiled gently, her aura slowly rising as ice principle filled the air. Licking her red lips, she said, Disciple, do you know? That year, before that man died, he kept calling out your name, wanting you to save him. Chapter 35:53. On the Cloud Shadow mainland, 300,000 feet above the place where Yang Kai had broken through, a man and a woman stood there like statues. Yang Kai's dragon claw pierced into Bei Limo's chest and grabbed hold of her beating demon heart. A look of pain appeared on Bei Limo's face, but her pair of beautiful eyes had no focus, only emptiness. A faint smell of blood drifted with the wind. The embodiment returned in a sorry state, but when it saw this scene, it was stunned for a moment and hurriedly rushed to the side, looking carefully for a while, its angular face showing a troubled and anxious expression. It didn't know what had happened just now, but it couldn't feel any trace of soul from Yang Kai and Bei Limo's bodies. In other words, their souls had already left their bodies and gone to some unknown place. This made it a little difficult for it. At this moment, it was undoubtedly the best time to kill Bei Limo. Bei Limo's body was here, but her soul was nowhere to be seen. No matter what it did, she wouldn't be able to resist. But the key point was, if it really killed Bei Limo, what if Yang Kai was also implicated? Two souls couldn't have left their bodies at the same time for no reason. It was definitely because of some secret technique. Before it saw through the use of this technique, the embodiment didn't dare to act rashly. It didn't even dare to move the bodies of the two. Helpless, it could only use the power of the entire mainland to cover up the traces here, lest it be discovered. In the Divine Soul battlefield, Miss Bing's voice was cold and piercing to the bone. Every word she said was heart-wrenching. That guy was infatuated with you. He thought that you would come and save him in the end. However, even when he died, he couldn't fulfill his wish. Disciple, do you know, when he died, the look of despair on his face was really memorable? Why didn't you save him at that time? As long as you asked, Master would have helped you. You are Master's most valued disciple. Black Ice. Bei Limo let out an angry roar as her pretty face twisted. Her delicate body trembled as countless cold lights shot forward like a swarm of locusts. Xianbing had a faint sneer on her face. A visible light curtain appeared on her body, forming a semicircle in front of her. Sizzling sounds could be heard incessantly. When the cold light collided with the light curtain, it only created layers of ripples. However, it was unable to break through the protection of the light curtain. The concept of ice in the Divine Soul battlefield became more and more intense, as if it was going to freeze one's divine soul. This pair of master and disciple were both snow demons. They were both proficient in the laws of ice. Moreover, their attainments in the power of the soul had reached a frightening level. With this attack, the entire soul battlefield was affected. Yang Kai realized that something was wrong when Xianbing provoked him. He hurriedly ran away. Bei Limo was a demon saint, so she naturally had a demon saint-level soul cultivation. Since profound ice dared to attack her, Bei Limo estimated that her soul was not far off. Yang Kai did not dare to participate in the battle between these two. But what made Yang Kai speechless was that although this soul battlefield seemed vast and boundless, it was actually very limited. He had just escaped 10 kilometers away when he was blocked by an invisible force. It was as if he had reached the border of the soul battlefield and couldn't run any further. When the ice-cold power hit him, Yang Kai's entire soul avatar trembled and a thin layer of frost appeared on the surface of his body. Startled, Yang Kai hurriedly pushed his spiritual energy to resist this ice-cold power. This was really bad luck. Yang Kai's heart was filled with grief and indignation. Judging from the situation in front of him, he was afraid that he would die here before the battle between Xianbing and Bei Limo finished. Watching the tigers fight and reaping the benefits of the fishermen was nothing but a delusion. Although Xianbing had the protection of her spiritual energy, preventing her soul avatar from being harmed, she was still forced back step by step. From this point of view, it seemed that her attainments in spiritual energy were inferior to Bai Li Mo's. After all, she had been imprisoned by Bai Li Mo for tens of thousands of years, and Bai Li Mo was now a demon saint. It was normal for her strength to be inferior. But the smile on her face didn't weaken in the slightest, and the provocation in her mouth didn't stop. Are you angry? After so many years, you still can't forget that guy. You really are a good disciple of Master. You even want to remember your Master's man. What happened in the end? He died by your hands? Bullshit. Bai Li Mo, who had been silent all this time, gritted her teeth and cursed. You were the one who killed him. What does it have to do with me? Xian Bing's face was cold. If it weren't for you, why would Master kill him? As she spoke, Xian Bing retreated a few hundred meters. The corner of her mouth curled up and she smiled. Disciple, you seem to be injured. Why is your soul strength different from what I expected? On the other side, Yang Kai, who was struggling to resist the cold, heard this and understood. Of course Bai Li Mo was injured. Not only Bai Li Mo, but all the 12 demon saint in the territory were injured. Mingyu had destroyed most of their soul fragments, and in such a short time, it was likely that these demon saint hadn't recovered yet. And with her soul strength injured, Bai Li Mo's strength in the soul battlefield had dropped a lot. So what? Bai Li Mo snorted coldly, raising a finger and gently pointing it at Xian Bing. With this point, Xian Bing's delicate body shook, and then a snowflake appeared on her chest. The snowflake was like a brand, imprinting itself on Xian Bing's chest. Accompanied by a cracking sound, the snowflake quickly grew bigger, and the ice principle condensed, covering Xian Bing completely. An extremely painful expression appeared on Xian Bing's face. Her body also became stiff. But soon, she suddenly laughed and said sarcastically, I told you, I taught you this ability, what can you do to me? As she spoke, the snowflake on her body melted quickly, and at the same time, she took a few steps forward and pointed a finger at Bai Li Mo. Bai Li Mo's expression turned cold, and her body moved, avoiding the invisible finger. Before Bai Li Mo could regain her footing, several white chains shot towards her from all directions. They were like spiritual snakes that had come out of their lair, trying to bind her. Bai Li Mo stretched out her hand and grabbed at the air. A sparkling sword appeared in her hand. She casually pointed at the top of one of the chains. With a ding-dang, the chain was sent flying. She casually waved her hand and a rain of swords fell like a waterfall, transforming into a curtain of light. The sound of clanging rang out incessantly, and when the cold light bloomed, the two were locked in a fierce battle. This master and disciple, whether it was their race or their cultivation method, came from the same source, and the methods they used to fight were very similar, but one was trapped for a long time and was weaker than the other, while the other was injured and fighting in an away place. For a short time, they were evenly matched. Yang Kai was completely ignored by them. Xian Bing did not know that Yang Kai had a great opportunity, so she was focused on seizing Bai Li Mo's body and devouring her disciple's soul, so she did not care about Yang Kai's life or death. Even if Bai Li Mo wanted to save Yang Kai's life, she had no time to be distracted at this moment. The result was that Yang Kai's situation was becoming more and more unbearable. It was fine when these two women did not fight, but when they did, the coldness of the entire soul battlefield rose steadily. Yang Kai desperately urged the power of his soul to resist, but he was unable to protect himself. Although he had hidden at the edge of the battlefield, his body was gradually covered in frost, and the bone-chilling cold not only made his soul tremble, but also seemed to freeze his mind. The frost gradually turned into ice, and in less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Yang Kai's soul avatar was completely frozen, and his consciousness gradually sank, as if he had fallen into a bottomless abyss, and darkness filled his eyes. This time, it was really over. In the Eternal Heaven continent, he had escaped from under the nose of the 12 demon saint, but unexpectedly, he was defeated in this damned place. Was there anything more sullen than this? Just as Yang Kai's thoughts had completely sunk into the boundless darkness, a cool feeling suddenly swept through his body, causing Yang Kai to suddenly wake up. When Yang Kai's vision refocused, he discovered that he was still wrapped in a layer of ice and an unbearable chill was spreading from every part of his soul. However, under the effect of the cooling sensation, he didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. The soul-warming lotus. Yang Kai's eyes rolled, and he somewhat didn't dare to believe it. How could the soul-warming lotus still have an effect? His soul avatar was pulled into this soul battlefield, but the soul-warming lotus wasn't. Logically speaking, the connection between him and the soul-warming lotus should have been completely severed, but at this moment, it seemed that this connection hadn't been severed at all. Yang Kai even felt that he could summon the soul-warming lotus, and not just the soul-warming lotus, but everything in his sea of consciousness could be summoned. Aware of this, Yang Kai quietly closed his eyes and decided to temporarily become a coward. On the battlefield, the battle between Xian Bing and Bai Liemo was in full swing. Powerful soul energies were overflowing, and the entire soul battlefield was turbulent, as if it could collapse at any time. The crystal-clear ice mountains around them exploded into powder, and the entire world was filled with ice powder. The snowflakes drifting down from the sky became more and more violent. The two figures were entangled in midair, sometimes colliding, sometimes separating, and sometimes grunting. A soul battle was not like an ordinary battle, and this kind of battle could be said to be the most dangerous. A moment of carelessness could lead to death, and every time they collided, whether it was Xian Bing or Bai Liemo, they would have to endure great pain, and it was almost like they were losing 800 of their own. But these two women, who were supposed to be master and disciple, were now like irreconcilable enemies, determined to kill each other. Now, it was time to see who would be the first to give up. Up to this point, Bai Liemo's expression had returned to normal, and Xian Bing, on the other hand, was flustered and exasperated. Obviously, she was at a disadvantage. This wasn't hard to understand. Even though Bai Liemo's soul was damaged, she was still a devil saint. If not, Xian Bing wouldn't have been her opponent long ago. Although she was Xian Bing's master, that was a matter of tens of thousands of years ago. A scholar who had been away for 3 days would have a whole new level of respect, let alone tens of thousands of years. Chapter 35-54. Another violent collision shook the entire spiritual battlefield. However, this time, Bai Liemo and Xian Bing did not separate. Instead, they stuck close to each other, their palms touching each other. Their spiritual energy surged wildly, turning into a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas as they attacked each other. It's been tens of thousands of years, and this is the chance I've been waiting for. Even if I die here today, I won't let you off so easily. Xian Bing's pretty face was twisted in anger as she screamed hysterically. Bai Liemo's expression was dignified as she urged her spiritual energy to resist Xian Bing's attack. Teacher, the past is the past. I think we can sit down and talk. Xian Bing laughed sarcastically. Talk about what? What do I have to talk about with a bitch like you? In order to deal with you, I even gave up my body. There is no way back. Bai Liemo said, but teacher, you are no longer my opponent. If you continue like this, your soul will be destroyed. Although you gave up your body, I can find you a new one. You may have a chance to rise again in the future. How can you be so kind? Xian Bing sneered. Don't forget, I raised you. Do you think I don't know what kind of person you are? I'm afraid if I stop, you will immediately kill me. Bai Liemo sighed slightly. Then what do I have to do to make teacher believe me? Stop dreaming, I will never believe you. Bai Liemo said lightly, even if I swear in the name of the great demon god, teacher, you will not believe me? Xian Bing's eyes widened. You are willing to swear in the name of the great demon god? Bai Liemo nodded gently, as long as teacher is willing to stop. Xian Bing did not expect Bai Liemo to be so sincere. Her expression froze for a moment, but it was only for a moment before she gave up on this thought. Her face became ferocious again, and she slowly shook her head. It's too late, it's too late. When I killed that person, you and I were destined to fight to the death. Bai Liemo gritted her teeth. Do you have to be so aggressive? I have already retreated time and time again. Seeing that you are my master, I am willing to give you a way out. Don't be so ungrateful. Xian Bing coldly snorted. Don't try to flatter me. I'm not your opponent. If you keep going on like this, I'm going to die here. But so what? You won't have an easy time. She was confident that she would be able to deal a heavy blow to Bailey Mo if she risked her life. Bailey Mo closed her eyes and didn't say anything else. When she opened her eyes again, the fluctuation of her divine soul suddenly became stronger. Xian Bing groaned under the pressure. In the sky, the two women were in a stalemate. Their spiritual souls were decreasing at an obvious speed. However, Xian Bing's spiritual soul was decreasing much faster. In less than an hour, she would be killed here. Although she had borrowed Yang Kai's hand to forcefully drag Bailey Mo's spiritual soul into the spiritual battlefield, and Bailey Mo was also injured, but her strength was inferior to Yang Kai's, so all her calculations were useless. Even so, when Xian Bing looked at Bailey Mo, her eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. After an incense stick's worth of time, Xian Bing's spiritual avatar had become translucent. This was a sign that her spiritual strength had been overdrawn. At this moment, even if she wanted to stop, she wouldn't be able to hold on for long in this state. Bailey Mo, who had been confronting her for a long time, was also pale and her body was shaking. However, at this time, neither of the two women dared to stop. Otherwise, they would be the first to be injured. In this battle of spiritual energy, only one of them would be able to completely fall in the end. Judging from the current situation, the one who would die would undoubtedly be Xian Bing. At this moment, another aura suddenly came from 10 kilometers away, like a sleeping dragon waking up. The two women turned their heads in unison and were both stunned. On the other side, Yang Kai, who had been frozen in ice, suddenly opened his eyes and summoned the soul-splitting saber with his divine sense, transforming into a curtain of light that enveloped him. With a series of cracking sounds, Yang Kai broke free and grabbed the soul-splitting saber in his hand, the corners of his mouth rising into a smile. The situation here was as he thought. Everything in his knowledge could be summoned. If the soul-splitting saber could, then the other thing should be able to as well. With a thought, a 7-colored light bloomed under Yang Kai's feet and a 7-colored treasure lotus appeared out of thin air, lifting him into the air. Yang Kai stepped on the 7-colored soul-warming lotus and carried the soul-splitting saber on his shoulder, like a mountain king preparing to descend from the mountain to rob, valiantly walking towards the center of the battlefield. The wind was cold and the law of ice was raging, but the light around the soul-warming lotus blocked all the cold and Yang Kai was not affected at all. Both Xian Bing and Bailey Mo were stunned, staring blankly at Yang Kai until Xian Bing whispered, "You're not dead." After the battle with Bailey Mo, she did not pay attention to Yang Kai's situation. In her opinion, such a weak boy would not be able to last long in her spiritual battlefield, so there was no need to pay too much attention to him. But in fact, not only was Yang Kai not dead, but he was also full of energy. As he approached, a fierce and evil aura pressed down on Xian Bing, causing her to stagnate. "Are you disappointed?" Yang Kai grinned at her, then looked at Bailey Mo, the corners of his mouth full of evil intentions. Bailey Mo's expression changed, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth and spat out an icicle towards Yang Kai. With a whoosh, a hole was immediately pierced through Yang Kai's chest and abdomen, but there was no blood. After all, he was a soul avatar, so naturally there would not be any blood. Yang Kai looked down at his wound in a daze, then looked up at Bailey Mo with a violent expression. "Bitch, it hurts so much." While speaking, he stepped on the soul-warming lotus and rushed in front of Bailey Mo, then slapped her. With a bang, Bailey Mo's head tilted to the side. If she was a physical body, there would be a 5-finger mark on her face. This slap not only stunned Bailey Mo, but also Xian Bing. She stared blankly at the wounds on Yang Kai's body, unable to understand why he was still unscathed. With a soul avatar suffering such a heavy injury, even if it did not die, it would definitely lose the ability to resist, but Yang Kai was still alive and kicking. This was not normal. While the two women were still in a daze, the wound on Yang Kai's chest and abdomen was already flowing with a 7-colored light. The hole caused by the icicle was actually healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the soul-warming lotus at his feet also released a dazzling radiance. Soul-warming lotus. The treasure of heaven and earth, the soul-warming lotus. Xian Bing screamed, her eyes burning with passion as she stared at the seven-colored lotus. Although Yang Kai came here on the soul-warming lotus, Xianbing did not think too much about it. She was only surprised by the tenacity of this little brat's vitality. Now that she saw the miraculous effects of the soul-warming lotus with her own eyes, a light flashed in her mind and she recognized what the lotus was. This was the treasure of heaven and earth. The so-called supreme treasure was a unique existence that originated from the primal chaos and was born with the heavens and earth. No wonder this little brat was able to survive. With the protection of the treasure of heaven and earth, although the environment of the soul battlefield was harsh, it would not take his life. This was a treasure that only existed in legends. Xianbing never thought that she would one day see it with her own eyes. Xianbing, who was already prepared to die, could not help but think. Her situation was not good, and she did not have a physical body. Unless she could successfully take over Bai Li Mo's body, she would not be able to live for long. However, if she had the soul-warming lotus, things would be different. If she could obtain this treasure of heaven and earth, her soul avatar would never be in danger of dissipating. Not only would she be able to turn the tables, but she might even be able to take over Bai Li Mo's body. Bai Li Mo was stunned when she heard Xianbing's voice. As a demon saint, she should have been furious after being slapped by Yang Kai. However, when the words soul-warming lotus entered her ears, she forgot to be angry. She turned her head and stared at the rainbow lotus in a daze. Although she hated Xianbing, she believed in her judgment. Furthermore, she was a demon saint. Naturally, she could sense that the rainbow lotus was not ordinary. This little brat actually had the soul-warming lotus? What a terrifying opportunity! No wonder she always felt that this little brat's soul cultivation was higher than her own. So this was the reason. He also had a part of the will of heaven and earth in his body. He was also proficient in the laws of space. Any one of these was a dream that ordinary people could only dream of. Now, they had all gathered in one person. Was this guy Hao Hongyu's illegitimate son? How could a person's luck be so good? Just as Bai Li Mo was in a daze, Yang Kai slapped her again. With a smack, Bai Li Mo's head was slapped to the side. She turned her head and gritted her teeth. Asterisk smack, asterisk she turned her head again. Asterisk smack, asterisk after 3 slaps, Bai Li Mo's body trembled. She was obviously furious. To think that she, a dignified demon saint, was slapped in the face like crazy. This was the first time in her life that she had ever been humiliated like this. The anger in her heart turned into a monstrous wave. However, she did not dare to turn her head again. She did not know why, but seeing Yang Kai again, she felt that he had changed a little. His words and actions were full of ruthlessness. Don't go too far. Bai Li Mo's eyes narrowed as a cold light flashed in her eyes. I'm going too far? Yang Kai grinned fiercely as he pointed his soul-splitting saber at Bai Li Mo's white neck, coldly saying, "Who's the one who's gone too far? You should be clear in your heart. I already said, if you don't kill me now, I'll kill you myself. Do you regret it now?" Bai Li Mo did not make a sound, but she gritted her teeth so hard that they were about to break. Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at Xianbing, chuckling lightly. "Senior's calculation is really good. I almost fell for your trap. When you gave me the profound dark needle, you didn't say that it would be dangerous to me if it was activated." Xianbing said, "Aren't you the one who reaped the benefits now?" Chapter 35:55. "Oh, I've caught a cold. It's so uncomfortable." Yang Kai rested the soul-severing saber on his shoulder again and rubbed his chin with his other hand. "That's because this young master is lucky. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid their souls would have already scattered." Xianbing didn't say anything. Her face changed. No one knew what she was thinking. Yang Kai looked around for a while and said in an unquestionable tone, "There are 2 options. I'll chop you to death with 1 strike, or I'll chop you to death with 1 strike. Make your choice." As he spoke, he slowly raised the soul-slaying saber. As his divine sense surged, the saber light flickered like a venomous snake flicking its tongue. Both Xianbing and Bai Li Mo paled slightly. The 2 women had never expected that the situation would develop to such a point. They had been fighting like fire and water, fighting to the death, but now Yang Kai had taken advantage of them. Without any hesitation, Bei Liemo looked at Xian Bing and said, "I will count to 3. You and I will retreat together." At this time, only if she and Xian Bing reached a temporary compromise and stopped fighting at the same time could they escape this crisis. Otherwise, if Yang Kai really slashed down, even if she was a demon saint, she would still die here. After saying that, he began to count without any explanation. Yang Kai sneered from the side. The Soul Cutter's aura was becoming more and more dangerous. Before Bei Liemo could count to 3, the soul-severing blade had already slashed towards her mercilessly. To Yang Kai, Bei Liemo was undoubtedly more dangerous than Black Ice, so if he wanted to kill her, he would kill this demon saint first. Black Ice's soul avatar was now in a semi-transparent state, so there was nothing to fear. Bright Moon had only fallen for less than a month. If they could kill a demon saint, it would be considered as revenge for him. Seeing the blade chi slashing down, Bei Liemo's face fell, and she tried to retreat, disregarding her own injuries. "Wait!" Xian Bing suddenly shouted, "I have something to say." The saber chi stopped right above Bei Liemo's head, and the sharp chi cut into the Devil Saint's soul avatar, causing her to feel a piercing pain. She was so shocked that her face turned pale, and her soul avatar trembled. Yang Kai looked at Xian Bing and said coldly, "Cut the crap. I have no patience." Xian Bing said straightforwardly, "Do you want a saint of devil who listens to you and works for you? If you do, you'd better listen to what I have to say." Xian Bing's Xian Bing, Xian Bing's Xian Bing, Xian Bing, what do you mean? I mean it literally. Xian Bing, Xian Bing was Xian Bing. In order to subdue a person, it was nothing more than planting one's soul brand in the other party's knowledge or forcing the other party to hand over their soul brand. From there, one could control the other party's life and death with a single thought. Yang Kai had done this more than once, but the premise was that his soul cultivation was stronger than the opponent's. Only then could he break through the opponent's soul defense. Bei Liemo was a demon saint, and Yang Kai didn't have the confidence to control her life and death. Xian Bing sneered, "The difference in strength between the two of you is too great. Even with my help, how can you subdue her?" She paused, Xian Bing's lips curled up, "But I have my own plan." Narrowing his eyes, Kai Yang pondered for a moment before saying, "Even if you have the ability, what good will it do you?" "Of course it won't do me any good." Xian Bing sneered, "Not only will it not do me any good, it will do me a lot of harm. But as I said, even if I die, I won't let this bitch have it easy." Bei Liemo said in a low voice, "Boy, this woman is full of tricks. Don't fall into her trap." Yang Kai pressed the soul-severing saber down and pointed his chin at her. "Before I give you permission to speak, if you say another word, I'll cut you in half." Bei Liemo trembled with anger, and her eyes were filled with hatred. Seeing that she had calmed down, Yang Kai turned to Xian Bing. "Tell me in detail, how will you help me?" Yang Kai had to admit that Xian Bing's words were very attractive to him. Compared to subduing a demon saint, killing a demon saint wasn't bad, but the benefits were too small. "Of course it's to plant your soul brand. Are you joking with me?" Kai Yang's face suddenly sank. He felt like he had been deceived, making him feel very bad. Xian Bing chuckled, "Of course I'm not joking. I know what you're worried about. It's just that this bitch's soul cultivation is stronger than yours, and you can't break through her soul defense. But what if someone takes the initiative to cooperate?" Yang Kai's face darkened. "She's not an idiot. She won't cooperate." As he spoke, he lost his patience, and his aura became dangerous. "Of course she won't cooperate, but I will." Xian Bing laughed, and there was a crazy look on her face. At first, Bei Liemo didn't take her words to heart, but after hearing what she said, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed, and she glared at Xian Bing with a trace of fear in her eyes. Her change of expression didn't escape Yang Kai's eyes, and Yang Kai felt that Xian Bing's words were more believable. Xian Bing continued, "You can plant your brand in my soul, and then my life will be under your control." Then, she glanced at Bei Liemo coldly, "I will try to possess this bitch. If I succeed, my life will still be under your control, but if I fail, What will happen if you fail? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and asked. Since this slut can devour my soul, the soul brand will naturally be transferred over and used on her. Xian Bing laughed crazily. So no matter if I succeed or fail, you will have a demon saint. What do you think of this deal? As soon as she said this, Yang Kai's pupils dilated. If what Xian Bing said was true, then this was a business without any capital, and the returns would be great. It was really tempting. But how could he believe Xian Bing's words? Bei Liemo looked anxious, as if she wanted to say something but didn't dare to. Yang Kai said, "What do you want to say?" Bei Liemo hurriedly said, "Don't believe her. She's just lying to you." Yang Kai turned to Xian Bing and smiled. "What I said is true. Boy, if you have the ability to tell right from wrong, you will know that I can't lie to you about this." Bei Liemo humphed. "Is that so? No matter who swallows who in the end, the power of our soul will be much stronger than his. So what if he has the brand of soul? He will only need to spend some time to break it." Xian Bing said, "You said it yourself. It will take some time to break it. What if he strengthens the brand of soul every once in a while?" Bei Limo's face changed. She gritted her teeth and said, "You are digging your own grave." Xian Bing laughed. "Are you afraid? It's good that you're scared. This consort is merely paying you back for all that you've done back then. Do you know how this consort has endured these tens of thousands of years? If I didn't want revenge, I would have killed myself long ago." Turning his head, he gritted his teeth and said to Yang Kai, "Little brat, if you're interested, then quickly lend me a hand. Otherwise, if she really manages to escape, all my efforts will be for naught." "How can I help you?" Yang Kai asked in a deep voice. In this very short period of time, Yang Kai had already made up his mind. He couldn't help but be tempted by Xian Bing's proposal. Now that things had come to this, he could only take a risk. If he succeeded, he could really subdue a demon saint. "Use the power of the soul-warming lotus to replenish my soul." Xian Bing gritted her teeth and said. Yang Kai did not hesitate. He immediately did as she said. The power of the soul-warming lotus bloomed and covered her. Xian Bing, who had been in a stalemate with Bei Liemo, couldn't help but groan. Her translucent body condensed again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not only that, her body was shining, which looked very mysterious. Bei Liemo's face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. "Open your soul consciousness," Yang Kai shouted. Xian Bing hesitated for a moment but still did as she was told. Yang Kai's soul consciousness surged and a chain suddenly appeared. It wrapped around Xian Bing's soul avatar and disappeared into her body. At the same time, Yang Kai had a strange feeling. Before he could understand it, Xian Bing said, "You can go out now. Next, it will be my battle with her." As soon as her voice fell, a huge repulsive force came from all directions and directly pushed Yang Kai out of the soul battlefield. Yang Kai only had time to curse before his eyes blurred and his soul consciousness returned to his body. In front of him, there was a fragrance and a faint smell of blood. He looked up and found that he was still in the same position. One of his dragon claws was in Bei Liemo's chest, holding the beating demon heart. The avatar sensed it and immediately flew over and said, "What's going on?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai's soul consciousness surged, and he shared what happened in the soul battlefield with the avatar. After a while, the avatar was surprised. "It can be like this?" Yang Kai said with a dark face, "It seems that I was fooled by Xian Bing." At the last moment, when he planted the soul imprint in Xian Bing's soul, he had a strange feeling that made him realize something. Even if he planted the soul imprint in Xian Bing's soul, he might not be able to control the life and death of a demon saint. The gap between their soul cultivation was too big. "Do you want me to?" The embodiment stared at Bei Liemo, who was motionless and had a pained expression on her face. He raised his hand and made a throat-slitting gesture. Now was the best time to kill Bei Liemo. She would not resist at all. Yang Kai could easily chop her into a pile of meat paste. But if he did that, then all the previous efforts would be in vain. After pondering for a while, Yang Kai said, "Let's wait and see." Although he could not control the life and death of a demon saint, the soul brand was not useless. Now, he just had to see how effective it was. Chapter 3556. Moreover, he now had Bei Li Mo's demon heart and could severely injure it at any time, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Anyway, in the spiritual battlefield, no matter who won in the end, the spiritual soul would eventually return to the body in front of him. "I'm afraid that time waits for no one," the embodiment said with a dignified expression. "Xue Li and Yu Ru Meng have already arrived at Cloud Shadow." Yang Kai frowned when he heard this. As the master of this continent, since the embodiment said so, he must have sensed something. Yu Ru Meng's arrival was not a big deal, but it was a good thing. However, Xue Li gave Yang Kai a headache. "Do we need to lure Yu Ru Meng here?" the embodiment asked. Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then slowly shook his head and said, "No, don't let her know about this for the time being." Although Yu Ru Meng had protected him on the Eternal Heaven continent, Yang Kai still could not completely trust her. Before the situation here was clear, luring her here would only add more variables. Her relationship with Bei Li Mo had never been good, so if she really saw Bei Li Mo's current situation, she might take the opportunity to kill her. Even if he succeeded here, Yang Kai did not intend to tell Yu Ru Meng. He should always be on guard against what should be guarded against. Who knows when it will save his life? However, the two demon saints had already arrived at Cloud Shadow, so they would find this place sooner or later. Now, it all depended on how long the embodiment could conceal the aura here. "How long can you delay them?" Yang Kai asked. The embodiment shook his head and said, "I can't delay them, but they are now searching around Cloud Shadow. They will find this place in an hour." Yang Kai's face darkened when he heard this. "I'm afraid it's too late to move now." Bei Li Mo's aura still lingered here, so it would be useless to move. Now, he could only hope that the battle between Xian Bing and Bei Li Mo would end in an hour. The two were silent for a moment, and only the demon heart in Yang Kai's hand was beating continuously. In less than half an hour, only a stick of incense worth of time later, Yang Kai suddenly noticed that Bei Li Mo's spiritual energy had been restored. Immediately afterwards, Bei Li Mo's empty eyes became lively, as if she felt some pain and couldn't help letting out a groan. As she focused her vision, she saw Yang Kai standing in front of her with a guarded expression. One of his hands was already in her chest. Her heart was tightly gripped by that hand, making it hard for her to breathe. "Bei Li Mo?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. Everyone's spirit aura was different. Yang Kai could naturally tell who the revived spirit in this body belonged to. But what made him feel a little relieved was that the feeling he felt in Xian Bing's soul avatar hadn't disappeared. It seemed like Xian Bing was right. The brand of soul avatar had been transferred to Bei Li Mo, yes. Bei Li Mo gritted her teeth as she glared at Yang Kai. "So Xian Bing is dead?" Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief. He wasn't too surprised. Xian Bing herself didn't have much confidence in swallowing Bei Li Mo, so this ending was within her expectations. "Are you disappointed?" Bei Li Mo sneered. "I wouldn't say I'm disappointed." Yang Kai shook his head. "To me, it doesn't matter who lives and who dies. Neither of you are good people." Bei Li Mo took a deep breath, her full breasts heaving up and down, causing the wound on her chest to tighten. Her brow furrowed slightly as she looked down at Yang Kai's big hand and asked, "Can you take your hand out now? Don't you think it's rude to treat a woman like this?" "You are a demon saint, not an ordinary woman." Yang Kai snorted, but he didn't insist. Instead, he slowly released the demon heart and pulled his hand back. Blood splattered everywhere, and Bei Li Mo groaned again, her face pale. Before she could even catch her breath, Yang Kai's divine sense had already moved. Bei Li Mo immediately hugged her head and screamed, "What are you doing?" She glared at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Testing the power of that soul brand." "Stop it. Do you want to kill me?" Bei Li Mo screamed, her body trembling as she squatted down. Yang Kai looked down at her condescendingly, his expression cold and ruthless. "Don't try to put on an act in front of me. I know that even with my soul brand, it's impossible for me to kill you, but that doesn't prevent me from causing you pain. Remember this feeling. If one day you dare to have any thoughts of harming me, this feeling will accompany you until the day you die." The soul brand couldn't control Bei Li Mo's life or death, but it could restrict her movements. If Bei Li Mo was in the middle of a life and death battle with Yang Kai, she would definitely die on the spot. Bei Li Mo's screams were incomparably miserable, and it was obvious that she was really suffering. Her body was emitting killing intent uncontrollably, but she didn't dare to make a move. Yang Kai had been pushing the soul brand to the maximum, but he couldn't really take Bei Li Mo's life, only making her scream even more miserable. After a short while, Yang Kai stopped. He had already tested the soul brand, and although it was different from what Xian Bing had said before, it was still within an acceptable range. Bei Li Mo was lying on the ground like a pile of mud, gasping for air, her body drenched in sweat. Her pair of beautiful eyes stared blankly at the sky, unable to focus for a long time, like a fish on the brink of death. A gust of wind blew, and a chill spread throughout her body, causing Bei Li Mo to shiver uncontrollably. Only then did she regain her senses. Looking up, Yang Kai was standing in front of her, looking down at her. She tilted her head, clenched her fists, and the corners of her eyes were slightly wet. Ever since she became a demon saint, she had never suffered such great humiliation. That bitch Xian Bing, even at the cost of her own life, she still wanted to make a move on her. Open up your knowledge, see, I need to strengthen the soul brand. Yang Kai ordered. Bei Li Mo didn't move, as if she was deaf. Yang Kai laughed angrily. Don't look like you're being humiliated by me. Do you know that you're still very attractive like this? If you provoke my beast heart. Without waiting for Yang Kai to finish his words, Bei Li Mo staggered to her feet, her silver teeth biting her red lips, and her anger couldn't be any greater. I won't say the same thing twice. Yang Kai said coldly. Bei Li Mo closed her eyes. She was afraid that if she looked at Yang Kai again, she wouldn't be able to resist the urge to attack him. Good girl. Yang Kai laughed, and his divine sense surged, rushing into Bei Li Mo's knowledge sea. I'm warning you, strengthening the brand is fine, but if you dare to pry into my secrets, I'll kill you. Bei Li Mo suddenly opened her eyes and said. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he nodded and said, Don't worry, I don't have the habit of prying into other people's secrets. Bei Li Mo had been vigilant all this time, and when she found that Yang Kai really didn't do anything else, she was relieved. Because the brand in Bei Li Mo's knowledge sea was transferred to her through Xian Bing, it was inevitable that there would be some loosening, and this strengthening also ensured that the brand was solid. After doing all this, Yang Kai said, I need a soul imprint from you. I'm sure you can fulfill this request. What if I'm not satisfied? Bei Li Mo's expression was ugly. That's okay. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Ru Meng is in the Cloud Shadow continent. I can lure her here, and I'm sure she'll be happy to have a good talk with you. Bei Li Mo's expression changed greatly when she heard this. If Yang Kai planted the soul brand in her knowledge sea, it would not be a dead end. After all, she only needed to spend some time and pay some price, and she should be able to get rid of the brand, and then she would naturally be able to regain her freedom. But if Yu Ru Meng knew about this, it would be over. With her relationship with Yu Ru Meng, Bei Li Mo guessed that she would be happy to plant another soul brand in her knowledge sea. Among the 12 demon saint, because Yu Ru Meng was born as a succubus demon, her soul cultivation was the strongest. Even Huang Wuji had to admit that if she really planted the brand in her knowledge sea, she would never be able to regain her freedom in the future and would really become a chess piece in the hands of others. Bei Li Mo had to take this threat seriously, and in her heart, she hated Xian Bing to the extreme. If that bitch had not revealed a lot of information before, how could Yang Kai be so cautious? Glaring hatefully at Yang Kai for a long time, Bei Li Mo suddenly smiled and said, It doesn't matter if I hand over my soul mark to you. In any case, even if you destroy my soul mark, I'll only be slightly injured, I won't really die. Even when a wisp of her soul was destroyed by Mingyu, she would only be injured and not die. So how could a soul mark control her life and death? I know. Yang Kai smiled softly, but it's better than nothing. He really couldn't rely on the soul brand and the soul mark to control the life and death of a demon saint, but with these two insurance in hand, he could ensure that Bei Li Mo would not dare to play any tricks in front of him. Seeing him insist, Bei Li Mo was full of helplessness, but in the end, she just nodded and said, Fine as you wish, but you have to promise to treat me well, otherwise this queen will not comply. Yang Kai said, if you think my promise is useful, then what's the harm in giving you a promise? Bailey Mo couldn't help curling her lips. A moment later, Yang Kai received Bailey Mo's soul mark and placed it on the 7-colored island. Only then did he relax and turn to look at Bailey Mo. You better not try to crack that soul brand, I will check it every once in a while. If I find that you are disobedient, I will make you beg for death. I know. Bailey Mo reluctantly responded. Also, Yang Kai rubbed his chin and pondered, the matter between you and me, you must not let anyone know. Bailey Mo blinked when she heard this, her long eyelashes trembling a few times. Not even you, Ru Meng? That's my business, you don't need to worry about it. Bailey Mo couldn't help rolling her eyes as she covered her mouth and giggled. Strange, don't you have a heart seal secret technique? Why do you still look so guarded against her? Chapter 35-57. She had a fever, coughing, and felt weak all over. None of your business. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Bailey Mo's eyes flashed as a meaningful smile appeared on her face, but seeing Yang Kai reach out to her, she frowned and asked, what are you doing? Give me your space ring. Yang Kai stared at the ring on her finger. Bailey Mo was stunned for a moment before asking in surprise, you want to rob me? Have you lost your mind? Yang Kai simply turned his head towards the embodiment and said, bring Ru Meng here. Here. Bailey Mo took off the ring and threw it at Yang Kai, her face pale with anger. Yang Kai caught the ring and poured his divine sense into it to investigate, feeling a little excited. A demon saint space ring, how many good things were there? This was at least the accumulation of tens of thousands of years. There was indeed a lot of good things, such as a mountain of demon crystals, countless demonic artifacts, and some women's items such as colorful clothes. These clothes all had different styles, some revealing, some reserved, and others revealing. Yang Kai couldn't help but imagine what Bailey Mo would look like wearing these clothes. They would definitely be very attractive. Thinking so, Yang Kai couldn't help looking her up and down. Bailey Mo seemed to know what he was looking at and sneered coldly, intentionally or unintentionally reaching out to tuck her hair behind her ear, showing a myriad of flirtatious expressions. Yang Kai withdrew his gaze and continued to search the space ring, soon finding what he was looking for, the Myriad Demon Pill. The Myriad Demon Pill was something unique to the demon territory and had a great effect on the demon race above the Demon King. The reason why the demon race had so many high-level combatants was largely due to the Myriad Demon Pill's role. It could even be said to have played a decisive role. Previously, Yang Kai had also found a lot of Myriad Demon Pills on the disappeared continents, but they were all swallowed by the embodiment, allowing it to break through to the half-saint realm in a very short time. However, the path from half-saint to demon saint was a long one and the accumulation of strength was unimaginable. In other words, it required a huge amount of Myriad Demon Pills. Not only did the embodiment need them, Yang Kai estimated that he needed them now. Yang Kai couldn't take the Myriad Demon Pills before because the nature of his demon chi conflicted with the Myriad Demon Pill, but now it was different. His Emperor Chi had transformed into demonic chi, so the Myriad Demon Pills should have a great effect on him. At this time, Yang Kai's of course. As a great devil saint, there was no one in the entire devil domain who could threaten her safety, so she would definitely carry anything good with her. Yang Kai didn't know how many Myriad Demon Pills there were in Bailey Mo's space ring, but there were at least 10,000. There was no need to be polite with her, so Yang Kai simply tossed the Myriad Demon Pills into his space ring while grumbling discontentedly, "You only have so many Myriad Demon Pills?" Bailey Mo's expression darkened. "Is this not enough to satisfy you?" Yang Kai grinned. Who would complain about having more good things? Then he looked at her. "Are you hiding them?" "What's there to hide?" Bailey Mo was furious. "I have so many people under me, don't I need to consume them? Don't I need to reward them every year? How many Myriad Demon Pills do you think a demon saint can accumulate? If you don't believe me, you can ask Yu Ru Meng and see how many Myriad Demon Pills she has." Yang Kai just smiled and didn't say anything. Since she had already said so much, he figured Bailey Mo wouldn't lie to him. More than 10,000 myriad demon pills were enough for him and the embodiment to consume for many years. Yang Kai didn't take all of them, leaving 100 for Bai Liemo. Then Yang Kai began to fiddle with the demon crystals in her space ring. Demon crystals were not very useful to a demon saint, so Bai Liemo didn't have many in her space ring. At most, there was only 1 billion, but they were all high-rank demon crystals. After the demon crystals were the demon artifacts. In any case, she took whatever was valuable. After a while, Yang Kai returned the space ring to Bai Liemo. Bai Liemo checked her losses and sneered, "You're really something." In just a short while, the good things in her space ring had shrunk by more than half. It was equivalent to half of her life's savings being snatched away by Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could speak, the embodiment suddenly said, "They're here." Yang Kai's expression turned cold as he stared at Bai Liemo and said, "Don't say what you shouldn't say." Bai Liemo frowned and soon understood who the embodiment was talking about. 2 streams of light rushed over from the horizon, one from the left and one from the right. The auras of the 2 demons saint were obvious. With 2 swishing sounds, Yu Meng and Xue Li landed nearby, revealing themselves. Seeing that Bai Liemo was here, Yu Meng's eyes shrank. Her figure flashed, and she directly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Staring at Bai Liemo, she tilted her head and asked, "Are you okay?" Of course, she wasn't asking Bai Liemo, but Yang Kai, who was standing behind her. Yang Kai smiled faintly, "I'm fine." Yu Meng's heart relaxed when she heard this, but her face was also full of suspicion. Since Bai Liemo was here, how could Yang Kai be fine? After careful observation, she discovered that Bai Liemo seemed to be injured. There was a pool of blood on her chest. What was going on? Who injured Bai Liemo? She wasn't in such a sorry state when they parted on the Eternal Heaven continent. Xue Li had the same question as her. His pair of dark red eyes looked at Bai Liemo, then at Yu Meng. Xue Li chuckled, and a faint smell of blood began to spread. At the same time, a dangerous aura began to spread. "What are you laughing at? What's so funny?" Bai Liemo's mood was extremely bad. She glared at Xue Li and said, "If you laugh again, I'll knock your teeth out." The corner of Xue Li's eyes twitched. He didn't know how he had offended this woman. He stopped laughing and said, "You didn't succeed, how surprising." Bai Liemo glanced at him. "Why don't you try?" Xue Li said, "Why don't you and I join hands? We'll discuss who this boy belongs to later." On the other side, Yu Meng looked like she wanted to protect Yang Kai. It wouldn't be easy for him to deal with her alone, unless he pulled Bai Liemo along. At that time, one of them would entangle Yu Meng while the other would take Yang Kai and escape. Yu Meng wouldn't be able to do anything. As soon as these words came out, Yu Meng's face turned cold. The demonic chi in her body surged and her aura rolled. If Xue Li and Bai Liemo really dared to make a move, she would fight to the death with them. Unexpectedly, Bai Liemo chuckled and said, "If you want to make a move, then go ahead. I won't interfere in this matter." Xue Li and Yu Meng were both stunned and looked at her in confusion. Xue Li frowned. Why? This answer was too surprising. With such a huge piece of meat in front of them, which demon saint wouldn't be jealous? Bai Liemo actually said she wouldn't interfere? Was this woman crazy? Why hadn't they noticed before? Bai Liemo said indifferently, "Because I don't want to offend Boss Huang." Xue Li was even more confused. What does it have to do with Boss Huang? After saying this, he was shocked and looked around. Boss Huang is here? Why would Boss Huang be here? Bai Liemo chuckled. It's just that Boss Huang had said before that if this brat really became a member of the devil race, then he would be able to keep that opportunity. Now, he already has this qualification. Xue Li frowned. Isn't this boy a human? When did he become a member of the demon race? Yu Meng was also confused when she heard this. Just as the two were confused, Yang Kai stepped out from behind Yu Meng. As his feet landed, his body instantly surged with demonic chi, and his demonic chi soared to the sky. Xue Li was extremely shocked. Yu Meng also stared blankly at Yang Kai's back. Her beautiful eyes shone with the light of surprise. The scene in front of them undoubtedly showed that Yang Kai had completely become the demon race and fallen into the demonic path. Even if he really was born in the star realm and was a human, it wasn't a big deal. Only the demon race could have such pure demonic chi and activate such vigorous demonic chi. This was great news for both her and Yang Kai. Before, she was still worried about what to do if Yang Kai fell into the hands of another demon saint. Now that he was a member of the demon race, all her problems were easily solved. No one dared to not take Huang Wuji's words seriously. How is it? I should be considered a member of the demon race now, right? Yang Kai stared at Xue Li and asked indifferently. Xue Li's expression changed a few times. Suddenly, his divine sense surged as he sent a few words to Bai Li Mo. Bai Li Mo immediately sneered, "You can do this kind of deceiving yourself. Don't drag me into it. I don't want to offend Boss Huang anyway." Xue Li's face darkened. For the first time, he realized that Bai Li Mo was actually a psychopath. He had secretly sent a message to her, but she had actually exposed him. This put him in an awkward position. How embarrassing. "Xue Li, what are you planning?" Yu Rumeng shouted. Although Bai Li Mo didn't say it explicitly, the meaning was obvious. Xue Li probably still hadn't given up and wanted to drag Bai Li Mo along to capture Yang Kai. After all, only the three of them knew that Yang Kai had become the demon race. When the time came, Yu Rumeng couldn't do anything about it. Once the rice was cooked and Yang Kai's opportunity was taken away, Huang Wuji wouldn't say anything. Xue Li had an embarrassed expression. "I just wanted to congratulate you. I don't have any ideas." Yu Rumeng didn't expose him and only said coldly, "There's nothing to congratulate. This is Yang Kai's opportunity. This is my cloud shadow continent, so you can go wherever you want. I will tell Boss Huang that Yang Kai has become the demon race and let him decide the final result." Xue Li nodded. "Yes, we should tell him." After he finished speaking, he looked at Yang Kai with some regret and slowly shook his head. He turned into a bloody light and soared into the sky. Bai Li Mo didn't cooperate, so he couldn't do anything to Yu Rumeng by himself. If they really fell out, it wouldn't do him any good. Yang Kai did have a great opportunity, but it would take a long time for him to grow. In this endless flowing time, Great Emperor, he might be able to find another opportunity. Yu Rumeng stared in the direction he left. After confirming that Xue Li had really left, she looked at Bai Li Mo and said vigilantly, "What are you planning now?" Chapter 35:58. Bai Li Mo's attitude today was really thought-provoking. With her relationship with her, it wouldn't be strange if she agreed to Xue Li's request, but in reality, Bai Li Mo was protecting Yang Kai at every turn. If it weren't for Bai Li Mo's insistence, today's matter wouldn't have been so easily resolved. Yu Rumeng really couldn't understand this. What Yu Rumeng couldn't understand was that Bai Li Mo had obviously been here for some time, but with her methods, why hadn't she made a move on Yang Kai? She didn't believe that Bai Li Mo would hesitate to act just because of Huang Wuji's words. Although Huang Wuji was the strongest demon saint, Bai Li Mo was also a demon saint and not one of Huang Wuji's subordinates, so how could she be so obedient? Faintly, Yu Rumeng felt that today's matter was a little unusual. "I don't have any ideas." Bai Li Mo chuckled, her bright eyes looking at Yang Kai as she said affectionately, "I just like this boy, can't I?" That tender and sweet expression gave Yang Kai goosebumps. Yu Rumeng sneered, "Is that really so? How could it be fake?" Bai Li Mo raised her chin and looked at Yu Rumeng provocatively. "If you hadn't come so quickly, I'm afraid he and I would have already been together." But Yu Rumeng opposed, waving her hand and saying, "If you really want to, what's wrong with me fulfilling your wish? Right here, with the sky as your blanket and the earth as your bed, I want to see how you too will fulfill your wish." After saying this, she turned to Yang Kai and said, "Don't look at this woman's age, she still hasn't experienced the nourishment of a man. If you can really take her down, you'll be taking advantage of her." Yang Kai couldn't help sweating slightly, somewhat speechless. Bai Li Mo retorted, "You say it as if you've been nourished by a man before." The two suddenly stared at each other, not wanting to give in. Under the collision of the demon saint's auras, even the heavens and earth changed color. However, Bai Li Mo was injured after all, so she was somewhat at a disadvantage in such a competition of auras. After a while, her face turned slightly pale and she waved her sleeve, blocking Yu Rumeng's line of sight, and coldly snorted, "Today's matter, you owe me a favor, I'll settle this account with you another day." After saying this, she turned around and left. If she didn't, he wouldn't allow her to break the brand he had planted in her knowledge sea. Although the brand couldn't control her knowledge's brand's knowledge sea, it's the brand, SSSS brand B's. STS teat, B, S. When? Thesis A's. When was his's when he this when? Yu Meng stood in place and pondered for a long time before turning to look at Yang Kai, frowning. "What did that woman do to you?" Yang Kai shook his head and said, "Nothing." "Then why is she injured? Who hurt her?" "I don't know, she was already like that when she came." Yu Meng stared at him deeply, as if she wanted to see into the depths of his heart. Yang Kai also looked at her calmly. After a while, Yu Meng sighed and stepped forward, holding Yang Kai's hand, and said softly, "Don't worry, I'm here, no one can do anything to you." Yang Kai held her hand and smiled. "I'm not worried, but I've caused you a lot of trouble this time." Before he could finish, Yu Meng covered his mouth with her hand, her watery eyes staring at him, her red lips slightly opened. "Between you and me, is there a need to say these things?" Her eyes looked at each other for a moment, then Yang Kai leaned down and kissed her. Yu Meng's eyelashes trembled twice, and she slowly closed her eyes. Her arms wrapped around Yang Kai's neck, and her full breasts were pressed against Yang Kai's chest, deforming a little. After a long time, their lips parted. Yang Kai held Yu Meng by the waist and said in a low voice, "Return to the palace." When the embodiment hiding underground thought, Yang Kai's vision blurred, and he returned to the palace in Cloud Shadow City with Yu Meng. Inside the palace, many demon kings were deeply worried. The change in the Eternal Heaven continent was really unexpected. No one had expected that the 12 demon saints' plan, hundreds of half-saints' participation in the battle, more than a dozen half-saints' deaths, and nearly 100 million people's deaths in the demon race, would actually be their king. If it was an ordinary opportunity, it would have been fine, but it was an opportunity that even a half-saint would fight for. It was an opportunity that even a demon saint couldn't ignore. How could it be so easy to protect? Being chased by all the demon saint and half-saints combined forces, how could their king survive? Among them, the ones with the most worried faces were the 3 high-rank demon kings of the Blue Origin continent. It couldn't be helped, as Tu Qiaoyuo, Baza, and Gu Li had handed over their divine soul imprints, and had gone through life and death with Yang Kai. If something happened to Yang Kai, the 3 of them wouldn't be spared either. After retreating from the Eternal Heaven continent and returning to Cloud Shadow, the 3 of them had been worried every day. They prayed more sincerely than anyone else that Yang Kai would be safe and sound. Today, Carson, Lao Ku and the others had gathered with the 3 of them, not to monitor them, but to determine whether Yang Kai was alive or dead through their condition. If they suddenly died, it meant that Yang Kai had met with misfortune. If they were alive and well, it meant that Yang Kai was also safe and sound. The main hall was silent for a long time and was shrouded in a heavy atmosphere. It was at this time that a strange energy fluctuation suddenly came from outside. The group of demon kings raised their heads and looked over. In the next moment, they all stood up and looked at the figure striding in from outside with incomparable shock. Everyone's eyes were wide open. Lao Ke even rubbed his eyes hard, fearing that he was hallucinating. "My king!" The 3 demon kings of the Blue Origin continent rushed over together with indescribably excited faces. They cupped their hands and said, "You've returned." Only then did Lao Ku and the others react, and hurriedly stepped forward to greet him. But soon, the group of demon kings saw Yu Meng in Yang Kai's arms. They couldn't help but swallow their saliva and lower their eyes. Yang Kai looked around and said with a faint smile, "You've all returned. And this king is fine, so you can go do what you need to do." After saying that, he directly passed through the main hall and walked toward the rear hall, leaving behind a group of high-ranked demon kings looking at each other in confusion. Wasn't their king being chased by a demon saint and a half-saint? How could he still be in the mood to relax? At the back of the crowd, a pair of empty eyes that seemed to have lost their souls stared at Yang Kai's back, and a cold light gradually appeared in them. In the side room, Yang Kai threw Yu Meng on the bed. Under Yu Meng's surprised gaze, he directly pounced on her and pressed her under his body. While holding the back of Yu Meng's head with one hand, he had already kissed her again. His other hand skillfully climbed up the gap between her lower abdomen and her clothes, and grasped a soft and elastic lump of fullness. Yu Meng wanted to speak several times, but was blocked by Yang Kai's heavy breathing. Gradually, a warm current surged from her heart and lower abdomen, making Yu Meng somewhat confused. With a tearing sound, her clothes were torn, and she was casually thrown off the bed by Yang Kai. Not long after, a perfect naked body was exposed to the air. The pure white luster was like the most exquisite porcelain. The skin was so delicate that it could be broken by a blow. The flat lower abdomen didn't have the slightest bit of excess fat, the slender beautiful legs unconsciously entangled together, and one hand covered the most private place, slightly shy. Yu Meng's neck was faintly red, and her delicate earlobes were also dark red. Her pair of beautiful eyes were like a disturbed pool of water, and her breathing was rapid. Yang Kai's clothes were also quickly turned into a pile of fragments. Their hot bodies were entangled together, and they could feel each other's violent heartbeat. Without too much foreplay, when Yang Kai leaned down, a jade hand blocked his chest, stopping Yang Kai's attack. Yu Meng looked at him with blurred eyes, and there was a trace of unclear pleading in her eyes. For eyes met. Yang Kai's face was calm, but Yu Meng could feel his toughness and determination. This was something that had never happened before. In the past, she and Yang Kai had been honest with each other, but each time there was no real progress, because each time she controlled her emotions at the last moment. But this time, it was obviously different from before. She couldn't tell what the difference was, but she felt that if this time it was the same as before, she might lose something. After a long time, Yu Meng sighed slightly and slowly withdrew the jade hand in front of Yang Kai's chest. She turned her head slightly and closed her eyes. Yang Kai didn't hesitate at all and entered. In an instant, he felt himself being wrapped in a warm and moist feeling. When the moaning sound came out, Yu Meng bit her red lips and clenched her fists on the bedsheet. Yang Kai clearly felt a chill rising from his lower abdomen and rushing straight to his mind. In an instant, it shook his knowledge sea, almost making him faint at this moment. He quickly stabilized his mind, but there was still a lingering fear on his face. The shaking in his knowledge sea didn't stop, but instead became more violent. However, the soul-warming lotus was suppressed in his knowledge sea, so he didn't have to worry about any accidents happening to his soul. At this moment, a huge force exploded in his knowledge sea, filling the world of his knowledge sea, making Yang Kai feel that his soul strength was growing at a terrifying speed. This kind of growth was almost without end, as if it was going to explode his entire knowledge sea. This gave Yang Kai a fright. A murmur sounded in his ears. Yang Kai looked down and saw a drop of tear hanging from the corner of Yu Meng's eyes, but she was smiling. Her red lips squirmed, and when her pearly white teeth opened, strange syllables were spat out from her red lips, playing a wonderful sound of nature. The sound seemed to have a magical power, turning into an invisible hand that gently stroked his knowledge sea, slowly stabilizing its turbulence. His knowledge sea was still expanding, and the surge of soul strength made Yang Kai dumbfounded, but with the help of Yu Meng's sound of nature, Yang Kai gradually calmed down and slowly felt the strength of his soul strength increase. Chapter 35:59. When he broke through to the third layer Emperor realm, Yang Kai's soul had experienced an explosive increase, but compared to the current situation, that increase was simply insignificant. He had never expected that breaking through the final barrier with Yu Meng would give him such a huge benefit. However, although this was unexpected, it was also reasonable. The primordial yin of a woman who had successfully cultivated generally contained a strange kind of power, and the stronger the woman, the greater this power would naturally be. There were many secret arts in this world that used this kind of power to cultivate, but this kind of plucking yin-yang nourishing yang technique was generally extremely evil, and women who were plucked as cultivation furnaces generally ended up very miserable. The yin-yang joyous unification art that Yang Kai and Su Yen cultivated was similar to this kind of secret art, but this joyous unification art was not a simple plucking technique, but a dual cultivation secret art. Both parties could obtain some benefits from each other during dual cultivation, so to a certain extent, the yin-yang joyous unification art was an orthodox dual cultivation secret art, not an evil one. Yu Ru Meng was a demon saint, so her primordial yin power was extremely terrifying. When she broke through the final barrier, the primordial yin power that had accumulated in her body all her life was released and absorbed by Yang Kai, causing his soul to experience an extremely shocking growth. This was probably related to Yu Ru Meng being a succubus demon, so the benefits that her primordial yin power brought to Yang Kai were not physical, but soul. His knowledge sea continued to expand, but Yang Kai did not feel any discomfort. The dreamlike murmurs kept echoing in his ears, allowing his mind to achieve an unprecedented calmness. This was a very strange state, one that made Yang Kai forget to return, and he wished he could continue like this until the end of time. However, everything had to come to an end. When his knowledge sea expanded to more than 3 times its original size, the power he obtained from Yu Ru Meng's body was gradually digested, and the murmurs gradually subsided. Because of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai's soul had always been higher than his realm. When he broke through to the 3rd layer Emperor realm, Yang Kai felt that although his soul cultivation was slightly inferior to a half-saint's, it was still incomparable to an ordinary 3rd layer Emperor or high-rank Demon King. At this moment his knowledge sea had expanded 3 times, allowing him to leave all half-saint in the dust. In this world, only the great monarchs and great monarchs were stronger than him in terms of soul power. With the rapid growth of his soul power, his perception of his surroundings had become much sharper, and he felt as if he had been reborn. Just as Yang Kai was inspecting his body with interest, a soft moan suddenly reached his ears. Only then did Yang Kai return to his senses. When he lowered his head, he saw Yu Ru Meng looking at him with some hidden bitterness. Her face was full of shame and anger, and there were traces of moisture at the corners of her eyes. When their eyes met, Yu Ru Meng looked away, bit her red lips, and pinched Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai hissed and leaned over to kiss away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Yang Kai began to move gently. At this moment, the one pressing down on him was not one of the 12 demon saints, but a woman who could not bear the ravages of sex for the first time. Compared to Yang Kai, who had been on the battlefield for a long time, Yu Ru Meng's delicate bud was not bright at all. She was truly tormented to death. He did not come out of his room for 3 days and 3 nights, which was extremely absurd. It was not until 3 days later that Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes in a room filled with decadence. Yu Ru Meng's hair was scattered in his arms as she lay on his chest. She was like a kitten that had found the most comfortable and suitable position for herself. Her breathing was steady, and she was still in a deep sleep. This was extremely rare for a demon saint. At her level of cultivation, she could basically not sleep or rest, but 3 days and 3 nights of indulgence still made her feel exhausted. It was even more tiring than fighting an enemy who was also a demon saint. His big hand gently stroked her smooth back, and there was a soul-stirring curve between her back and her perky buttocks. Yang Kai resisted the impulse in his heart and quietly pulled one of his arms out from under Yu Ru Meng. Dressed neatly, Yang Kai walked out of the room and came to the courtyard. There was a small bridge over flowing water in the courtyard, a rockery, and a few unknown fruit trees. At this time, it was the time for them to bloom. Small pink flowers hung on the branches, charming and lovely. Yang Kai stood under a tree with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky, his eyes absent-mindedly. He had actually succeeded. Yu Ru Meng did not stop him. Even after 3 days and 3 nights of absurdity, Yang Kai still could not believe that he had actually broken through the last line of defense with Yu Ru Meng and completely occupied her. The words of Bei Li Mo and Ming Yu before made him somewhat wary of Yu Ru Meng. This time, it could be considered as a test. If Yu Ru Meng still refused him, then he would really have to plan carefully in the future. He never thought that the process would be so smooth. Could it be that Bei Li Mo and Ming Yu were wrong? A woman was willing to have a first time with him. This undoubtedly showed that this woman did not have any reservations about him. Otherwise, why would she joke about her virginity? In contrast, what surprised Yang Kai was that his attitude at that time was actually so tough. This was something that would never have happened in the past. Usually, as long as Yu Rumeng showed a little bit of resistance, he would not force her. However, 3 days ago, he had thought that he could either have her or break up with her. There was no third possibility. It seems that after becoming the demon race, his temperament has changed a little. Fortunately, the impact was not too great, otherwise, Yang Kai was afraid that he would become a different person. Chi! A light sound came, accompanied by a delicate voice that entered Yang Kai's ears. Go to hell. A sharp chi attack came from behind. Yang Kai quickly turned around and clamped his fingers in front of him. A gleaming cold sword was caught between his 2 fingers, only 3 inches away from his eyes. The owner of the sword struggled a few times but was unable to take back his weapon. Gritting his teeth, he threw the sword away and sent a palm strike towards Yang Kai. Emperor Qi surged, filling the air with a fragrant scent. Yang Kai felt that what was coming towards him was not a jade palm, but a blooming flower, a peerlessly beautiful flower that wanted to swallow him whole. Yang Kai stepped forward and rushed into his opponent's attack range, startling his opponent. Caught off guard, Yang Kai grabbed his wrist, and under the shock of his demonic chi, he instantly lost the ability to resist. Looking at the woman in front of him, Yang Kai sighed slightly. He knew that after seizing the opportunity of the great emperors, he would not have an easy time in the future, but he did not expect that the first one to jump out to make trouble for him would be Li Shiqing. At this moment, Li Shiqing's beautiful eyes were bloodshot as she glared at Yang Kai with great hatred. She, who had always been timid, was now filled with murderous intent. With her sword snatched, her wrist captured, and her emperor chi unable to circulate, Li Shiqing could not break free from Yang Kai's grip, but her other hand did not hesitate to punch Yang Kai in the chest, gritting her teeth as she shouted, "I'll kill you, I'll kill you." Yang Kai looked at her calmly, letting her punch his chest, but since she was unable to circulate his emperor chi, it was no different from scratching an itch. After a while, Yang Kai asked, "Why do you want to kill me?" Li Shiqing glared at him, "You killed the great emperors, so I want to avenge the great emperors." "How do you know I killed the great emperors?" "I saw it with my own eyes." Yang Kai lowered his eyes and said indifferently, "What you saw with your own eyes may not be the truth. What I saw was that you killed the great emperors." Li Shiqing suddenly burst into tears. Tears streamed down her face, and her murderous aura instantly disappeared. With red eyes, she asked, "Why did you kill him?" Her punch had lost all its strength, and if someone who did not know better saw it, they would have thought they were flirting. Yang Kai was speechless. Why did he kill the great emperors? If he had known that the person he attacked was Mingyu, he would not have been so decisive. Unfortunately, Mingyu had already passed away, so it was useless to think about this now. Li Shiqing's reaction was normal. Anyone who saw this scene in the star boundary would want to kill him to avenge Mingyu. Not to mention, Li Shiqing was the disciple of the great emperors, so she should have more responsibility and awareness than the average person. Yang Kai could not blame her, nor would he blame her. He only hated himself for being too weak at that time and not being able to protect Mingyu. The abnormality quickly attracted Lao Ku and the others, and they all stared at them with wide eyes. Boya seemed to understand something and could not help but sigh. Li Shiqing was still crying when Yang Kai raised his hand and knocked her unconscious. Holding her body, he gestured to Boya and ordered, "Take her down and have a look." Without a word, Boya took the unconscious Li Shiqing, carried her by the waist, and quickly disappeared. "Disperse!" Yang Kai waved his hand and walked towards his room. He pushed open the door and walked in, only to see Yu Rumeng lying on the bed, her jade-like hands supporting her cheeks, looking lazy. She was not wearing any clothes, only a thin layer of gauze covering her body. Her beautiful body was faintly discernible, making one's blood boil. Their eyes met, and Yu Rumeng said with a smile, "She wanted to kill you, and you let her go just like that? What's the point of bickering with her?" Yang Kai's eyes wandered over Yu Rumeng's body as he spoke, then climbed up and lay down behind Yu Rumeng. He held her waist with one hand and used the other to rub her body. Yu Rumeng grabbed the mischievous hand and said with a frown, "Stop, I can't take it anymore." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her and blew into her ear while breaking free from her grip. He covered her plump softness and rubbed it vigorously, chuckling, "You are a demon saint. Your recovery shouldn't be this bad, right? What do you want?" Yu Rumeng did not know whether to laugh or cry, but she also closed her eyes and leaned back. "I want to stir up trouble." After Yang Kai finished speaking, he bit her shoulder. Yu Rumeng immediately moaned. Chapter 3560. The atmosphere in the room was sluggish, and there was a strange smell everywhere. As the clouds and rain gradually dissipated, Yu Rumeng's naked body was dyed a faint crimson red as she lay on Yang Kai's broad chest like a kitten, her fine black hair scattered about as she whispered, "Smelly man, are you satisfied now?" Yang Kai stroked her round buttocks and grinned, "If I could do this every day, then I would be satisfied." Yu Rumeng suddenly raised her head and angrily glared at him. She punched his chest. "In your dreams. This time is an exception. Don't even think about touching me in the future." "No way, right?" Yang Kai's eyes widened as his hand froze. He miserably looked into her beautiful eyes. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Yu Rumeng leaned back and said with a smile, "It's not impossible for you to have me. When you become the 13th demon saint in the demon territory, I will give you whatever you want." Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. How long will that take? After the transformation of the energy in his body, he was only a high-rank demon king. After that, he would become a half-saint, and then a demon saint. Although it was only 2 steps, these 2 steps were the most difficult to break through. It was even more difficult than becoming a high-rank demon king. Yu Rumeng said, "It will depend on your own efforts. Don't be like this." Yang Kai bashfully stretched out his hands to hold her face and said seriously, "You are joking with me, right?" Yu Rumeng's expression was very serious as she said seriously, "I am not joking. Before we reached this step, I didn't care about you and let you do whatever you want. But now that you are my man, you have to be worthy of me. I am a demon saint, and only a demon saint is worthy of me." Yang Kai was silent. Although these words didn't sound very pleasing to the ears, they were the truth. It was unreasonable for a demon saint's man to be too weak. "Did killing Ming Yu have a big impact on you?" Yu Rumeng looked at Yang Kai and asked. "After all, he is one of the great emperors." Yang Kai frowned. "After all, I came from the star boundary." Yu Rumeng said, "Even if you didn't kill him, someone else would have killed him. From the moment he fell into the demon territory, it was impossible for him to escape. Just like how devil saints like us won't easily enter the star boundary, if we are really surrounded by those great emperors, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape death." Naturally, Yu Rumeng. "By the way, how did you suddenly become the demon race?" Yu Rumeng asked curiously. Previously, in the star boundary, although Yang Kai had become the demon race once and had a demonic nature, the situation was not too serious. The power in his body was still Emperor's Qi, but when Yang Kai urged his power, what appeared was incomparably pure demon Qi, just like a real demon race. "Speaking of which, I was just about to ask you." Yang Kai frowned. "Previously, when I obtained the opportunity of the great emperors and fled, my aura fluctuated. I had no choice but to return to Cloud Shadow to break through, but when I broke through," after briefly recounting what had happened to him, Yu Rumeng's expression changed as she asked, "You're saying that when you were breaking through, a strange shadow sneaked into your knowledge sea?" "That's right. That black shadow was incomparably peculiar. It was practically indestructible. I didn't even know when it was lurking nearby. When I wasn't paying attention, it slipped into my sea of knowledge. After I killed that black shadow, my entire sea of knowledge was contaminated with demonic nature. Then I was able to absorb demonic energy. The power within my body also underwent a world-shaking change." Yu Rumeng asked curiously, "Since you couldn't destroy it, how did you kill it?" Yang Kai said, "I once raised some soul-devouring insects in my knowledge sea. It was by relying on those soul-devouring insects that I was able to slowly kill it." "Soul-devouring insects?" Yu Rumeng whispered, extremely surprised that Yang Kai raised soul-devouring insects in his knowledge sea. "What was that shadow?" Yang Kai asked. "It's hard to say." Yu Rumeng slowly shook her head. Although I have some guesses, I can't verify them until I see that shadow. What are your guesses? Yu Ru Meng poked Yang Kai's chest and said, Don't ask so much, you will slowly find out in the future. Without waiting for Yang Kai to ask anything, she suddenly glared at Yang Kai and changed the topic. Your luck is really good. You obtained the opportunity of the great emperors and broke through your own bottleneck. Now, even your soul cultivation has skyrocketed, right? Yang Kai grinned. You expected this? Yu Ru Meng snorted. Why do you think I repeatedly stopped you before? I was afraid that you couldn't bear the pressure brought by the skyrocketing soul power. This time, if it weren't for you being pitiful, you wouldn't have succeeded. Pitiful? Where did this come from? Yang Kai was a little speechless, but the benefits he obtained from Yu Ru Meng were obvious, so he didn't bother to argue with her. He said thoughtfully, I feel that not only has my soul grown a lot, but it also seems to have gained something else. Yu Ru Meng gently nodded and said, I am proficient in charm techniques, which is the innate divine technique of my succubus demon clan, so in the future, you will have a great resistance to similar soul secret techniques. Let me put it this way, even if those demon saint and great emperors want to use charm-type soul secret techniques to deal with you, it will be very difficult for them to succeed. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard this. Is there such a good thing? Wasn't this equivalent to gaining a natural immunity? Even the great emperors and demon saint would have a hard time, let alone those half-saint. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's eyes flashed with a cold light. Some debts should be settled properly. Yu Ru Meng said, but it is limited to charm-type soul secret techniques. It's better than nothing, Yang Kai grinned. Do you want to avenge Mingyue? Yu Ru Meng suddenly asked, making Yang Kai's body and smile instantly stiffen. Just as he was about to speak, a small hand covered his mouth, and Yu Ru Meng continued, I didn't mean to pry into your thoughts, but when you accepted my primordial yin, our divine senses merged, and I could more or less see into your thoughts. This let me know that you didn't come to the demon territory with me wholeheartedly. You probably came to the demon territory for Mingyue, am I right? Yang Kai's stiff body slowly relaxed. Since Yu Ru Meng said this, there was no point in denying it, so he could only nod and say, yes, I did come to the demon territory for Master Mingyue. Yu Ru Meng immediately gritted her teeth and said, you lied to me. While speaking, a slender jade finger had already pointed at Yang Kai's chest, and demon chi pulsed from her fingertip, and a dangerous aura instantly filled the air. Yang Kai smiled bitterly and said, do you want to kill me? Yu Ru Meng said hatefully, you think I can't bear to kill you? Yang Kai sighed and slowly shook his head, then do it. While speaking, he closed his eyes as if he was at Yu Ru Meng's mercy. Yu Ru Meng's teeth creaked, and the demon chi on her fingertips stretched out little by little, turning into a sharp aura, piercing Yang Kai's skin and flesh, and heading straight for his heart. In an instant, blood flowed from Yang Kai's chest. However, when it was only half an inch away from his heart, Yu Ru Meng stopped. Yang Kai opened his eyes and looked at her proudly, then turned over and pressed her under his body. Ignoring the blood flowing from his chest, he laughed and said, I knew you couldn't bear to do it. Although Yu Ru Meng was a demon saint, she was still a woman after all. She would have some strange feelings for the man who first took her. What's more, the two of them were restrained by the heart seal secret technique, so how could she really kill Yang Kai? While speaking, Yang Kai lowered his head and kissed her plump lips. But soon, he raised his head with a painful expression. His mouth was full of the smell of blood because Yu Ru Meng had bitten him so hard that even his tongue had been cut. Is it fun to lie? Yu Ru Meng looked at him coldly. This woman changed her face as quickly as flipping a book, making Yang Kai feel somewhat at a loss. Yang Kai covered his mouth and stammered, but don't bite me. You asked for it, Yu Ru Meng coldly snorted. I said, don't even think about touching me again. Are you serious? Yang Kai was stunned. Do you think I'm joking with you? Yu Ru Meng raised her foot and kicked Yang Kai to the side. When she got up, her clothes fluttered and covered her body. When Yang Kai came back to his senses, she was almost fully dressed. Her towering chest rose and fell violently. Obviously, she was still angry. Yu Ru Meng squinted at Yang Kai and said, Let me ask you, is your heart in the demon territory or in the star boundary? This question was too sharp. Yang Kai was silent for a moment and said, "So what if my heart is in the demon territory? So what if my heart is in the star boundary?" Yu Rumeng said, "If your heart is in the demon territory, I will do my best to help you ascend to the throne of the 13th demon saint. If your heart is in the star boundary, I will no longer care about your life or death from now on." Yang Kai smiled bitterly. "If I said my heart is in the demon territory, would you believe me?" If Yu Rumeng had not seen through Yang Kai's thoughts, this promise would not be a problem, but with the divine sense from before, it was impossible for Yu Rumeng to believe him. Frowning, Yu Rumeng said, "You have completely become the demon race, and the power in your body has been transformed into demon chi. Even if you return to the star boundary, will it accept you? Why are you so stubborn?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and said solemnly, "The power in my body doesn't mean anything. As a cultivator, I only ask my heart. As long as I have a clear conscience, why should I be afraid of heavenly thunder rolling?" Yu Rumeng was stunned. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. "Why don't you lend me a hand, Rumeng? With your help, I will be like a tiger that has grown wings. I don't need to tell you about the situation in the demon territory. You probably know that this world is sick. The continents are gradually disappearing, and many of the world gates are unstable. One day, the demon territory will collapse. If the demon race wants to find a way out, they will have to completely occupy the star boundary. But how can the star boundary be so easy to occupy? In the end, both sides will suffer, and both worlds will be plunged into misery and suffering." Yu Rumeng said, "This is an inevitable result. From the moment the passage between the two worlds opened, the demon territory and the star boundary will end in either one of them dying.